1. Confess in front of the whole class. Jiangdu City, Jiangdu University. Inside a classroom, we set the radius of the large circle as R1 and the radius of the small circle as R2. Then, according to the intersecting chords theorem, we can derive the following equation. On the podium, teacher Jiang was meticulously explaining a geometry problem. The chalk in his hand danced across the blackboard, and a series of obscure and difficult-to-understand formulas and symbols were scrawled like hieroglyphs. Below the podium, the students were drowsily dreaming. Of course, it was mainly Su Jiang's deskmate, Wang Jiang, who was dreaming. His head rested gently on the desk, his eyes tightly closed, and a satisfied smile still lingered on the corner of his mouth. Hum. A faint snore escaped Wang Jiang's nose. Su Jiang looked speechless, wishing he could kill his deskmate. I mean, even though old Su's lectures were indeed boring, and sleeping was understandable, but wasn't it a bit too much for him to snore? The main thing was, his snoring was affecting Su Jiang's sleep. That's right, Su Jiang was also among those who were sleeping. Jiang Yu was a very strict teacher. Few dared to sleep in his class, as getting caught meant losing points. But when Su Jiang slept, Jiang Yu didn't really bother him. Because Su Jiang's grades were too good, he entered Jiangdu University as the top scholar of Jiangdu City, and he was already far ahead of others in most basic university courses. His placement test scores were also the highest in the entire school by a wide margin. Old Su was practically worshipping him, so a little nap was a minor issue. The child was growing and needed sleep, didn't he? Just as Su Jiang covered his ears, intending to force himself to sleep, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system, initiating the newbie tasks, newbie mission. Please wait. The mission is being selected. Su Jiang abruptly lifted his head. The drowsiness that had surged from the class instantly vanished, replaced by a pair of incredibly bright, expectant eyes. A system. He was ecstatic. Wasn't this the golden finger often seen in web novels? Su Jiang had read many web novels and knew what the appearance of a system meant. Cultivation, a sword splitting the heavens, a youth rising. These scenes that once only existed in his imagination were now happening to him. Is it finally my turn? Su Jiang murmured softly. Although he didn't know what mission the system would give him, he was already eager to start his extraordinary life. After a while, Su Jiang finally heard the system's voice again. Newbie mission selection complete. Please, host, confess to a member of the opposite sex within 30 seconds. Successfully completing the mission will earn you a newbie reward. Special reminder, if the newbie mission fails, the host will die immediately. Countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. Su Jiang. What's going on? Is this newbie mission legitimate? No. Is this system legitimate? No. Where the hell do I have time to care if you're legitimate or not? The voice in his mind was like a death countdown. By the time Su Jiang reacted, half of the 30 seconds had already passed. Clang. Su Jiang stood up, looking for a target, and this action immediately attracted the attention of the entire class. His deskmate, Wang Jiang, groggily opened his eyes. Old Su, what are you doing? Old Su was a little annoyed that his lecture was interrupted, but seeing that it was Su Jiang who stood up, he immediately calmed himself down. He kept reminding himself, this is the top student in the school. Be tolerant, be kind. Then he put on what he thought was a gentle smile. Su Jiang, are you feeling unwell? Before he could finish speaking, Su Jiang walked straight to the first row, facing a girl with a solemn expression. 9, 8, 7, 6. An Rou, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? As Su Jiang's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire classroom instantly solidified. Old Su, all the classmates. Congratulations, host, for completing the newbie mission. You have received the newbie reward. Please activate it yourself later. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Su Jiang's mind, but he was too preoccupied to notice, because all the attention of the class was now focused on him and An Rou. In the midst of the silence, only An Rou was slightly surprised. Then she spoke up and asked, "What do you like about me?" Su Jiang immediately felt a bit awkward. He had originally only intended to complete the mission and wasn't truly prepared to answer that question. He steeled himself, his gaze involuntarily darting downwards. Then he stammered, I like your legs, they're very white." How the hell should I know what I like about you? Jiang only knew that An Rou was the least likely person in the class to accept his confession, so he deliberately chose her. Nothing else, because Jiang was indeed very sought after and popular in school. His excellent grades and handsome appearance made him an ideal candidate in the hearts of many girls. Jiang was deeply afraid that if he casually chose a girl to confess to and she accepted, he wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath. And although An Rou was the recognized class beauty and usually had good interpersonal relationships, but Jiang remembered someone once saying that An Rou seemed uninterested in boys, so if he was rejected, it would also avoid subsequent awkwardness and trouble. He could just find an opportunity to apologize to An Rou later. And the key thing was, An Rou's legs were really white. Every time he saw her wearing a skirt or shorts, even Jiang couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. As soon as Jiang's words came out, the entire class instantly fell into shocked silence. Then the students began to whisper, Gu is awesome. Holy cow, Jiang actually likes An Rou. No wonder he usually ignores those other girls. Confessing in front of the whole class, I only respect Jiang. Stop talking. Old Su's face has turned completely dark. Sure enough, Old Su's face had become extremely ugly. He frowned tightly, as if he wanted to swallow Jiang whole, and roared loudly. Jiang, get out of here. This roar was like a thunderclap, silencing the entire class. Jiang was also startled by the sudden roar. He froze for a few seconds, then lowered his head and scurried out. He was as obedient as a little chick. As soon as he walked out of the classroom door, he heard a sentence from Old Su behind him. Self-study. All of you. Bang. The classroom door was slammed shut, clearly indicating that Old Su intended to have a one-on-one chat with Jiang. Without the teacher, the classroom instantly erupted into a hubbub. The students' discussions rose and fell, all excitedly talking about Jiang's astonishing move. Jiang really went all out this time, confessing in front of the whole class. That's so exciting. Yeah, this could be considered news at Jiang University. It'll probably spread throughout the entire school. Will An Rou agree? I think she might have feelings for Jiang too. Hard to say. An Rou usually seems quite aloof. She might not be interested in Jiang. An Rou sat in her seat, the surrounding noise seemingly irrelevant to her. She slightly turned her head, looking out the window, sunlight spilling onto her face, illuminating her exquisite features, a slight smile playing on her lips. Legs are very white. She murmured softly, a hint of playfulness in her voice. Haha. Tonight, I'll let you know that this granny's legs are not only white, but can also kick. 2. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep first. Bang! A crisp slap on the table echoed in the silent office. Jiang, are you out of your mind? Do you think that just because you have good grades, you can do whatever you want? In the office, Lao Zhang was trembling with anger, pointing a finger at Jiang, looking utterly disappointed. Before, Jiang would at most doze off occasionally in class, and Lao Zhang would always turn a blind eye. But today's incident was completely different in nature. To put it mildly, it was disrespecting a teacher, and to put it more seriously, it was defying school rules and regulations, promoting unhealthy tendencies. Once this matter reached the ears of the leaders, it would probably be difficult to explain, and he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Jiang stood before Lao Zhang, head bowed, obedient like a little chick. Lao Zhang, listen to my explanation. What did you call me? Ahem. Teacher Zhang. Jiang secretly slapped himself. He was so used to calling him that, it just slipped out. Well, this matter actually has a reason. The reason is... Jiang's mind raced. In this situation, he didn't know what excuse to use to cover it up. He couldn't possibly tell Lao Zhang about the system, could he? Unable to think of a clever excuse for a while, Jiang decided to go all out and gritted his teeth. The reason is, I want to fall in love. Huh? Lao Zhang was dumbfounded. So you pondered for a long time just to blurt out this one sentence? You kid already confessed in front of the whole class. How could I not know you want to fall in love? Phew. Lao Zhang pressed his chest, taking a deep, difficult breath, then slowly exhaled, trying to calm his agitated feelings. He couldn't get angry. Getting his body sick wasn't worth it. This was just a student's mistake, and he still had the responsibility to guide him back to the right path. Jiang cautiously watched Lao Zhang take a deep breath, his eyes filled with apprehension and unease, and tentatively asked, "You don't believe me?" Uft. Lao Zhang's recently calmed breath instantly became chaotic again, and he widened his eyes. "I don't believe you. I don't dare to believe you." "Ah, Su Jiang, I understand boys your age. It's normal to have some adolescent stirrings. But, confessing in front of so many people, did you even consider me? Did you consider the school's regulations?" He paused, then continued. "Moreover, you are currently in your freshman year, and academic performance is crucial for your future employment." Lao Zhang started his PUA tactics again. He always used this rhetoric to put pressure on freshmen. "Teacher, I think my grades are fine." Then An Rou. "She was second in the entire school in the diagnostic test," Su Jiang calmly replied. Lao Zhang was speechless, not having thought of that point for a moment. "Damn, how come both of your grades are so good?" Su Jiang's good grades were entirely due to his nonstop studying before. To relax earlier, he had already finished all the freshman year knowledge in advance. Judging by Su Jiang and An Rou's current grades, they could definitely get the highest scholarship in the final exams. Moreover, Su Jiang had a great talent for mathematics, and many teachers hoped to take him to competitions. All in all, go back and apologize properly to An Rou, then write me a 3,000-word self-reflection. And for this matter, I will call your parents. Hearing this punishment, Su Jiang nodded lightly, indicating agreement. As he expected, the school would not heavily punish him. Are you kidding? He entered Jiang University as the top scorer in the college entrance exam. As long as it wasn't a principled mistake, Jiang University's leaders would basically turn a blind eye. Get out, get out." Lao Zhang waved his hand to dismiss him. He was annoyed seeing Su Jiang right now and needed to calm down by himself for a while. Su Jiang obediently walked out of the office and returned to the classroom. Pushing open the door, he ignored the gazes of others and immediately walked up to An Rou, bending deeply. "I'm sorry, An Rou. I was reckless just now. Please pretend that what just happened never occurred." An Rou blinked her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly, revealing a pretty smile. "It's okay, Su Jiang. Anyway, you're dead tonight." After receiving An Rou's forgiveness, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. The trouble brought by the stupid system's novice mission should be gone. All that was left was the 3,000-word self-reflection. As for Lao Zhang saying he would call his family, Su Jiang wasn't scared at all. With his parents' fun-loving personalities, they would probably even ask him if the girl said yes. At the same time, Lao Zhang also came in, presumably having calmed down quickly, and returned to resume class. "Since there are still 10 minutes left, I'll finish explaining this problem. It might run a few minutes over, so please bear with me." Upon hearing about the class running over, a wave of groans swept through the room. It was bad enough in high school, but even in university, classes were running over. As soon as Su Jiang returned to his seat, he saw Wang Zhang giving him a thumbs up. He turned his head and met his adoring gaze. "Old Su, awesome. Confessing to An Rou in public, you really know how to pick them." The group chat is blowing up right now. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow at the words, quietly pulled out his phone under the desk, and opened the class group chat. Sure enough, a few who weren't paying attention in class were chatting happily in the group. "Do you know what nickname they gave you? They were just calling you Leg Bro in the group. When you said An Rou's legs were white, the whole group just exploded. You're truly a role model for our generation." Wang Zhang was still chattering on, but Su Jiang no longer wanted to listen. Clutching his forehead, Su Jiang sighed softly. His reputation was officially ruined. He hoped the system's reward would give him some comfort. System, activate novice reward. Novice reward activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced skill, gun proficiency. In an instant, countless pieces of knowledge about firearms flooded Su Jiang's mind, making him frown involuntarily. After a long while, Su Jiang finally digested this knowledge. Now, he was intimately familiar with all kinds of firearms and ammunition, and could even skillfully use them upon handling them. But what use do I have for this thing? Where's my foundation establishment golden core? Where's my one sword splits the sky? In this harmonious society, in such a gentle and warm place as Jiangdu City, what the hell do I need this gun proficiency for? Su Jiang was truly fed up. Couldn't this system give him something useful? System, can we exchange this skill? No. Then do we have skills like one sword splits the sky? No. Then how can I stop being this host? Host death, system automatically deactivated. Go to hell, you old bastard. Jiang was cursing fiercely in his heart at this moment, and the system basically ignored him. Just this lousy skill, and I have to risk my life for it? Jiang remembered that if he didn't complete the mission in 30 seconds, he would be obliterated by the system. It almost scared him to death at the time, and all he got in return was a useless gun proficiency. What a waste. Seeing that the system wasn't responding, and Lao Zhang was still lecturing on that tiresome problem at the podium. The more Jiang thought about it, the angrier he got, so he simply put his hands down and rested his head on the desk. Since things had come to this, he might as well sleep first. 3. Then he was kidnapped. 7:50 p.m. There were still 10 minutes until the first-year students at Jiangdu University finished their evening self-study. Yes, you heard that right. First years still had evening self-study. This was a special feature of Jiang University. Jiang had effortlessly completed the advanced mathematics homework assigned by the teacher today long ago. Then, amidst Wang Xiang's usual pleas, he coolly tossed the homework to him. Thanks, leg bro is mighty. After thanking him, Wang Xiang immediately picked up his pen and began copying in a flamboyant manner. Hearing the title leg bro, Jiang's mouth twitched. In just one afternoon, this nickname had basically spread everywhere. Most people now knew that a certain first-year mathematics student had publicly confessed in class this afternoon. It even attracted a large number of curious onlookers, and some were even spreading gossip about him and An Rou. Jiang and An Rou are a match made in heaven. They agreed long ago to work hard together and meet at the top. The school's number 1 and number 2 dating? So sweet it's sickening. The love-struck person upstairs, get out. I heard Jiang lost a bet, which is why he did such a thing. Anyway, all sorts of absurd rumors were circulating, but Jiang was long used to such school gossip. School rumors were like fallen leaves in the wind. Whether they were true or not didn't matter. Spreading the news first was king. However, when Jiang thought about the trouble and impact this incident might bring to An Rou, he still felt a little guilty. I should find a time to treat her to a meal and apologize, Jiang thought. But he had another incredibly important matter to attend to, one that concerned his life and fortune. He took out his phone, opened a certain shopping app, searched for merchants, filtered prices, and contacted customer service. Jiang, how much to write a 3,000-word self-criticism? Customer service. Dear, may I ask what the self-criticism is about? Jiang, I confessed to a girl in our class during class, in front of the teacher, and I need to write a self-criticism about it. Customer service. Customer service. Dear, 50 yuan, delivered within Jiangdu City in 1 day. Jiang raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Wang Xiang. I'll give you 10 yuan. Help me write a 3,000-word self-criticism. 10 yuan? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Wang Xiang retorted, copying the test paper without looking up, at least 30. 15. 20. Deal. Jiang immediately transferred 20 yuan to Wang Xiang. Customer service. Dear, are you there? If there are no issues, you can place an order. Jiang. Sorry, I was just asking for a price, checking the market. My apologies. Customer service. No, are you crazy? Jiang closed the shopping app, and the time had just turned 8 o'clock. Class dismissed, everyone go home. The bell for the end of evening self-study rang, and with a command from the teacher in charge, students began packing their books to leave. Jiang quickly stood up, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and was the first to walk out of the classroom. He didn't live on campus, but rented a house by himself outside of school. His parents were in their hometown. His family wasn't wealthy, but was a well-off middle-class family, living a rather comfortable life. Jiang didn't know that as he stepped out the door, An Rou looked at his retreating back, gritted her small silver teeth, and a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Jiang yawned as he walked down the street, his steps slouching, looking like he hadn't fully woken up. His sleep quality during class today was indeed not very good. In fact, even if he had slept well, he would still look half asleep. This was his usual state. He was still wondering why the system had suddenly gone silent. No matter how he called out, the system showed no reaction. It seemed that he could only communicate with the system when it issued a task. He couldn't actively communicate with it himself. Of course, perhaps he could communicate before, but after he swore at it, it became unresponsive like this. But even if he took a step back, wasn't the system itself at fault? To be honest, if it weren't for the lingering knowledge of firearms, Jiang would have doubted if he was dreaming. Jiang was deep in his thoughts when suddenly, everything went black, and an unknown object quickly covered his head. He felt a surge of panic, and before he could react, he felt his entire body being tightly controlled by several strong hands. These hands skillfully tied him up, and then he was lifted by a great force. Jiang instantly realized that he had been kidnapped. "Whoa, what are you going to do?" This is the warm and harmonious Jiangdu city, a society ruled by law. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? It's not too late to stop now. I can pretend I never saw you. Slap. A heavy slap landed on his buttocks, and Jiang cried out in pain. Damn it, this kid talks too much nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and take him to the young Mississippi. Outside of Jiang's unseen perspective, two burly men in black lifted him into a car, slammed the accelerator, and sped off. Jiang was in despair, his whole body controlled, unable to move at all. It's over, his kidney is gone. Maybe his cornea will follow suit too. Can we discuss this? Can you just take one kidney? Also, can we use anesthesia? I'm afraid of pain. Men in black. Did this kid misunderstand something? He thinks we're going to sell his kidney? That's a bit absurd. Would a normal person negotiate with kidnappers like him? Never mind him. Let's see how the young miss deals with him. We're here. Jiang felt the car stop, and then he was carried out of the car, turning this way and that, not knowing where they were going. Thud. Jiang was roughly thrown to the ground. He felt a wave of dizziness, then sensed someone approaching, and a faint, subtle fragrance wafted to his nose. Immediately after, the hood covering his eyes was swiftly removed. Jiang shook his head, trying to clear his vision. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar and beautiful face, a face that had certainly left a deep impression on him today. An Rou? At this moment, An Rou was looking at him with a smile, but to Jiang, that smile made him feel a hint of unease. On either side of her stood burly men in black suits, expressionless, with a hint of dominance in their eyes. They clearly looked like Underworld figures. Recalling the young miss they had mentioned earlier, Jiang immediately had an ominous premonition. An Rou, still smiling, reached out and tilted Jiang's chin, her face drawing closer, her breath like a fragrant orchid. Jiang, aren't you curious why you're here? An Rou's voice broke the silence, her tone tinged with playfulness. Let me introduce myself. I am An Rou, from the An family, a criminal underworld family in Jiangdu City. Gulp. Jiang swallowed with difficulty. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself. Jiang. Oh, Jiang, you really know how to pick someone to confess to. You went straight for a nuclear level 1. Underworld family, young miss. Who the hell could have known this? If I had known about your identity, I would have liked Wang Xiang rather than you. That. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang forced a smile uglier than a cry. He knew that today might be more ominous than auspicious. If he didn't appease this young miss today, he might just lose his life here. 4. I really like your legs. A misunderstanding? I don't think it's a misunderstanding. Because of you, my reputation has started to sour. They're even spreading rumors that you and I were childhood sweethearts. Bah. An Rou snorted coldly, her voice carrying a hint of frost, grinding her small silver teeth. Jiang actually found her quite cute in this state. Weren't you quite brave this afternoon? An Rou questioned, her face drawing a little closer to Jiang's. Jiang chuckled awkwardly, trying to explain, I was a bit impulsive this afternoon, but that was also because. Weren't you quite bold? An Rou didn't wait for Jiang to finish before continuing her interrogation. I just. And you dared to say you liked this granny's legs. An Rou suddenly raised her tone, a hint of slyness flashing in her eyes. Now I'm asking you if my legs are fair. Do you still dare to speak? Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Please answer this question truthfully, or you will be punished. Ding your wooden horse. Can't you stop messing around at a time like this? Jiang was internally going crazy over this brain-dead system. I'm not asking you to offer help in times of need, but But can you please not add fuel to the fire? Su Jiang struggled internally for a long time. Thinking about the possible punishment from the system, or even being erased, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and followed his true feelings. Why aren't you speaking now? Weren't you? Student An Rou, your legs are really fair and beautiful. I truly love your legs. After saying this, Su Jiang felt his face burning as if on fire. He had never felt such shame and embarrassment. No matter how thick-skinned he usually was, at this moment, he felt too ashamed to face anyone. He might as well just die. The light in Su Jiang's eyes completely vanished. There are countless ways to die, but he chose social death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving a random reward. Random reward drawing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the intermediate skill, fighting proficiency. Instantly, a vast amount of fighting techniques and combat methods flooded into Su Jiang's mind, clear and detailed, as if he had practiced them countless times. At this moment, Su Jiang was pleasantly surprised to find that he could now easily untie the ropes binding him. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly looked up and saw An Rou's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, glaring at him. The two black-suited bodyguards beside him were also stunned by his statement, even secretly giving him a thumbs up. Su Jiang. No, why are you giving me a thumbs up? Are your underworld families that abstract? Su Jiang didn't know that while An Rou was a pampered young lady within the An family, she was also a mischievous troublemaker. No one in the entire An family, from top to bottom, dared to provoke An Rou. Provoking An Rou meant enduring her various small acts of revenge for a long time afterwards, making it impossible to guard against her. Even the patriarch and young master of the family were vexed by An Rou, though this was also a sign of their affection for her. Now, after Su Jiang's statement, the two black-suited bodyguards could only say, "Young man, may you rest in peace." Originally, An Rou had only intended to bring them along to scare Su Jiang a bit, just to make him understand fear. But now that Su Jiang had spoken, it was confirmed. The young lady would absolutely not let this guy off. He was dead for sure. You shameless, lecherous, idiot, pervert. An Rou's face turned crimson, her voice trembling as she angrily pointed at Su Jiang and cursed him. In her entire life, this was the first time someone had so directly commented on her legs, which made her feel incredibly humiliated and enraged. If Su Jiang felt embarrassed, she felt even more so. Fortunately, there was no one else here. If Su Jiang had said this during his confession in the classroom earlier, she would have died of embarrassment on the spot. Go to hell, you pervert. An Rou shouted furiously, raising her foot and kicking towards Su Jiang, as if to vent all her dissatisfaction with that one kick. However, Su Jiang had already untied the ropes binding him. He calmly dodged An Rou's attack. An Rou hadn't expected Su Jiang to be able to move freely. Her kick was filled with resentment and used all her strength. After missing the kick, her center of gravity instantly became unstable, and her body swayed a few times, on the verge of falling to the ground. Hey, help. Young lady, be careful. The two bodyguards had originally thought Su Jiang was still bound and unable to move, so they hadn't paid much attention to his actions. But when they saw Su Jiang easily untie the ropes and dodge An Rou's attack, both were stunned and didn't react immediately. By the time they wanted to step forward to protect An Rou, it was too late. What made them break out in a cold sweat was that the spot where An Rou was about to fall was covered in broken glass shards. If An Rou really fell onto them, the consequences would be unimaginable. An Rou also realized the approaching danger at this moment. Her eyes filled with panic, but she could no longer control her body's movement. She could only watch helplessly as she got closer and closer to the ground, the glass shards constantly magnifying in her pupils. Her heart was filled with despair, and she could only close her eyes helplessly. Thwack! The next second, the pain An Rou imagined did not appear. Instead, she was embraced by a soft, warm hug. It also carried a faint combination of smoke and laundry detergent smells, making her involuntarily twitch her small nose and sniff a few more times. Slowly raising her head, she met Su Jiang's rather helpless gaze. Are you okay? Su Jiang's voice was concerned, his large hands steadily supporting An Rou's waist, ensuring she wouldn't fall. An Rou blinked, looking at Su Jiang somewhat blankly. Then a blush spread across her face, and she whispered, Thank you. Such quick movements. I didn't even see that kid's movements just now. His reaction speed is incredible. When they saw An Rou standing there safe and sound, the two bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief, expressions of relief on their faces. However, the shock in their hearts did not dissipate because of this. Instead, it deepened due to the impact of the scene they had just witnessed. Recalling Jiang's actions just now, he untied the ropes cleanly and swiftly, then agilely dodged An Rou's flying kick, and then quickly moved in front of An Rou, leaning slightly to steadily catch the falling An Rou. The entire process took less than 2.5 seconds. As bodyguards of the An family, they had experienced many battles, but they admitted that they couldn't have reacted as Jiang did just now. In fact, they couldn't even untie the ropes. Others might not know, but they themselves were aware. The knots they tied were very complex. If even one step was untied incorrectly, the knot would be impossible to undo. So, even if they themselves untied the ropes, it would take some effort, and they certainly couldn't do it as quickly as Jiang. A thought popped into both their minds simultaneously. This young man is not simple. Jiang didn't care about them. His heart was pounding incredibly fast, and his attention was completely focused on the delicate presence in his arms. He gently held An Rou, feeling the faint fragrance and warmth emanating from her, and looking at An Rou's charming and beautiful eyes, Jiang swallowed. Jiang had never even held a girl's hand in his entire life. This sudden intimacy made him a little flustered, but also felt exceptionally wonderful. So this is what hugging feels like. No wonder Wang Xiang was always in love. This feeling of a racing heart was indeed quite captivating. The two of them stared at each other like this, for who knows how many seconds. Ahem, young lady, are you all right? The bodyguard couldn't stand it anymore. As an experienced man, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. The young lady was also in her adolescence. If this continued, something big might happen. So he immediately spoke up to remind them. Oh, I'm fine. An Rou immediately reacted, pushed Jiang away, and took a few steps back, with a hint of reluctance. Well, in consideration of you just saving me, I'll let you off this time. You should leave quickly. An Rou's eyes darted around, avoiding Jiang's gaze. Jiang blinked, not moving. Kid, don't be ungrateful. If we tell you to leave, then leave quickly. Do you really want a toad to eat swan meat? The bodyguard was annoyed. What? You still don't want to leave, kid? And Rou's face became even redder. He wouldn't want to stay with her a little longer, would he? No, I'm not leaving. Jiang sighed helplessly. You guys tied me up and brought me here. How would I know where this is? Where am I supposed to go? I don't even know how to get out. You guys should send me back. An Rou and the bodyguards suddenly realized, having forgotten about this detail for a moment. 5. In Jia and Mingjia. At the same time, deep within a luxurious club in Jiangdu City, the lighting was dim and mysterious, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Clink, clink. The subtle sound of a lighter was particularly jarring in the quiet space. On the sofa, a handsome man sat upright, dressed in a black overcoat of high quality and luster, his deep eyes unsettling. Behind him, a row of black-suited thugs stood neatly, wearing sharp suits and sunglasses, their faces expressionless, their backs ramrod straight. In front of the man, a middle-aged man was prostrate on the ground, his clothes stained with blood, his face still bearing marks of a beating. He trembled, begging in a voice that whistled through his teeth, Young Masterin, please be merciful and spare me. I truly was careless for a moment and accidentally leaked information about the operation. I also didn't know that the Lin family would take the opportunity to act against us. Young Masterin. The man's teeth whistled, his speech somewhat slurred, and his eyes were filled with fear, as if the young Masterin before him was a monster. Clink, and Mingjie continued to toy with the lighter in his hand, looking at the man with indifference. Old Chun, you've been with the An family for a long time. With something like this happening, I really want to believe you. All right, even if you accidentally leaked our information, then how do we account for the more than 20 brothers we lost this time? How do I explain it to their families? If Li Kai hadn't discovered something was wrong in time, even I might have fallen into the Lin family's trap. Tell me, how do we account for this? and Mingjia's voice was neither high-pitched nor low, yet it was like a sharp sword, pressing closer, piercing directly into Old Chen's heart. Every word was like a heavy hammer striking Old Chen's chest, making it impossible for him to escape or resist. A crisp clack sound rang out, and a gleaming dagger was thrown in front of Old Chen. And Mingjia's eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth, as he quietly watched Old Chen. Old Chen stared intently at the dagger, took a deep breath, and after a long while, closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Please, young master, in consideration of my many years of diligent service to the An family, spare my family's lives. This time, I have failed the An family. I will atone with my death. With that, he tremblingly picked up the dagger from the ground, intending to cut his own throat. However, just as the dagger was about to touch his skin, a figure instantly appeared beside him, firmly grasping his hand. Li Kai, Brother Kai. Old Chen recognized the person. It was Li Kai, the An family's top enforcer. It was rumored that his combat skills were exquisite, and he even knew some traditional martial arts, giving him an incredibly important position in the An family. Li Kai's contribution was a significant reason for the An family's current influence. But why would he stop me from committing suicide? All right, Old Chen. And Mingjie stood up, a faint smile on his face. I was just checking if you had truly betrayed the An family. I investigated the leak, and it was indeed the Lin family's clever methods, impossible to guard against. But we also needed to test you. Now it seems you are still a member of the An family, so we have no reason to let you die. The An family never harms its own people. Upon hearing this, Old Chen's eyes immediately welled up with tears. The An family was still the An family he knew. Among the three major families in Jiangdu City, only the An family truly lived up to its word when it came to valuing loyalty and righteousness. As long as you join the An family, you are family. The An family will never turn its weapons on its own people. This was the slogan at the An family's inception and a crucial foundation upon which it was built. Therefore, compared to other families, members of the An family got along more harmoniously and were more united. Old Chen, go to the hospital later for treatment. Sorry, I was a bit heavy-handed this time. And Mingjie walked to Old Chen's side, squatted down, and helped him up. Tears glistened in Old Chen's eyes as he choked out. It's all right, young master, and I understand. This was my fault. I caused trouble for the An family. Such a leak, no matter which family it happened to, would inevitably result in no one surviving. But in the An family, he could live. After Old Chen left, and Mingjie turned around and quickly and orderly directed everyone present to begin cleaning up the scene. Bloodstains on the floor and scattered items were all picked up and wiped clean until the original tidiness was restored. Li Kai quietly walked to An Mingjie's side. He also lit a cigarette, and faint smoke swirled between the two. The two stood side by the window, gazing at the night outside, and began to converse in low voices. What do you plan to do about the Lin family? Li Kai asked. That bastard Lin Hui. He screwed me over this time. I must retaliate. But if we fight the Lin family like this, aren't we worried the Feng family will take advantage? And Mingjie frowned upon hearing this. The three major families of Jiangdu City, my An family, the Lin family, and the Feng family, are all just peripheral families now. And the only ones with a real chance to ascend to a leading family are just us and the Feng family. The Lin family's foundation is still a bit lacking. It's not worth it for us to fight them head-on. And Mingjie rested his hand on the windowsill, tapping it lightly, as if in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. All right, in 1 month, it will be the three families competing for the chance to become a leading family. We'll get our revenge then. During this time, let's lay low for a bit. I'll go back and ask my old man what he thinks. You also use this time to clean up our territory. Don't leave a single one of those little pests from the Lin family and Feng family. Li Kai nodded. Cleaning up was something he did often and was skilled at. Just then, the phone rang, and An Mingjie frowned. Who would call his private number at this hour? He pulled it out, his expression changed, and he quickly answered. Hello? Teacher Jiang. Yes, I'm An Rou's older brother, An Mingjie. Did something happen to that little girl at school? What? And Mingjie's eyes widened. His sister was confessed to in front of the whole class? Which suicidal scoundrel did that? And Mingjie's eyes immediately filled with murderous intent. All right, Teacher Jiang, I understand. I'll handle this. Please don't worry. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Jiang. Please take good care of An Rou at school. After hanging up the phone, and Mingjie's entire demeanor turned several degrees colder. Oldly, put the cleanup aside for now. Find someone for me. Who? A guy named Su Jiang, An Rou's classmate. Alive or dead. Leave him with one breath, and bring him to me. Understood. Li Kai agreed. Finding a student was overkill for him. 6. I can't like him. I'm not saying you guys, but if you're going to kidnap me, why do you have to take me to this desolate place? Also, that hood you put on me, how long has it been since it was washed? It stinks. You gangsters really do rough work. In the back seat, Su Jiang complained incessantly. An Rou sat beside him, helplessly covering her ears. The two bodyguards in the front row, who should have remained serious, now had faces full of dark lines. I really want to kill this kid. Forget it, just bear with it. The young miss doesn't want us to lay a hand on him. The young miss wouldn't really be interested in this kid. Shut your stinking mouth. Is this something we can talk about? With that, he cautiously checked the rearview mirror, afraid An Rou would overhear their conversation. Seeing that An Rou was still pouting and covering her ears, not paying attention to their conversation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If An Rou had heard them and held it against them, their days in the An family would be difficult. Well, we're not in a hurry, so don't speed or run red lights. Oh, right, can we stop at Jiang Street? I want to buy some grilled cold noodles. I used to think it was too far and was too lazy to go, but now you guys are giving me a ride. Shut up. An Rou screamed. She really couldn't take it anymore. How could there be such a nagging person? She had just started to have a good impression of him, but now only frustration remained. Such a beautiful girl like me is sitting next to you, and you don't even look at me, only thinking about eating grilled cold noodles? Do you believe I'll grill you, you old hussy? Little did she know, Su Jiang wasn't not looking at her. He simply didn't dare to look at her. The rather ambiguous scene from earlier was still lingering in his mind, and his heart rate hadn't even calmed down yet. Su Jiang could only relieve his inner turmoil by constantly muttering. From now on, you are not allowed to speak, not allowed to tell them how to drive, and absolutely not allowed to eat grilled cold noodles. An Rou pouted, gritting her teeth. As if the next second Su Jiang dared to object, she would bite him. Startled by her shout, Su Jiang shrank his neck and dared not speak. Miss, we're almost at Jiang Street. Should we still stop? The simple-minded bodyguard asked. Stop your big head. Don't stop. An Rou was almost fuming. Why were the bodyguards arranged by her family so foolish? And so, Su Jiang sat in the car, watching through the window as he and his grilled cold noodles passed each other by. Alas, never mind, grilled cold noodles, my friend. We are destined not to meet. He sighed with immense disappointment internally. After driving for a while, the car gradually entered Su Jiang's neighborhood. Little brother Su, where exactly is your house? Little brother Su? Seeing no response, the bodyguard turned his head in confusion. Su Jiang blinked innocently and turned to look at An Rou. An Rou was stunned for a moment, then realized that she had just told him not to speak. You can answer that, she said, then angrily stomped on Su Jiang's foot. She was truly about to die of anger. How could there be such a clueless person? Not only a hooligan, but also foolish and idiotic. She even had a racing heartbeat for him just now. Her brain must be malfunctioning. Hiss. Stepped on by An Rou, Su Jiang gasped. This little girl really kicked hard, without holding back at all. Well, big brother, you can just drop me off here. Getting off here, he would be home in 2 minutes. As he got out of the car, Su Jiang didn't forget to greet An Rou. Thank you for driving me back, young missin. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Click. After speaking, Su Jiang closed the car door and quickly left. An Rou stood with her arms crossed, gazing at Su Jiang's retreating figure, lost in thought. He's quite tall, and his looks match my aesthetic. An Rou murmured to herself, then snapped out of it, patting her little head. What was she thinking? Could she really be interested in this simpleton? No, she would absolutely not fall for this shameless hooligan. Lost in thought the whole way, An Rou didn't even realize when she had arrived home. As soon as she entered the living room, An Rou felt a warm and peaceful atmosphere. She looked around and saw her older brother, and Mingjie, wearing comfortable loungewear, busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. and Mingjie heard footsteps, turned around, and saw An Rou, who had just entered, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "You're back. Dinner will be ready in a moment," he said, continuing to busy himself with what he was doing. An Rou nodded, ran upstairs to her room, walked to the bed, and with a light leap, flopped onto the soft, large bed. For some reason, her mind was filled with Su Jiang's helpless face. That face now became exceptionally clear in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up within her. "Damn it! Bastard! Shameless! Hooligan!" An Rou grabbed a cute rabbit pillow nearby, treated it as Su Jiang, and punched it repeatedly. Downstairs, and Mingjie no longer wore his previous gentle smile. While stir-frying, he listened to the two bodyguards' report, and then we followed young Mrs. instructions and sent little brother Su back. After speaking, the bodyguard cautiously looked at An Mingjie. In the An family now, although An Xingqiang was still nominally the head, the actual power had gradually shifted into An Mingjie's hands. An Mingjie was already the undisputed next leader of the An family. "You're saying?" An ordinary student not only instantly untied the ropes you bound him with, but also displayed reaction speed and agility that even you were inferior to? The two bodyguards nodded somewhat shamefacedly. Although unwilling to admit it, it was indeed true. Interesting. It seems he doesn't harbor too much ill will towards An Rou, but it's hard to say. It could also be a tactic from the Feng family or the Lin family. But that's highly unlikely, because according to what you said, his background is simple, and he has always presented himself as just an unremarkable student, only with slightly better grades. Hearing you talk about him like this, I'm actually a little interested in him. And Mingjie's hands moved continuously, but his mind was deep in thought. Originally, he had only intended to have Li Kai deal with this student, but now it seemed that approach was no longer appropriate. Su Jiang's displayed uniqueness was one aspect. On the other hand, and Mingjie worried that his sister had already developed feelings for Su Jiang. This also gave him a headache. He wasn't the type of person who wanted to keep his sister by his side forever, but he also hoped his sister could have a good future. From childhood, and Mingjie never involved in Rou and family matters, and had always protected her well, preventing her from interacting with any undesirable boys. And Mingjie did not want An Rou to be entangled in the affairs of a gangster family. An Rou, dinner's ready. Soon after, An Rou changed into pink pajamas and came downstairs, sitting at the dining table, waiting for An Mingjie to serve the dishes. "Have you two eaten? If not, join us." An Mingjie asked the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards quickly declined and went back to rest. And Mingjie noticed their apprehension but didn't insist. After all, he couldn't force people to eat with him uncomfortably, could he? 7. Su Jiang's life creed. At the long dining table, An Rou and An Mingjie sat opposite each other. "Brother, did you put too much sugar in this chicken soup today?" An Rou tasted a spoonful of soup, finding it a bit sweet. "Too much." And Mingjie quickly scooped a spoonful to taste. It tasted the same as usual, though? Or was it sweet? And Mingjie saw that the little girl was distracted and felt a bit helpless. "An Rou, did someone confess their feelings to you today?" And Mingjie ate his meal, bringing up the topic directly. Huh? An Rou nodded dazedly, then immediately reacted. "It's fine, brother, I've handled it. I had the bodyguards teach him a good lesson." An Rou raised her small pink fists, waving them a few times, a fierce expression on her face. And Mingjie saw that An Rou wasn't telling the truth, and his heart sank. "You taught him a lesson? How did you teach him a lesson?" "By teaching him a lesson until he was flushed and in their arms." If he hadn't heard the bodyguard's report, he probably would have believed her. And Mingjie sighed. "This weekend, bring him home to meet us, okay?" He had almost certainly concluded that his sister probably had feelings for the person. As her older brother, he had to personally investigate. If that boy named Su Jiang was truly from a clean background and a good person, he could feel a little more at ease. After all, An Rou was at an age where she would eventually fall in love. He couldn't stop the stirrings of adolescence, nor was there any need to. The An family's traditions were very open-minded, advocating for free love and not engaging in arranged marriages. An Rou? What do you mean? Bring him back to meet us. An Rou's action of drinking her porridge immediately stopped, a bewildered expression on her face, not understanding what strange mood her brother was in now. "That's Su Jiang, Brother will help you look him over. If you truly like him, brother will support you. What? Huffed. An Rou reacted, her face immediately flushing red. She stood up, her finger trembling as she pointed at Mingxia. Who likes him? Brother, I'm warning you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How could I possibly like that scoundrel? Then I'll have Li Kai take care of him? You wouldn't dare. In her haste, An Rou immediately realized she had misspoken. Coupled with Mingxia's playful gaze, she suddenly felt overwhelmed with shame and anger. I mean, it's not like you have to kill him. Anyway, don't meddle in this. I'll handle it myself. I'm not talking to you anymore. An Rou put down her bowl and turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She stomped back to Mingxia, still pouting. She raised her slender, fair little foot and stomped down hard. Hiss! Mingxia gasped. An Rou's small foot landed heavily on Mingxia's, with even more force than when she had stepped on Su Jiang earlier. Then, with a dark expression, she turned and went upstairs. You girl, finish your meal. Mingxia covered his foot speechlessly. His sister was always so disrespectful, completely spoiled by the family. Sighing, Mingxia poured the food from An Rou's bowl into his own and devoured it rapidly. In An Rou's room, that scoundrel Mingxia, that stinky Mingxia. Who likes that scoundrel? Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch landed on the rabbit pillow. An Rou's face was flushed red. She didn't understand why her emotions were fluctuating so wildly within a single day. She had never been like this before. After lying on the bed for a while, Mingxia knocked on her door. I put the food in the fridge. If you get hungry, heat it up yourself. I have something to do, so I'm heading out first. Remember, bring him over this weekend. No arguments. An Rou covered her ears. She was particularly annoyed with Mingxia right now. I know you're so annoying. Hearing An Rou's impatient voice, Mingxia shook his head helplessly. He went downstairs, changed his clothes, and walked out the main door. Mingxia's previously gentle expression was replaced by an aura of intense killing intent. An family member stepped forward and whispered in Mingxia's ear. Young Masterin, the leader just sent word, asking you to visit a few of the family's halls tonight to recognize some people. Got it. Mingxia lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. My old man, too. He's clearly still robust, yet he insists on having me take over so quickly. He grumbled softly, complaining that his father was not taking responsibility. For the past 2 years, Mingxia had managed almost all of the family's affairs, big and small. He was practically exhausted. Heaven knew how much he envied his father, the hands-off boss. Casually flicking away the cigarette, Mingxia got into the car. Subsequently, several black sedans slowly drove out of the compound. At 6 in the morning, the alarm clock rang. But it only rang for a single second. Su Jiang, with incredible speed, reached out a hand from under the covers and quickly turned off his phone alarm. Can still sleep for 5 more minutes. Su Jiang muttered to himself. Half an hour later. Damn. Going to be late again. Su Jiang frantically dressed and washed up. He had overslept again. He was already a freshman and still had early morning classes. Who said college was easy? Pure, utter nonsense. While brushing his teeth, he suddenly paused. Is this me? Su Jiang stared blankly at himself in the mirror. His face had changed slightly, but not much. The main change was that his physique had become more well-proportioned, and his overall demeanor was more charming. Is this the benefit of fighting proficiency? Su Jiang immediately realized. He hadn't expected that besides fighting techniques, it also came with a slight enhancement to his muscles. No time to admire it. He was going to be late. Normally, Su Jiang being late wasn't a big deal. Old Jiang would turn a blind eye. But he had just angered old Jiang yesterday, so if he was late again today, he'd probably get another scolding. Slinging his backpack on, Su Jiang sped off. Under the influence of fighting proficiency, he ran the fastest speed and longest distance with the least amount of physical exertion, reaching the bus stop within the extreme time limit. Phew. Thankfully, I have fighting proficiency. Looks like I can sleep an extra 10 minutes from now on. After getting on the bus, Su Jiang finally relaxed. Judging by the time, he definitely wouldn't be late. He might even arrive earlier than that grandson Wang Jiang. He dozed off for a bit more on the bus, then got off at his stop. Don't ask why he slept on the bus. Anyone who's been to school understands. Boss, 2-3 delicacy buns, please. After buying breakfast, Su Jiang leisurely walked towards the school. Passing an alleyway, Su Jiang casually glanced inside. Several figures caught his attention. A few youths with dyed yellow hair, dressed in old, graffiti-covered clothes, looked like hooligans. They were surrounding a scrawny student, seemingly collecting protection money. Tisk, TSK, TSK, the world is going downhill. My warm and harmonious Jiangdu city actually has such heartbreaking things happening. Su Jiang sighed softly, shook his head, took a bite of his bun, and sternly criticized the actions of the yellow-haired youths. Then, as if he hadn't seen anything, he continued walking forward. Never meddling in others' business was Su Jiang's life motto. Ding! Host has triggered a task. Please save this classmate and give them a severe lesson. Completing the task will earn a reward. Failure will result in punishment. Su Jiang froze, and the foot he had stepped forward slowly retreated. He resolutely walked into the alley. Acting bravely for a just cause was also Su Jiang's life motto. 8. Do you think gangsters have no bottom line? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Your sluggishness is really infuriating. The spiky-haired youth, who was the leader, had a sneer on his lips. He tilted his head, gripping the glasses man's collar tightly, his eyes filled with ferocity. Why are you so slow about collecting protection fees? Weren't you quite cooperative 2 days ago? What, trying to renege today? The spiky-haired youth's voice was tinged with disdain. I really don't have any money left. The glasses man's lips trembled, his voice barely audible. His eyes were filled with fear. I've already given you my living expenses for this month. Hearing this, the spiky-haired youth scoffed. That's your problem. I only care about money. With that, he released the collar and stepped back. His subordinates understood immediately and surrounded the glasses man, ready to teach him a lesson. The glasses man saw their fists and feet about to land on him and closed his eyes in despair. Excuse me for interrupting. A lazy, helpless voice came, attracting the attention of the group and stopping their actions. The spiky-haired youth frowned, turned his head towards the voice, and saw a rather handsome white face, eating a bun and nonchalantly walking towards them. Su Jiang said while eating his bun, "If you hit him, I'll be in a lot of trouble." If they landed a punch, and the system determined he hadn't saved the person, then it would be over for him. Kid, you want to be a hero? The spiky-haired youth grinned, revealing a cruel smile. I like good youths like you who fancy themselves righteous. It's especially satisfying to bully them. Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded indifferently. After finishing the last bite of his bun, he looked around for a trash can but couldn't find one. After a thought, he simply tossed the plastic bag aside. His sense of civic duty only existed within his line of sight. Hurry up, I'm going to be late for class. With that, he gave the spiky-haired youth the middle finger. This action completely enraged the spiky-haired youth. He had to kill this white face today. Get him! Instantly, several hoodlums swarmed forward, viciously pouncing on Su Jiang, their fists and feet flying. However, in Su Jiang's eyes, their movements were like slow motion, stretched by time. Every flaw was clearly visible, and every attack seemed so clumsy and powerless. How crude! Su Jiang sneered, his voice filled with disdain and contempt. He possessed fighting proficiency, and facing the crude moves of these street hoodlums, he could naturally handle them with ease. Su Jiang quickly adopted a standard boxing stance, his body swaying left and right, agile and nimble. His punches were fierce and unparalleled, each one accurately hitting a vital point. Ugh, damn my waist. Big brother, not the face. Before long, these hoodlums were all knocked to the ground by Su Jiang, groaning in pain, unable to get up. Amidst the wailing, Su Jiang slowly walked towards the spiky-haired youth. You don't come over here. Seeing this, the spiky-haired youth knew he had met a tough character today. He pulled a small knife from his pocket and pointed it at Su Jiang. I advise you to put that knife away. Collecting protection fees, at most they'll hold you for a few days for re-education. If you use a knife, the nature of the crime changes. Su Jiang didn't care. He walked to the glasses man, helped him up, and pointed at the spiky-haired youth, asking, "How much protection money did they take from you?" 800. The glasses man was still a bit afraid, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. What? 5,000? Su Jiang exaggeratedly shouted, a cry that left the glasses man bewildered. No, not 5,000, it's 8. Are you even human? Jiang interrupted him, turning his head to look angrily at the spiky-haired youth. He's just a student, and you actually took 5,000 yuan in protection fees from him? Do you hoodlums have no bottom line? The spiky-haired youth blinked, countless question marks appearing above his head. 5,000? When did I ever take 5,000 yuan from him? The way you're saying it, it sounds like I'm robbing you. Hearing this, the spiky-haired youth clutched the spot he was kicked, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Aren't you literally robbing me? Brother, think carefully. We are from the Lin family of Jiang. The spiky-haired youth was helpless and could only bring up the Lin family. Although he was just a low-level hoodlum for the Lin family, at this moment, he could only bluff, hoping to scare Jiang. Unexpectedly, Jiang showed no reaction upon hearing about the Lin family. He tilted his head and approached the spiky-haired youth step by step. The Lin family? Don't know them. Haven't heard of them. Wait. Big brother, I'll give it. I'll give the 5,000 yuan. Seeing this, the spiky-haired youth immediately softened, knowing that a wise man submits to circumstances. Jiang frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean give? It's called return. The spiky-haired youth immediately nodded like a pecking chick. Right. Return the money. With that, he immediately pulled out his phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Jiang. Under Jiang's gaze, he immediately fled in disarray with his subordinates. Here, I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you. Go to the hospital and get yourself checked out. No. Big brother, I really only gave them 800. Listen to me. The extra is for their medical expenses. Don't argue. Jiang didn't bother to argue with him. After transferring the money, he walked out of the alley alone. The glasses man looked at Jiang's retreating figure with deep gratitude and bowed profoundly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving a random reward. Random reward drawing. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a low-tier skill. Animal communication. Animal communication? What kind of skill is this? Jiang walked while asking in his mind. Simply put, animals will be drawn to you. That's it. Damn, it really was a low-tier skill, completely useless. Not as good as fighting proficiency. However, the previous fight also made Jiang realize that fighting proficiency was not omnipotent. He knew the fighting techniques, but with his current physical condition, he was not yet able to perfectly utilize the effects of fighting proficiency. After only fighting for a short while, Jiang already felt a bit out of breath. My stamina and body can't keep up. Jiang frowned slightly. This was no small problem. He just wondered if the system had any skills in this area. 9. Tired, destroy it. As expected, Jiang was late again. Go stand at the back. Of all things, the first class was Teacher Zhang's advanced mathematics. Jiang rubbed his nose and dejectedly went to stand at the very back. During this, Jiang made eye contact with An Rou, who was sitting in the first row, and then both of them simultaneously looked away. Standing in the last row with his book, Jiang felt drowsiness creeping in again. Finding a comfortable position, he used the book to cover his face and gently closed his eyes. In the past, he certainly couldn't have pulled off the divine skill of sleeping while standing, but now he had the ability. Praise fighting proficiency. Teacher Zhang naturally didn't realize that Jiang could fall asleep even while standing, and he continued lecturing. No one discovered that Jiang had fallen asleep until class ended. Jiang, come to my office. Jiang was woken up, feeling a bit helpless. Why was he being called in for one-on-one talks every day these past 2 days? Returning to his seat, he extended his hand to Wang Xiang, who, understanding the unspoken request, pulled out the letter of self-criticism he had already written. Jiang glanced at it. It was written quite appropriately, without setting him up. Following Teacher Zhang dejectedly, he arrived at the familiar office again. Jiang dutifully handed over the letter of self-criticism. Teacher Zhang took it, placed it on a nearby table, and didn't even glance at it. Jiang, the competition is imminent. You can't keep wasting time like this. Teacher Zhang was referring to the advanced mathematics competition in Jiangdu. He had signed Jiang up for it a long time ago, and he was his mentor. Jiang nodded. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I promise I will definitely participate and not be absent. Upon hearing this, Teacher Jiang's mouth twitched. If you don't participate, am I supposed to? What I want is a ranking, gold and silver medals. You need to promise just to sign up? If you don't participate, I'll break your legs. Su Jiang, don't play dumb with me. You must win the gold medal in this year's competition. Teacher Jiang's tone was extremely serious. Whether he could make a name for himself depended on whether Su Jiang could win the gold medal. Su Jiang's face was full of helplessness. He truly didn't care about winning a gold medal. Wouldn't just getting a ranking be enough? Why ask for the moon? Of course, he couldn't say that to Teacher Jiang. Don't worry, Teacher Jiang. I will do my best and bravely win the gold medal. Who else but me can claim the top spot? Su Jiang's face was solemn, and his tone was extremely sincere. Hearing this, Teacher Jiang felt somewhat relieved. After lecturing him for a bit, he let Su Jiang go back. The next class was university physics, still in the same classroom. Returning to his familiar seat, Su Jiang immediately lay down to sleep. What is a gold medal? Don't know, never heard of it. Hey, old Su, don't sleep yet. Wang Xiang pushed Su Jiang awake and quickly said, tomorrow is Saturday. I've already booked 5 seats at the internet cafe. Don't stand me up. I'm waiting for your Yasuo to carry us. Hearing what it was about, Su Jiang nodded slightly, gave him an okay gesture, and went back to sleep. 2 minutes later, Su Jiang was about to drift off to sleep when he suddenly felt someone poke his arm. Su Jiang thought it was Wang Xiang again and looked up, full of resentment. Wang Xiang, can't you just say everything you have to say at once? He stopped mid-sentence. Wang Xiang sat beside him, looking at him with innocent eyes. On the other side, An Rou was poking his hand lightly with a finger. An Rou, do you need something? An Rou withdrew her small hand, avoiding Su Jiang's eyes. She tilted her head to the side and whispered, are you free tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang turned to look at Wang Xiang, paused for a moment, then turned his head back to An Rou. Yes, I'm free. I have no plans for tomorrow. Wang Xiang. Bro, you're not being a human, are you? Opening his mouth, Wang Xiang wanted to say something, but he still didn't speak. Never mind, my brother's lifelong happiness is most important. He turned around and silently canceled the 5 internet cafe seats. An Rou nodded slightly upon hearing this. Her face flushed as she said, then come with me somewhere tomorrow. Where? Come home with me. Before Su Jiang could speak, Wang Xiang, who was drinking water, directly spat a mouthful onto the floor. Then he turned his head, looking at Su Jiang with a shocked expression. Bro, are you two moving a bit too fast? You just confessed yesterday, and you're meeting the parents tomorrow? He quietly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Fortunately, it was break time, and all their friends around them had gone out to stretch their legs. Otherwise, this news would have been another bombshell. Su Jiang saw Wang Xiang's thumbs up, and his mouth twitched. Brother, you only saw that she wants me to go home with her. You don't know what her family situation is like. A triad family, brother. Su Jiang instantly regretted it. Then, I suddenly remembered that I think I just made plans with Wang Xiang for tomorrow. Right, Wang Xiang? Brother, help me. An Rou looked at Wang Xiang with a hint of question in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Wang Xiang decisively shook his head. Old Su, I have something to do tomorrow myself. Let's reschedule. Damn you, Wang Xiang. Su Jiang wanted to strangle this scoundrel at that moment. That's good then. Wait for my message tomorrow. I'll pick you up. An Rou smiled at Su Jiang upon hearing this, then returned to her seat. She didn't want to take Su Jiang home either, but her older brother had sent her a message today, his tone very stern, telling her to bring Su Jiang to him tomorrow without fail. An Rou was absolutely not afraid of her older brother. She was just afraid that going against her older brother's wishes would make him sad. She was absolutely not afraid of her brother. Wang Xiang, I'm going to kill you. Why? I'm helping you, brother. What a great opportunity. Opportunity, my foot. Do you know people could die? It's not that exaggerated. It's just meeting the parents. And Rou is really good, and she's a great match for you. Su Jiang buried his head in despair, his heart like dead ashes. Being brothers with an idiot like Wang Xiang was the greatest misfortune of his life. Forget it. Tomorrow he would find an excuse to stand and row up. A triad family, he really didn't dare to go. Even with fighting proficiency, facing a huge family power, he would be no different from seeking death. That's it. Tomorrow I'll tell An Rou I have an urgent matter and avoid it. Jiang was already thinking about what excuse he should use to put An Rou off. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Please, host, uphold your agreement with An Rou and act on your words. Completing the quest will earn rewards. Failing will result in punishment. Jiang. Tired. Let it all be destroyed. Whoever wants this trash system can have it. Jiang suspected that this system existed solely to torment its host to death. 10. Grilled cold noodles controversy. In the afternoon, after the last class, feeling exhausted, there was no evening self-study at Jiang University today, which was very humane since it was Friday. Jiang was still the first person to leave the classroom, even though he sat in the back row. Jiang, wait for me. Hearing this, Jiang looked back and saw An Rou quickly walking towards him with her short legs. If you dare to stand me up tomorrow, you're dead. The two walked side by side. An Rou threatened fiercely. Many people cast curious glances at them. The rumors of Jiang's confession yesterday were still spreading like wildfire. Now, the rumored male and female leads were walking side by side on campus, immediately sparking a lot of discussion. Jiang, of course, also noticed this phenomenon and sighed somewhat helplessly. Don't worry, my mission, standing you up is no different from seeking death. It's good that you know. An Rou pouted her small mouth somewhat proudly, and Jiang found it amusing to see. He really didn't understand why some people used to say An Rou had a cold personality. She was clearly just a tsundere young lady. What exactly do you want me to do at your house? I'm not sure either, but my brother wants to see you. Your brother? Does he like grilled cold noodles? Why do you ask that? It's not good to go empty-handed for the first visit. If he likes grilled cold noodles, I'll bring him a portion tomorrow. You're not allowed to bring it. An Rou didn't understand what was going on in Jiang's mind. Who brings grilled cold noodles as a first meeting gift? All right then, I won't buy his portion. You're not allowed to eat it yourself either. Huh? Jiang turned his head to look at An Rou, a puzzled expression on his face. You're going to control me eating a portion of grilled cold noodles myself? An Rou was almost fuming. Ever since yesterday, hearing grilled cold noodles annoyed her. Such a beautiful girl like me. Am I really less important than grilled cold noodles in your eyes? Humph. Unconsciously, the two walked to the intersection. A black sedan was parked at the intersection, and a man in a suit stood beside it. Miss, young Master Su. Jiang recognized that the man was one of the two bodyguards from yesterday. Well, how about giving me a ride since it's on your way? An Rou opened the car door, and her foot, which was about to step in, paused. My house and your house are in opposite directions. How is that on the way? School ended early today. I'm going to Zhong Street to buy some grilled cold noodles to eat. An Rou took a deep breath, slowly walked in front of Jiang, raised her small head, and looked at Jiang with a smiling face. Then, she lifted her foot and stomped hard. Hiss! Jiang gasped from being stepped on, a big question mark appearing in his mind. Why does this girl like to step on people so much? The key is, why is she stepping on me? If you're not going to give me a ride, then don't. Why step on me? Clang. Drive, let's go home. Yes, Mississippi. An Rou got into the car angrily, slamming the door shut, not giving Jiang a chance to speak. Grilled cold noodles, grilled cold noodles. You silly oaf, all you know is eating grilled cold noodles. Seeing this, the bodyguard sat in the front, lowering his head, not daring to speak. Ever since Jiang appeared, An Rou's mood had become more irritable day by day. However, this also very effectively diverted An Rou's attention. Previously, whenever An Rou was idle, she would try to find some fun from the family members, making many people in the family miserable. Now it was different. All of An Rou's attention, all her grievances, all her dissatisfaction, had a place to vent. That was Jiang. This also, indirectly, liberated many people in the family, freeing them from the claws of this little devil. With a stomp on the accelerator, Jiang, clutching his foot, watched An Rou drive away in the sedan. Only when the car turned a corner and disappeared from Jiang's sight did Jiang fiercely raise a middle finger in that direction. Without a car, Jiang had no choice but to walk. It wasn't far anyway, about a 10-minute walk, and Jiang could manage it. As he walked, his phone rang. Jiang pulled out his phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID. It was his dad calling. Su Jiang answered the phone while walking. Son, school's out, right? What do you want? You little rascal, you're quite something. Your teacher called me yesterday, and I still couldn't believe it. Confessing in front of the whole class, you've got my style back then. Su Jiang rubbed his forehead, filled with speechlessness. Old Jiang really told his parents? So, did the girl agree? Dad, that whole thing was a misunderstanding. Never mind if it's a misunderstanding or not. Did she agree? I guess not. Su Jiang thought back, and Rou didn't seem to give a clear response. But it should have been a rejection, right? What do you mean, I guess? It either is or it isn't. Why are you so indecisive, you brat? Dad, do you have anything else? No, that's it. So boring, I was hoping to hear some gossip from you. You have none of my style from back then. Hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Su Jiang took a deep breath. He considered himself to be quite unconventional among his peers. He didn't expect that the student, though excelling, still couldn't surpass the master. But since things have come to this, let's eat first. Boss, one supreme jumbo grilled cold noodles. Coming right up. Su Jiang expressionlessly scrolled on his phone, waiting for the boss to make his grilled cold noodles. Boss, I'll have one too, just like his. All right, please wait a moment. At this moment, a man appeared next to Su Jiang and also ordered a portion of grilled cold noodles. Su Jiang glanced at the man but didn't pay much attention. The next second, the man leaned closer to Su Jiang, a bulge in his clothes pressing against Su Jiang's back, and he whispered, "Don't move. What's pressing against you is a gun. If you move around, it might go off." Su Jiang frowned, took a deep breath, and quickly calmed himself down. Possessing gun proficiency, he could feel at this moment that the man wasn't lying. He was indeed holding a gun to him. Who are you? The An family? Or the Lin family? You guessed it. My name is Li Kai, and I'm from the An family. But I'm very curious. Why did you guess the Lin family? I just beat up someone from the Lin family this morning. That makes sense then. The two conversed like this, and the grilled cold noodles boss didn't notice anything amiss, still making both their grilled cold noodles simultaneously. There are too many people here. Do you dare to shoot? You can try. Su Jiang immediately shut up. He wouldn't dare to try. Gentlemen, your grilled cold noodles are ready. Give them all to him, he'll pay. Li Kai looked at the boss with a slight smile, his eyes signaling the boss to give both portions of grilled cold noodles to Su Jiang. Damn it. Su Jiang paid while cursing inwardly. You black market families can't even afford grilled cold noodles? Li Kai, huh? I'll remember this debt. 11. You dare not kill me. There's a bar around the corner to your right. Go in and head straight to the second floor. I know you're skilled, but I hope you believe that I'm also very skilled. Also, the gun is loaded, and there are really bullets inside. You don't need to doubt that. Su Jiang walked ahead, carrying 2 portions of grilled cold noodles, while Li Kai stuck close to Su Jiang's back, giving him instructions. However, the two of them walked unusually slowly, causing passers-by to cast strange glances their way. Yes, this is it. Go in. Su Jiang followed Li Kai's directions and looked up. Sleepless Night was the bar's name. Pushing open the door, a waiter walked towards them. Apologies, sir, but we're not open yet. Brotherly. The waiter was clearly also a member of the An family, recognizing Li Kai at a glance. It's fine. You go about your business. I'm taking him up to the second floor. All right, brotherly. Under Li Kai's coercion, Su Jiang ascended the stairs step by step. The second room from the left ahead. Go in. Su Jiang did as told, opening the door. The room was simply furnished. 1 table, 2 sofas. Sit down. Li Kai gently pushed Su Jiang, then sat on the sofa first, openly taking the pistol from his pregnant and pointing it at Su Jiang without any reservations. Su Jiang placed the grilled cold noodles on the table, walked to the sofa opposite Li Kai, and sat down directly, staring expressionlessly at the dark muzzle of the gun. At this moment, he began to seriously size up Li Kai. His face was chiseled, his skin a bit dark, likely from prolonged sun exposure, with neat short hair and bright, piercing eyes. Su Jiang's first intuition was that Li Kai must have served in the military, and for quite some time. You don't seem scared at all? Li Kai asked, curious to see Su Jiang scrutinizing him. A normal person in this situation, if not scared to pee their pants, would at least be trembling with fear, let alone Su Jiang, who was just a student. But Su Jiang remained exceptionally calm from start to finish, which made Li Kai somewhat curious about this young man. Why should I be scared? You won't shoot. As Su Jiang spoke, he picked up the grilled cold noodles and began to eat them unhurriedly. Oh, how can you be so sure I won't shoot? Because you have no reason to kill me, and if you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have brought me here. There'd be no need. What if I really intended to bring you here and silently kill you? Then I can only say you're crazy. Su Jiang spoke without politeness. He was extremely resentful towards Li Kai at the moment. Li Kai heard Su Jiang curse him, but instead of getting angry, he let out a laugh. Why? First, I'm the top student in my grade at school, with a chance to win a competition gold medal. If I were to die inexplicably, the school would definitely investigate thoroughly. Second, I don't have a life or death vendetta with your family. You're looking for me presumably because of what happened with An Rou yesterday. In that case, you should know that I essentially saved your young Mrs. life yesterday. Moreover, An Rou's brother is meeting me tomorrow, so even if you had 100 times more guts, you wouldn't dare to kill me. Third, you threatened me all the way here. Although it might not be visible to the naked eye that I was being coerced, there are surveillance cameras all along this route. If something were to happen to me, you would be the primary suspect. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he stopped eating, looked up, and stared at Li Kai with a playful expression. Based on the 3 points I just made, there's absolutely no need for you to be pointing a gun at me right now. Do you dare to shoot? I'd even bet that your gun has no bullets. Because if I were to suddenly make trouble in the street, assuming you wouldn't dare to kill me, and then someone found out I had a loaded firearm, not only would you be in trouble, but the family would also be investigated. Upon hearing this, Li Kai leaned forward, his eyes intently fixed on Su Jiang. Suddenly, he aimed the gun at Su Jiang's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Su Jiang didn't even blink, staring at the muzzle with a smile. Click! Just as Su Jiang had said, there were no bullets in the gun. Ha ha ha! Li Kai suddenly burst into laughter, casually tossing the gun aside. Then he pulled out a phone from his pocket, the screen showing an ongoing call with someone. You heard it too. This kid is too clever. I could only test him this far. Thank you for your trouble. And Mingjia's voice came from the other end of the phone, which was then immediately hung up. Li Kai put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Su Jiang, no longer with his previous deadpan expression, but with an appreciative smile. Originally, according to An Mingjia's instructions yesterday, he was supposed to beat this kid half to death and bring him back. But due to the report from An Rou's bodyguard, An Mingjia changed his mind. He had Li Kai test Su Jiang in advance to see what kind of young man he truly was, and if he was really as special as the bodyguard had said. Not bad, kid. So young and already so sharp-minded. No wonder you can rein in that An Rou girl's temper. Su Jiang returned a professional smile, finished his last bite, and casually pulled a tissue from the side to wipe his mouth. So, can I leave now? Don't go yet. It's a rare opportunity, let's chat. That An Rou girl, I've watched her grow up, so I'm practically her half-brother. Sigh? An Rou and I are really innocent. Su Jiang was speechless. Why did everyone think he and An Rou were already together? If he had known there would be so much trouble later, he wouldn't have confessed. Let the system erase him. That's it. Damn system, it's all your fault. Li Kai didn't believe it. He had heard An Mingjia say yesterday that An Rou had hugged this kid. And still innocent? He and An Mingjia both knew what An Rou was like. She hadn't even held a boy's hand since childhood, let alone hugged one. Kid, are you trying to be irresponsible? Li Kai's eyes instantly turned dangerous. He didn't mind teaching this arrogant brat a lesson. He admitted Su Jiang was very intelligent, but having only brains wouldn't get you by in Jiangdu City. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately began to argue. What do you mean irresponsible? I just hugged her. Before he could finish, Su Jiang's hair stood on end. He saw Li Kai suddenly attack, pouncing on him like a leopard. 12. Learned online. Facing Li Kai's sudden attack, Su Jiang had no time to hesitate. Relying on the instinctive reaction granted by fighting proficiency, he forcefully pushed off the ground and performed a backflip to evade Li Kai's assault. Fast reflexes. This was Li Kai's first thought. In his eyes, Su Jiang's movements clearly belonged to a trained fighter. Before Li Kai could launch his offensive, Su Jiang, with lightning speed, used the sofa for support to leap up and deliver a flying kick directly at Li Kai's head. He had tolerated Li Kai for a long time. From being made to pay for the grilled cold noodles, He grew increasingly annoyed along the way. But considering the other party was from the An family and half of An Rou's older brother, Su Jiang decided to let it go. However, Li Kai's immediate action without a word had ignited Su Jiang's temper. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm just an ordinary student? Bang! Li Kai's reaction was also remarkably swift. The moment Su Jiang made his move, he almost instantly realized the impending danger. Amidst his surprise, he instinctively raised his arm, tightly shielding his head to block the lightning-fast kick. However, Su Jiang's movement exceeded his expectations. At the moment of contact, Su Jiang cleverly used Li Kai's blocking arm as a pivot, elegantly rotating his body 180 degrees in the air, and then his other leg shot out like lightning, precisely striking Li Kai's chest. Thud! A muffled sound echoed in the air as Li Kai's body was sent stumbling backward by the force of the kick, rolling once on the ground before managing to regain his balance. He quickly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. As the An family's top enforcer, it had been a long time since he had suffered a disadvantage in a barehanded fight. Yet, this seemingly unmuscular young man had instantly displayed such astonishing fighting skills, which was simply unbelievable to him. Who taught you your fighting skills? Self-taught online. Self-taught online, my foot. Are you taking me for a fool? However, for Su Jiang to possess such skill at his age indicated that he had a strong natural talent for fighting. Su Jiang felt helpless. He couldn't very well say it was given by the system. That would sound even less reliable than self-taught online. The technique is good, but unfortunately, the strength isn't enough. Li Kai touched the spot Su Jiang had kicked, feeling no pain. Furthermore, your physical fitness does not match your fighting skills, which to a certain extent limits your performance. No matter how good your technique is, without enough strength and endurance to support it, it's just a castle in the air that will eventually collapse. Li Kai's tone carried a hint of regret, as if he saw an uncarved jade. All right, that kick was for you to vent. Go back. Li Kai clapped his hands, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He had heard in Mingjie mention that Su Jiang was skilled, and he had been curious. Now, after testing him, he was not disappointed. Su Jiang nodded. He also knew his physical fitness wasn't good, and continuing to fight like this would likely lead to him getting beaten, so he decided to quit while he was ahead. He picked up Li Kai's grilled cold noodles from the table and walked out. Li Kai. Hey, those are my grilled cold noodles. I paid for them. Su Jiang didn't even look back. Your grilled cold noodles? You're dreaming. I paid for them. If you get a single bite, I'm not named Su today. Upon hearing this, Li Kai let out an exasperated laugh, not getting angry. For some reason, Su Jiang's personality and temper were very much to his liking. As Su Jiang pushed open the door, he saw the previous waiter rushing over in a hurry. Brotherly, this is bad. The waiter, seeing Li Kai, couldn't even catch his breath and quickly said, People from the Lin family are here. It's Lin Hui. What? Why would Lin Hui be here? Li Kai frowned at the news, ignoring Su Jiang, and quickly ran downstairs. Seeing this, Su Jiang smacked his lips, sighing that being in the underworld wasn't easy, but it had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary student. On the first floor, a young man sat leisurely on a small round stool by the bar. He was dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, gently swirling a cocktail in his hand. The cocktail, vibrant in color and clearly layered, had obviously just been meticulously prepared. Thump, thump, thump. As footsteps echoed from the stairwell, Li Kai steadily descended the stairs, his gaze immediately locking onto the young man by the bar. He instantly recognized the man's identity, the current helmsman of the Lin family, and the only son of the Lin family head, Lin Hui. Beside Lin Hui, a stern-faced man with a prominent scar stood silently. He was Lin Hui's personal bodyguard and a ruthless figure within the Lin family, privately referred to as Scarface. Li Kai's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Apart from Lin Hui and Scarface, he didn't see any other Lin family members. Just Lin Hui and Scarface? Although surprised, it was within reason. Lin Hui had always been audacious and unpredictable in his actions. Seeing Li Kai appear, Lin Hui turned around, a smile on his face, and spoke in a low voice. I really like the drinks here. The name is also very nice. Little Sleepless Night. It suits my taste. With that, Lin Hui took a sip of his drink, a look of intoxication on his face. Li Kai was already accustomed to Lin Hui's style, and his expression showed displeasure. Lin Hui, what are you doing here? Nothing much, just happened to be passing by. Heard you were here, so I came to take a look. A look? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you here? Do you dare? Lin Hui sneered. If you kill me, the Lin family and the An family will surely go to war. The opportunity to contend for the Dragonhead family is in just 1 month. In such a sensitive period, do you dare to kill me? Li Kai frowned at the words. What Lin Hui said was true. No matter how much he disliked Lin Hui, he absolutely couldn't make a move now. Don't be so tense, always wearing a long face. Lin Hui put down his glass and stood up. I specifically came to give you a top-secret piece of information. Your information I wouldn't dare to believe, even if it's about the gray zone. The gray zone. Li Kai's pupils contracted upon hearing those 4 words. In Huagua, there were underworld families in every major city, but there was also a special area. They existed between the underworld and the legitimate world, having deep transactional ties with both sides. Most importantly, their power was immense. Almost every family from the gray zone possessed strength comparable to that of a Dragonhead family in the underworld. Li Kai's expression satisfied Lin Hui, who continued, That's right. Tomorrow night, the Feng family will meet with a Dragonhead family from the gray zone at Fengting Restaurant. Li Kai's expression grew serious. He understood Lin Hui. News of this level was unlikely to be false. The Feng family was the An family's main competitor. Both families were similar in terms of resources and strength. If the Feng family gained support from the gray zone, then the An family would be in danger. Such important news, and you just tell me like that? Yes. Well, I'm just a kind-hearted person, can't help it. Lin Hui smiled, as if he genuinely cared about the An family. Li Kai, of course, didn't believe such an excuse. But whatever Lin Hui's objective, this matter had to be reported to An Mingjia as soon as possible. 13. Born a gangster. Thump, thump, thump. Another series of footsteps echoed from the stairwell, drawing the attention of several people. Lin Hui was curious. Besides Li Kai, was there someone else on the 2nd floor? Li Kai's heart jolted. Damn it. He forgot Su Jiang hadn't left yet. Now, exposing Su Jiang to Lin Hui and dragging him into the family dispute was not a good thing. Moreover, someone like Lin Hui, once he saw Su Jiang, would definitely investigate. When he found out about An Rou's relationship with Su Jiang, he would surely try every possible way to use that connection to strike at the An family. He was about to tell Su Jiang to go back upstairs, but it was already too late. Before he even appeared, Su Jiang's voice could already be heard. Don't get me wrong, but why is your bar's restroom so hard to find? It's designed like a maze. It took me ages to find it. Also, the faucet in the sink is broken. You guys remember to find someone to fix it later. Su Jiang finished descending the last step of the stairs and noticed the atmosphere was a bit off, his voice abruptly stopping. Immediately, everyone's gaze converged on Su Jiang. Li Kai rubbed his forehead, his face filled with helplessness and despair. Scarface merely glanced, calm and indifferent. Lin Hui scrutinized Su Jiang, his eyes filled with curiosity, as if he had discovered something new and strange. Jiang University uniform? A student? Appearing here at this hour, are you part of the An family? I haven't heard of such a person among the An family's younger generation. The head of your family's illegitimate son. Lin Hui fired a barrage of questions, but his gaze never left Su Jiang. Su Jiang also realized that the situation seemed to be quite serious. He looked at Li Kai with some complaint. I even purposely stayed upstairs for a while longer. You still haven't gotten rid of them. Well, I'm just passing by. You guys carry on. Su Jiang showed a shy smile, bowing and nodding as he tried to leave. As he passed Lin Hui made no move, only softly calling out, Scarface. Click. Stop. A bullet was chambered, and the dark muzzle of a gun instantly appeared before Su Jiang's eyes. This was not Li Kai's toy gun from earlier. It was a real one with bullets. Lin Hui, what do you want to do? Li Kai roared, truly fearing that Scarface would open fire without a word. He wouldn't mind it himself, but it would be difficult to explain to An Rou and An Mingjia. Moreover, killing someone in the An family's bar, right in front of Li Kai, was tantamount to slapping the An family's face. Seeing Li Kai so nervous, Lin Hui became even more excited. He was increasingly certain of Su Jiang's uniqueness. Ding. Host has triggered a mission. Please escape the danger using your own strength and courage. Completing the mission will earn rewards. Failure will result in punishment. The system's voice echoed in his mind, but Su Jiang remained expressionless. Even without the system, he had no intention of slinking away like that. Being pointed at with a gun repeatedly, Su Jiang absolutely hated that feeling. Li Kai was fine. After all, his gun wasn't loaded, and he had no ill will towards him. Plus, there was the connection with An Rou. But you, Scarface, what right do you have to point a gun at your Su? Lin Hui, let him go. He's not from the An family. He's just a student. Li Kai's expression was grave. He didn't dare to bet whether Lin Hui would kill Su Jiang. Lin Hui's every move was rarely predictable, but always surprising and astounding. This was also a crucial reason why the Lin family had been able to develop so rapidly. Lin Hui ignored Li Kai, turned around, and said to Su Jiang's retreating back, "Student, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Shall we chat?" His tone was that of a suggestion, but Su Jiang heard no hint of a genuine suggestion. Su Jiang ignored Lin Hui, slightly raising his head. His 1.8-meter height was almost the same as Scarface's, and his eyes now stared emotionlessly at Scarface. "I hate being pointed at with a gun." Su Jiang's voice was low. Upon hearing this, Scarface's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes full of mockery. "Oh, what do you want to do? Resist?" He didn't take Su Jiang seriously. After all, in his eyes, Su Jiang was just an ordinary teenager. Su Jiang took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm his emotions. Then, he slowly turned around, answering Lin Hui as he did so. "Chat? What do you want to chat about?" Just as Su Jiang's body turned halfway, his muscles instantly tensed, like a leopard searching for the best moment to strike. Suddenly, Su Jiang rapidly squatted down, his figure as swift as lightning, causing the gun aimed at him to instantly lose its target. Scarface froze. He had not anticipated that the other party would actually dare to resist, which allowed Su Jiang to find an opportune moment. Scarface quickly reacted, trying to re-aim his gun at Su Jiang. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it were tightly clamped by iron tongs. The next second, his wrist was violently twisted by Su Jiang, and the handgun slipped from his grasp. Su Jiang, quick as lightning, steadily caught the falling handgun. Without hesitation, Su Jiang's expression turned ruthless, and he immediately made a decision. He aimed at Scarface's thigh and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed. Ugh! Accompanying the gunshot, Scarface let out a miserable scream. The pain of his twisted wrist, coupled with the excruciating pain of being shot in the thigh, made him collapse to the ground, wailing, no matter how much he could endure. Then, Su Jiang did not stop. He turned around, aimed the gun at the astonished Lin Hui, and spoke indifferently, without any emotion. "Now, do you still want to chat?" The entire place fell silent. The bar staff were terrified by the scene before them. Lin Hui was somewhat dazed. He still hadn't processed what had just happened. Everything felt like a dream. Li Kai swallowed hard, Su Jiang's actions completely stunning him. He could tell that Su Jiang had clearly fired a gun for the first time, because Su Jiang's hand was still slightly trembling, evidently having a psychological impact on him. What shocked him was Su Jiang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Without any hesitation, he dared to shoot, and now he even dared to directly threaten Lin Hui. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang's figure and the aura that intimidated the entire room, and couldn't help but recall the figure of the family head and Xing Chong from back then. The same ruthlessness, the same domineering presence. He still couldn't believe such an aura could appear in a teenager. A thought suddenly popped into Li Kai's mind, and he stared intently at Su Jiang. This kid, perhaps, was a born gangster. 14. Madman Su Jiang. Su Jiang stood expressionless, his eyes like deep, unruffled lake water. The muzzle of the gun in his hand pointed accurately at Lin Hui, his gun-holding hand trembling slightly. Shooting at someone for the first time still unsettled him, but this tremor did not last too long, quickly replaced by his inner calm. Thanks to the high-level skill of gun proficiency, Su Jiang not only understood the use of pistols thoroughly, but also possessed precise shooting ability. As soon as he gripped the gun, it was as if he became one with the weapon. Every movement appeared natural and fluid. Meanwhile, Lin Hui had already recovered from his initial shock. He exhaled, a sneer curving his lips, as if completely unconcerned by Su Jiang's threat. He said nonchalantly, "You won't shoot. If I die, a major war will inevitably break out between the Lin family and the An family." However, before he could finish his sentence, a crisp gunshot shattered the silence of the room. Bang! The bullet streaked through the air like lightning, grazing past Lin Hui's ear and accurately hitting a wine bottle behind him. The wine bottle instantly shattered, fragments scattering and falling to the floor with a crisp sound. Although this shot did not hit Lin Hui, it made his face change dramatically. He hadn't expected Su Jiang to actually dare to shoot, and with such precise marksmanship. "Su Jiang, what do the Lin family and An family fighting have to do with me?" Lin Hui. "Bro, are you serious?" Lin Hui's face no longer maintained its previous composure. He mechanically turned his head to look at Li Kai, who stood beside him, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "What's going on? Why did he dare to shoot? Isn't he part of your An family?" Li Kai understood the surprise in Lin Hui's eyes. He nodded, his face somewhat pale, clearly also startled by Su Jiang's shot just now. Lin Hui really couldn't die here. Damn it! 10,000 alpacas stampeded through Lin Hui's mind. He still felt the lingering pain in his ear where the bullet had grazed him, a sensation that further confirmed he had truly walked on the edge of life and death just now. "Student." "Oh no, brother." Lin Hui's voice was tense, and he eagerly corrected his address, trying to bridge the distance between himself and Su Jiang. "Put the gun down first. Let's talk this over properly." Lin Hui no longer cared about his status. As haughty as he was before, he was now just as disheveled. There was no other way. With a gun pointed at him, he had no choice but to yield. "Yes, Su Jiang, calm down first, and whatever you do, don't shoot again." Li Kai also quickly spoke up, his gut churning with regret now. If he had known Su Jiang would be so crazy, he would absolutely not have let Su Jiang and Lin Hui meet. In his opinion, compared to Lin Hui's capriciousness, Su Jiang was more like an unpredictable madman. Once his bottom line was touched, he would retaliate with vengeance. Fine beads of sweat trickled down Li Kai's forehead. He nervously watched Su Jiang's reaction, fearing he would pull the trigger again. Su Jiang's eyes remained as cold as ice, and the gun in his hand was still pointed steadily at Lin Hui. Lin Hui's face gradually turned ashen. He had never imagined he would fall into such a desperate situation. He, a man with a formidable reputation in the underworld, was now being held at gunpoint by a student, completely helpless. After a long moment, Su Jiang took a deep breath and slowly lowered the gun in his hand. After weighing the pros and cons, he still decided to let Lin Hui go. Firstly, he didn't want to kill, even if the other party was from the underworld. Secondly, he also didn't want to get into trouble and face retaliation from the Lin family. Click, click. To the astonishment of those around him, Su Jiang's movements were as skilled as a magician's. He swiftly removed the pistol's magazine, then tossed the now empty pistol towards Lin Hui. The pistol arced through the air, landing precisely at Lin Hui's feet with a crisp metallic clatter. "I said, my presence here was just an accident. I have no intention of getting involved in your underworld family matters." Su Jiang paused, then continued, "These 2 shots today are a warning. Don't come looking for trouble with me, and I won't actively provoke you." He gently shook the magazine in his hand, and the bullets inside slid out with his movements, falling to the ground one by one with crisp sounds. Until finally, only a single, solitary bullet remained quietly in the magazine. Su Jiang extended 2 fingers, firmly gripping that bullet, and then slowly raised it to Lin Hui's eyes. "If you intend to seek revenge on me later, this bullet will make you see your own brains." Everyone watched this scene in shock, completely unable to believe that these words could come from a student. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive, as if even the air had solidified. This could no longer be considered a warning, but a threat. Su Jiang was threatening Lin Hui, threatening the Lin family, an underworld family in Jiangdu City. "This kid, he's truly a madman," Li Kai muttered to himself. He no longer knew what other word besides madman could describe Su Jiang at this moment. In the midst of the silence, Su Jiang tucked the bullet into his pocket, pushed open the door without looking back, and walked out. The waiters parted for him, their eyes filled with fear. They all knew that this seemingly ordinary young man was a ruthless individual. After Su Jiang left, a burst of laughter echoed in the silent bar, like a beast lurking in the darkness. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lin Hui's laughter grew louder. As he laughed, he bent down and picked up the pistol Su Jiang had just thrown. His fingers gently caressed the cold gun barrel, and a twisted, eerie smile appeared on his face. He looked up at Li Kai, who stood beside him, and said with a hint of mockery, "Li Kai, that person just now, he's not from your own family, is he?" Li Kai hesitated, then said, "Not exactly." "Good then." He gritted his teeth as he spat out these 3 words, his eyes revealing immense ferocity and madness. He gazed at the bar entrance, which was already empty, but Lin Hui's eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, seeing Su Jiang's departing back. Lin Hui murmured, "Make me see my brains? This is truly too interesting." With that, he turned to Li Kai. "Do you think he'll regret not killing me today?" Li Kai remained silent, offering no answer. But Lin Hui didn't seem to need his answer. He continued to himself, "I bet he will. He will definitely regret not killing me today." With that, Lin Hui strode away, leaving behind Scar, who had already fainted from pain on the floor. He didn't even have the slightest interest in giving him another look. With a broken wrist and a gunshot wound to the leg, even if Scar recovered, he wouldn't have his previous combat ability. The Lin family had no need for a person without value. "You few. Carry Scar out, clean this place up, and don't open for business today." Li Kai arranged things while watching Lin Hui's receding figure, a headache forming. Everything that happened here today must be reported to An Mingjia as soon as possible, to see whether they should protect Su Jiang or not. In his opinion, everything Su Jiang had displayed today made him worth the An family's full efforts to win over. Even if they couldn't, they absolutely could not become enemies. 15. Advanced skills, extraordinary body. As Su Jiang walked home, the sky had completely darkened, and he felt somewhat fatigued. Ever since the system appeared, his life had been anything but peaceful, with all sorts of troubles following one after another. Su Jiang had a vague feeling that no matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't get rid of these troubles. Is it fate, or am I overthinking it? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have received a random reward. Random reward drawing in progress. The system's voice rang out, and Su Jiang was already numb to it. However, as time passed second by second, the system's prompt did not sound, and Su Jiang couldn't help but frown, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. It's been so long, and the reward hasn't finished drawing yet. As if hearing Su Jiang's silent grumbling, the system's prompt immediately sounded. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special reward, blank skill scroll. The blank skill scroll is extremely rare. After use, it can provide the host with the most needed skill at the moment. Do you want to use the blank skill scroll? Su Jiang was startled and immediately responded in his mind. Yes. Blank skill scroll used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced skill, extraordinary body. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of power surged from within Su Jiang's body. Su Jiang could feel that every cell in his body was full of vitality, and he walked with an incredibly light step. Although there were no significant changes in his body muscles, every contraction and expansion of his muscles contained immense energy. Clang! He casually threw a punch into the air, and it actually created a gust of wind. The current Su Jiang was like a completely new person. If Li Kai from a few hours ago had faced the current Su Jiang, taking one kick would have resulted in at least a third-degree disability. Su Jiang's mood brightened. Extraordinary body was precisely the important ability he needed right now, making up for the shortcomings in his physical fitness. Coupled with the fighting proficiency skill he had already mastered, the current Su Jiang could be said to fear no cold weapon combat. When he returned home, it was already 8:30 p.m. Tomorrow was a rare weekend. Although he didn't know when An Rou would come to pick him up, he planned to sleep until he woke up naturally. After taking a hot shower, Su Jiang lay on the bed, just about to fall asleep. Suddenly remembering something, he got out of bed, walked to the living room, picked up a glass he didn't usually use, and gently hung it on the doorknob. This way, if someone tried to quietly open the door and enter the house, the glass would fall, and make a sound due to the movement of the doorknob. This was to guard against retaliation from the Lin family. Although Su Jiang wasn't sure if these underworld families had a business of midnight assassinations, it was better to be safe than sorry. After confirming the door was locked, Su Jiang finally went to sleep with peace of mind. At the same time, in An Mingjia's study at the An family, An Mingjia was sitting on the sofa in the study, his left leg lightly crossed, and a slowly burning cigarette held between the fingertips of his right hand. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face appeared particularly profound, and his eyes were deep in thought. On the other side, Li Kai sat quietly, facing An Mingjia, with a hint of solemnity on his face. That's how things are. Lin Hui probably won't let it go. As for Su Jiang, should we protect him? Li Kai was inclined to protect Su Jiang. He felt that if Su Jiang could join the An family, it would greatly enhance the An family's strength. And Mingjia didn't speak, but was deep in thought, because the progression of events described by Li Kai was too bizarre. If it weren't for his many years of relationship with Li Kai, An Mingjia would have thought Li Kai was making fun of him. After a long while, An Mingjia tapped on the table and said, "From your perspective, is it possible that this Su Jiang is from the Feng family?" Li Kai was startled upon hearing this, then replied, "It shouldn't be possible. He doesn't seem to have any contact with the three major families. We've also investigated, and his background is very clean." "Clean background? Are you referring to his student identity?" And Mingjia chuckled lightly, shook his head, and added, "A student can make you suffer a loss in unarmed combat? A student can cleanly resolve Dao Ba and even shoot at Lin Hui to deter him? A student is so proficient with firearms, not only having terrifying shooting accuracy, but also disassembling a pistol like magic in front of you." As Li Kai listened to An Mingjia's words, sweat constantly beaded on his forehead. He really hadn't thought deeply about these things. He had only seen the special aspects of Su Jiang, but hadn't carefully considered why a student would possess such abilities. Could it be that he's not a student? No, he is indeed a student. And Mingjia stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the night. "It's just that we cannot treat him as a student. Just like Lin Hui, if we still treat him as a student, today's Dao Ba will be tomorrow's An family." Li Kai nodded in agreement. The reason Dao Ba and Lin Hui acted that way today was ultimately because they didn't take Su Jiang seriously at first. Su Jiang's matter, let's not rush. I'll talk to him tomorrow. What's urgent now is the meeting between the Feng family and the Gray Zone families. And Mingjia walked slowly through the soft light of the study to an ancient wooden table. On the tabletop, a chessboard lay quietly. He casually picked up a black piece from the chess box and gently held it in his hand. That's right, they're meeting with the leading family of the Gray Zone tomorrow night. What should we do? A clear look of anxiety appeared on Li Kai's face. He knew the importance of this meeting for the An family. Even a slight mistake could affect the fate of the entire family. "Relax, don't be so nervous." And Mingjia's voice was like a spring breeze, without a hint of panic. The leading family of the Gray Zone cannot possibly join forces with the Feng family. "Why?" Li Kai asked, puzzled. And Mingjia smiled slightly, gently placing the black piece in his hand on the chessboard, making a crisp sound. He looked up, his gaze deep as he looked at Li Kai. Because the Feng family doesn't have that capability. Throughout history, whenever there's a collaboration, there must be mutual benefit. While the Feng family may have certain resources in the short term, in the long run, the decline of the Feng family is inevitable. Among the younger generation of the three major underworld families in Jiangdu City, the An family has me, and Mingjia. The Lin family has Lin Hui, but what about the Feng family? Haha. And Mingjia chuckled. They're not meeting the Feng family, but the three major families of Jiangdu City. They deliberately spread the news of this meeting to make us and the Lin family restless. Once we know, we will inevitably find ways to go to Fengting restaurant. This way, they can meet the leaders of our three major families all at once, achieving their true goal. Presumably, Lin Hui also saw through this point, which is why he told you the news. Li Kai nodded, suddenly understanding, and looked at An Mingjia with admiration, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, the An family had a figure like An Mingjia. If it weren't for An Mingjia these past years, the An family would not have been able to consistently suppress the Lin family. Just then, An Mingjia's hand, which was fiddling with the chess pieces, paused. He seemed to have thought of something, smiled slightly, a glint flashing in his eyes, and murmured, "It seems, then, that tomorrow is a good opportunity." 16. Wearing couple outfits to enter Anjia. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window. Jiang slowly opened his eyes, still with a hint of confusion. He fumbled for his phone, and the screen showed 7 o'clock exactly, a time clearly too early for a student. He originally planned to fall back asleep, as according to his body clock, he should still be in deep sleep at this time. However, no matter how Jiang tossed and turned, he couldn't fall asleep. This sudden feeling of wakefulness was extremely rare for him, even seeming a bit unreasonable. Logically, he should have slept until noon. What university student wakes up naturally at 7 in the morning? Could it be the extraordinary body? Jiang thought it over, and it seemed only this possibility could explain his current unusual state. The extraordinary body, this high-level skill, not only brought Jiang enhanced physical strength, but also a complete physical upgrade. It made his body cells more active and accelerated his metabolism, thereby greatly reducing his need for sleep. In other words, a normal person needs 8 hours of adequate sleep a day. However, Jiang only needed 6 hours, or even less, of sleep to remain energetic and clear-headed. TSK, what a trash skill, it won't let me enjoy the beauty of sleeping in. After silently complaining, Jiang reluctantly got up to wash and then went downstairs to a breakfast shop outside the community. "Boss, the usual, a serving of soup dumplings and a bowl of soy milk." "All right, please have a seat and wait." The boss replied warmly, quickly getting to work. Jiang found a seat by the window, and soon after, the boss brought over a steaming basket of soup dumplings. Immediately following, he also poured Jiang a steaming bowl of soy milk and placed it on the table. "Thanks." While eating the buns, Jiang scrolled through his phone. Old Jiang seemed to have sent a message in the class group last night, but he hadn't seen it. Recreational activity? Since when did Jiang University have something like this? Jiang read it. Old Jiang's general message was that to alleviate the academic pressure on first-year students, the school would organize a recreational activity next week. For this, the school even generously booked Jiangdu's largest amusement park. The school would be that kind? Jiang was full of doubt, but then he quickly understood. Most likely the education department put pressure on the school, probably to select some most beautiful university or something, which is why they're pulling these stunts. However, what was interesting was that old Jiang stated in the group that attendance for this activity was completely voluntary. Those who wished to go should sign up in the group and also sign a waiver, stating that the school would not be responsible for any incidents. Jiang casually glanced at the chat history, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Not a single person signed up. What are these guys waiting to see? Jiang didn't care that much. Since the school was finally being generous, it would be a waste not to go. So, he replied in the group to sign up. Almost the second after he sent the message, several sign-up messages appeared consecutively in the group chat. Jiang noticed that Wang Xiang's sign-up reply followed almost immediately, only a few seconds after his. These bastards, so they were waiting for someone to be the first. Jiang was both annoyed and amused. He then ignored it, quickly finished his breakfast, paid, and went home to read. That's right, you didn't misread it, it was reading. Although Jiang's grades were already excellent, to prepare for the competition, he still made time every day to do 2 problems from previous year's competitions. At 11 in the morning, An Rou called. "Rogue Jiang, are you awake yet?" An Rou's clear and ethereal voice came from the other end of the line, making Jiang pause for a few seconds. "I'm awake. Can we change the nickname?" "No. Wait at the community gate in 10 minutes. I'm coming to pick you up. If I don't see you, you're dead meat." An Rou finished speaking and hung up before Jiang could reply. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang put down his phone and shook his head helplessly. This young Mrs. Temper was truly beyond saving. Walking to his room's wardrobe, he casually picked out a refreshing white short-sleeved shirt, then put on an off-white jacket, and gently patted his clothes to ensure there were no wrinkles. He checked himself in the mirror and felt it looked decent. Then, he leisurely walked out of his room, heading towards the community gate at a relaxed pace. A few minutes later, a familiar black sedan slowly came into his view. The car door gently opened, and An Rou elegantly stepped out. Coincidentally, An Rou also chose an off-white jacket today, paired with a delicate white Western-style women's shirt underneath and a black short skirt on the bottom, her slender calves perfectly encased in black socks. Standing together, their off-white jackets and white inner layers complemented each other, making them look like a couple's outfit at first glance. Moreover, both of them were exceptionally good-looking, instantly attracting the attention of many people around them. An Rou slightly furrowed her delicate brows, scrutinizing Su Jiang from head to toe. "You're going to see my brother dressed like that? What? Is something wrong? Too youthful, not mature enough. I'm just a student." Su Jiang shrugged helplessly. "So, should I go back and change?" An Rou rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "There's no time. We can't keep my brother waiting." With that, she grabbed Su Jiang's wrist and led him towards the car. In the front seats were still the two familiar bodyguards. Having met them so many times, Su Jiang wanted to ask the two bodyguards their names. However, An Rou kept chattering beside him, constantly giving Su Jiang instructions. "When you see my brother later, you absolutely must be serious. If he tries to scare you with a gun or anything, don't be afraid. He won't actually shoot. Even though we're a criminal organization, we don't indiscriminately kill innocent people or bully ordinary folks. If there's any special situation, just follow my gaze. Oh, and also, if he asks you to stay for dinner, you absolutely must not agree." An Rou spoke earnestly, occasionally furrowing her brows, her beautiful large eyes constantly darting around, seemingly trying to recall if there were any missing details. "All right, miss, and look at you. Why do you seem more nervous than me about meeting your brother?" Su Jiang smiled as he looked at An Rou, finding her small face, taut with nervousness, quite adorable. He couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle her soft hair. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Your brother can't possibly eat me, can he?" An Rou glared at Su Jiang, muttering, "Humph. I'm just afraid that if something happens to you because you get scared, your grandma, will have to take responsibility." Mid-sentence, An Rou suddenly realized her hair had just been ruffled by Su Jiang. She froze for a moment, then widened her eyes and looked angrily at Su Jiang. "Bastard Su Jiang, you dared to ruffle my hair." An Rou's anger instantly erupted. She swung her small fists. The car interior was small, but An Rou's punches didn't hurt, so Su Jiang simply took a few punches to let her vent. At the same time, Su Jiang's attention was also fixed on the window, memorizing the route from his home to the An family's residence. After about 20 minutes, the black sedan drove into the An family compound. 17. New skill, dirty sap. Su Jiang got out of the car and looked around. It could only be said that it was indeed a triad family. The incredibly spacious courtyard had a flower bed and a fountain in the middle, and around it stood some An family members in black suits, looking at him with curious gazes. Who was that person? He looks so young, a student. Oh my, why isn't Romis next to him? Who is he? Wait, you didn't notice the main point. They seem to be wearing couple outfits. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. The little demoness An Rou has a boyfriend? The atmosphere among the An family members was completely different from other triad families. There was no rigid hierarchy here. It was more like a harmonious big family, so their discussions were unreserved and blunt. Moreover, An Rou was the An family's beloved darling. Many An family members had watched An Rou grow up since she was a child, so they were full of curiosity about Su Jiang's identity, and the discussions rose and fell. However, these discussions inadvertently reached An Rou's ears. She frowned slightly, blinked her bright eyes, and her gaze inadvertently swept over her and Su Jiang's outfits. It seemed they did look a bit like couple outfits, and a ripple stirred in her heart. So noisy. An Rou suddenly let out a delicate cry, her voice clear and tinged with annoyance and shyness. "All of you, go wash your eyes. Where do they look like couple outfits?" Her words carried a hint of coquetry, but also couldn't hide a trace of panic in her heart. Seeing this, the An family members smiled. They were long used to An Rou's temper and had been scolded by her often, knowing that An Rou wasn't truly angry. "Stop talking, An Rou miss is angry." An Rou miss isn't angry. She's probably just shy. "I'm recording this, brother. I'll report your words to An Rou miss later, and your life will be miserable." "No, buddy, don't mess with me. VME 200. Damn. And Rou's cheeks were flushed red. She stomped her foot in anger and turned to look at Su Jiang, but didn't see him, which made her stunned. Where did such a big person like Su Jiang go? He disappeared as soon as he got out of the car? Ahem. Miss, Su little brother is over there. The bodyguard pointed in a direction, somewhat speechless. An Rou followed the direction of his finger, and the sight before her almost made her explode with anger. Su Jiang was casually leaning to one side, one hand casually in his pocket, a cigarette between his fingers, looking like a loafer, chatting animatedly with an family member. You don't know, An Rou miss used to be so fierce. Ha ha ha, really? She used to be like that. Su Jiang listened with relish, his face excited, seemingly full of curiosity about An Rou's fierce history. And also, the family member was excited and was about to chat with Su Jiang for a bit longer when he suddenly caught sight of An Rou walking towards them. Well, I suddenly remembered that the leader's instructions to me aren't finished yet. I'll go get busy first. Realizing the situation was not good, he quickly found an excuse and, without waiting for Su Jiang's reply, hurriedly turned and left. Su Jiang was stunned. They were chatting quite well. Why did he suddenly run off? He still wanted to ask about the family. Suddenly, Su Jiang shivered, feeling a cold chill from his spine that went straight to his heart. He abruptly turned his head, only to see An Rou standing quietly behind him, looking at him with a gentle expression, but that smile sent shivers down his spine. I said he insisted on pulling me into a conversation. Do you believe me? Su Jiang carefully swallowed his saliva, trying to defend himself. What do you think? An Rou's voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of warmth. Immediately after, a crisp thud sounded. An Rou still didn't feel appeased after stepping hard on Su Jiang's foot. She was worried that Su Jiang would be nervous, but now it seemed he wasn't nervous at all. She extended her slender fingers and fiercely pinched a small piece of flesh on Su Jiang's waist, twisting it hard. You're quite capable, aren't you? You couldn't wait to inquire about my childhood as soon as you got out of the car. Hiss. I didn't inquire. He insisted on chatting with me. You're even smoking now? He offered it. I couldn't just refuse, could I? Humph. And Rou snorted coldly, her gaze sweeping around, noticing many and family members secretly observing them, with gossipy smiles on their faces. In the eyes of the family members, An Rou and Su Jiang in this state looked exactly like a young couple flirting. I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and come with me. An Rou glared at Su Jiang, no longer giving him a chance to explain, and directly pulled his hand, striding into the family's main gate. Inside the living room, and Mingjie sat quietly on the sofa, his hands casually clasped across his chest, listening to his subordinate's report. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, his gaze perfectly catching the sight of An Rou slowly entering, pulling Su Jiang along, his eyes lingering for a moment on their clasped hands. Then, he gently raised one hand, making an elegant gesture, signaling his subordinate to pause the report. Immediately after, and Mingjie slowly stood up, a warm smile gracing his face, like a spring breeze, making people feel favorably towards him. An Rou is back, and this must be Su Jiang, right? And Mingjie walked forward and extended his hand to Su Jiang. Su Jiang froze for a second, then also extended a hand and firmly clasped in Mingjie's. Hello, young masterin. The playful smile on Su Jiang's face receded, replaced by a somewhat serious expression. And Mingjie's every word and action, though giving off a very approachable feeling with no aggressiveness, was the kind of person Su Jiang feared the most. Su Jiang knew well that in Mingjie, as the family's helmsman, must hide a dormant wildness beneath this gentle facade. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully fulfilling the agreement with An Rou, and receiving a random reward. Random reward drawing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-level skill, Dirty Bludgeon. Su Jiang was somewhat speechless for a moment. What kind of broken skill was this? Why was it called that? It wasn't elegant at all. What does this skill do? Su Jiang asked internally. When the host uses a club-type weapon to attack from behind, it can 100% stun the opponent. The duration of the stun is related to the attack power. Shit. Su Jiang could only comment that it truly was a low-level skill. It wasn't useless, but it was somewhat pointless. With his current skill, he could easily stun an opponent without this skill. Moreover, he was a good student. How could he use such underhanded methods? The system had ill intentions, wanting him to go down a crooked path. 18. Su Jiang's feelings towards An Rou. Calling me young master and is too formal. If you don't mind, just call me Ng. And Mingjie said this while leading him to sit on the sofa. An Rou also sat down next to Su Jiang. All right, then I won't be polite, Ng. And Mingjie smiled and nodded. Tea or coffee? Tea. All right, old Su, please make 2 cups of tea for Su Jiang and me, and a latte with sugar for An Rou. Clearly, and Mingjie knew An Rou's preferred drink. Old Su, who had just been reporting, nodded at An Mingjie's words and turned to prepare the drinks. Don't be nervous. The main reason I called you here is that An Rou often mentions you, so I wanted to meet you. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, turning to look at An Rou. She often mentions me? Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? An Rou was also confused. When did she ever frequently mention Su Jiang? And Mingjie immediately glared at her. An Rou opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but seeing in Mingjie's gaze, she chickened out. Since childhood, only in Mingjie could manage her. Afterward, in Mingjie and Su Jiang started chatting again. I heard you live alone in a rented place outside. Are your family members not in Jiangdu? Yes, my parents are both in my hometown, and the dorm environment at Jiang University is quite poor, so I just decided to live outside. Very good. Your grades are excellent. And Rou's studies will trouble you to help her more often. And gee, you're joking. And Rou's grades don't need my help at all. The two chatted idly about everyday things, jumping from one topic to another, and An Rou was starting to get bored. Just then, old Su brought 3 cups, placing the tea and coffee on the table, then left. And Mingjie smiled. Su Jiang, I heard you like playing chess. I happen to have a chessboard in my study. Shall we play a couple of rounds? A question mark popped into An Rou's head. Does Su Jiang like playing chess? Su Jiang understood An Mingjie's intention, nodded cooperatively, and got up to follow An Mingjie to the study. An Rou took a small sip of coffee. Seeing the two about to enter the study, she quickly got up, wanting to follow them in. But as soon as her left foot stepped inside, An Mingjie spoke. What are you coming in for? Go sit on the sofa and drink your coffee. Su Jiang and I are going to play a couple of rounds of chess. And Mingjie waved An Rou out of the room, then closed the door. No, brother. An Rou's eyes widened, having been unceremoniously shut out. She wanted to knock on the door to make An Mingjie let her in, but as soon as she raised her hand, she chickened out again. An Rou stomped her foot in frustration, turned and ran back to the sofa, sipping her coffee and muttering curses at An Mingjie under her breath. Inside the study, Su Jiang and An Mingjie sat opposite each other around the chessboard, which was still empty of pieces. An Mingjie was the first to place a black piece, and at the same time, he spoke. Some things are not good to discuss in front of An Rou. Su Jiang followed suit, placing a white piece steadily. He nodded, indicating understanding. I understand. The two continued to place pieces. Su Jiang's chess skills were not bad. He played a close game with An Mingjie. As the pieces were placed, the two also began to get to the point. Li Kai told me everything about what happened at the bar yesterday. Given Lin Hui's personality, he will definitely retaliate against you. I also said that if he retaliates, I will make him see his own brains. Putting aside whether you have that capability, I'm very curious where you got all these skills, your combat techniques, and your familiarity with guns. I told Li Kai, I learned it online. It's okay if you don't want to say. None of that matters. I just want to ask you one question. What? Do you truly like An Rou? At these words, Su Jiang's fingers instantly paused, and he looked at An Mingjie with a hint of surprise. An Mingjie met Su Jiang's gaze and continued, An Rou is very special to you. Everyone in our family can see it. Maybe that girl herself doesn't know, but I'm certain that your place in her heart is very special. So, I want to know what you think about An Rou. He paused, then added, think carefully before you answer. I'm quite good at telling truth from lies. Su Jiang fell into deep thought, complex emotions swirling in his heart. What exactly did he feel for An Rou? The room was silent, and Mingjie didn't rush him, just idly played with a chess piece, waiting for Su Jiang's answer. After a long while, Su Jiang placed a piece, then said, I don't know either what I feel for An Rou. Since that accidental confession, it seems I've had an unbreakable connection with her. When I see her angry, I find it cute. My heart races when I hug her. If she's wronged or bullied, I might become even angrier than I was at the bar yesterday. I occasionally think of her face. When I wake up from a nap at my desk in class, I unconsciously look towards her seat, even if I've clearly made plans with my brothers to go to the internet cafe to play games. But the moment she speaks, I unhesitatingly ditch my brothers. This was the first time he had spoken his inner thoughts. Jiang looked up at An Rou. I've never been in a relationship, so I don't know if this counts as liking someone. If this situation is what you call liking, then I should like An Rou. An Rou listened carefully, a slight smile playing on his lips. He could tell that Jiang's words came from the heart. Have you told An Rou this? No. An Rou nodded. Right. If he had said that, his silly sister might have fallen for him. Then An Rou did not continue the topic. He had already gotten what he wanted to know. The two fell silent again. On the chessboard, Jiang's position gradually became disadvantaged. What do you think of the An family? An Rou placed a piece and asked again. Jiang pondered for a moment, then replied. Very special, not quite like the Underworld family I imagined. Oh, what kind of Underworld family did you imagine? An Rou asked curiously. Cold-blooded and ruthless, with a strict hierarchy, acting cruelly, oppressing the weak. Jiang listed a series of traits, then added, but I haven't seen any of these in the An family. In fact, I don't even think you're like the Underworld. An Rou couldn't help but laugh at his words. You're right. Outsiders also describe our An family this way. We claim to be an Underworld family, but we haven't done many Underworld things. This also has to do with how my father established the An family back then. Back then, my father was in danger because he offended a certain family. He could only choose to gradually expand his influence to protect himself. But as he provoked more and more enemies, he also had to resort to strong-arm tactics to fight back. Over time, the An family was labeled an Underworld family by the outside world. Jiang nodded upon hearing this, realizing that the An family's reputation as an Underworld organization was gradually established through its struggles with other Underworld families. 19. An Ru's trust. As the situation on the chessboard gradually became clear, with pieces densely packed, Jiang's face showed a bitter smile. Defeat was already irreversible. Although Jiang's chess skills were not bad, they were still inferior compared to An Rou. Moreover, he could feel that An Rou had not gone all out, otherwise this game would not have lasted so long. He truly wished the system would give him a skill like chess mastery, right now, to thoroughly defeat An Rou. The game concluded, and An Rou looked directly at Jiang, asking, what are your plans for the future? Jiang shook his head slightly. I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time. I really want to live a stable life like before. An Rou chuckled, his gaze profound. But you understand that's already a luxury. No matter why you hid your strength in the past, the moment Lin Hui noticed you, your life was destined to be anything but peaceful. Even if you kill Lin Hui, it won't change this fact. Jiang nodded silently. It wasn't that he didn't know, he just didn't want to face the truth. All these changes were too sudden for him. From the system's appearance, to that indescribably subtle feeling for An Rou, and the enmity with Lin Hui. All of this stemmed from that confession. Sometimes Jiang would wonder if, at that time, if the person he confessed to hadn't been An Rou, would there have been so much trouble. But whenever he saw An Rou, an inexplicable sense of gratitude would surge in his heart. If it hadn't been An Rou, he might have regretted it. This complex and contradictory emotion also made Jiang feel both amused and helpless. An Rou keenly sensed Jiang's inner struggle and directly proposed, Jiang, are you willing to join the An family? Jiang's eyes flashed with surprise at the words. Immediately after, he heard An Rou continue. As long as you can guarantee to be wholeheartedly good to An Rou, join my An family. Then I, An Rou, can guarantee that in Jiangdu City, no one will be able to disturb your lives. Not even those leading families entrenched in the gray zone. Whoever touches you dies. An Ru's eyes gleamed sharply. He stared intently at Jiang, his tone revealing arrogance and confidence. Jiang knew that the person before him now was the true An Rou, the true king of the An family. He remained silent, while An Rou patiently waited for his answer. After careful consideration, Su Jiang finally slowly shook his head. Seeing this, and Mingjie stood up, his brows furrowed, and his voice slightly stern. Are you rejecting me? Don't you worry that the An family might become your enemy because of this. Su Jiang also stood up, looking directly into An Mingjie's eyes, and said earnestly, I will not join any family. Moreover, accepting your protection would be a form of restraint and shackles for me. The An family is different. They won't ask you to do anything. I know, but how should I put it? Su Jiang paused, then added, I'm someone who likes 100% freedom. I hope my destiny can be in my own hands, unaffected by any forces. My not joining the An family isn't because I want to be enemies with the An family. It's simply because I don't want to join. That's my reason. As for An Rou, we'll just let things happen naturally. I'm willing to take care of her and care for her simply because she is An Rou, not because of your An family's resources. After Su Jiang finished speaking, and Mingjie's gaze became as sharp as an eagle's, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly tensed. However, after a long silence, and Mingjie suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He walked forward laughing, patting Su Jiang's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. That girl An Rou truly has good taste. You haven't disappointed me either, and Mingjie said with a smile. He paused slightly, then continued. If you had actually agreed to my proposal just now, I would have been very disappointed and would have unhesitatingly kicked you out, ensuring An Rou never saw you again. True powerhouses will never be content to be subservient, and if you truly considered An Rou, you would never accept my help. And Mingjie nodded frequently as he spoke, evidently very satisfied with Su Jiang's answer. Su Jiang, I rarely truly trust someone, and I rarely acknowledge someone. To be honest, before you came, I had many doubts about you, but now, I am willing to put those doubts aside and trust you. Because I, and Mingjie, have never misjudged anyone since I was young. A warm current surged in Su Jiang's heart. He could deeply feel the sincerity in An Mingjie's words. This trust and recognition gave him a new understanding of the An family. With someone like An Mingjie in the An family, how could they fear other underworld families? Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door broke the silence in the study. An Mingjie turned his head slightly and simply uttered one word. Enter. The study door slowly opened, and the person who entered was familiar to Su Jiang. It was Li Kai. Su Jiang also noticed that An Rou was secretly hiding behind Li Kai, her bright eyes full of curiosity, peeking into the study. Li Kai's gaze swept over Su Jiang, then turned to An Mingjie, saying in a low voice, It's almost time. Feng Qingye has already arrived at Fengting Restaurant, and the Lin family's people have also set off. An Mingjie nodded slightly, indicating he understood. He pondered for a moment, then turned to Su Jiang and said, Later, I'll have to trouble you to accompany An Rou and us to a place. Where to? Fengting Restaurant, and Mingjie answered directly. Tonight, people from the Lin family and the Feng family will all be there. Brother? An Rou immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Family matters, it's fine if I go, but why make Su Jiang go? Su Jiang frowned slightly. Okay, but you have to tell me why. I'll tell you in the car later. With that, the group walked out of the study, and Mingjie gently pinched An Rou's small mouth and softly comforted her. All right, An Rou, don't worry. We won't hurt your little boyfriend. Woo woo woo. An Rou's eyes widened, her mouth covered, only able to emit faint whimpers, her eyes full of shame and indignation. What, my little boyfriend? And Mingjie, you big jerk. Her heart was full of questions. What exactly had these two jerks been secretly plotting in the study just now? Why had her brother suddenly become so strange? Uft. Su Jiang couldn't help but find An Rou's appearance a little amusing. He hadn't expected that Miss An Rou, who was usually fearless, would be so obediently subdued by her own brother. The scene was truly a bit comical. 20. The three major families gathered. An hour later, in front of Fengting Restaurant, the An family's vehicles were already neatly lined up. An Rou stepped out of one of the cars alone, her face cold, clearly sulking, and she mumbled with obvious displeasure. It's one thing to let Su Jiang come, but they're even hiding in a car whispering, not letting me listen. After leaving the An family, An Mingjie arranged for himself and Su Jiang to ride in the same car, leaving An Rou to ride with Li Kai, with no room for argument. Along the way, Li Kai was truly tormented. Facing the angry An Rou, he had to nod in agreement repeatedly, and even occasionally join in her complaints, together criticizing An Mingjie and Su Jiang. An Rou's incessant nagging was like a continuous drizzle, giving Li Kai an unbearable headache. At the same time, the door of another car slowly opened, and Su Jiang and An Mingjie both stepped out. Su Jiang nodded to An Mingjie, then walked directly towards An Rou. "What's wrong? Why the long face? Who made you angry?" Su Jiang asked with a hint of playfulness, gently pinching An Rou's cheek. Slap. An Rou slapped away Su Jiang's hand, a hint of fierceness in her eyes. "What were you and my brothers secretly talking about in the car? Is there anything a sister like me can't hear?" Su Jiang smiled slightly, responding easily. "Nothing much, just telling me to protect you well." "I don't believe you." An Rou snorted, then unexpectedly stepped on Su Jiang's foot. However, this time Su Jiang was prepared and skillfully avoided An Rou's attack. "We should go." Li Kai noticed An Mingjie's signal and said to Su Jiang and An Rou. An Rou took the opportunity to give Su Jiang's waist a hard pinch, leaving him with a remark, "I'll settle the score with you next time." Then she walked forward angrily. At this moment, An Mingjie, dressed in a black overcoat, had a stern face that exuded authority, a stark contrast to his amiable image back at the An family. Undoubtedly, he was now a calm and profound leader, radiating an aura that could not be underestimated. Behind him, more than a dozen An family members stood in neat formation, their gazes following An Mingjie's figure closely. An Mingjie's sharp gaze swept around, and he spoke in a deep voice. "For today's matter, I trouble you all. Young Masterin, you're too kind." Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with respect for An Mingjie. "Let's go," An Mingjie said concisely, then led the group into Fengting restaurant. At the very back, beside An Rou, Su Jiang looked sharply at An Mingjie's back, recalling the plan An Mingjie had discussed in the car. He knew that the show was about to begin. Today, the An family would shake and even overturn the entire Jiangdu city. Fengting restaurant, top-floor banquet hall, with lights just lit, the atmosphere was elegant. The Feng family and the Lin family had already arrived, dressed in uniform black suits, appearing especially solemn. However, what was most eye-catching were the unique family emblems on their left chests, shining with the light of their respective families, serving as a silent identifier among the guests. In addition, some clever smaller families had also received some news and sent representatives to join in the excitement. Many tables were laden with desserts and delicacies, but few people ate them. They held high-stemmed glasses in their hands, and conversations rose and fell. Lin Hui stood quietly in a corner, gently swirling the red wine in his glass, his gaze drifting through the crowd, a hint of a nonchalant smile on his face. Beside him stood a new bodyguard, who seemed much stronger than Dao Ba. It's one thing for that old man Feng Qingyan not to show up. After all, old people like to save face. But why isn't that good-for-nothing Feng Haoshuan here either? Feng Haoshuan was Feng Qingyan's son and the next leader of the Feng family. Originally, the Feng family should have been steered by Feng Haoshuan now. But unfortunately, Feng Haoshuan couldn't contend with Lin Hui and An Mingjie. He was completely controlled, so Feng Qingyan had no choice but to continue presiding over the Feng family. Lin Hui, hearing someone call him, Lin Hui looked over to see a well-dressed man, similar in age to himself, frowning and staring at him with displeasure. "Oh, speak of the devil," and he appears. Lin Hui's lips curled into a playful smile. The man was precisely the Feng Haoshuan that Lin Hui had mentioned. Feng Haoshuan walked up to Lin Hui and said unhappily, "Lin Hui, today is my Feng family's gathering. What are you Lin family doing here?" Lin Hui smacked his lips. He had no interest in answering such a foolish question. "Where's your old man? And that gray zone family, when will they show up? I'm getting impatient." Lin Hui asked directly. His main purpose for coming today was to see what that legendary gray zone family was doing in Jiangdu City. What was their purpose in deliberately leaking the news to attract the Lin family and the An family? What? Feng Haoshuan's pupils constricted upon hearing this, and he whispered, "How do you know about the gray zone? Who told you?" After speaking, Feng Haoshuan vigilantly scanned his surroundings, checking if anyone had heard what Lin Hui had just said. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Talking to this idiot was truly exhausting. Did he really think so many people came for his Feng family? It was much more interesting to contend with in Mingjia. Their rivalry was a true match of equals. Tap, tap, tap. Before Feng Haoshuan could continue to question, a series of footsteps sounded, attracting everyone's attention. And Mingjia, leading the in-family entourage, walked calmly into the banquet hall. Good heavens, the in-family is here too. Tonight, all three major families of Jiangdu City are present, someone whispered. Today's meeting will likely change the family dynamics of Jiangdu City. No matter how much the three major families fight, it has nothing to do with us smaller families. We'll just watch the show. When Lin Hui saw An Mingjia's figure appear in the banquet hall, a triumphant smile immediately appeared on his face. Recently, he had successfully set a trap for An Mingjia, causing him a great loss, and now was a good opportunity for a face-to-face taunt. Just as he was about to go up and greet him, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. Lin Hui instantly froze. How could it be him? Didn't Li Kai say he wasn't from the An family? Lin Hui murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang, who was the last to enter. His palm unconsciously stroked his cheek, as if the stinging sensation from Su Jiang's bullet yesterday was still clear. The new bodyguard beside him noticed Lin Hui's abnormality and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Leader, who are you talking about?" Lin Hui looked towards Su Jiang. That young man in the off-white clothes, it's him. He disabled Dao Ba with one shot yesterday. What? The new bodyguard looked over in shock. He naturally knew about Dao Ba's incident, but he hadn't expected the person who acted to be so young. Among the sea of black suits, Su Jiang and An Rou's off-white coats were particularly eye-catching, like two oddities. An Rou seemed a bit uneasy. Although she was the An family's eldest daughter, this was truly her first time being brought to such an event by An Mingjia. Su Jiang noticed her nervousness and gently patted her shoulder. Then he nodded to An Mingjia and led An Rou to a less crowded part of the banquet hall. 21. Goodbye, Lin Hui. Su Jiang led An Rou to a dining table, sat down first, and began eating without any reservations. After all, he was indeed hungry. Aside from the steamed buns he had in the morning, he hadn't eaten anything since. Perhaps due to his extraordinary body, Su Jiang felt himself getting hungry particularly quickly. If you're going to eat, eat, but pay attention to your image. An Rou frowned slightly, looking at Su Jiang helplessly. His eating habits made her feel a bit embarrassed. With so many people around, their clothes were already conspicuous enough, and with Su Jiang's disregard for his image while eating, more and more people were noticing them. Holy cow, this chicken leg is really good. Su Jiang picked up a large chicken leg and started gnawing on it. It had to be said that every dish at Fengting restaurant was meticulously prepared by the most skilled chefs, and this was Su Jiang's first time eating such high-class gourmet food. Munch, munch. Why aren't you eating? Haven't you also not had dinner? Su Jiang asked casually while burying his head in the food. An Rou glared at him fiercely. She was hungry, but now she was almost full from anger. She snorted lightly and replied ungraciously, "Don't mind me. I'm not hungry." Just then, a voice filled with a hint of surprise rang out. "Little sister An Rou, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" An Rou looked up, and what met her eyes was Lin Hui's irritating face, her expression instantly turning unpleasant. Lin Hui's gaze lingered on An Rou for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected An Mingjia to bring his younger sister out this time. However, he didn't dare to lay a hand on An Rou, because he knew that the consequences of harming An Rou would be even more severe than harming An Mingjia. The An family's doting on An Rou was well known. If anything happened to her, the entire An family would spare no effort in a retaliation. An Rou looked at Lin Hui warily. She had met Lin Hui a few times and knew that this annoying guy was her brother's sworn enemy. Lin Hui didn't mind An Rou's glare, smiling casually, and turned his gaze to Su Jiang, pretending not to know him and asking curiously, "This young brother, he's a bit unfamiliar. Sister An Rou, I wonder if you could introduce him to me." In fact, the first thing Lin Hui did after returning yesterday was get Su Jiang's information. But what puzzled him was that the information didn't mention any connection between Su Jiang and the An family. No matter how he looked at it, he was just an ordinary student. He thought it was true, as Li Kai said, that Su Jiang was not from the An family, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lin Hui's gaze moved between An Rou and Su Jiang. He felt that their relationship seemed unusual. If Su Jiang was truly a member of the An family, then he would have to re-strategize his plans against the An family, taking this uncertain factor, Su Jiang, into account. An Rou saw Lin Hui's gaze shift from herself to Su Jiang, and a wave of panic surged in her heart. She knew Lin Hui's cunning and insidious nature well, and worried that Su Jiang would be implicated because of him, so she hastily grabbed Su Jiang's hand, wanting to quickly lead him away from this annoying guy. However, Su Jiang gave her a reassuring look, gently pulled his hand free from An Rou's, casually tossed aside the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand, and then meticulously wiped his hands with a tissue. Mr. Lin truly has a short memory for important people, Su Jiang said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Didn't we just meet at the bar yesterday? How could you forget me so quickly? After Su Jiang finished speaking, he tilted his head slightly, smiled, and extended one hand towards Lin Hui, bringing his index and middle fingers together to form a pistol shape, then aimed it at Lin Hui, making a baiu sound, as if reenacting the scene of shooting Lin Hui at the bar yesterday. Seeing this, Lin Hui's face immediately darkened. Su Jiang's action was undoubtedly humiliating him. He took a deep breath and sneered. In Jiangdu City, I've never seen anyone dare to humiliate me like this. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang smiled and pointed to himself. Well, now you have. Are you really going to be irreconcilable with my Lin family? That depends on you. I don't care. Su Jiang took An Rou's hand and stood up, but I want to remind you, I'm still keeping that bullet for you, Mr. Lin. It's better to be cautious. With that, Su Jiang left with An Rou, leaving Lin Hui alone in his original spot. Lin Hui's face was gloomy, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang's retreating back. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, the new bodyguard approached silently and whispered in Lin Hui's ear, "Leader, should I find a few brothers tonight to deal with him?" Lin Hui's index finger gently tapped the wine glass, producing a crisp sound, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He pondered for a moment, then gently shook his head. Don't touch this person for now. Neither him nor An Rou. Without my command, no one in the Lin family is allowed to act against them privately. Yes, leader. The new bodyguard responded respectfully, then quickly retreated to the side. Lin Hui slowly exhaled. He knew that the information he currently possessed was too little to ascertain Su Jiang's true background and his exact connection with the An family. Moreover, the decisiveness and ruthlessness Su Jiang displayed yesterday were not something ordinary people possessed. Without 100% certainty, Lin Hui never acted rashly. What he wanted was a thunderous strike, a hit that would surely succeed, leaving no future troubles. Su Jiang, explain yourself clearly. An Rou shook off Su Jiang's paw, then grabbed his collar, a hint of playful anger on her face. How did you meet that guy Lin Hui yesterday? And how did you provoke him? Why is the relationship now so tense, to the point of being irreconcilable? And that gesture you just made, pretending to shoot, what did that bullet mean? And boo-hoo-hoo. Seeing An Rou babbling on with a barrage of questions, Su Jiang had a flash of inspiration and, imitating An Mingjia, reached out and gently pinched An Rou's small mouth. An Rou's eyes widened in surprise at Su Jiang's sudden action, and with her mouth sealed, she could only make boo-hoo-hoo sounds. She angrily waved her hands, swatting at Su Jiang's paw. Slap, slap, slap. Su Jiang, you've gotten bold, daring to pinch your granny's mouth? An Rou's eyes blazed with fury, glaring at Su Jiang as if they could shoot fire. Seeing this, Su Jiang realized he couldn't keep it a secret anymore. There was no choice but to tell An Rou everything that happened at the bar yesterday, from beginning to end. Of course, a small part of the content was omitted. Well, basically, it was all omitted. Su Jiang only told An Rou that he coincidentally met Lin Hui at the bar yesterday and accidentally offended him. As for the bullet, Su Jiang explained that after the conflict, he threatened Lin Hui, saying he would feed his head a bullet. However, even though Su Jiang spoke as if it were true, An Rou rolled her eyes and didn't believe a single punctuation mark. She could clearly feel the atmosphere between Su Jiang and Lin Hui just now. It definitely couldn't have been as simple as the minor conflict Su Jiang described. Moreover, she wasn't foolish and knew that Su Jiang wasn't telling the truth out of protection and kindness towards her, so she didn't press further, but instead pretended to believe the story he fabricated. Anyway, you should stay away from Lin Hui in the future. If there's any real animosity, I'll talk to my brother and see if he can help you resolve it. An Rou pointed at Su Jiang's nose, instructing him seriously, her tone carrying a hint of concern. Su Jiang obediently nodded in agreement, yet inwardly he was smiling bitterly. This matter was beyond An Mingjia's ability to resolve, unless he directly wiped out the Lin family. However, after meeting An Mingjia, Su Jiang also increased his vigilance against Lin Hui. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Su Jiang could feel An Mingjia's formidable nature. Since Lin Hui could contend with An Mingjia to such a degree, he naturally wouldn't be as simple as he appeared on the surface. The reason he was able to achieve such an effect at the bar yesterday was largely because Lin Hui was careless and didn't take Su Jiang seriously. But now, Lin Hui had begun to take Su Jiang seriously, and his vigilance and defensiveness would be greatly enhanced. Opportunities like yesterday would be very difficult to come by again. 22. Gray Area Wang Xueling. Tap, tap, tap. As a series of unhurried footsteps echoed through the banquet hall, everyone's gaze converged on the entrance. A man with half-white hair and a resolute face slowly entered, followed by several individuals of equally extraordinary bearing. Though the man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his deep-set eyes still gleamed with a sharp light, as if time had only left its marks on him without eroding his authority. On his left chest, an exquisite family emblem shone brightly, the unique symbol of the Feng family, representing its glory. He was Feng Qingye, the current patriarch of the Feng family. To Feng Qingye's left, a middle-aged man walked abreast with him. Feng Qingye extended a hand, making a slight gesture of invitation, indicating for the man to walk ahead. Among those present, there were many with discerning eyes. From Feng Qingye's actions and expression, it was not difficult to guess the identity of this middle-aged man. He was, in all likelihood, the representative of the leading family in the gray zone. At this moment, the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly grew tense. An Mingjia and Lin Hui both straightened their expressions, stood up, and watched the middle-aged man with grave solemnity. Everyone else also put down their wine glasses and food, and the entire banquet hall fell silent, with only footsteps echoing. Tisk, old man Feng's body is really robust. He'll probably last a few more years. Lin Hui clicked his tongue, his gaze fixed on Feng Qingye, with a hint of helplessness and feelings. As long as Feng Qingye did not fall, the Feng family would remain strong. The Lin family and An family, facing the Feng family with Feng Qingye at its helm, always struggled to find a breakthrough. However, Lin Hui turned his head to glance at Feng Haoshuan again, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he shook his head slightly, as if he had already foreseen the future of the Feng family. When that good-for-nothing Feng Haoshuan gains control of the Feng family, that will likely be the moment the Feng family declines from prosperity or even perishes. Lin Hui sneered inwardly, scoffing at Feng Haoshuan. Feng Qingye led a few people into the banquet hall, his gaze sharp as he swept over everyone. He said nothing more, simply leading the middle-aged man beside him directly towards the center of the hall. Seeing this, Feng Haoshuan quickly stepped forward, whispering into Feng Qingye's ear, "Father, the An family and Lin family somehow got wind of the Wang family's affairs. What should we do? Should we send them away now?" Feng Qingye had thought it was something important. Hearing this, he sighed inwardly. He had a lifetime of renown. How could he have begotten such a foolish son? The Lin family had Lin Hui, the An family had An Mingjia, and his Feng family, in the next generation, only had Feng Haoshuan. Yet, Feng Haoshuan was far inferior to them both in terms of cunning and ruthlessness. Get lost. Then, he quickly composed himself and turned to apologize to Mr. Wang. "Mr. Wang, I apologize. My son doesn't quite understand the situation. Please don't take offense." Mr. Wang smiled and waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind, and chuckled. "Though your son is young, I see he has an extraordinary bearing. He will surely be a dragon among men in the future." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingye's mouth curved into a bitter smile, and he shook his head. "Mr. Wang, you flatter him. If my son were truly as outstanding as you say, Why would I need to constantly oversee the family and worry about these trivial matters? Having said that, Feng Qingye led Mr. Wang to the center of the hall. Once Mr. Wang was standing steadily, Feng Qingye himself retreated to the side. Everyone immediately gathered around, with An Mingjie and Lin Hui standing at the very front, observing the man with keen interest. Mr. Wang appeared composed. He scanned the crowd, a calm smile always on his face. Although he lacked the murderous aura of someone from the underworld, the aura he exuded was enough to make people feel his extraordinary nature. "Good evening, everyone." Wang Xuelin's voice was clear and resonant. He smiled as he greeted everyone, then introduced himself. "My name is Wang Xuelin, and I am from the Wang family of the Gray Zone." He looked around, his eyes gleaming, and continued, "I am very grateful to the Feng family for providing me with such a stage. At the same time, I apologize to the two leaders of the Lin family and An family. Inviting you in this manner was truly out of necessity, because I knew that if I invited all three of your families simultaneously, you would most likely not agree. In desperation, I had no choice but to resort to this strategy." Upon hearing this, Lin Hui's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of chilliness in his voice. "Mr. Wang is too polite. An invitation from the Gray Zone is a rare honor for us. How could we possibly refuse?" He paused, his gaze fixed on Wang Xuelin. "I just don't know. What is Mr. Wang's purpose in orchestrating this meeting with such fanfare?" Wang Xuelin smiled faintly, his gaze turning to Lin Hui, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He knew that this cold man was the leader of the Lin family. Before coming to Jiangdu, he had conducted a detailed investigation into the major and minor family forces in this city, even knowing which families had tense relationships. Wang Xuelin paused slightly, then solemnly stated, "Since the Lin family has asked, I won't beat around the bush and will get straight to the point." He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Our Wang family has deep roots in the Gray Zone, but due to some unforeseen changes, our family now plans to relocate to Jiangdu City." This statement caused an uproar throughout the hall. Everyone's brows furrowed in unison. The leading family of the Gray Zone actually wanted to move into Jiangdu City? This was no small matter. Even if they were the local strongmen of Jiangdu, there was no doubt that the Wang family was an aggressive newcomer. The power structure of Jiangdu City's family forces had been relatively stable, but the Wang family's arrival would undoubtedly disrupt this balance. The Wang family's strength and influence in the Gray Zone were absolutely incomparable to any family in Jiangdu. And Mingjie and Lin Hui's expressions changed slightly, but they weren't overly surprised. Clearly this was within their expectations. And Mingjie took a step forward, looking directly at Wang Xuelin and asking, "Mr. Wang, the situation in Jiangdu City is complex. If your Wang family comes, it will inevitably attract the attention and overtures of many forces. I want to know, how will the Wang family respond to these potential overtures from various parties?" This question was very important to An Mingjie. Wang Xuelin seemed to have anticipated such a question. His expression was composed, and he answered without hesitation, "You can rest assured on that point. Our Wang family is completely independent and will never participate in your disputes." He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and continued, "Of course, that includes the Feng family. Although old Feng and I have a past connection, I know the rules of your underworld families. Once you support a certain family, you become bound to that family, unable to turn back. I can assure you all here that in Jiangdu City, as long as no one provokes our Wang family, we will absolutely not cause you any trouble." After receiving Wang Xuelin's firm reply, many people felt relieved, exchanging reassuring glances. And Mingjie even smiled, and then said, "Mr. Wang, since you represent the Wang family in declaring a neutral stance, our An family would like to ask you for a favor. Of course, this is not a difficult matter. For you, it's merely a trivial effort." Wang Xuelin nodded slightly. "Leader of the An family, you are too kind. Please tell me what you need." "Thank you." Upon hearing Wang Xuelin's reply, and Mingjie's expression became serious, appearing even more solemn. He strode forward, shouting in a loud voice, "An family, step forward." With his loud shout, the An family members who had been standing around immediately responded. More than a dozen An family members, wearing the An family emblem, stepped forward in unison, quickly forming a line behind An Mingjia, their faces serious. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone was stunned and at a loss. Even Wang Shuilin felt a bit confused. A tense atmosphere filled the air, as if a storm was about to break. Su Jiang stood in a corner with An Rou, his gaze fixed on An Mingjia. Seeing this scene and recalling what An Mingjia had said in the car, he knew that An Mingjia was about to begin. An Rou, on the other hand, nervously clutched Su Jiang's hand, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. Lin Hui frowned, his eyes darting around, as if he had realized something, and he looked at An Mingjia in shock. Could An Mingjia be planning? He's truly a madman. As his words fell, it was as if they confirmed his conjecture. An Mingjia, under everyone's astonished gaze, slowly raised his hand, the gun in his hand like a bugle. And the target of the gun was none other than Feng Qingye. 23. Shocking the whole audience, the An family declared war. At this moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's hearts seemed to stop. They couldn't believe their eyes, nor could they believe that An Mingjia would make such a crazy move. Feng Qingye's astonished expression froze on his face. He had never imagined that An Mingjia would draw a gun on him. This was an insurmountable bottom line between criminal organizations. If An Mingjia truly shot and killed him, the An family would fall into an abyss of no return. Unless it's... Feng Qingye seemed to have thought of something, his eyes flickering with fear and unease. An Mingjia, how dare he? And at this moment, it wasn't just An Mingjia. The An family members behind him also uniformly raised their pistols. Every muzzle, without exception, was pointed at Feng Qingye, the cold metallic gleam appearing particularly dazzling under the lights. Feng Haoshuan witnessed all of this, an indescribable fear churning in his heart. He roared, "An Mingjia, what the hell do you want to do? Are you crazy?" The Feng family members also quickly recovered from their brief shock and were about to take action, but it was already too late. The corners of An Mingjia's mouth quietly curved into an unfathomable smile. Under the gaze of countless eyes fixed on him, he slowly began to pull the trigger. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The originally noisy venue instantly became silent, and everyone, including Wang Shuilin, held their breath. Click! A crisp and subtle click echoed through the banquet hall. Everyone's hearts tightened abruptly at that instant, but the imagined scene did not occur, because An Mingjia's pistol did not fire a bullet. Immediately after, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. An Mingjia and the dozen or so An family members behind him, under everyone's bewildered gazes, slowly aimed their pistols at their own hearts. This sudden action left everyone present completely confused. They aimed their empty guns at their own hearts and, in the midst of the silence, pulled the trigger once more. Click! Another soft click. Just like before, no bullet fired, but the heavy atmosphere was suffocating. Then, An Mingjia raised his head, his eyes full of mockery, and looked at the terrified Feng Qingye with a smile. At this moment, he seemed to have become the king in control of the entire situation. Wang Shuilin's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's as he carefully observed An Mingjia standing opposite him. He couldn't help but recall the evaluation of this An family leader in the Wang family's detailed dossier. Those 8 words, which he hadn't truly taken to heart before, now surfaced in his mind. An family leader An Mingjia, peerless in wisdom and courage, a prodigy of Jiang. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was silent. Even Feng Haoshuan understood what had happened. An Mingjia's actions were a long-standing ritual among criminal organizations, requiring the presence of a dragon head family representative as a witness. The meaning of the ritual was clear to everyone present, a declaration of war. All-out war, until death. An Mingjia stared intently at Feng Qingye, a mocking smile playing on his lips, and slowly said, "Old man Feng, you should know what this means, right?" Feng Qingye's face was exceptionally grim at this moment, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. "An Mingjia, you're truly insane, and An Xingchong is also insane to allow you to do this. Do you know what this means?" "Of course I know, which is why I specifically asked Mr. Wang for this favor." With that, An Mingjia turned to Wang Shuilin and said, "I ask Mr. Wang, in your capacity as a dragon head family, to witness this declaration of war. From today onwards, There will be no possibility of reconciliation between the An family and the Feng family. It's a fight to the death. Within 1 month, no matter the cost, one side must be annihilated. And Mingjia's voice was filled with resolve and ruthlessness, sending shivers down the spine of everyone present. Wang Xuelin also put away his earlier smile at this moment, seriously staring at An Mingjia. He understood that he had been manipulated by this An family leader. And Mingjia had used his status as a dragon head family, cleverly drawing him into this impending family war. And Mingjia was using his status as a dragon head family to declare war on the Feng family. Whether An Mingjia's actions were spontaneous or premeditated, Wang Xuelin decided to reevaluate this An family leader. Very well. I, Wang, as the representative of the dragon head family, the Wang family, hereby witness the An family's declaration of war against the Feng family. Wang Xuelin did not hesitate and readily agreed. Since the Wang family was moving into Jiangdu City, regardless of which family, the An family or the Feng family, was annihilated, a large number of positions and resources would open up, which would naturally be beneficial to the Wang family. Wang Xuelin had no reason to refuse. As soon as these words were spoken, the decision was made, with no possibility of turning back. The members of the surrounding smaller families all swallowed hard. They realized that this war would bring unprecedented changes. They nervously pulled out their phones and quickly sent messages to their families. The An family and the Feng family have gone to all-out war. This news instantly spread throughout Jiangdu City, causing an uproar among the leaders of various families. Lin Hui let out a long breath, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at An Mingjia in disbelief. What a madman! He had never imagined that An Mingjia would be so ruthless, openly declaring war on the Feng family. How dared he? Brother. Looking at her brother's back, An Rou's face was filled with worry. Su Jiang placed his hand on her shoulder, gently comforting her. His mind replayed what An Mingjia had told him in the car a few hours ago, those words still seeming to echo in his ears. Later at the restaurant, I will declare war on the Feng family. Once the war begins, both families will stop at nothing until one side is completely annihilated, with no room for compromise. So, in the coming month, I hope you can protect An Rou. Although my plan is thorough, accidents can happen. Su Jiang, you are my trump card. Su Jiang actually didn't want to participate in this dispute, but facing An Mingjia's request and trust, he still chose to agree. Because of An Mingjia's trust in him and his attitude towards him. If a lord treats me as his national scholar, I shall repay him as a national scholar. Su Jiang murmured to himself. An Mingjia's actions were beyond Feng Qingye's expectations. He completely failed to understand why An Mingjia would choose this moment to declare war on him. The struggle between the two major families had always been a hidden current. Such an overt challenge was truly beyond his expectation. The An family and the Feng family fight to mutual destruction, allowing the Lin family to benefit? Impossible, and Mingjia would not let that guy Lin Hui get such a huge advantage. Feng Qingye's brows furrowed. He truly couldn't figure it out. Old man Feng, I can also tell you one more thing. And Mingjia said, then suddenly extended his finger, pointing far away at An Rou. If you want to defeat me, you can only target my sister. She is my only weakness. His words were incredibly cold. Take down my sister, and your Feng family wins. Otherwise, I am 10/10 confident that I will annihilate your Feng family within half a month. Everyone followed the direction of An Mingjia's finger, and countless gazes converged on An Rou. An Rou was a little nervous, gripping Su Jiang's hand tightly, trying to appear as composed as possible. Feng Qingye's gaze lingered on An Rou for a moment. Then he casually glanced at Su Jiang, not taking him seriously. He scoffed even more at An Mingjia's words. For so many years, he and Lin Hui both knew that not a single punctuation mark from An Mingjia's mouth should be trusted. Otherwise, it would be an inescapable trap. If he truly made a move on An Rou, he feared he would fall into An Mingjia's trap, leaving the Feng family with no room to retaliate. Words have been spoken. Then we won't disturb you anymore. Let's all prepare. An Mingjia finished speaking, nodded slightly to Wang Xuelin, then turned and slowly led the An family members away. Su Jiang and An Rou followed behind. As they left, Su Jiang also swept a glance over everyone, memorizing all the key figures present. At today's banquet, no one except Lin Hui paid attention to Su Jiang, only considering him an insignificant minor figure of the An family. And this was precisely the effect An Mingjie wanted. In the upcoming family conflict, Su Jiang would be his most important card. 24. Accidental back hug. Phew, it's finally over. Li Kai followed An Mingjie out of the restaurant, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Heaven knew how nervous he was. When he learned that An Mingjie planned to declare war on the Feng family, he almost thought An Mingjie had gone mad. Step by step, the plan had been meticulously calculated until today, and finally, the curtain was raised. Feng Xingye probably never dreamed that we've secretly uncovered all the Feng family's strongholds, and have even quietly taken over a few. When the crucial moment arrives, we'll give him an unexpected surprise. Li Kai smiled, whispering into An Mingjie's ear. The confidentiality of this matter was extremely high. Besides the two of them, only a few core members of the An family knew the inside story. It was all to deliver a fatal blow to Feng Xingye at the last moment. And gee, do you have a plan? An Rou approached cautiously, her face filled with worry. An Mingjie turned his head and gently pinched An Rou's tender little face. Don't worry, An Rou. When have I ever done something without a plan? Then what do I need to do? An Rou hoped she could be a help to her brother, not a burden. You just said I'm your weakness. Ha 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 ha. Hearing his sister say that, An Mingjie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't worry, An Rou. Live your life now just as you did before. An Mingjie's eyes were full of confidence. Forget the Feng family. Even that guy Lin Hui wouldn't dare touch a single hair on you now. He knew that both Lin Hui and Feng Xingye were very wary of his resourcefulness, so he simply played an empty fort strategy. You want to start with my sister to make me afraid to act? Fine, then I'll just stop hiding her and push her out, right in front of you. Do you dare to make a move? And Mingjie was certain they wouldn't dare, because they couldn't afford to gamble. Once Feng Xingye and Lin Hui fell into the trap, with An Mingjie's methods, they could very well lose everything by making the wrong move with An Rou. So they didn't dare to touch her, didn't dare to gamble. Even if they knew An Mingjie might be bluffing, they wouldn't dare. One slip-up could mean the destruction of their entire family. People who often go all in know that at the moment you put everything on the line, every step is analyzed and thought about more than usual. And the more you think, the more mistakes you make. At such times, it's all about who is calmer and more composed. Goo. And Rose still wanted to say something, but her stomach protested first. Seeing this, An Mingjie couldn't help but frown slightly, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Didn't you eat anything just now?" An Rou recalled the situation just now, her face slightly red, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Don't even mention it. You don't know how Su Jiang ate in there. It was like a pig. I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. I was so angry I felt full." And Mingjie couldn't help but laugh at her words. He turned to look at Su Jiang, raising an eyebrow. Su Jiang just shrugged innocently, saying nothing. Then, An Mingjie turned to An Rou and said, "So, should Su Jiang take you to get something to eat now?" "Huh? Why can't I go home to eat?" An Rou retorted somewhat unwillingly. "I might be very busy today and won't have time to cook for you." An Rou hesitated for a moment, then mumbled, "All right then." After speaking, she even glared at Su Jiang, as if warning him not to do anything outrageous. "No, you two siblings are discussing things without asking for my opinion," Su Jiang protested. Immediately after, Su Jiang added, "How about this? Since Nji said they wouldn't dare make a move, why don't we go back and eat a bit more?" At these words, even An Mingjie couldn't maintain his composure, his eye twitching. "If you do that, then I really can't guarantee anything," An Mingjie said weakly. "You declare war, walk away coolly, and then run back to eat? What's the difference between that and shitting on Feng Xingye's face?" Hearing that it was a no-go, Su Jiang still looked a bit disappointed. And Mingjie didn't bother to deal with him, leaving An Rou and Su Jiang behind and taking the An family members away. "We're heading back first. Su Jiang, take good care of my sister." Leaving that one sentence, the An family cars left without the slightest hesitation, leaving Su Jiang and An Rou in disarray in the wind. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He felt that An Mingjie was somewhat outrageous. He just confidently entrusted such a big sister to him. If he had any ill intentions, the An family would be doomed. And Mingjie had said that An Rou was his weakness, and entrusting An Rou to his care at this moment was undoubtedly the greatest trust he could place in him. Should we go eat something? Although Su Jiang had just finished eating, due to his extraordinary body, he got hungry particularly fast. An Rou rolled her eyes at him, took out her phone, and searched for good food nearby. Su Jiang also secretly leaned over from behind to look. An Rou didn't notice at all, focusing intently on searching for nearby delicacies. Her fingers slid quickly across the screen, her eyes fixed on the food pictures and reviews on the screen. That hot pot place just now was pretty good. Su Jiang saw a hot pot restaurant, only a few hundred meters away from them, and it had a 5-star rating. Ah! Su Jiang's voice rang in An Rou's ear, startling her. In her surprise, her phone directly slipped out of her hand. Fortunately, Su Jiang reacted quickly, catching the phone with swift hands. "You scare me to death," An Rou was annoyed. Just as she was about to curse, she turned her head and suddenly found that her face was incredibly close to Su Jiang's. She felt her cheeks instantly become scalding hot, as if on fire, and her heart began to race, pounding faster and faster. Feeling the warmth of Su Jiang's breath, her cheeks flushed even more. To catch the phone, Su Jiang's arm inadvertently leaned forward, bringing his chest almost against An Rou's back, as if Su Jiang was hugging An Rou from behind. The ambiguous atmosphere grew thicker. Both remained in that position, exchanging glances, then looking away, unsure where to look. That is, I just saw a hot pot place that looked pretty good." Su Jiang cleared his throat, breaking the delicate silence first. Oh, then, let's go then." And Rou's mind was nowhere near hot pot now. Her gaze kept drifting involuntarily towards Su Jiang's face. She secretly wondered, why had she never realized he was so handsome before? Reluctantly parting, Su Jiang returned the phone to An Rou, telling her to follow the navigation. The two walked side by side. The restaurant happened to be near Jiangdu University, and at this time, many university students were out eating and shopping. The streets were bustling with people. Due to the large crowd, the walking space seemed a bit narrow. Su Jiang thought for a moment and decisively took An Rou's hand. "There are too many people. I'm afraid you'll get lost," Su Jiang said, his face not red and his heart not pounding. "Oh." An Rou lowered her head, softly agreed, and let Su Jiang lead her by the hand. In reality, it was because her face was burning red, and she didn't dare let Su Jiang see it. 25. Blackmailing Wang Ziyang. Ding. System emergency notification. Special grade mission triggered. Jiangdu chaos. Special grade mission content. In the impending war between the An family and the Feng family, help the An family achieve ultimate victory. Completing the mission rewards a random special grade skill. Failing the mission will result in the host's obliteration by the system. After walking for a while, a system notification suddenly sounded in Su Jiang's mind, causing him to freeze. This mission was completely different from previous ones. Previously, even if a mission failed, it only mentioned a punishment, but this time, the system mercilessly issued the threat of obliteration. What exactly did the system want to do? Always giving him some inexplicable missions. This feeling made Su Jiang very uncomfortable. He always felt as if someone outside the world was observing his life, assigning him missions when they felt like it, making him follow the direction they desired. "Why did you stop?" An Rou's voice interrupted Su Jiang's thoughts. Her heartbeat had gradually calmed, and seeing Su Jiang suddenly stop, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Seeing Su Jiang's slightly displeased expression, she couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Su Jiang took a deep breath, tried to calm the fluctuations in his heart, and said with a relaxed smile, "It's nothing. Maybe I ate too much just now, and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable." "With the way you eat, it would be strange if you didn't get a stomach ache." An Rou lightly rolled her eyes at him. Su Jiang put the mission matter out of his mind. Anyway, he didn't have the ability to defy the system now. Instead of getting worked up, it was better to live well. Besides, the mission might not necessarily fail. If it failed, at most he would die. Everyone dies in life, whether sooner or later. Su Jiang was very open-minded. At this age, he should eat and drink as he pleased. Why worry so much? The two strolled along the streets as night deepened, finally arriving at the hot pot restaurant. They followed the enthusiastic staff towards their reserved table. Suddenly, Jiang stopped, as if he heard a familiar voice coming from nearby. Let me tell you, my brother is such a good-for-nothing. Not only does he copy my homework every day, but he also sleeps in class every day, and his snoring. Jiang's mouth twitched. He was too familiar with this voice. He turned his head, and, sure enough, it was that scoundrel Wang Jiang. Wang Jiang was eating hot pot, and opposite him sat a girl, who should also be a student from Jiangdu University, though Jiang hadn't seen her before. Jiang gave An Rou a look and quietly walked behind Wang Jiang. Wang Jiang was oblivious, continuing to spout nonsense and amuse the girl. No choice, I'm just a loyal person. I can't stand seeing my brother decline. With my help, his grades are now improving day by day. Clap. Feeling someone put their hands on his shoulders, Wang Jiang was a bit displeased and turned to look. Who is it? So rude. How could the handsome Jiang, more handsome than Panin, be here? Wang Jiang's expression went from displeasure to surprise, then from fear to a sheepish grin, all in just 1 second. Jiang didn't expect this guy to have such strong acting talent. He glanced at the confused girl opposite him, and an idea sparked in Jiang's mind. He leaned down and whispered into Wang Jiang's ear. If you don't want me to expose you, you can. You'll pay for our table tonight. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang's pupils contracted sharply, and his mouth twitched involuntarily a few times. This was blatant blackmail. But thinking of the girl sitting opposite him, for the sake of his pride, he could only nod in agreement reluctantly. However, he quickly reacted and looked at Jiang in confusion. You guys? Who did you come with? Before he finished speaking, Wang Jiang saw An Rou following behind Jiang. She stood quietly, her bright eyes curiously observing. Wang Jiang's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible, and his heart was in turmoil. Holy crap, my Gu was really taken down. Then, he looked sharply at Jiang again, and then at An Rou. Holy crap, matching outfits. Swallowing, Wang Jiang quietly gave Jiang a thumbs up. To take down the class beauty An Rou in just 3 days. Wang Jiang respected no one but his Gu. All right, waiter, we'll sit here, Jiang said decisively, then quickly sat down at the empty table next to Wang Jiang. He did this to give Wang Jiang no chance to back out. Wang Jiang's eye twitched. He was indeed planning to back out, but Jiang gave him no chance. Old Su, let me introduce you. Wang Jiang adjusted his emotions and said to Jiang with a smile. This is Ji Ming, a junior from the foreign language department. Although she's a senior, she's the same age as us. She's my good friend. Wang Jiang originally wanted to say girlfriend, but since she hadn't agreed to his pursuit yet, it wasn't appropriate to say that. Ji Ming, this is my good friend and my brother. His name is Jiang. I call him Old Su. Wang Jiang then turned to Ji Ming and introduced. The one next to him is his girlfriend An Rou, also our classmate. Ji Ming was a very well-behaved and quiet girl. When Wang Jiang introduced her, she quickly stood up, bowed slightly to Jiang and An Rou, and softly said, Hello, I'm Ji Ming. It's nice to meet you. When An Rou heard Wang Jiang mistakenly introduce her as Jiang's girlfriend, her cheeks immediately flushed, and a strange sense of shyness and indignation welled up in her heart. She was about to clarify, but Jiang quickly interjected, explaining, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Wang Jiang was stunned. Not partners yet. They've already met the family and are wearing matching outfits, and they're still not boyfriend and girlfriend? He secretly sighed. Gu really knew how to play it cool. Jiang sat down, looked at the menu, and asked An Rou, Are you a picky eater? An Rou was startled, then shook her head, indicating that she was not picky. Then, Jiang, who was sitting opposite her, immediately started ordering. Waiter, we'll have a double-boiled hot pot, yuan yang gua, a hot pot with 2 different broths, and then this, and this. Jiang ordered several dishes he didn't like in a row. Wang Jiang looked at them with some concern, then relaxed. Good, they were all inexpensive dishes, he could afford them. Good brother Old Su still had a conscience. Don't bring the few dishes I just ordered. Bring everything else. Waiter. An Rou. Wang Jiang. Jiang. You son of a bitch, are you even human? Wang Jiang glared at Jiang, his eyes spewing fire. Even though he came from a wealthy family, This meal would make his heart ache for a long time. Just as he was about to scold Su Jiang for being disloyal, Su Jiang suddenly coughed and turned to look at Ji Ming next to him. Ji Ming, my brother Wang Xiang here, is a versatile talent. He's proficient in both literary and martial arts. Even our advanced math teacher often praises him, right, Lao Wang? After speaking, Su Jiang deliberately gave Wang Xiang a meaningful look, with a hint of cunning in his brows. The meaning was clear: you pay, and I'll help you lie. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched, and he forced a strained smile, gritting his teeth as he said, "That's right, I'm just too low-key." Su Jiang smiled contentedly. The waiter, seeing this, reconfirmed the order 3 times, then scurried off to inform the kitchen to start preparing the dishes. An Rou watched all this, feeling a bit confused. Just as she was about to ask, Su Jiang had already stood up and leaned into her ear, whispering, "Wang Xing is paying for this meal. He owes me, it's fine." And Rou's eyes immediately filled with confusion, not understanding why Wang Xiang would pay for them. She could only attribute it all to their brotherhood was truly strong. Wang Xiang has such a good relationship with you. He'd even pay for you. And Rou whispered, "That's right. Our relationship is beyond words." Su Jiang nodded proudly, ignoring Wang Xiang's murderous gaze. 26. And Rou is jealous. Before long, the waiters started serving the dishes. Large platters of various meats attracted a lot of attention. The table was almost full, but the waiters were still bringing more dishes. And Rou stared wide-eyed, gazing blankly at Su Jiang. With so many dishes, what if they couldn't finish it all? And Rou's appetite was small to begin with. She never ate much at meals. This was also one of the important reasons she could maintain her slender figure. Su Jiang took a look and, realizing there was indeed a bit too much, stood up and, with a friendly smile, walked towards the table next door. "Come, Lao Wang, have some meat. Treat Sister Ji Ming to something good. What's with always eating vegetables?" After speaking, Su Jiang picked up 2 large platters of beef and steadily placed them on Wang Xiang and Ji Ming's table, saying generously, "Eat as much as you want. Eat your fill." Ji Ming looked at the beef in front of her, feeling a bit flustered. She quickly waved her hand, declining. "How can I accept this? Besides, we've already eaten quite a bit." Seeing this, Su Jiang laughed heartily. "What's there to be embarrassed about? We can't eat all this either, so you can help us out a bit." "Then thank you. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal," Ji Ming said. "All right, no problem. Lao Wang's friend is my friend, after all." With that, Su Jiang turned his head, looked at Wang Xiang, and smiled, narrowing his eyes. "Right, Lao Wang?" Wang Xiang's expression was as if he had eaten dirt, but in this situation, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it, replying with difficulty, Yes, Ji Ming. Don't be polite with him. Just eat." But his heart was bleeding. It was all bought with his money. That damned Su Jiang, using his money to act like a big shot, and Ji Ming still had to thank him. Wang Xiang truly had a bitter pill to swallow. Hiss! Su Jiang sat back down in his seat, a sudden sharp pain coming from his foot, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Looking up, he met An Rou's sweet smiling face, but her foot mercilessly increased the pressure on Su Jiang's small foot. "It seems you were having a very pleasant chat with that senior sister, even personally delivering dishes to her?" An Rou whispered, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Humph. Such a beautiful lady like me is sitting right in front of you, yet you run off to Ji Ming's side, smiling so happily. I've never seen you smile at me like that." The more An Rou thought about it, the angrier she got, and her chopsticks continuously tapped on the table. Su Jiang finally realized and cautiously asked, "You're not jealous, are you?" Who's jealous?" An Rou seemed to have been hit where it hurt, and a flicker of panic crossed her face. She quickly put away her chopsticks, no longer tapping the table. To cover her embarrassment, An Rou clumsily picked up a few pieces of beef and threw them into the boiling hot pot, staring intently at the bubbling hot pot, not daring to meet Su Jiang's eyes. Su Jiang looked at An Rou like this and found it somewhat amusing. Even with his slow reactions, he knew that An Rou truly liked him, which was why she cared so much about his actions. He chuckled softly, deciding not to tease her anymore, and instead said, all right, don't be angry. I won't dare to do it again next time." At the same time, He made a decision internally. If he could survive this special mission, he would confess his feelings to An Rou. Hearing Su Jiang say that, An Rou's mood finally brightened, but her face still intentionally remained cold, as if she was still angry. Although the four of them were split into two tables, they were quite close, so they chatted while eating hot pot. It was mainly Wang Jiang and Su Jiang talking. Jiming was quiet and spoke little, while An Rou simply thought the hot pot here tasted really good and kept eating and eating. Her appetite was surprisingly good. Oh, by the way, Lao Wang, how did you end up here? This isn't our school snack street, Su Jiang asked curiously. He truly hadn't expected to run into this guy here. Sai, my uncle came here for business, so I brought Ming Ming here for dinner, Wang Jiang replied while eating. By the way, what are your thoughts on the school event next week? Wang Jiang added. Lao Zhang said the school is really splurging this time, booking the entire amusement park. What thoughts could there be? Just go and have fun. It's rare for the school to organize such an event, Su Jiang said indifferently. What event? Jiming asked curiously. Then Wang Jiang explained it to her. Wow, you freshmen are so lucky, Jiming said enviously. When we were freshmen, we had remedial classes even on weekends. Holidays were a luxury. Su Jiang was about to say something when he suddenly noticed An Rou seemed a bit unhappy and quietly asked, What's wrong? An Rou was a little dejected and whispered, I want to go too. Su Jiang was momentarily stunned. Then go. I remember you signed up, didn't you? But, my brother, Su Jiang immediately understood. It was a tense period for the An family and the Feng family, and she was afraid of causing trouble for An Mingjia by running around. It's all right. I'm here, Su Jiang said with a smile. You don't need to worry about your brother. He'll agree. According to your brother's plan, the more naturally you act, the less they will dare to make a move on you. Conversely, if you are as timid as you are now, that's when you'll cause trouble for your brother. Really? An Rou was a little skeptical. Really? If you don't believe me, ask your brother. If An Mingjia dares not let you go, I'll beat the shit out of him, Su Jiang thought to himself. When Su Jiang said this, An Rou felt relieved. She really wanted to go to the amusement park with everyone, especially with Su Jiang. After a while, An Rou was already full. Although her appetite was good, she really couldn't eat much. Wang Jiang found an excuse to go to the restroom and then went to the front desk to pay for both tables. Seeing the bill for Su Jiang's table, Wang Jiang wished he could assassinate Su Jiang right then and there. Everything ordered was meat, and all the most expensive kind. Wang Jiang saw that Su Jiang had even ordered an ice cream at the end and cursed under his breath. You bastard, you even dared to order strawberry ice cream. I hope you get diarrhea and die. Little did he know, Su Jiang's ice cream was for An Rou, because An Rou had suddenly said she wanted to eat ice cream. Returning to their seats, An Rou was scooping ice cream with a small spoon, while Su Jiang was still battling through his food. Wang Jiang hadn't expected Su Jiang to be such a big eater. Old Su, we're leaving first. I'll take Ming Ming back. Okay, bye-bye. Wang Jiang and Jiming said goodbye to Su Jiang, while Jiming and An Rou waved goodbye to each other in a friendly manner. In the short time of a hot pot meal, An Rou and Jiming had already become good friends and exchanged contact information. This meant Wang Jiang would have to curry favor with An Rou in the future. Otherwise, if An Rou spoke ill of him to Jiming, he would be done for. For the next period of time, An Rou ate her ice cream in small bites, her gaze fixed on Su Jiang, who was still eating. He's really like a little pig. This thought flashed through her mind, making the corners of her mouth curl up a few more degrees. Su Jiang really ate too much. How was his stomach built? And eating so much without gaining weight, his physique always remained standard. An Rou suspected Su Jiang secretly exercised every day. In reality, before acquiring the system, Su Jiang spent his days eating and sleeping, and any free time he had was spent playing games. But now with the system and so many troubles, Su Jiang didn't have much time for gaming anymore. Only eating and sleeping. 27. Balloon and Pikachu. Finally, Su Jiang finished eating, and the two of them tidied up and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Wang Jiang had already paid their bill. Where to next? Su Jiang asked. He also didn't know what to do next. He had never been alone with a girl before. An Rou tilted her small head, thinking. She also didn't want to go back so early. So, the two decided to stroll along the street. Anyway, it wasn't far from the An family, so Jiang simply walked An Rou back while browsing. The two walked on the crowded street. An Rou had never been to the Jiangdu city night market before and was full of curiosity, looking here and there. When they reached a balloon shooting stall, An Rou felt a bit eager to try, seeing the neatly arranged darts and balloon guns. "Little girl, want to shoot balloons? 1 yuan per shot, 10 yuan minimum purchase, and I'll give you 2 extra darts," the boss said, seeing business. He immediately launched into an enthusiastic marketing offensive, a unique merchant's smile on his lips. An Rou glanced at the prizes, her gaze finally settling on the enormous Pikachu plush toy. "Boss, how many balloons do I need to hit to win that Pikachu plush toy?" An Rou's voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a hint of imperceptible nervousness. The boss immediately smiled upon hearing her, his smile full of pride and triumph, because that Pikachu was the most popular prize at his stall, attracting a lot of business. "Little girl, that's the ultimate prize. You must hit 30 balloons in a row to take it," the boss said with a cunning gleam in his eyes. Hitting 30 in a row, let alone students like them. Even soldiers might not be able to do it. But An Rou was unfazed. She confidently pulled out 100 yuan for the boss, buying 50 darts and 50 plastic bullets. Jiang had no idea where this little girl got her confidence. An Rou took a deep breath. She tightly gripped the balloon gun, aimed at the colorful balloons, and gently pulled the trigger, firing several bullets consecutively. Bang, bang, bang. Pop. The balloons still swayed in the air. Only one balloon was popped by a bullet. An Rou's face showed a surprised expression. Jiang's mouth twitched. Over a dozen bullets, and she only hit one balloon. And she was a member of a criminal family. In some ways, it was also a kind of talent. The boss was also stunned. He had seen bad shooters, but this was the first time he had seen one so bad. Humph. An Rou was clearly not satisfied with her performance. She snorted, trying to defend herself. "It must be the wind. The wind was too strong just now and blew my bullets off course. Right. The wind almost blew me away," Jiang thought to himself. Then, An Rou put down the balloon gun in her hand and decided to try throwing darts instead. She picked up a dart, aimed at a balloon, and threw it with force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pop, pop. Jiang nodded expressionlessly. Not bad, 2 balloons out of over a dozen darts. There was progress. An Rou was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Many people around were drawn by her terrible skill, but more were attracted by her beauty. An Rou's looks were indeed outstanding, and combined with her slender figure, she was exceptionally eye-catching in the crowd. Many boys were attracted to her and began to whisper, "Holy cow, what a beautiful girl. Hiss, she's too bad. Only hit 2 balloons. So what? It's enough that she's pretty. Look at her figure, her temperament. She's simply the goddess in my heart. Come on, didn't you see the guy standing next to her? They're wearing matching couple outfits. Damn, that guy's looks are also so good. Annoying. Is this kind of girl really dating this kind of guy?" Only then did everyone notice that a tall, equally handsome boy stood beside An Rou. The two wore similar clothes and looked very well matched. Many people showed expressions of envy. Clatter. An Rou heard the surrounding discussions, feeling a bit shy, and put down the remaining darts with a red face. She didn't want to play anymore. Her morale was a bit broken. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang stepped forward and patted her shoulder, whispering, "Let me do it." An Rou was startled and quickly reminded him, "This is very difficult." Jiang smiled indifferently, picked up the balloon gun An Rou had just used, counted the remaining bullets, and there were still over 30 rounds. "Boss, if I hit 30 in a row, I can take that Pikachu, right?" The boss nodded, smiling. "Of course, no going back on my word." After receiving confirmation, Jiang turned to An Rou, motioned for her to stand aside, then propped up the balloon gun, his gaze sharp, seriously aiming at the distant balloons. Bang! He missed the target. Jiang was a bit surprised, but with his gun proficiency, he quickly realized that the boss had tampered with this balloon gun. No wonder An Rou's accuracy was so ridiculous. Jiang glared at the boss. "Sigh, this guy isn't very good either. With that stance just now, I thought he was really strong. These 2 young lovers are really a match, equally bad. Let me do it. I'm better than him with my eyes closed." More and more people gathered, and there were some disgusting people in the crowd saying unpleasant things. An Rou was a bit angry. She didn't bother arguing with these people and walked forward, wanting to pull Su Jiang away. Before she could get close, Su Jiang quickly raised the gun again and rapidly pulled the trigger. Bang! Pop! A balloon burst. An Rou was startled. Before she and the people around could react, Su Jiang fired several more shots in succession. Bang! Pop! Bang! Pop! The sounds of gunfire and bursting balloons kept ringing out, like rhythmic music. Every time Su Jiang pulled the trigger, a balloon would inevitably burst. The surrounding crowd instantly fell into silence, as if time had frozen at that moment. Even the stall owner's eyes widened, his pupils flashing with disbelief. At this moment, the entire venue was left only with the crisp sound of Su Jiang pulling the trigger and the continuous pop, pop of balloons bursting. 19, 20, 21. An Rou stood aside, quietly counting the number of balloons Su Jiang hit, cheering him on internally. As Su Jiang continuously hit balloons, the boss's heart grew colder and colder. It's over. I've met a tough one. Pop, pop, pop. 28, 29, 30. When An Rou counted to 30, she excitedly raised her hands, turned to Su Jiang, her eyes filled with joy. Su Jiang put down the balloon gun in his hand, turned to the boss, a smile playing on his lips, and asked faintly, "Boss, 30 shots, no problem, right?" The boss's mouth twitched. He looked around. With so many people, if he reneged, he wouldn't be able to do business in this area anymore. He gritted his teeth and forced out a smile uglier than crying. "And no problem. Congratulations, young man. You've won our ultimate grand prize." Su Jiang nodded, walked forward, and picked up the Pikachu plush toy, which was even larger than himself. Those who had been speaking unpleasantly earlier had already shut their mouths. Many people were eager to try, feeling that they could also do it. Su Jiang didn't bother with them. He pulled the excited An Rou and quickly left the stall. The two walked to a relatively quiet place not far away. An Rou finally couldn't hold back her anticipation. She extended her hand to Su Jiang, her eyes full of desire, motioning for him to give her the Pikachu plush toy. Su Jiang didn't react to An Rou's outstretched hand and asked, confused, "What?" "A hug." Upon hearing this, An Rou's smile instantly froze. She glared at Su Jiang and angrily kicked him. "Hug your head, my Pikachu." "What do you mean you're Pikachu? Didn't I win this?" "But the bullets you used, I paid for them." "Oh right, I'll transfer 30 to you later then." An Rou was so angry she laughed. She reached out and pinched Su Jiang's ear, saying fiercely, "Pikachu or your life, choose one." "I choose Pikachu." Thud. An Rou stomped on Su Jiang's foot. "Say that again." "Hiss. I'll hold it for you first, and I'll give it to you when we get to your house." "That's more like it." An Rou was satisfied and released her hands and feet. 28. And Mingjia's arrangement. Night fell, spreading like ink over the Jiangdu River. Su Jiang and An Rou strolled along the riverside path. At this moment, only a few couples were out enjoying the rare tranquility. Beyond this path lay the in-family residence. Dalalala. An Rou walked ahead with her hands behind her back, her silhouette looking particularly captivating in the night. Her black skirt swayed gently with her steps, revealing her long, fair legs. She walked with a slight bounce, humming a song softly, the melody winding and long. Clearly, An Rou was in an exceptionally good mood. The evening breeze blew gently, bringing the cool air of night. The temperature in Jiangdu at this season was moderate, neither cold nor hot, making it the perfect night for a stroll. Su Jiang followed behind An Rou, holding a large Pikachu plushie in his arms, his eyes smiling as he watched the cheerful young girl in front of him. Just a few days ago, Su Jiang wouldn't have believed it even if he were beaten to death, that in a few days, he would be accompanying a young girl for a walk in the evening breeze at a time when he should be playing games or sleeping. Moreover, he was even helping her carry a large Pikachu. Su Jiang shook his head, feeling as if it were a dream. It was all because of the system. His life had undergone earth-shattering changes. Although it wasn't his intention, it felt pretty good. "Hurry up, what are you doing?" An Rou turned back, a little displeased that Su Jiang was walking so slowly. Su Jiang said helplessly, "Try walking while holding such a big plushie. It'll exhaust you." "Humph, So weak. An Rou mumbled softly, stopping to wait for Su Jiang to catch up, then slowed her pace to walk beside him. Then, An Rou turned her head, somewhat embarrassed, and reached out to hand Su Jiang something. What is this? Su Jiang opened his palm to reveal a small Pikachu keychain. An Rou had seen it by chance at a stall earlier, and since it was also a Pikachu design, she secretly bought it. This is a thank you gift for helping me win the plushie, An Rou said, her face red, mumbling so softly that Su Jiang almost couldn't hear her if his hearing wasn't good. Oh, Su Jiang nodded as if unconcerned, tucking the keychain into his pocket. He'd hang it on his backpack when he got back. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the An family compound. The gatekeeper recognized An Rou and quickly opened the gate. An Rou turned back and extended her hand to Su Jiang. Can I have Pikachu now? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. How about I have someone help you carry it inside? I'm afraid it might be inconvenient for you to carry. No need, I want to carry it myself, An Rou said, reaching out directly to snatch Pikachu from Su Jiang's hands. The huge plushie instantly covered An Rou. All right, you can go back now. Text me when you get home. An Rou's voice came from behind Pikachu. Then, Su Jiang watched the young girl slowly walk into the An family residence, hugging the large Pikachu. When someone saw her and tried to help, An Rou stopped them without exception. Su Jiang watched An Rou's retreating figure with amusement until she entered the house. Then he left. He wasn't in a hurry to go home. He still had something to do, something An Mingjie had asked of him. Inside the An family house, An Mingjie leaned leisurely on the sofa, comfortably sipping coffee, showing no sign of tension whatsoever, as if he wasn't the one who had declared war on the Feng family just a few hours ago. Hearing footsteps, An Mingjie turned his head and said, An Rou is back. Su Jiang, huh? What in the world? Why was such a large Pikachu walking around in the house? Stretching his neck to peer over, An Mingjie finally saw An Rou beneath Pikachu and chuckled. Getting such a big plushie, did Su Jiang give it to you? An Rou laboriously placed Pikachu on the sofa and said proudly, Su Jiang won it for me by hitting balloons. He hit 30 balloons in a row. An Mingjie smiled upon hearing this. He knew Su Jiang was a good shot, so hitting balloons was certainly no problem for him. An Rou took a few light breaths, then looked up at the long staircase. After a moment of hesitation, she pointed at Pikachu and said to An Mingjie, Brother, can you help me carry this upstairs? She couldn't carry it anymore. An Mingjie's mouth twitched upon hearing this. As a prominent family leader, what would it look like for him to be carrying a Pikachu? But who could say no when it was An Rou? An Mingjie sighed helplessly, stood up, picked up Pikachu for An Rou, and walked up the stairs. Brother, be careful, An Rou said worriedly. Don't worry, I won't fall just climbing stairs. No, I meant the plushie. Don't get it dirty. An Mingjie felt exhausted. His sister wasn't like this before. Meanwhile, a taxi stopped on Jiang Street, and Su Jiang got out. At this hour, there were already very few people on the street. Su Jiang walked casually down the street, but his eyes were vigilantly scanning his surroundings, making sure no one was following him. After turning several corners, Su Jiang made a long detour. Once he was sure no one was following him, he followed the route from his memory and arrived at the Little Slumber Night Bar again. As for whether this could truly guarantee no one was following him, Su Jiang wasn't sure, but he saw it done this way in movies. The bar was already closed for business, but Su Jiang seemed not to notice. He stood at the door and knocked. Soon, a voice came from inside. Who is it? We're closed, no business. I'm Su Jiang, and Mingjie sent me. Su Jiang said directly. Originally, when An Mingjie told Su Jiang to come, Su Jiang thought they would have some kind of secret code, but An Mingjie said he watched too many TV dramas and that just stating his identity would be enough. Sure enough, as soon as the person inside heard Su Jiang's name, they quickly opened the door and let Su Jiang in. Young Master Su, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Young Master and already told me everything. The man said, then added, my name is Hua Qing, but everyone on the streets calls me Huazi. Su Jiang's eye twitched. It was his first time being called Young Master Su, but the name Huazi was clearly even more ridiculous. Then, Huazi cautiously took out a phone from the counter. It wasn't a smartphone, but an old-fashioned phone that could only make calls and send texts. Is this it? Su Jiang took the phone and fiddled with it in his hand. This was what An Mingjie had asked him to retrieve. That's right, it's just this one phone, Huazi said. Young master and instructed that all of the Feng family's covert agents can only be contacted through this phone. At the critical moment, young master Su will use this to send one message, and all our hidden agents will act, dealing a fatal blow to the Feng family. Su Jiang nodded. He hadn't expected An Mingjie to entrust such a major trump card to him. However, he understood. At this moment, every move of the An family's core members would be monitored by Feng Qingye. Only Su Jiang, this variable, had not entered Feng Qingye's line of sight. An Mingjie believed that at the last moment, Su Jiang would leave a deep impression on Feng Qingye. 29. Brother Biao? I'll just call you Fugui. After getting the old-fashioned phone, Su Jiang left Little Slumber Night Bar and took a taxi directly home. According to An Mingjie's arrangements, there was nothing left for him to do, and even this old-fashioned phone might not even need to be used. An Mingjie said this was the last resort. If things went smoothly, they might take down the Feng family without needing to use this method. Su Jiang didn't know if it was true or not. He just had to wait for An Mingjie's message, and then it would just be a matter of sending a message. Walking into the residential area, Su Jiang strolled downstairs with his hands in his pockets, and just as he was about to go upstairs, he suddenly heard a cat's meow. Su Jiang was startled. He remembered that this residential area didn't allow pets, did it? Where did the cat come from? Following the sound, he indeed saw a white cat under a street lamp in the residential area. The white cat was lying under the street lamp, eating a sausage someone had given it. Feeling someone approach, its small ears immediately perked up, and it looked at Su Jiang warily. TSK, there really is a kitten. Su Jiang clicked his tongue, guessing that someone probably felt sorry for the little fellow and gave it a sausage. After a glance, Su Jiang intended to leave. After all, the cat had bristled when it saw him, so it must be quite shy. Meow. Hey, what are you doing? As soon as Su Jiang turned around, the white cat meowed and, surprisingly, didn't even eat its sausage, running to rub against Su Jiang's pant leg. I'm telling you, I don't have any sausage for you to eat, Su Jiang warned, pointing at it. Meow. The white cat continued to rub. For some reason, it seemed especially affectionate towards Su Jiang, and no matter how Su Jiang tried to shoo it away, it wouldn't leave. Su Jiang quickly realized what the problem was. Animal telepathy. This low-level skill rewarded by the system. Su Jiang had complained at the time that it was useless. Looking at the constantly meowing white cat, Su Jiang's head started to ache. If he went to places with many pets in the future, wouldn't they all rub against him? So Su Jiang squatted down, trying to reason with it. Stop rubbing against me. I don't have any sausage, and you haven't finished yours yet, have you? Meow. It doesn't taste good. You're already a stray cat. Do you still care if sausage tastes good or not? Meow. Take me home. Taking you home is impossible. The residential area doesn't allow pets, though many people secretly keep them. Meow. I don't care. Take me home. Didn't I tell you? Su Jiang's words stopped halfway, and he suddenly froze. Holy crap. Why the hell am I talking to a cat? No, wait. How the hell can I understand what its meows mean? System, can animal telepathy also allow me to communicate with animals without barriers? Yes. Awesome. Su Jiang shouted internally. This was truly outrageous. Seeing the white cat still rubbing against him, Su Jiang said helplessly, All right. Seeing as you're the first animal to communicate with me, I'll keep you. Originally, Su Jiang was unwilling to take it in because he found it too troublesome, having to slowly teach it this and that. But since they could communicate, it should be much easier to manage, Su Jiang thought. Meow. Thank you, master. Let's go. Su Jiang stroked the white cat's head, picked it up, and took it home. Upon returning home, Su Jiang immediately cleaned the white cat, and it was much cleaner than before. Meow. I'm hungry. Su Jiang was helpless. He rummaged through the refrigerator and found nothing to eat but sausage. Here, eat this, Su Jiang said, peeling the sausage and placing it on a plate for the white cat. The white cat lowered its head and took a bite. Meow. Disgusting. Do you believe I'll whack your cat head? I brought you home, and you're still being picky, Su Jiang threatened fiercely. Meow. Sorry. The white cat was very sensible, clearly having experienced the harsh realities of cat society, knowing that sausage was hard to come by. Looking at the white cat eating the sausage, Su Jiang's heart stirred. He took out his phone, took a photo, and sent it to An Rou. Su Jiang, image. Su Jiang, I'm home. Within a few seconds, An Rou's reply came. An Rou, what a cute kitten, do you own it? Su Jiang, no, I just picked it up downstairs. An Rou, have you named it? Su Jiang paused, then looked down and asked the white cat, do you have a name? The white cat chewed on the sausage, looked up, and pride showed in its eyes. Meow, meow, meow. All the cats on the streets call me Brother Biao. Su Jiang was silent, typing expressionlessly. No name. Haven't named it yet. You name one. Then he waited for several minutes. An Rou must have been thinking of a name. Meow, meow, meow. Master, isn't my name nice? Brother Biao, huh? I'll change your name later, Su Jiang said dismissively, taking a glass of water. Meow, I won't change it. Protest denied, you must change it. How can someone who looks like you be called Brother Biao? Which street cat named you that? Do you cats have a gangster world too? Before the white cat could answer, An Rou's message came through. An Rou, let's call it Nicholas Fugaway. An Rou, and its nickname will be Fugaway. Uft. Su Jiang saw the name An Rou had chosen and directly spat out the water in his mouth. No one could come up with a name like this. He looked at the white cat. Oh no, now it should be called Fugaway, with sympathy. You're stuck with such a naming genius. I can't help you anymore. He squatted down, lowered his head, and discussed with Fugaway. Well, we'll change your name to that, Nicholas Fugaway. From now on, we'll call you Fugaway, how about it? Su Jiang even felt a bit sorry for Fugaway. This name was even worse than Brother Biao. Meow. Fugaway was dumbfounded. Which genius came up with this name? Ignoring Fugaway's protest, Su Jiang directly replied to An Rou. It agreed, and it's quite happy. An Rou, really? That's great. An Rou, I'll come to your house to see it tomorrow. Su Jiang, okay. A smile played at the corner of his mouth, and then he suddenly received another message. This time, it was from Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang. Old Su, 5-person setup at the internet cafe tomorrow. I've booked the private room. Su Jiang, I'm busy tomorrow. After replying with 4 words, Su Jiang casually tossed Fugaway onto the sofa. Fugaway, you sleep on the sofa tonight. For peeing and pooping, go to the toilet, the place where I just bathed you. If you dare to relieve yourself anywhere else, I'll throw you out tomorrow. Meow, I don't want to be called Fugaway. It was still fixated on the name. Click. Su Jiang turned off the light, lightly leaped onto the big bed, pulled the covers up, and cared for nothing else. Even if the world ended tomorrow, he only wanted to sleep. 30. Outrageous morning. Su Jiang woke up early the next morning. This time, he wasn't woken naturally. He was pressed awake. Ugh. Su Jiang opened his eyes helplessly. Fugaway was sprawled on his chest, its 2 small paws kneading up and down. Meow, I'm hungry. Seeing Su Jiang awake, Fugaway meowed and bounced to Su Jiang's head. Su Jiang picked up his phone and saw it was 5 a.m. I really want to punch your cat head, Fugaway. Su Jiang got up and expressionlessly grabbed Fugaway by the scruff of its neck. He decided to close his door when he slept from now on, not letting this stinky cat run in and disturb his sleep. Do you know how hard it is for a college student to sleep in? You don't. You only care about your stupid hot dogs. With a hint of resentment, Su Jiang walked to the refrigerator, grabbed the remaining hot dogs, and threw them in front of Fugaway. Here, eat them all, Su Jiang said viciously. Seeing this, Fugaway nervously backed away from the hot dogs, looking at Su Jiang fearfully and meowing pitifully. Meow, meow, meow. Is this my last meal? Su Jiang painfully massaged his forehead. He was being ridiculous, arguing with a silly cat. He picked up one of the hot dogs, slowly peeled it, and placed it on a small plate, offering it to Fugaway. Eat, my ancestor. Meow, thank you. It was surprisingly polite. Since he was awake, Su Jiang was too lazy to go back to sleep. He simply made a cup of coffee and sat on the balcony, drinking it. At 5:30 a.m., a white cat was gnawing on hot dogs inside the house, while Su Jiang, with his hair a bird's nest, sat on the balcony, looking at the faintly lit sky outside the window, feeling a bit sad. Why is my life getting more and more absurd? Su Jiang took a sip of coffee. He didn't understand where things went wrong. Mainly, he was bored. He found that waking up so early, he truly had nothing to do. Because of his extraordinary body, once he woke up, he couldn't fall back asleep. Since that was the case, he might as well play a game for the first time in a while. Su Jiang immediately turned on his computer. Genshin. Oh no, League of Legends launched. Half an hour later, Su Jiang stared at the gray screen, looking at his Yasuo 0-6 score, slightly lost in thought. He had gotten worse. Had he really become this bad after only a few days without playing? Cheaters, the opponents must be cheating. Su Jiang didn't believe it and started another game. His score was still too horrible to look at. Damn it. So many cheaters today. He started another game. Someone once said that while history doesn't repeat itself, it often rhymes. Su Jiang proved this statement through practice. Although his scores were different in each game, they were all equally horrible. If you're bad, don't play. Looking at his teammates' taunts, Su Jiang was disheartened. What was wrong with him? Was the price of gaining the system losing his proud gaming talent? In reality, Su Jiang had no gaming talent whatsoever. After playing for so long, he was still in the gold rank, only slightly better than Wang Xiang's skill. Unconsciously, Su Jiang played until noon. Oh no, he lost until noon. Just then, he received a message from An Rou. I'll come to your place to see Fuguei later. Send me your apartment number. Su Jiang quickly sent his apartment number and exact address to An Rou, then decisively closed the game. Trash game. Not even a dog would play it. At this moment, at the An family, and Mingjia watched An Rou rush downstairs, wearing jeans and holding a white jacket. An Rou eat. Brother, I'm not eating. I'm going to Su Jiang's place. Then, An Rou waved to the stunned An Mingjia without looking back and jogged out the door. An Mingjia. He felt a wave of sadness. His sister had truly changed and was no longer concerned about him. And Mingjia was somewhat gritting his teeth at this moment. He inexplicably wanted to beat Su Jiang up. An Rou got into the car, rummaging through her small bag in the back seat, and pulled out a small mirror to check her reflection. Azuo, Ayu, do I look good today? An Rou asked the two bodyguards in front. Yes, they finally had names. Azuo and Ayu. Miss, you look beautiful every day. Ayu in the passenger seat replied with a smile, his face full of doting affection. He wasn't just being perfunctory. An Rou was indeed naturally beautiful, rarely wore makeup, and if she did, it was light makeup. Even so, she was voted the class beauty by her classmates, and if An Rou were a bit more high profile, she could easily be the department beauty. Hearing this, An Rou smiled contentedly, calming her excited feelings. This was her first time going to Su Jiang's house, and she was a little thrilled. I wonder if his house is big, what it looks like, will it be messy? An Rou fantasized about what Su Jiang's room would be like. She thought Su Jiang might be like other boys, with a messy room and socks thrown everywhere. In reality, that wasn't the case. One important reason Su Jiang lived alone was that he had a slight obsession with cleanliness. While not severe, he could at least maintain basic neatness and cleanliness. He heard that among dormitory students, some inconsiderate people would throw their socks and underwear into public washing machines, and Su Jiang felt shivers just hearing about it, wishing he could throw those people into the washing machine and wash them away. On the other side, Su Jiang was currently giving his home a thorough cleaning. Fuguei, I'm telling you, a girl is coming over later, so remember not to be fierce to her. Act cute for me. Su Jiang instructed Fuguei while mopping the floor. Also, can you do a backflip? Meow. Should I be able to? Never mind. It's fine if you can't. You can learn slowly later. Fuguei lay on the balcony, yawning, its two cat eyes staring at Su Jiang with a complex expression. It felt that its owner seemed to have a serious illness. His mental state was different from many humans it had seen before, somewhat absurd. Su Jiang sprayed air freshener everywhere, up and down. He had never thought his home could be so clean. While there was still some time, he quickly took a shower and dealt with his bird's nest hair. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, Su Jiang backed out, looked at the lazy Fuguei on the balcony, thought for a moment, then ran over, scooped up the white cat, and walked into the bathroom. You're coming in to wash too. Don't rub bacteria onto her. Meow. Didn't I just wash yesterday? Meow. And I don't have bacteria on me. Stop talking nonsense. Wash when I tell you to. Thus, within less than 24 hours of arriving at Su Jiang's house, Fuguei was forced to take 2 baths. Su Jiang used a hairdryer to dry its fur, and Fuguei had a look of utter despair. Forget it, let it all be destroyed. It should have known better than to follow this idiotic owner home. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. She arrived quite quickly. Coming. Putting down the hairdryer, Su Jiang said as he walked to the door to open it. Welcome, Su Jiang froze, looking at the two smiling figures at the door, and completely lost it, shouting loudly. Mom and Dad. 31. I really met the parents. Surprise. Didn't expect this, did you? Su Dad and Su Mom stood at the doorway, looking at Su Jiang with joyful expressions. It was rare for them to come visit Su Jiang, and in their hearts, Su Jiang must have been incredibly grateful and excited. Although they were just passing by and decided to check on Su Jiang. But this was still a gesture, wasn't it? What's more, they even bought some fruit for Su Jiang, a truly enviable display of family affection. The moment Su Jiang saw Su Dad and Su Mom, he froze in place, cold sweat dripping down his back. It's over. Look at this child, so happy he doesn't even know to let us in, Su Mom chuckled, and without waiting for Su Jiang to react, she directly led Su Dad into the house. No, Ma. Su Jiang opened his mouth, unsure what to say. He could only close the door first, trying to figure out a way to send these two great deities away before An Rou arrived. Closing the door, Su Jiang forced a difficult smile. Ba Ma, why are you here? We came specially to see you, aren't you happy? Su Mom said while looking around, while Su Dad walked directly to the water dispenser, picked up some tea leaves, and began brewing tea for himself. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. It's a miracle if you two came specially to see me. Ever since I went to college, you two have been eager to enjoy your own world together. How could you possibly care about me? To be honest with you, your mother and I planned to visit the capital, and we're taking a plane, so we just stopped by to see you, Su Dad said while brewing tea, adding, Why does the aroma of your tea smell a bit off? Did you change it? Su Jiang rubbed his forehead helplessly. No, you must have changed your own taste. How long has it been since you last came here for tea? It's a wonder you even remember where the tea is kept. At this moment, a clear meow suddenly echoed in the room. White Cat leisurely walked out of the bathroom, staring at Su Jiang with a hint of resentment. Meow, my fur isn't dry yet. Oh, the moment Su Mom saw the fluffy white cat, her eyes immediately sparkled with surprise. She trotted forward, squatted down, and gently picked up White Cat. Why did you suddenly get a cat, you brat? This White Cat is too adorable, Su Mom said, rubbing White Cat against her cheek with force. White Cat remembered what Su Jiang had just said. A human female was coming, so it couldn't be fierce. It had to act cute. So, its two paws dangled gently, its innocent cat eyes wide, meowing pitifully as if it were charming Su Mom. Meow, Master, am I doing well? Meow, watch me charm her to death. Stupid cat. Su Jiang watched his mother doting on White Cat, while his father sat comfortably on the sofa drinking tea. Su Jiang covered his face in despair. It's over, everything is messed up now. These two definitely won't be leaving anytime soon. He had already messaged An Rou at the first opportunity, telling her not to come yet, but An Rou hadn't replied. Su Jiang guessed her phone was in her bag, and she hadn't seen the message. There was still a chance. Su Jiang asked with a last glimmer of hope. Ma, what time is your flight? 2 in the afternoon. What? Su Mom said, holding White Cat and sitting next to Su Dad, without turning her head. Su Jiang immediately pulled out his phone. It was 12:30 now. There was a chance. Then why aren't you hurrying? It's already 12:30, and you need to check in half an hour before the flight. Su Jiang exaggerated. I'm doing great here. You don't need to worry about me. Don't miss your flight. It wouldn't be good if you couldn't make it to the capital. Oh, you don't need to be so flustered, kid. Su Dad calmly took a sip of tea and picked up the remote to turn on the TV. Your mother and I know how to manage our time. Our flight is tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. We're staying at a nearby hotel tonight, so you really don't need to worry. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang froze in place. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon? Then it's over. There's no hope. Su Jiang took a deep breath and slumped onto the sofa, giving up the struggle. His heart felt so tired. Let the world end. Now, his last hope was that An Rou would see his message and not come. If she comes, I truly don't know what I'll do. However, it seemed fate was determined to toy with Su Jiang. The next second, the doorbell rang, and An Rou's voice came through the door into the room. Rogue Su Jiang, I'm here. Open the door for me quickly. This shout was significant. Su Dad and Su Mom immediately looked up, staring at the door in surprise, and then at Su Jiang. The two elders' expressions gradually changed from surprise to uncontrollable smiles, their thoughts exposed. There's gossip to be had. Su Jiang knew that this time, it was truly over. He gave up struggling, stood up, and opened the door like a zombie. Why so slow? Where's White Cat? An Rou mildly complained, then agilely and lightly slipped into the house from Su Jiang's side, completely oblivious to the expression on Su Jiang's face, because she was already impatient to see what Su Jiang's home looked like. Your place is quite clean. An Rou looked around enthusiastically, then suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Her gaze inadvertently swept over the two figures on the living room sofa, and her mind immediately crashed. Isn't Su Jiang supposed to live alone? Why are there other people, and they look like elders? These two wouldn't be. And Rou's small head mechanically turned towards Su Jiang. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with shock, and her voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Please don't let them be Su Jiang's parents. She would want to die if they were. She had just called Su Jiang a rogue at the door. Su Jiang had no choice but to bite the bullet and introduce them. As you can see, these are my parents. Then he turned to his parents, a hint of an awkward smile on his face, and softly introduced, Ma, this is An Rou. She's my, good friend. An uncle, auntie, hello. An Rou's face instantly flushed crimson, like a ripe apple. Her small head bowed deeply, almost burying itself in her chest, and her hands tightly clutched the hem of her clothes. Damn Su Jiang. Idiot Su Jiang. Rogue Su Jiang. Why didn't you tell me elders were home? What do I do now? Meow. White Cat, in Su Mom's arms, looked around confusedly. It sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, as if it had done something wrong. Then it lay back down. What did that have to do with it anyway? It was just a cat. Oh, hello, quick, sit down. Su Dad and Su Mom immediately stood up enthusiastically, kindly taking her hand and leading her to sit on the sofa. White Cat was tossed aside by Su Mom. White Cat didn't mind, stretched, and found a spot to continue lying down. Su Mom's gaze never left An Rou. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, as if she had discovered some treasure. Such a beautiful girl, such a perfect figure. It had to be her own son. He worked wonders without saying a word. No wonder he kept urging them to leave before. It turned out he was hiding a beauty. Su Mom glanced at Su Jiang with a hint of triumph. Caught you, didn't I? It was truly the right decision for this old lady to come see you today. Su Dad also secretly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Su Jiang closed his eyes, unwilling to look. An Rou, such a lovely name. Su Mom smiled, her voice full of tenderness. Annie, you can just call me An Rou. An Rou replied, blushing, her voice slightly trembling. An Rou, that sounds even more intimate. Su Mom's smile grew brighter. She then asked, do you often come to Su Jiang's place to play? Upon hearing this question, An Rou immediately became nervous, fearing she would be misunderstood as a frequent visitor to Su Jiang's home. She quickly waved her hands and explained, No, Auntie, this is my first time here. Her tone carried a hint of urgency, fearing Su Mom would misunderstand. After speaking, An Rou looked up at Su Jiang, her eyes showing a pleading look. Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He felt An Rou was about to shatter. So he quickly explained the situation clearly to his mother. 32. This woman is too cruel. A few minutes later, Su Mom looked at her son with a suspicious expression. You're saying you two just started seeing each other? Exactly. And then you just happened to pick up this White Cat last night. Yes. And then An Rou came to see this White Cat today? That's right. Su Jiang's voice trailed off, a bit unsure. In some ways, it was indeed very hard to believe. Moreover, Su Jiang had omitted many things, such as the triad family matters, and of course, the confession. Old Jiang had already called Su Dad and Su Mom about his confession to An Rou earlier, but they didn't know the person he confessed to was An Rou. If they found out about this, Su Jiang wouldn't be able to live. He'd be mocked by the two elders for a lifetime. Seeing that Su Mom was a bit disbelieving, An Rou quickly said, Auntie, it's true. I really just came to see Fugue. Fugue? Meow. Who's calling me? That's the cat. Only then did Su Mom understand. So this White Cat was named Fugue? But that wasn't important. What was important was An Rou. Su Mom smiled and said, Since An Rou said so, of course I believe it. Su's dad sat silently to the side, squinting at Jiang, secretly praising him. As expected of my son, he just started seeing her and already knows to pick up a cat to lure the girl. And he actually managed to trick her into coming to the house. Jiang returned his glare. I didn't have that intention. I simply like raising kittens. An Rou, are you a local of Jiangdu? Are your family members also here? What do they do? Is your study pressure usually high? Has Jiang ever bullied you? Su's mom rattled off a long string of questions, leaving An Rou bewildered. Which one should she answer first? Seeing this, Su's dad gently kicked Su's mom, telling her to rein it in and not scare the girl. Su's mom also realized she was a bit too excited and quickly laughed. Oh, An Rou, don't be scared. Auntie is just a little excited. After all, I've never seen a girl around Jiang before. When An Rou heard this, her eyes brightened a bit. Jiang had never had other girls around him. Then wasn't she the first? An Rou's mood improved, and she was no longer as nervous as before. However, Su's mom's questions stumped her. On one hand, she didn't know if she could talk about her family's affairs, and on the other hand, she didn't want to lie to Jiang's parents. Jiang saw An Rou's dilemma and quickly ran to Su's dad's ear, whispering, "Dad, quickly take my mom away." Su's dad looked at him suspiciously. Jiang couldn't care less now, and directly said, "If you don't help me, I'll tell Mom where you hide your private money." Holy crap! Su's dad was startled to hear this. He cautiously glanced at Su's mom and whispered, "How did you know I hide private money, you brat?" "Nonsense. I'm your son. How could I not know you? I even know how much you've hidden." With that, Jiang slowly held up 2 fingers. Su's dad broke into a cold sweat at the sight of those 2 fingers. This kid actually knew. Impossible. I hide it so well, and this kid doesn't come home often. How could he know? But he couldn't think about that now. No matter how important other matters were, they couldn't compare to his private money. So Su's dad lightly coughed, and pulling Su's mom, said, "Hey, I just got a call from my sister. She said she wants to treat us to dinner and told us to hurry over." Su's mom looked at him suspiciously. "When did you get a call?" "How come I don't know? Just when you weren't here. Do you think I'd lie to you?" "That's perfect. Let Jiang and An Rou go together then." After speaking, Su's mom turned to An Rou again. "An Rou, you're free today, aren't you?" An Rou looked at Jiang for help. "Should I be free or not?" "Well, Mom," Jiang quickly said. "An Rou and I have something to do outside later. We need to buy cat litter and stuff for Fuguei." After speaking, he even winked at An Rou. "Right, An Rou?" "Right." An Rou immediately understood, turned her head, and explained to Su's mom, "Auntie, I've already made an appointment with the pet store. We're going soon." "Oh, is that so?" Su's mom was a bit disappointed to hear this. She really couldn't bear to let go of such a beautiful girl as An Rou, and wanted to chat more. "Oh, don't bother them anymore. We're leaving tomorrow. We still need to go back and pack." Seeing this, Su's dad felt it was about time, delivered the final blow, and pulling Su's mom, got up and walked out. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't gotten my bag yet." "Mom, the bag's here." Jiang quickly handed over the bag, his face full of flattery. Su's mom took the bag, glared at the 2 father and son, and then smiled at An Rou. "An Rou, let's chat again next time. Auntie is leaving now." Okay, goodbye, Auntie." An Rou obediently stood up to bid Su's mom farewell, completely abandoning her usual young misdemeanor. Jiang, remember to take An Rou to eat something good. Don't be stingy, and don't bully An Rou." Su's mom urged before leaving. Yes, I know." Jiang nodded repeatedly. He was really afraid his mom would stay and chat. Once she started nagging, it would never end, and Jiang never listened. As the saying goes, a senior's nagging is like a good medicine. Only those who are seriously ill can drink it. "We're leaving." Click. The door closed, and Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for how Su's dad would cover up his lie, that was none of his business. He also didn't know if the call Su's dad mentioned was real or fake. But anyway, it's better for a friend to die than for oneself. One of them had to live. After confirming that Jiang's parents had left, An Rou finally revealed a fierce expression. Disregarding everything, she ran in front of Jiang, jumped up, and started stomping on him. While stomping, she cursed with a flushed face. Su Jiang, you bastard. Uncle and Auntie were here. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? You made me lose face and almost get misunderstood. You deliberately wanted to prank me. I'm going to stomp you to death. Heaven knew how she had spent those 10-odd minutes. She felt like she was about to shatter. All her resentment exploded at this moment. Su Jiang was caught off guard and got stomped several times. He quickly dodged and said rapidly, "You don't check your phone messages, and you blame me? You still dare to argue? No. If you don't believe me, check your phone. I sent you messages." "I'm not looking." An Rou reached out and pinched Su Jiang's waist. She just wanted to vent her anger. The white cat, Fugui, hid far away on the windowsill, curled up and trembling, its tiny paws covering its eyes, peeking through the gaps in its paws. This human woman was too ferocious. She actually beat the master until he didn't dare to fight back. This cat must never provoke her in the future. 33. Chena's Pet Supplies Store. A few minutes later, An Rou sat on the sofa, happily rubbing white cat Fugui, her anger clearly gone. Su Jiang stood to the side, rubbing his waist and hissing in pain, the area where An Rou had pinched him a bruised mess. This little girl was truly ruthless. She didn't hold back at all. If it weren't for the extraordinary body skill, which greatly enhanced his physical constitution, Su Jiang would have suspected An Rou could pinch off a piece of flesh. Fugui lay in An Rou's arms, well-behaved and not daring to act presumptuously. Even though it had resisted the name Fugui before, now, whenever An Rou called it, it would obediently respond. A wise cat knows when to yield. It didn't know who had the lowest status in this household, but the highest was already very clear. It wouldn't flatter An Rou, but go flatter Su Jiang? Come on, buddy, my cat life isn't over yet. Su Jiang, have you fed Fugui cat food? An Rou looked at Fugui's somewhat thin body, her heart aching. Meow, I want cat food. Fugui took advantage of the situation. It had already eaten enough ham sausages, having grown tired of them during its stray days. Su Jiang glared at Fugui and said helplessly, "There's no cat food. It just ate a ham sausage this morning. How can that be? Fugui is so small and still growing." An Rou was displeased when she heard that. Meow, meow, meow. Exactly, I'm still growing. Su Jiang sighed. Then, shall we go out and buy some? So, Su Jiang tidied up and went out with An Rou to buy some cat supplies for Fugui. Fugui, wait for us obediently at home. Okay. Before leaving, An Rou gently stroked Fugui's little cat head and said softly, "Meow, remember to buy cat food." Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe that the gentle and lovely An Rou in front of him had been so violent just now. Isn't Mingjie usually the same as him? Leaving Fugui alone. Oh no, one cat. At home, the two of them went out. I have an older sister who owns a pet supply store. Let's go there. An Rou suggested. Su Jiang nodded. It didn't matter to him where they went. He was just idling. The two walked out of the residential area and stood by the roadside, stopping. Then Su Jiang stared at An Rou, and An Rou looked at Su Jiang. What are you looking at me for? Let's get a taxi. An Rou felt a bit flustered from his gaze and said coquettishly, "A taxi." A trace of confusion appeared on Su Jiang's face. "What taxi? Where are your two bodyguards? Shouldn't we be taking your family's car out?" "I'm going out with you, a young lady from a prominent family. Do I still need to hail my own taxi?" "You mean Azuo and Ayu? They went back after dropping me off." "They went back? So you're alone now?" "Yes. Why do you look so surprised?" An Rou looked at Su Jiang with some confusion. Su Jiang was a bit speechless. "No. Then who will protect your safety? Didn't you say it? The less I care about my own safety, the less they dare to lay a hand on me." She paused, then added, "And my brother said that with you here, there's no need for bodyguards." Although she didn't know why An Mingjie said that, she still trusted her own brother. Su Jiang's eye twitched. "Damn you, An Mingjie. Are you really treating me as an family's thug?" Helpless, Su Jiang waved down a taxi. An Rou got in and told the driver the address, setting off for the pet supply store An Rou had mentioned. About 10 minutes later, the two got out of the car. Su Jiang followed and rode down the street, and soon arrived at the entrance of a pet supply store. An Rou skillfully walked towards the half-open door. With a creak of the door, she stepped inside, her voice ringing out clearly. "Sister Chiona, I'm here." Chiona, who had been sitting behind the counter, engrossed in a TV drama, instantly looked up when she heard An Rou's voice. She quickly stood up, her face beaming with a surprised smile, and looked towards the door. "Little An Rou, what brings you here today? This is a rare visit." However, her voice suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her eyes wide, as if she had seen something incredible. "Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! What did I just see?" Behind An Rou, there was actually a sunny and handsome young boy. That An Rou, who had no interest in men, actually brought a boy to her store. An Rou approached, her face puzzled. "Sister Chiona, what's with that expression? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Jiang followed behind An Rou, curiously looking around. It was his first time in a pet supply store, and there were many things he had never seen before. He noticed that Chiona was looking at him with an unusual gaze. Out of politeness, Jiang bowed slightly. "Hello, my name is Jiang." Hello. Chiona finally snapped out of her shock, her eyes darting between Jiang and An Rou. Her curiosity prompted her to ask further. "May I ask, are you An Rou's boyfriend?" As soon as this question was asked, An Rou and Jiang looked at each other simultaneously. "Sister Chiona, don't mind him, just pretend he's not here." An Rou felt a surge of panic and quickly spoke before Jiang could. She also didn't know what her relationship with Jiang was now. The two had never broken through that delicate barrier, maintaining this subtle relationship. Moreover, An Rou wasn't ready yet. Chiona looked at An Rou's somewhat flustered and slightly shy expression, and a strange curiosity arose in her heart. Looking at the subtle atmosphere between the two, Chiona narrowed her eyes, having already guessed pretty accurately. TSK, how innocent, our little An Rou. Chiona was already shouting in her heart, but she showed no outward signs. When An Rou mentioned wanting to buy pet supplies for the cat, Chiona enthusiastically led them to the designated area. "For litter boxes, I recommend this one for you too." Chiona deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of "you too." "Then I'll get you two a cat bed, and the cat food and litter are over here." As Chiona spoke, she skillfully took various brands of cat food from the shelves, all of which she dumped into the litter box. Jiang stood to the side, holding a large, soft cat bed. He gently squeezed it, and the soft texture made his eyes light up. So soft, it must be very comfortable to sit on. Watching the busy Chiona, An Rou seemed to remember something. She took a step back and stood next to Jiang, whispering, "Sister Chiona is also from our family. She's Brother Li Kai's cousin. However, Sister Chiona is like me. She hasn't participated in any family affairs and opened a shop here by herself." Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, not expecting that big oaf Li Kai to have such an older sister. "All right, these should be enough." Chiona glanced over, making sure nothing was missed. "Sister Chiona, how much is all this? I'll scan it for you." An Rou took out her phone, ready to pay, but Chiona stopped her. "Little An Rou, what are you doing? Are you trying to slap your sister's face?" Chiona deliberately put on a stern face. "Given our relationship, could I possibly let you pay? If you pay today, don't ever call me Sister Chiona again in this life." Chiona said firmly. "Payment received, 500 yuan. A clear payment notification sound suddenly rang out. The two were stunned and turned to see Jiang, holding the cat bed in one hand and putting his phone, which had just completed the payment, into his pocket with the other, a hint of an innocent expression on his face. "Why are you looking at me?" Jiang asked, seeing them both staring at him. "Isn't it natural to pay for things? I just calculated the marked prices, and it should be 500, right?" Chiona's mouth twitched. Was that the point? Would a normal person pay in this situation? Chiona felt that this Jiang guy was somewhat outrageous. 34. About love. For a moment, the three of them were stunned, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. An Rou was the first to react, and she quickly smiled. "Sister Chiona, since he paid, then you should accept it. The least you can do is treat me to a meal next time." With things said to this extent, Chiona could only helplessly say, "All right then, but you're not allowed to do this again next time." Jiang gave a sheepish smile. The reason he did this was because he felt it wasn't good to take things for free the first time he came to her store. "By the way, have you taken that cat of yours to the pet hospital for a checkup? Generally, stray cats can have a lot of diseases." An Rou shook her head. Jiang had only picked up Fugué yesterday, so he obviously hadn't had time to take it to the pet hospital. However, Jiang said, "It's fine. It doesn't have any major health issues." When he bathed it yesterday, he specifically asked Fugui if it had any diseases. Fugui emphatically stated that it was a healthy little cat. "How do you know?" Xiona asked curiously. "Could it be that this man was a veterinarian?" I had a veterinarian friend come over to my house to take a look." Jiang casually made up an excuse. He couldn't possibly say the cat told him, could he? Wouldn't that be absurd? Jiang didn't want to be treated like a lunatic. "You have a veterinarian friend?" An Rou turned her head and casually asked, "Is it a boy or a girl?" A boy." Jiang immediately became alert, and then added, "And he's quite old." An Rou's beautiful eyes lightly glanced at him, and she reluctantly believed him. Jiang's mind was racing at this moment, already considering where to find a male veterinarian to befriend. He remembered that Jiang University seemed to have veterinarians. He would inquire about it later if he had the chance. If An Rou found out he lied to her someday, he would probably get another beating. His waist was still aching now, and Rou had already pinched it purple at home earlier. After they finished shopping, Xiona hadn't seen An Rou for a long time and wanted to chat with her, especially about Jiang. She whispered a few words into An Rou's ear. An Rou blinked, then told Jiang to go buy her bubble tea. This was to send Jiang away so they could have some private girl talk. "No way. That bubble tea shop is so far from here." Jiang looked at the navigation and found that the bubble tea shop An Rou mentioned was a 3-kilometer walk away. "Isn't there a similar shop nearby?" Jiang put his phone in front of An Rou, pointing to a bubble tea shop on it, and asked, confused, "Why do you have to make me walk so far?" "Oh, don't worry about it." An Rou pushed his phone away and pushed Jiang's back towards the door. "Anyway, I just want that one. If you buy me one from nearby, you're dead meat." Jiang was pushed out the door. He turned back and stared at An Rou for a while, teasingly saying, "What? Are you and Sister Xiona going to say something I can't hear?" "Oh, just go." Seeing Jiang realize, An Rou immediately began to act spoiled, hugging Jiang's arm and shaking it. "We'll only chat for a little while. It'll be quick." An Rou held out one hand, her bright eyes looking at Jiang, and promised, "I guarantee, once you come back with it, we'll go home." She showed a cute smile, instantly melting Jiang's heart, so Jiang, without much backbone, went to buy the bubble tea. There was nothing he could do, and Rou's spoiled act was too deadly, simply an unfair move. "Go slowly, don't rush." And Rou smiled and waved at Jiang's departing back. She turned her head and found Xiona standing at the door looking at her, her mouth so wide with a smile that it couldn't close. "I didn't expect our little An Rou to be able to act spoiled now," Xiona teased, and An Rou's face instantly turned red. "Hey, what's your relationship now? Has he confessed to you?" This was the question Xiona most wanted to know at the moment. An Rou froze. Confess? It seemed like he had confessed, but at that time, she and Jiang weren't familiar with each other at all. She had even angrily kidnapped Jiang. And Rou hesitated, then still recounted Jiang's incredible confession. "What? He confessed to you in front of the whole class and the teacher?" Xiona covered her mouth in shock upon hearing this, then quickly asked, "What about you? Did you agree?" And Rou shook her head. How could she have agreed at that time? She wished she could have strangled Jiang to death. "Does your brother know about this?" "He should know. They've already met." "Oh my goodness." Xiona was shocked once again. She hadn't expected An Mingjie to have already met Jiang. And now Jiang was still standing beside An Rou, perfectly fine, which meant An Mingjie had approved of Jiang. But Xiona couldn't understand why. Besides being a little handsome, she didn't find anything outstanding about that young man. Could An Mingjie have valued his ordinariness? Did he hope An Rou would live a simple, ordinary life? Xiona wasn't sure. She couldn't fathom An Mingjie's thoughts. Few people in the entire Jiangdu city could fathom An Mingjie's thoughts. Xiona decided to ask Li Kai later. Starting with her younger cousin, he was with An Mingjie every day and should know more inside information. At this moment, the fire of gossip in Xiona's eyes burned fiercely. She couldn't hold back and wished she could call Li Kai over right now. However, this was clearly impossible. She also knew about the An family declaring war on the Feng family. Although it was unlikely to affect her, Li Kai had still instructed Xiona to try to avoid contacting family members for a while. Of course, An Rou was an exception. Currently, no one dared to lay a hand on An Rou, fearing that An Rou might be bait thrown out by An Mingjia. What about you? Xiao Na then asked An Rou. Don't tell me you don't like him. A blind person could see that you two like each other. Are you planning to just wait for him to confess, or are you going to make the first move? Upon hearing this, An Rou's face quickly reddened to her ears. She lowered her head, fiddling with her slender fingers, and whispered, I don't know what to do either. This is my first time encountering such a situation. Seeing this situation, Xiao Na, as someone who had been through it, immediately saw that An Rou was not yet ready, let alone prepared to make the first move. It seemed that for this window to be broken, Jiang would have to make the effort, Xiao Na thought. She just hadn't expected that the once spoiled and willful young lady would now show such a delicate, girlish demeanor. Because of Jiang's appearance, An Rou was also gradually changing. Similarly, Jiang was constantly accommodating An Rou, and his life gradually began to include An Rou's presence. Even if neither of them realized this change, their hearts were gradually drawing closer. Until one day, this change would make them understand the deep-seated affection they held for each other. At that time, without either of them having to speak first, they would naturally be together. It's okay, little An Rou, Xiao Na smiled gently, like a caring older sister, stroking An Rou's head. Someone will always love you in their own way. All we have to do is wait, discover, and then respond. If you're not ready, just wait. Waiting is also beautiful, especially the waiting before having love. It will become a very unforgettable memory for you. An Rou's eyes were slightly confused upon hearing this. Perhaps she didn't understand Xiao Na's meaning, but that was no longer important. Confusion is what they should be like at their age. Being confused about love is what life should be like. 35. You can only wear what I buy. Half an hour later, An Rou and Sister Xiao Na were chatting and laughing when Jiang returned with 2 cups of milk tea. Oh, you're back. Sister Xiao Na smiled, stood up, and took the milk tea from Jiang's hand, saying apologetically, Thank you. You ran so far. Jiang shook his head indifferently. For him, it was just like going shopping. He handed An Rou's milk tea to her, but An Rou didn't reach out to take it, so Jiang gave her a questioning look. I don't drink it. An Rou looked at Jiang with a smile. Milk tea is so sweet and makes you gain weight. I dislike drinking milk tea the most. Then why did you make me buy it? Jiang said helplessly. This little girl was too much trouble. You drink it. Sister Xiao Na said this flavor is very delicious. An Rou finished speaking, took the milk tea, inserted the straw, and handed it to Jiang's mouth. You try it. Jiang usually didn't like drinking milk tea either. He thought it was so expensive and not as good as Happy Fat Water. However, since An Rou had brought it to his mouth, Jiang could only take a small sip, and his eyes lit up. It's really good. Jiang took another big sip. The taste was much better than he imagined. No wonder so many people like drinking milk tea. Really? An Rou was a little excited when she saw this. Was it really that good? She took it back, put it to her mouth, and took a sip. So sweet. Tisk, it's too sweet. I really can't get used to it. An Rou wrinkled her small brows and threw the milk tea to Jiang. Jiang took it blankly, looked at the straw, and then at An Rou. Just now, was that an indirect kiss? An Rou also realized at this moment that the straw she had just used to drink milk tea seemed to have just been used by Jiang. Her small face instantly turned red. Before Jiang could say anything, she quickly changed the subject. Well, Sister Xiao Na, we'll be leaving now. We'll come back to play with you next time. After saying that, An Rou didn't wait for Sister Xiao Na's response and walked directly out the door, not caring if Jiang had followed. Her heart was completely in turmoil. She had just indirectly kissed Jiang. Would Jiang misunderstand? Jiang looked at An Rou's back in a daze and said helplessly, No, we haven't even taken the things we bought yet. Sister Xiao Na also found it amusing. She picked up the pile of things they had bought, put them into Jiang's hands, and said caringly, Can you carry it? It's a bit heavy. I'll let An Rou come back and help you with some. No need, Sister Xiao Na, I can carry it. Jiang smiled and held all the items with one hand, looking effortless. Sister Xiao Na was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Jiang, who didn't seem to have much muscle, to be quite strong. An Rou can sometimes have a bit of a pampered young lady's temper, so please be more tolerant of her. Sister Chiona looked at Su Jiang seriously and added, she hasn't interacted with boys before. I hope that no matter what, you don't let her be sad. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at the figure standing outside the door, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, and he softly said, don't worry, I will. When the two walked out, the pink on An Rou's face had faded considerably. Seeing Su Jiang carrying so many things, she suddenly remembered that she had been so focused on being shy that she forgot the things they bought for the white cat. She quickly went forward and said embarrassedly, let me help you carry some. An Rou looked left and right, but couldn't find anything she could help Su Jiang with. You carry the milk tea. Su Jiang looked amused and handed the milk tea back to An Rou. Oh. An Rou took the milk tea, her small face turning a little red again. While Su Jiang turned to say goodbye to Sister Chiona, she secretly took another small sip. It's too sweet, An Rou said, sticking out her small tongue. But it was pretty good. Sister Chiona, we're leaving. Okay, remember to come visit me. An Rou waved her small hand. Since Su Jiang was carrying things with both hands, he could only nod slightly to Sister Chiona. As the two walked back, they passed a household goods store, and An Rou seemed to remember something and stopped. What's wrong? Su Jiang asked, puzzled. What was this little girl up to now? An Rou put her finger to her mouth, thought for a moment, and then pretended to be concerned. I just saw that your house only seemed to have one pair of slippers. So, it wouldn't be good if your uncle, aunt, or guest came to your house, and there were no slippers. Wait for me for a moment. An Rou finished speaking, scurried into the store, and a few minutes later, came out carrying 2 pairs of slippers she had bought. Here, you wear this pair at home from now on. An Rou took out a pair of blue slippers, then pointed to another pair of pink slippers. This pair is mine, and no one else is allowed to wear them except me. Su Jiang saw this and said amusingly, what about my old pair of slippers? An Rou tilted her small head and thought, leave them for guests? Oh, never mind. Anyway, you can only wear the pair I bought. An Rou was very domineering at this moment, her slender legs eager to move, as if An Rou would jump up and stomp on Su Jiang if he dared to say no. Seeing Su Jiang nod in agreement, a smile immediately appeared on An Rou's face, and her mood became cheerful. Afterward, the two walked to the intersection to hail a taxi. Only this time An Rou was the one hailing it. Su Jiang stood aside and unintentionally glanced at the milk tea in An Rou's hand, a big question mark appearing in his head. How had half of the milk tea already been drunk? Seeing An Rou's eyes fixed on her phone, occasionally taking small sips, Su Jiang was speechless. Who was it just now who said they disliked drinking milk tea the most? It must have been a dog. A puppy named An Rou. Su Jiang felt a little regretful. He had just thought the milk tea was quite delicious, but it seemed he wouldn't get to drink any of it now. If he asked An Rou for the milk tea back now, that little girl would definitely become angry and then scold him. Su Jiang was already used to it. No, why was he used to this kind of thing? Before long, the two returned home and were stunned by the scene before them when they opened the door. They saw the white cat, who was lying on the balcony, gnawing on a sausage with its 2 small paws. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the white cat paused its movements, turned its small cat head, and stared blankly at Su Jiang and An Rou. It was as if it had been caught red-handed doing something bad. Ah! An Rou exclaimed softly and ran to the balcony to pick up the white cat. How did you end up here eating sausage all by yourself? Are you starving? Su Jiang's mouth twitched, his gaze falling on the scattered sausage wrappers on the floor. He could understand eating sausage, but how did this silly cat manage to bite open the plastic packaging? And bite it so neatly? Meow. Sorry. Caught in the act, the white cat chose to apologize immediately, without making excuses. This silly cat's attitude in admitting its mistake was quite sincere, so Su Jiang temporarily let it off the hook. Then, An Rou excitedly showed the white cat the things they had bought. White cat, look, this is your little cat bed. An Rou brought over the large cat bed that was placed aside, then picked up the litter box. And this is the litter box. From now on you. An Rou talked endlessly, meticulously explaining the uses of these items to the white cat, whose eyes sparkled. Meow, meow, meow. A cat's life is like this, no regrets even in death. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. How unfortunate was your previous cat life that you have no regrets even in death now? Is Brother Biao's ambition just that small? Useless. 36. Lin Hui's actions. An Rou stayed at Su Jiang's home until evening. The two of them had dinner around the neighborhood, and then An Rou's two bodyguards drove to pick her up. Before leaving, An Rou was still a bit reluctant and wanted to take White Cat back with her, but White Cat seemed unwilling. In truth, White Cat couldn't wait to go back with An Rou, lying in An Rou's fragrant embrace every day. It felt its cat life would be without regrets. But under Su Jiang's threatening gaze, White Cat chickened out. It feared that its wonderful cat life would be cut short by Su Jiang before it even began. Su Jiang, you must take good care of White Cat. If it loses weight, you're dead meat. Seeing that White Cat refused to go with her, An Rou could only gently instruct Su Jiang to take good care of White Cat. At the same time, the entire Jiangdu city was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Since Fengting Restaurant declared war, all major forces in Jiangdu have been on edge. The open and secret struggles between the An family and the Feng family intensified, and the Lin family was also stirring, looking for an opportunity. The Wang family also formally announced that they would officially relocate to Jiangdu in 1 week. This news caused an uproar. Everyone knew that once the Wang family moved into Jiangdu, it would be the beginning of the outbreak of war. Because at this moment, the Wang family was not only the leading family in the gray zone, but also the witness to the An family's declaration of war against the Feng family. Jiangdu, Lin family, inside a dimly lit room. The An family and the Feng family are now like two tigers fighting. This is our great opportunity. Beside Lin Hui, a man with a solemn expression said. His name was Wu Chengren, and he was Lin Hui's, and even the entire Lin family's, secret weapon. Wu Chengren was once the top assassin of a certain leading family. After that leading family was destroyed, he was impressed by Lin Hui and joined the Lin family. To this day, Lin Hui has not allowed Wu Chengren to be exposed to the sight of An Mingjie and Feng Qingyue. No one knows that the Lin family has such a person. Only Lin Hui knew of Wu Chengren's existence. Even other members of the Lin family were unaware. You've hidden me for so many years, and now you've encountered such a good opportunity, yet you're not making a move? Wu Chengren's eyes gleamed. He felt that this was a great opportunity for the Lin family to reap the benefits, and perhaps the Lin family could turn things around and become a leading family. Lin Hui heard this, leaned back on the sofa, and gently played with a coin between his fingers. Chengren, do you know why An Mingjie dared to declare war on the Feng family in front of me? Wu Chengren was stunned. He truly didn't know this. Could there be some hidden meaning? Lin Hui saw his reaction and smiled, explaining, you don't understand An Mingjie. If you truly think this is an opportunity to reap the benefits, then you are gravely mistaken. You will fall completely into An Mingjie's trap. Wu Chengren frowned. Is An Mingjie really that terrifying? Can he guard against us while dealing with the Feng family? Lin Hui chuckled. When you have that thought, you are destined not to be An Mingjie's opponent. He had clashed with An Mingjie for many years and deeply understood An Mingjie's terrifying nature. Although he had a card like Wu Chengren hidden, who knew how many cards An Mingjie had hidden? Before all of An Mingjie's trump cards were exposed, Lin Hui would absolutely not act rashly. However, after hiding you for so long, you can indeed be put to use now. Wu Chengren quickly responded. What do you need me to do? Kill someone. Having hidden in the shadows for so many years, now finally able to make a move, Wu Chengren was naturally excited beyond measure. It had been a long time since he had experienced the sensation of killing. As the former top assassin of a leading family, killing had become an addiction for Wu Chengren. If he didn't kill for a long time, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if ants were crawling on him. Lin Hui didn't speak, deep in thought for a long time, then said, you go and keep an eye on An Mingjie's sister, An Rou. You must not be discovered. Can you do that? Wu Chengren was taken aback. Monitor An Mingjie's sister? I can do that. After all, if I don't actively make a move, no one can discover me. They'll just think I'm an ordinary person. Lin Hui nodded upon hearing this. Very good. Then you will monitor An Rou's every move and then anonymously report it to Feng Qingyue. Report to the Feng family? What? Feng Qingyue doesn't dare to act against An Rou, fearing it's An Mingjie's trap, but when a person is pushed to a dead end, Even if it's a trap, they will jump in without hesitation to take a gamble. Lin Hui stood up, poured himself a glass of wine, and continued, and what we need to do is give him a push when he hesitates. Feng Qingyue is destined not to be able to defeat An Mingjie, and An Rou is indeed An Mingjie's only weakness. At that time, we will inform Feng Qingyue of An Rou's whereabouts. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hui's mouth as he asked Wu Chengrun, "Do you think Feng Qingyue, in desperation, will make a move on An Rou?" Cold sweat ran down Wu Chengrun's body. If he were Feng Qingyue, he would definitely target An Rou, because he had no other choice. Immediately after, Lin Hui added, "And Mingjie couldn't possibly not think of this point, so in the final stage, he will definitely place a trump card on An Rou. At that time, it will be your moment to strike. I want you to help Feng Qingyue make a move on An Rou at that time, because An Mingjie doesn't know of your existence, so he won't be prepared for you. The best outcome is that you take down An Rou, and the Lin family reaps the benefits, overthrowing the Feng family and An family in one fell swoop. Of course, this possibility is very small. The greatest possibility is that An Mingjie uses all his trump cards to protect An Rou, and in doing so, I will have forced out most of An Mingjie's trump cards using your existence." Thinking of this, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile, taking a small sip of red wine. All the key elements of this plan rested on Wu Chengrun. Suddenly, Lin Hui thought of something else and instructed Wu Chengrun, "Remember, without my order, you must never make a move on An Rou, and also, be careful of a person named Su Jiang by An Rou's side. He was the one who crippled Dao Ba." Wu Chengrun nodded upon hearing this, not taking Su Jiang to heart. Although he had heard about Su Jiang crippling Dao Ba, in his opinion, it was Dao Ba's own lack of ability. Moreover, if it hadn't been Su Jiang who made the move at that time, but him, he was confident he could have done it faster, more accurately, and more ruthlessly than Su Jiang. Ultimately, Su Jiang was just a student. Lin Hui saw Wu Chengrun's disregard for Su Jiang, but he didn't say much, because he knew Wu Chengrun's strength. Compared to Wu Chengrun, Su Jiang was not just a little bit worse. Go. Do it cleanly. Don't let Feng Qingyue and An Mingjie detect you. Both of them are not easy to deal with. I know, don't worry. After Wu Chengrun finished speaking, he left the room, leaving Lin Hui alone. In the dimly lit room, Lin Hui sat on the sofa, swirling his wine glass, staring intently at the red wine in the glass, and muttered with a sinister smile. Jiangdu's three great families, your Feng family and An family, have made such a big splash. How could my Lin family just stand by and watch? And Mingjie, just you wait. 37. The silly cat was brought out. The following week, Su Jiang lived a very ordinary life, as if he had returned to the days before he acquired the system. Monday, he woke up in the morning, got to class just in time, and then slept with his head down. Su Jiang was surprised to find that old Jiang's class could effectively overcome the problem of excessive sleep caused by his extraordinary body, allowing him to sleep exceptionally soundly. At noon, Su Jiang abandoned Wang Xiang and went to lunch with An Rou. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang was abandoned again. During evening self-study, Su Jiang, having learned from his mistakes, decided to make it up to Wang Xiang. The two immediately decided to skip evening self-study and spend the night at an internet cafe. That night, their battle record was so terrible that they vowed never to touch that trash game again in this life. Tuesday, since they had no class in the morning, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang went home to catch up on sleep and only went to school for classes in the afternoon. That night, the two continued to skip evening self-study, went to the internet cafe, and continued their conquest of the canyon. Wednesday, in the morning, old Jiang discovered that they had skipped evening self-study and criticized them in front of the entire class. It was said that someone had reported them, but neither of them knew who it was. Su Jiang was called to the office by old Jiang and was scolded for another half an hour. Then old Jiang gave Su Jiang 5 competition papers, telling him to finish them and hand them in before Friday. At noon, Su Jiang ate with An Rou. He didn't know why An Rou had a look of triumph on her face. In the evening, Wang Xiang, unafraid of death, continued to invite Su Jiang to spend the night. But Su Jiang rejected Wang Xiang's suicidal suggestion, frantically finished the 5 competition papers, and accompanied An Rou for a walk by the river. Thursday, early in the morning, He ran to old Jiang's office and threw the 5 completed competition papers onto his face. Su Jiang felt very satisfied. Then, he received 5 more papers. At noon, Wang Xiang angrily said something to Su Jiang, but Su Jiang wasn't paying attention. It was probably about abandoning friends for romance and not going to eat with him. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang came to apologize to Su Jiang with a fawning smile. Apparently, An Rou had threatened Wang Xiang with Jiming's contact information, telling him to behave and not cause trouble. It must be said that Wang Xiang, a true man, could bend and stretch. His change of face was incredibly fast. Su Jiang truly suggested that he retake the college entrance exam for a film academy. These ordinary days continued until Friday. Friday was the day the school arranged for a recreational activity. School buses were already waiting at the school gate at 8 a.m., taking them to the amusement park in batches. Su Jiang had packed his things the night before, woke up early the next morning, washed up, grabbed his bag, and headed out. Originally, he wanted to take one of the later buses, but An Rou insisted on taking the first bus and insisted that he go with her. "If I don't see you on the first bus tomorrow, you're dead meat," the little girl threatened through gritted teeth. In all fairness, Su Jiang was not afraid of An Rou's threats. He just simply couldn't sleep in the morning. Walking on the road, Su Jiang ate a bun while scrolling on his phone. "Why does my backpack feel heavier? I didn't pack much yesterday, did I?" Su Jiang muttered to himself, thinking he had packed too many things yesterday, which made his backpack heavier than usual. "Meow, I'm not heavy." A cat's meow came from the backpack, and Su Jiang shivered, mechanically turning his head to look at the backpack on his back. No way, right? That was just my imagination, right? Clinging to his last shred of hope, Su Jiang held the backpack in front of him and carefully unzipped it. A small white cat's head peeked out, staring at him with wide cat eyes. Click! Su Jiang's hope shattered. "Why the hell are you here?" Su Jiang broke down, grabbing the cat by the scruff of its neck and pulling it out of the backpack. He wanted to beat this silly cat to death right now. No wonder he felt something was off this morning. It turned out this silly cat was missing. He checked the time. It was too late to send this silly cat back now. He could only take it with him. Carrying it to the amusement park, Su Jiang thought helplessly. "Meow, I'm hungry." The cat was unaware of the danger and continued to meow fearlessly. Thwack! Su Jiang gave it a sharp flick, and the white cat covered its head with both paws, tears welling up in its eyes. "Still hungry." "Meow. Not hungry anymore." Su Jiang nodded in satisfaction, stuffed the cat back into the backpack, put it on his back, and continued walking. What to do when a cat is hungry? It's probably asking for a beating. A good thrashing will do. Half an hour later, Su Jiang arrived, fashionably late. "Su Jiang, you almost made us late." An Rou stood in front of the bus with her hands on her hips, looking at Su Jiang with dissatisfaction. She was wearing a khaki jacket today, and light blue casual jeans hugged her slender calves. Many boys around were secretly looking at An Rou. "But I wasn't late, was I?" Su Jiang retorted, and his reply was met with An Rou's slender hand, giving his waist a hard pinch. However, An Rou didn't use much force. She was just expressing her dissatisfaction. Su Jiang was helpless. He could have arrived earlier, but that silly cat delayed him, making him miss the bus, so he had to wait for the next one at the bus stop. "Meow. Serves you right." The cat meowed softly from inside the backpack. Su Jiang and An Rou got on the bus. Surprisingly, Wang Xiang was also on the bus. Jiming was sitting next to him. Wang Xiang waved to Su Jiang, signaling for Su Jiang and An Rou to come sit with them. "What's going on? Isn't this event only for freshmen?" Su Jiang sat down and asked Wang Xiang curiously. He remembered that Jiming was a sophomore in the foreign language department, so why was she on the bus too? Seeing this, Wang Xiang quickly explained. "This event needs volunteers from upper grades to help. Senior sister Jiming happens to be from the student council, so she signed up." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at Jiming and saw that she indeed had a student council armband on her arm. They greeted each other amicably. The next second, the bus started moving. It took about half an hour to get from the school to the amusement park. Su Jiang quietly leaned into Wang Xiang's ear and asked curiously, "How are things going with senior sister Jiming?" Wang Xiang heard him, glanced at Jiming, and seeing that she was looking down at her phone, he replied in a low voice, "Still working on it." This matter is a bit complicated. I'll tell you another day. Su Jiang nodded, then suddenly felt something on his shoulder. He turned his head to look and saw An Rou with her eyes closed, leaning on his shoulder and breathing softly, seemingly asleep. This little girl must have woken up too early. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen asleep as soon as she got on the bus. Su Jiang shook his head helplessly, then slightly lowered his body to make it more comfortable for An Rou to lean on him. Then he put a finger to his lips towards Wang Jiang, signaling him to be quiet and not disturb An Rou. He subtly turned his head to glance at An Rou, and an idea struck Su Jiang. He quietly took out his phone and opened the camera. Click. He took a photo of An Rou sleeping with her head on his shoulder. In the photo, An Rou had a faint smile on her lips and was sleeping very peacefully. Su Jiang thought for a moment and set this photo as his wallpaper. And he absolutely could not let An Rou see it. Otherwise, if the little girl became enraged out of embarrassment, his phone would probably be ruined. 38. Wang Jiang, come on. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped, and everyone arrived at the amusement park. An Rou groggily opened her eyes. She had slept the entire way, leaning on Su Jiang, and her hair was a bit messy. Are we there? An Rou blinked, looking out the window, and a giant Ferris wheel instantly caught her eye. Su Jiang nodded, reaching out to smooth her messy hair. He asked curiously, what time did you go to bed last night? I don't remember. Anyway, I tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. It seemed An Rou was truly looking forward to this activity and was so excited she couldn't sleep. Several people got off the bus and collected badges at the entrance, signifying them as Jiang University students. With these badges, all rides could be enjoyed for free. At the entrance, Su Jiang, who was queuing behind, was still talking to An Rou when he suddenly looked up at the person handing out badges. He found him somewhat familiar. He widened his eyes for a closer look and exclaimed, "Holy crap, isn't that Li Kai? What was he doing here? Wasn't the An family currently on high alert? Did he still have time to work a part-time job for extra cash?" Li Kai was wearing a baseball cap and a staff uniform, orderly directing students into the amusement park. When it was Su Jiang and An Rou's turn, the two didn't take the badges. Li Kai's hand, which was handing out badges, paused. He looked up, and Su Jiang and An Rou were staring at him with wide eyes. Li Kai. No, why are you two here? Li Kai asked, frowning in confusion. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Brother, who do you think is stranger to be here, you or me? Li Kai looked closely at the badges in his hand and suddenly realized, is this event organized by your university? Aren't you stating the obvious? You're earning extra money, and you don't even understand the basic situation? Who the hell is earning extra money? I'm here for a reason. What? Playing spy house in an amusement park? Bullshit. What do you know? This is a secret mission, a very important one. How much do you get paid daily for this? 200. An Rou stood by, watching the two talk, finding it quite amusing. She had never seen Li Kai lose his composure like this. She gently patted Su Jiang and whispered, don't disturb brother Li Kai's work. Let's go in quickly. Li Kai glanced at An Rou, handed them the badges, and instructed Su Jiang. Take good care of An Rou. Although the possibility of danger is small, still be careful. Don't worry, Su Jiang agreed, taking the badges. After walking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and asked curiously, by the way, are you turning in that 200 yuan, or keeping it for yourself? Get lost. Li Kai squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. If it weren't for the current tense situation and his ongoing mission, he would have beaten Su Jiang up. This guy was too annoying. An Rou pretended to be angry and slapped Su Jiang, then said, you talk too much, don't you? Let's go. Subsequently, the two entered the amusement park. An Rou asked Su Jiang to wait where he was, as she needed to use the restroom. Su Jiang looked at the roller coaster and the pendulum ride, and suddenly remembered that white cat was still in his backpack. He quickly squatted down and unzipped his backpack. The white cat was almost suffocated inside, its 2 small ears drooping. It immediately leaped out of the backpack. Meow. It's so hot. Sorry, I completely forgot for a moment. Su Jiang apologized to White Cat verbally, but his expression showed no sign of remorse. Go find a place to play around, and come find me when you're tired. Su Jiang knew that White Cat had secretly hidden in his backpack this time just to get out and play, to stretch its legs. Su Jiang certainly wouldn't dare to let other cats roam freely like this, but White Cat was different. It seemed to possess more intelligence and was more human-like than other cats. He didn't know if it was because White Cat had been with Su Jiang for a long time, but it had gradually become an absurd little cat. Meow. Okay. Hearing that it could play freely, White Cat happily meowed. Its previously listless state immediately vanished, and it darted away excitedly and agilely. Su Jiang looked in the direction White Cat had left, shaking his head with a smile. He estimated that this silly cat would play for a long time, especially since he hadn't taken it out since he picked it up. Su Jiang. Not far away, An Rou called Su Jiang's name while jogging towards him, her face beaming with excitement. An Rou ran up to Su Jiang, slightly out of breath. I just saw a haunted house over there. Let's go play in the haunted house. An Rou's eyes were full of anticipation. She had never been to a haunted house before, only heard that it was very scary. Sister Chiona had even strongly recommended that she must try it once. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? He knew this girl's courage. On the surface, she seemed fearless, but in reality, she was incredibly timid. However, seeing An Rou nod firmly, Su Jiang had no choice but to go with her. At worst, they could just turn back. Su Jiang was already prepared for it to end as soon as they entered. The two walked to the haunted house ticket booth. There were many people around, but no one dared to go inside and try. Wang Xiang was also here, and he seemed to be planning to go in. Ming, do we really have to play this? Wang Xiang's lips trembled slightly as he pretended to be nonchalant. I don't have any problem with it. After all, I'm quite brave. I'm just worried about you. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Ming smiled slightly, showing no sign of nervousness on her face. Seeing this, Su Jiang covered his mouth, desperately holding back laughter. Wang Xiang going into a haunted house, seriously? Others might not know Wang Xiang, but Su Jiang knew him best. His courage was even less than An Rou's. When they played a horror-themed murder mystery game at the beginning of the semester, he almost beat the NPC to death. However, since Wang Xiang was his good brother, Su Jiang naturally had to step forward at this moment. Su Jiang walked forward, patted Wang Xiang's shoulder, and said to Ming, you might not know this, but my brother Wang Xiang, his courage is immense. He's conquered every haunted house, big and small, in Jiangdu City. People call him the haunted house killer. Really? Ming looked at Wang Xiang with some admiration upon hearing this. Damn you, Su Jiang. Are you trying to screw your brother over to his death? Wang Xiang glared at Su Jiang with a murderous look, then turned his head and forced a faint smile at Ming. It's not that exaggerated. Old Wang is just modest. Ming, you understand. Su Jiang interrupted Wang Xiang, smiling at Ming. And he's just shy? How about this? I'll tell the staff for you, so you can go in first. With that, Su Jiang immediately ran to the entrance staff, pointed at Wang Xiang and Ming, and said they wanted to challenge the haunted house. Su Jiang. That damn Su Jiang. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth. He swore that from now on, he and Su Jiang would be irreconcilable. He would go to the supermarket and buy a knife to butcher Su Jiang when they got back. 39. Now that it's over, let's take a photo. Is senior sister Ming and the others all right? An Rou peered around, a little timid. She had been impulsive just now, but upon arriving, she realized her courage wasn't enough to handle a haunted house. Don't worry, they're fine. Su Jiang smiled, revealing his white teeth. Wang Xiang is a haunted house killer. At this moment, Wang Xiang had no time to mind Su Jiang. He and Ming were listening to the staff explain the rules. Our haunted house features unique dual entrances. You each need to enter through one of them. Entrance 1 has more ghosts, but the path is simpler. Entrance 2 has fewer ghosts and isn't as scary, but the path is complex like a maze, and there will be some obstacles. Regardless of which entrance you choose, both of you need to place your respective red and blue coins on the mechanism in the middle of the haunted house to clear the level. With that, the staff member took out one red and one blue coin, handing them to Wang Xiang and Ming respectively. A one person per entrance. Wang Xiang asked cautiously. Can't both of us go through the same entrance? If you're scared, you can, the staff member said, completely blocking Wang Xiang's retreat. Looking at the red coin in his hand, Wang Xiang's eyes showed a look of resignation, and he turned to Ji Ming. Ji Ming, don't worry. I'll get through my entrance as fast as possible to help you. Ji Ming nodded upon hearing this, somewhat expectantly. I believe in your strength as a haunted house killer. The staff member added. You too can choose your entrances randomly. If you break the record for the fastest clear time, there's an extra reward. This statement immediately stirred up some of the more timid people around. When An Rou heard about the reward for breaking the record, her competitive spirit surged. She immediately pulled Su Jiang to sign up, placing them in the group after Wang Xiang's. All right, you can go. The staff member smiled at Wang Xiang and Ji Ming. I wish you a fun time. Go, senior sister Ji Ming. An Rou waved her small hand from behind, cheering Ji Ming on. Ji Ming turned back and smiled sweetly. Without hesitation, she entered one of the entrances. Go, old Wang. Su Jiang also imitated An Rou, shouting at Wang Xiang. Show your strength as a haunted house killer. Get lost. Wang Xiang couldn't help but turn back and give Su Jiang the middle finger. Then, his whole demeanor changed. His expression became incredibly solemn, and he stepped firmly into the haunted house. A few minutes later, screams erupted from within the haunted house. Help! I don't want to play anymore. Sob, sob, sob. Big brother, don't chase me anymore. I really made a mistake. Big brother. Ji Ming. Ji Ming, come save me. Ji Ming. Su Jiang stood outside, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter. He immediately pulled out his phone, opened the recorder, and captured these precious screams. He'd hold this recording over Wang Xiang's head for a lifetime. An Rou also couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Wang Xiang's confident entrance earlier, she had truly believed he was a haunted house killer. You're too mean. An Rou lightly kicked Su Jiang. She could tell that Su Jiang had deliberately set Wang Xiang up in front of Ji Ming. Wang Xiang was unlucky. He happened to choose the entrance with the most ghosts. He started screaming shortly after entering. Soon, the screaming stopped, and Ji Ming helped the still-shaken Wang Xiang out, asking with some concern, Are you all right? And no, I'm fine. Wang Xiang's voice was trembling, but he still tried to act strong. I'm just not in good shape today. Ji Ming smiled, nodding. I know. You just didn't perform well. As the two walked out, Su Jiang noticed that Wang Xiang's clothes were actually soaked, indicating he had been quite frightened. He felt a little guilty, but it would pass soon. Next group, the staff member gestured for Su Jiang and An Rou to get ready, extending their hands to give them the red and blue coins. An Rou took the coins and took a deep breath, constantly psyching herself up. She didn't want to lose face in front of Su Jiang. Su Jiang found her appearance somewhat amusing, but given An Rou's courage, she should be fine if she entered the entrance with fewer ghosts. Amidst Ji Ming's cheers and Wang Xiang's murderous gaze, Su Jiang and An Rou entered the haunted house. As Su Jiang stepped in, the scene before him instantly turned dark, and his ears were filled with whistling wind and low murmurs. Due to his extraordinary body, Su Jiang's dynamic vision in the dark was much stronger than that of ordinary people. After advancing a short distance, Su quickly discovered that the path was not only winding and complex, but also had some obstacles. The uneven ground could easily trip someone. TSK, it looks like my entrance is the one with fewer ghosts. Su Jiang couldn't help but worry about An Rou. Her side should be a bit scarier than this side, and he wondered if that little girl could handle it. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, wanting to get to An Rou's side as soon as possible to check on her. Whoa! A low roar sounded, and a terrifying face suddenly appeared in front of Su Jiang, emitting a foul odor, staring intently at Su Jiang. Whoa! Working with such a strong smell? You guys must be tired. Su Jiang frowned, covering his nose, patted the NPC's shoulder, and walked past, continuing forward. NPC. No, buddy, I'm a ghost. Can you show some respect? The NPC knew he had met a tough one. He decisively reached into his pocket, pulled out a walkie-talkie, and started calling for backup. Brothers, come to entrance 2 quickly. Come to entrance 2 quickly. There's a brave one here. If I don't scare him today, I can't swallow this. Several acknowledgments quickly came through the walkie-talkie. Many NPCs from entrance 1 instantly dropped what they were doing and headed towards entrance 2. Whoa, my head. Where's my head? He. At once, several ghosts appeared one after another in front of Su Jiang in various scary ways. However, Su Jiang's heart remained calm, and he even felt a little like laughing. Ah! Su Jiang, help! Just then, An Rou's scream came from not far away, and Su Jiang's indifferent expression instantly changed. Sorry, I'm a bit in a hurry. With that, Su Jiang stretched his legs and darted through the passage at an extremely fast speed. The surrounding NPCs were stunned when they saw this. What the heck? Am I seeing things? Can someone run this fast in the dark? Holy crap, he even dares to run while dodging obstacles? Is he even human? Stop talking, we can't even catch up to him. How are we supposed to scare him? Scare my butt, he's not afraid of us at all. We should have stayed over there to scare that little girl. This side is so boring. Su Jiang passed through the center of the haunted house, not even glancing at the coin mechanism, and ran directly towards entrance 1. Soon, he saw An Rou huddled in a corner, holding her head tightly and covering her ears. A ghost-costumed NPC stood to one side, coaxing her with an apologetic expression. Little girl, I've taken off my mask. It's not scary now, right? Look at me, I'm really not scary now. You even stepped on my foot just now, and I didn't say anything. How about this? I'll take you through to the end, okay? I promise there won't be any ghosts along the way. The NPC was speechless. This little girl just stayed in this corner, unmoving, and nothing he said worked. He didn't know what to do. Click! A sound rang out, and the NPC turned his head, his mouth wide open. Su Jiang was standing not far away, holding his phone with the camera open, frantically taking pictures of An Rou. An Rou being this timid was a rare sight. He had to take pictures as a souvenir. What? You're saying An Rou is so pathetic, and not only do I not comfort her, but I even take pictures? Nonsense. If she wasn't this pathetic, I wouldn't even bother taking them. 40. Su Jiang knocked An Rou unconscious. Click, click, click. The flash kept going off. Su Jiang had already taken several photos. The NPC nearby was dumbfounded. Aren't you guys a little too abstract, buddy? Aren't you two a couple? Shouldn't he be saving the beauty right now, pulling her into his arms and comforting her softly? Why is he taking pictures? As the flash flickered, An Rou gradually realized something was wrong. She cautiously turned her head, her hands still tightly covering her ears, afraid of hearing any sudden, frightening sounds. Ah, perfect, a front-facing shot. The moment An Rou turned her head, Su Jiang's finger quickly pressed the shutter, capturing An Rou's front face. Her beautiful small face was a bit red, looking incredibly pitiful, but there was also a hint of confusion in her eyes. With her delicate and charming appearance, Su Jiang felt An Rou was like a bewildered little deer. A few seconds later, the confusion in An Rou's eyes dissipated, turning into shock, then shame and anger. Finally, she stood up, pumped her legs, and lunged directly at Su Jiang. Su Jiang, delete those photos for me. An Rou's voice was filled with urgency, her hands clawing. At this moment, she didn't care about being scared or not. She only had one thought: to destroy Su Jiang's phone. Yes, completely destroy it. She couldn't allow any possibility of those photos remaining. The NPC was completely stunned. An Rou had just looked like a pitiful little white rabbit. He couldn't bear to scare her. Now, looking at An Rou like this, who was scaring whom? Su Jiang, if you don't delete the photos, I'm not done with you. I really didn't take any, I swear. If I'm lying, I'll never eat cilantro again in my life. Get lost. You don't eat cilantro anyway. I'm warning you, don't pinch me. What the hell? Why are you biting me? An Rou's small silver teeth were clamped tightly on Su Jiang's hand. Then she looked up, her eyes fierce. Are you going to delete them or not? I didn't take any. He would rather die than delete them. He might only get this one chance in his life to take such photos. The NPC stood to the side, his mind filled with black lines. Seeing them still bickering, he couldn't help but clear his throat and say, "Well, what about you two going outside? Shut up. I'll settle the score with you later for scaring your granny." An Rou turned her head fiercely, glared at the NPC, and then continued to confront Su Jiang. The NPC's mouth twitched. He didn't dare to speak. His mother had taught him not to provoke women when they were angry. But damn it, this little girl's change was too fast, wasn't it? Was the way she was curled up just now an act? Seeing An Rou still relentless and becoming increasingly agitated, Su Jiang suddenly saw the cane in the NPC's hand, his eyes lighting up. Brother, let me borrow that. Huh? No, hey. The cane prop was snatched from his hand, and the NPC completely broke down. Who let these two weirdos in? Those freeloaders outside. Don't they know that people with poor mental states shouldn't enter a haunted house? Who knew that the next scene would leave the NPC even more dumbfounded? Su Jiang, taking advantage of An Rou's inattention, lightly tapped the back of her head with the cane. The little girl instantly fainted. Su Jiang was delighted. It worked as expected. Low-level skill, dirty cheap shot. Using a bludgeoning weapon to attack from behind, 100% chance to stun the opponent. Su Jiang just lightly touched her, and An Rou immediately fainted. The force was just right. It stunned her without hurting her brain. If he didn't have this skill, Su Jiang estimated he wouldn't be able to control his strength and would injure the little girl. However, if he didn't have dirty cheap shot, Su Jiang wouldn't have thought of using this method to quickly calm An Rou down. Thanks. Brother, what is this? The NPC took the cane Su Jiang handed back, looking bewildered. What was this all about now? How could she faint with just a light touch? What are you two made of, anyway? Su Jiang gently carried An Rou on his back, walked to the center, and put the coin into the mechanism. The two successfully cleared the haunted house. Wang Xiang and Ji Ming were waiting outside. Wang Xiang was much better. At least he looked better than when he first came out. Seeing Su Jiang carrying An Rou out, the two were a bit confused and hurried forward to ask if something had happened to An Rou. It's nothing. She just got overly excited and ran out of oxygen. Su Jiang made up an excuse. Who knew that the next second, An Rou actually woke up. Ugh, where's this? An Rou was groggy. She remembered she was just fighting Su Jiang for his phone. So how did she end up outside the haunted house the next second? She was still on Su Jiang's back. Actually, being carried by him was quite comfortable. Su Jiang was startled. She woke up so fast, but it was normal. The stun duration of dirty cheap shot was directly proportional to the force applied. Su Jiang had only lightly touched An Rou with the cane. Being unconscious for a few minutes was already quite strong. Su Jiang quickly placed An Rou on a chair, looking at her with concern. An Rou, are you okay? You scare me to death. The NPC said you fainted, so I quickly carried you out. Thankfully, nothing happened to you. An Rou rubbed her head, looking at Su Jiang with some suspicion. I remember you were just taking my picture, and then I was fighting you for your phone. What are you talking about? Su Jiang's face straightened, and he said sternly, when I saw you, you had already fainted. How could I possibly take your picture? What kind of person do you take me for? Su Jiang expressed great pain, and An Rou also began to hesitate. Had she really remembered incorrectly? Wang Xiang watched Su Jiang's performance expressionlessly from the side, already speechless. What are you acting for? An Rou might not know what kind of person you are, but how could I not know? You absolutely did something bad. I think, about this matter, wouldn't we know by checking old Su's phone album? Wang Xiang said leisurely from the side. Old Su. For your own innocence, I believe you can bear this little grievance, right? Su Jiang froze, turning his head to look at Wang Xiang in disbelief. Buddy, come on. Let's not be so vengeful, okay? I only tricked you once. When will this cycle of vengeance end? Wang Xiang didn't care about that much. He just wanted to take this opportunity to get his revenge. An Rou, hearing Wang Xiang's words, also turned her head to Su Jiang. If he was innocent, he should agree to let her see his album, right? Unless there's something in his album I can't see. I'll only look at the first 3 photos. An Rou held up 3 slender fingers. She also didn't want to invade Su Jiang's privacy. Su Jiang only needed to show her the first 3 photos. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Forget the first 3. His current phone album had An Rou's photos for the first 30 shots. If An Rou saw that, wouldn't he be flayed alive? Well, An Rou, just a moment, okay? I need to talk to old Wang about something. With that, Su Jiang pulled Wang Xiang aside and quickly whispered, Brother, help me out here. Wang Xiang rolled his eyes at him. You're dreaming. It's still not too late to apologize to An Rou now. I have an audio recording of your screams in the haunted house just now. What? You. Keep your voice down. If you don't want this audio to appear in our class group chat, then help me. Compared to Wang Xiang's audio, Su Jiang preferred to keep An Rou's photos. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth, not expecting Su Jiang to have such a trick up his sleeve. Okay, but you must delete the audio and not back it up. Don't worry, you can trust me on this. Deal. In a short conversation of mere tens of seconds, the two quickly reached a deal. 41. Do you like me? After their secret transaction was complete, Su Jiang walked back with a clear conscience, and Wang Xiang was the first to speak. An Rou, I've thought about it seriously, and I believe, based on my understanding of old Su, that he would absolutely not be capable of doing such a thing. His tone was forceful and decisive. However, An Rou merely blinked, saying nothing, but instead stared at Su Jiang. Does this young lady look like an idiot? In just the blink of an eye, Wang Xiang's attitude had changed, and it was so obvious. If An Rou had been doubting before, she was now 80% certain that she had absolutely not misremembered. She was just unsure why she had fainted later, but she was certain that Su Jiang was involved. An Rou stood up, walked over to Su Jiang, and discreetly pinched his arm hard, threatening in a low voice. I'll let you off for now. I'll deal with you when we get back. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He touched his nose and glared fiercely at Wang Xiang. Useless, it's all your fault. Your acting is so exaggerated. Wang Xiang looked innocent. How can this be my fault? Jiming also lightly patted Wang Xiang and whispered, Your acting is terrible. Wang Xiang was speechless. Is it really that bad? After resting for a while, Su Jiang was pulled away by an angry An Rou, and Wang Xiang also went to play other attractions with Jiming. They had no idea that not far from them, an ordinary-looking man was intently watching their every move. The man was Wu Chungrun, sent by Lin Hui to monitor An Rou. He had been observing An Rou's every move for this entire week without any slack. But it was truly boring. Every day was just normal school attendance, eating brunch, and in the evening, taking a walk by the Jiangdu River with the boy named Su Jiang. In between, she even went to report Su Jiang to the teacher for skipping class to go to an internet cafe. This week, he was almost bored to death. Seriously, I, a dignified assassin, am doing surveillance work. I really just want to directly kill them. Didn't Mingjie really leave a trump card on that woman? Wu Chengren mumbled to himself, chewing on an oil pancake and staring at An Rou. With his ability, no one could notice him, like an assassin in the night. Once he appeared, it would be a fatal blow. Meow. Bad guy. A soft meow came, and Wu Chengren was startled. He looked down and saw a white cat staring at him. Go away, I'm hungry myself. He thought the white cat wanted to eat the oil pancake in his hand, so he reached out to shoo it away. Meow. Bad guy. Fuguwei meowed once, then agilely ran off, following the direction of Su Jiang's scent, running quickly. It heard what Wu Chengren said, and it was going to tell Su Jiang that there was a bad guy. Seriously, this amusement park too, they don't even manage the stray cats. Wu Chengren watched the direction Fuguwei left, then suddenly froze. Wasn't that direction? Meow. Master. Su Jiang heard the familiar meow and turned to look, only to see a white cat sprinting towards him, feeling a bit puzzled. Why did it come back? Did it get tired so quickly? Ah. An Rou recognized the white cat and opened her arms, calling out in a gentle tone. Fuguwei, why are you here? The next second, Fuguwei, who had been running towards Su Jiang, subtly veered off course just as it was about to reach him, changed direction, and darted into An Rou's embrace, snuggling into her warm arms. Su Jiang. Silly cat. Fuguwei rubbed itself in An Rou's arms, then meowed incessantly at Su Jiang. Fuguwei's message entered his mind, and Su Jiang's previously relaxed brows slowly furrowed. He subtly glanced in the direction Fuguwei had come from, and indeed, there was a man wearing a baseball cap, chewing on an oil pancake, occasionally glancing at him and An Rou. That cap belongs to An Rou and Su Jiang. Wu Chengren was also a bit surprised at this moment, not expecting the white cat to not be a stray, but rather kept by Su Jiang and An Rou. He then smiled indifferently. So what? Can that white cat tell them I'm an assassin or something? Su Jiang quickly retracted his gaze and reached out to stroke Fuguwei's small cat head. Congratulations, you've done a great service, Su Jiang said softly. I'll reward you with dried fish when we get back. Meow. Dried fish. Fuguwei's eyes lit up. It knew its master would reward it. Su Jiang did not look at Wu Chengren again. He still didn't know the other party's background, so he didn't plan to act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. Although he was unsure of the other party's identity, he could be certain that the other party's target was likely An Rou. Based on this alone, no matter his identity, he was Su Jiang's enemy. Why did you bring Fuguei here without telling me? An Rou gently stroked Fuguei's soft fur, complaining slightly. Su Jiang smiled helplessly. I didn't bring it. It secretly snuck into my backpack, and I only found out after I left the house. Upon hearing this, An Rou gently patted Fuguei's head and whispered a scolding. Don't do this next time, okay? His backpack is so dirty, and it's stuffy and hot. What if he gets sick? Su Jiang's forehead broke out in black lines. He was about to retort, wondering how his backpack was dirty. But then he remembered that An Rou had finally stopped being angry about the photo incident, so he decided not to provoke her again now. Meow, I know. Fuguei lifted its small cat head and softly responded, its attitude completely different from when it faced Su Jiang. Double standard cat. Su Jiang secretly grumbled, this silly cat is such a suck-up. Subsequently, the two experienced various heart-pounding amusement rides one by one, such as bumper cars, roller coasters, and the giant pendulum. An Rou also gradually became braver. She was timid when she first rode the roller coaster, but later she directly pulled Su Jiang to ride it several times in a row. While the two were playing, Fuguei obediently burrowed into Su Jiang's backpack and waited in the item storage area. When the two finished playing and came out, it jumped out of the backpack and jumped in An Rou's embrace, rubbing its small head against An Rou's face. Unbeknownst to them, the setting sun had quietly descended, casting golden rays upon them, stretching their shadows long. Su Jiang, let's go on the Ferris wheel. An Rou suddenly suggested, looking at the distant Ferris wheel with some anticipation in her eyes. Then, without waiting for Su Jiang's response, she pulled his hand and walked towards the Ferris wheel entrance. Su Jiang didn't mind. He had never ridden a Ferris wheel either. Or rather, like An Rou, he had barely ever visited an amusement park. Soon, the two boarded the Ferris wheel, and as it slowly ascended, the city lights gradually spread out beneath their feet. Su Jiang looked out the window at the scenery. It was his first time seeing Jiangdu City from this perspective. An Rou sat opposite him, holding Fuguei in her arms, her face a bit nervous, completely oblivious to the scenery outside the window. The Ferris wheel had already risen to 2/3 of its height. An Rou took a deep breath and softly called out, Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked up at the sound, meeting An Rou's nervous and flushed eyes, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. What's wrong? Su Jiang seemed to guess what An Rou wanted to do, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably faster. An Rou unconsciously tightened her grip on Fuguei, lightly biting her lip, seemingly hesitating. After a moment, An Rou seemed to finally make up her mind, gathering her courage. The girl stared intently into Su Jiang's eyes and slowly spoke, each word clearly entering Su Jiang's ears. Do you like me? 42. I said, I like you. Do you like me? These words exploded in Su Jiang's ears like a clap of thunder. His pupils suddenly constricted, and Su Jiang sat frozen across from An Rou, feeling his heart pound violently. He hadn't expected An Rou to muster the courage to ask him that question. Su Jiang knew that An Rou must have made a huge decision and planned for a long time for this moment to happen. What's wrong? An Rou's eyes widened. Then she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks instantly flushing with a blush, too shy to meet Su Jiang's gaze. Don't misunderstand. I'm just asking if you like me. I didn't say I like you, so don't be conceited. I like you, huh? An Rou thought she misheard, and she slightly raised her head. Just as she lifted it halfway, she felt herself gently embraced into a warm hug. The afterglow of the setting sun shone upon them, and the Ferris wheel slowly rotated, as if even time had slowed its pace. At this moment, they were at the very top of the entire amusement park, but neither of them had time to admire the scenery outside the window. Su Jiang leaned in and gently hugged An Rou, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He inhaled the faint, pleasant scent of oranges emanating from her hair. Meow. White Cat let out a joyful cry and, with great discernment, jumped out of An Rou's arms to allow their embrace to be closer. It lay on one side, covering its eyes with its small paws, but leaving a slit to peek through. An Rou's small head rested dazedly on Su Jiang's shoulder. She hadn't reacted yet, or rather, she thought she had misheard and wanted to confirm it again. What did you just say? Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of anticipation. I said I like you. Su Jiang's arms tightened around An Rou a bit more, and he said without hesitation, I really like you. Upon hearing these words, An Rou's emotional defenses finally collapsed. She could no longer control her emotions and hugged Su Jiang tightly, as if wanting to completely merge into his embrace. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she sobbed softly, but a happy smile bloomed on her face. You're not lying to me, are you? No. If I lie to you, I'll never eat cilantro again in this life. You don't eat cilantro anyway. I occasionally do. An Rou laughed and cried, gently punching Su Jiang. She threatened softly. If you dare to lie to me, you're dead. All right. Su Jiang's face pressed tightly against An Rou's hair, and he replied with doting affection, though his heart was somewhat conflicted. Originally, he had planned to confess his feelings to An Rou after completing the special mission issued by the system, as he still faced the risk of being erased by the system. But now, he was almost unable to control his feelings for An Rou. If that was the case, why bother restraining himself? There were all kinds of people in this world, and for whatever reason, Su Jiang and An Rou just happened to like each other. This wasn't fate. It was simply because they were meant to like each other. The Ferris wheel slowly descended, and the two of them were still embracing, cherishing the feeling and unwilling to part. Su Jiang gently stroked An Rou's small head and whispered, An Rou, can you wait for me for a week? Something like confessing, let me be the one to do it. In a week, I will definitely tell you just how much I like you. An Rou heard this, and her heart filled with sweetness. Leaning on Su Jiang's shoulder, her small face flushed, she murmured, Actually, even if you don't say it, I can feel it. Su Jiang chuckled and deliberately said, Do you want me to tell others later that you were the one who pursued me? What do you mean I pursued you? An Rou quickly looked up and gently pushed Su Jiang away, but not with force. They still remained very close. I haven't even agreed to be with you yet. An Rou puffed out her cheeks and said somewhat stubbornly, And whether I'll agree to you in a week is still up in the air. It depends on your performance. Meow. Exactly. White Cat's meow attracted their attention, and they suddenly remembered that they weren't the only two in the Ferris wheel. There was also a white cat. Gently picking up White Cat, An Rou absent-mindedly stroked it as the Ferris wheel landed and opened. The two of them walked down from the Ferris wheel. An Rou fanned her face with her small hand, her cheeks still flushed, and walked ahead of him, lost in thought. She wasn't quite sure how to face Su Jiang now. Su Jiang watched An Rou's retreating figure with a smile in his eyes, which then flickered with a hint of determination. 1 week, Su Jiang murmured, making a decision in his heart. He had to complete the special mission within a week and help the An family defeat the Feng family. Only by resolving the risk of being erased by the system could he be with An Rou without any worries. Originally, he hadn't intended to interfere in this struggle, but now the situation was different. And Mingjia's movements were too slow. According to his plan, it would take at least half a month to defeat the Feng family. Su Jiang couldn't wait half a month now. He told An Rou 1 week, so it would be 1 week. However, he still needed to discuss the specific approach with An Mingjia. Otherwise, he was afraid of disrupting some of An Mingjia's plans. It was already very late, and for the students' safety, the school wouldn't let them play all night. The return bus was already waiting at the amusement park entrance. However, after nearly a day, they were quite tired from playing, and they had tried all the rides they wanted to, so they were already very satisfied. Su Jiang and An Rou walked out of the amusement park, one after the other. He carefully looked at the staff at the entrance and found that Li Kai was already gone. He must have gone to do something important, Su Jiang thought, just not knowing what An Mingjia had sent Li Kai to do. At the same time, several kilometers from the amusement park, in a suburban area, Li Kai was currently lying in a dense patch of grass, concealing himself. Not far in front of him was a large factory, and the sound of machinery running continuously emanated from inside, seemingly producing something. His phone vibrated. Li Kai kept his eyes on the factory, slowly reached into his pocket, and answered the call. How's the situation? And Mingjia's voice came from the other end of the line. It's just as the information said. There is indeed a factory here. It can be confirmed that it belongs to the Feng family. Can you get in? I can't get in. There are guards outside. But it's probably as you thought. This is where the Feng family manufactures firearms and ammunition. Good. Come back. I'll think about how to take down this factory later. Then, and Mingjia hung up the phone. Li Kai used his phone to take a few distant photos of the factory, then checked the time and quietly departed. Some time later, Su Jiang was sitting on the bus. As it was leaving, he happened to see Li Kai, dressed in a work uniform, rushing back. Watching the direction Li Kai returned from, Su Jiang was deep in thought. 43. The An family group exploded. In the evening, Su Jiang dropped An Rou off at the An family's front gate. Although they had a lot of fun today, it was also very tiring, and by the time she got home, An Rou felt exhausted. But the little girl was still in high spirits, holding Su Jiang's hand tightly and unwilling to let go. Having just confessed their feelings, they were naturally reluctant to part at this moment. Seeing this, Su Jiang gently embraced An Rou and whispered, "Go back and get some good rest. I'll come find you tomorrow." An Rou also reached out and hugged Su Jiang. Her face slightly flushed, and she softly hummed in agreement. The security guard at the An family gate saw this scene and quickly covered his mouth, a look of shock in his eyes. He even secretly took a picture of them embracing and sent it to the family group chat. Image. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. The eldest young lady is actually in love? Fake picture, obviously fake. Is it real or fake? I just saw the photo, and my gun almost went off. I've seen that guy before. He came with the eldest young lady to see young master in. For a moment, the An family's casual chat group exploded because of this photo, and Mingjia was still outside arranging matters at this time. Due to his phone vibrating continuously, he couldn't help but open it, and then saw that photo. His mouth twitched. Even with his excellent emotional composure, he was feeling a bit down now. I'm out here fighting tooth and nail, and you two are flirting at the front door? So when Mingjia typed expressionlessly, sending a rare message in the group. Do you all have nothing to do? Are you that idle? As soon as this message appeared, the group instantly fell silent. And family members who knew An Mingjia well knew that the boss's mood was no longer pleasant. And Mingjia put away his phone and snorted coldly. The An family members around him were all confused. The boss was clearly in a good mood just now. So why did his face drop after looking at his phone? For a moment, the An family members present were all incredibly curious about what had happened in the family group that made An Mingjia so displeased, but they didn't dare to scroll on their phones in front of An Mingjia, making them extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, outside the An family gate, Su Jiang and An Rou reluctantly parted. Su Jiang suddenly thought of something, took off his backpack, and handed it to An Rou. A question mark appeared above An Rou's head. Why are you making me carry your backpack? Fuguwei is sleeping inside. He'll stay with you tonight, and I'll pick him up tomorrow. Su Jiang explained with a smile. His upcoming actions made it inconvenient to bring Fuguwei. Oh, and Rou didn't ask for the reason. Anyway, she also really wanted to be with Fuguwei. She had always wanted to try what it felt like to sleep while hugging Fuguwei. It should be quite comfortable. After all, Fuguwei is all fluffy, definitely softer to touch than a pillow. Well, I'm leaving then, and Rou said, then gently waved goodbye to Su Jiang, hugged the backpack, and turned to walk back into the An family. Passing by the gate and seeing the security guard's gaze, An Rou felt a bit embarrassed and quickened her pace even more. She jogged all the way into her room, placed the backpack aside, lay on the bed, covered her face with the quilt, and made a sound like a whistling kettle. He actually likes me. An Rou wrapped herself completely in the quilt, only her small head peeking out, muttering. Even now, she still felt like she was dreaming. Confessing feelings on the Ferris wheel, then embracing Su Jiang and Su Jiang's words. These scenes kept flashing through her mind. She just felt that she might have insomnia again tonight. Third minute after parting, missing him. An Rou used to mock others for being love-struck, but she never expected that she would be love-struck too. She took out her phone, about to call Su Jiang, when she suddenly saw 99+ messages in the family group. Curious, she tapped in and scrolled up. Finally, An Rou saw the photo the security guard had secretly taken. Under the night sky, she and Su Jiang were gently embracing, her small head resting on his shoulder, her face beaming with a joyous smile. How could they? An Rou's face instantly turned crimson. She was secretly photographed and even sent to the family group chat. Looking at the An family members' chat history, and Rou's cheeks completely burned. She suddenly remembered that her father and mother were also in the family group. But it should be fine, An Rou thought. Her father and mother rarely checked family group messages. They were too lazy to inquire about family matters now, probably with their phones off, honeymooning somewhere. She opened the photo again, and An Rou secretly saved it to her phone. She also noted down who took the photo, planning to slowly get her revenge later when she had time. Then An Rou threw her phone aside and lightly jumped off the bed. She needed to take a shower to cool down. On a snack street not far from the An family, the lights were bright, and people came and went. Various street food barbecue stalls were also at their peak business hours. Many people sat on small stools, eating barbecue, drinking beer, and chatting about everything under the sun. Jiang always felt that roadside barbecue stalls were magical places where you could hear people around you talking about all sorts of things, from the stock market trends to family property disputes, and some even dared to discuss the matters of Jiangdu City's 3 great families here. Ridiculously, you might even see someone drinking beer and eating skewers while discussing academic papers here. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner, an ordinary-looking man wearing a baseball cap sat alone. Wu Chengren had several lamb skewers and a bottle of beer in front of him, eating slowly and methodically. With An Rou's return to the An family, his surveillance came to an end. After all, he couldn't run into the An family to keep an eye on her. That would be no different from seeking death. Every day at this time, he would go to this roadside stall near the An family, eat barbecue, and enjoy a normal person's life. Moreover, this barbecue place was relatively secluded, with few customers, which suited Wu Chengren perfectly. He didn't like eating in crowded places. Perhaps it was also a habit from his many years as an assassin. He was accustomed to concealing his life. "Boss, give me 10 lamb skewers and another bottle of beer." "All right, find a seat first. I'll grill them for you right away." A somewhat familiar voice sounded behind Wu Chengren. He frowned, about to turn his head to see who it was. Before he could turn his head, the person walked towards him, all the way to the opposite side of Wu Chengren, slowly sat down, and smiled. "Excuse me, it's quite crowded. Can I share a table with you?" Jiang said to Wu Chengren with a grin. However, Wu Chengren didn't speak but stared wide-eyed at Jiang, his heart filled with shock. How could it be him? Is it a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. Wu Chengren quickly glanced around. There were clearly many empty tables, yet Jiang specifically came over to share a table with him. Clearly, he had been exposed. But when was he exposed? Wu Chengren racked his brain but couldn't figure out where he had revealed a flaw, but there was no time to consider that now. He stared intently at Jiang, this young man he had never paid attention to, who now sat in front of him like an old acquaintance, skillfully opening a beer with a bottle opener. Wu Chengren only now realized that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was not as simple as he had imagined. Ignoring Jiang's existence was perhaps his most fatal mistake. 44. "Boss, he pays. Why aren't you speaking? Did my sudden presence here cause you any trouble?" Jiang took a sip of his drink and asked Wu Chengren considerately. After Fugue informed him of Wu Chengren's existence, Jiang had been observing Wu Chengren's every move, noticing that no matter where he and An Rou went, he always followed them. It wasn't until An Rou returned to the An family that Wu Chengren stopped following, instead eating barbecue at a roadside stall not far from the An family. In Jiang's eyes, this behavior was undoubtedly a good thing, indicating that the other party's target was only An Rou, and he himself was being ignored. And being ignored made it easier for him to be taken down in one fell swoop. At this moment, Wu Chengren sat on a small stool, and in response to Jiang's question, he slowly raised his head. Beneath his baseball cap, a pair of sharp eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. His hands lightly rested on his waist, as if about to pull something out. Jiang raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "I advise you not to think about pulling out a gun and killing me right now. You know this place isn't far from the An family. And given my relationship with the An family, if I die, and especially if I die right at their doorstep, what do you think the An family will do?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Chengren's hand movements paused. Then he chuckled lightly and continued to pull out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Jiang. "Care for a smoke?" Jiang was momentarily stunned. So he wasn't pulling out a gun, but cigarettes? Thanks. Su Jiang smiled and took the cigarette, holding it in his hand without lighting it. He wouldn't dare smoke a cigarette offered by an enemy. Wu Chengren lit his own cigarette, took a puff, and said indifferently, "How did you find me?" "A secret. So what do you want to do now?" Wu Chengren stared intently at Su Jiang and continued, "Take me to the An family? Or are you just here to give me a warning?" Just as Su Jiang was about to speak, the boss brought over the grilled lamb skewers. He quickly took them, tasted one, and found the flavor quite good. "You don't need to be so nervous. Perhaps I just came here for some barbecue? Do you think I believe that?" "All right, you have to tell me first, which family are you from? The Feng family or the Lin family?" Wu Chengren hesitated for a moment. The Lin family could not be exposed at this time, and the Feng family was undoubtedly the best shield. So he quickly said, "The Feng family." Su Jiang's hand paused while eating the lamb skewer. He looked up at Wu Chengren, shaking his head with a slight chuckle. "You shouldn't have hesitated. So, you're from the Lin family. Did Lin Hui send you?" "I told you. I'm from the Feng family." "I see. Lin Hui doesn't want you to reveal your Lin family identity. Why is that?" "This matter has nothing to do with the Lin family. Could it be that your existence is very important? Are you a crucial trump card for Lin Hui?" Wu Chengren closed his mouth. He was now sweating profusely, somewhat afraid to speak. This young man in front of him didn't care what you said. He only trusted his own judgment. The more Wu Chengren spoke, the more flaws Su Jiang found. This made Wu Chengren think of someone. And Mingjia. At this moment, Wu Chengren's heart churned with shock. He understood. Just as he was Lin Hui's trump card, Su Jiang was in Mingjia's trump card. In fact, he was even more dangerous than in Mingjia, because in Mingjia was always in the open. But what about Su Jiang? If he hadn't actively shown up in front of him, would he have paid attention to this seemingly ordinary student? Or rather, would anyone in the entire Jiangdu city pay attention to him? Wu Chengren's thoughts had changed at this moment. Su Jiang must die. If he left alive today, not only would the Lin family and himself be exposed, but the Lin family would also gain a formidable enemy. After only a brief skirmish, Wu Chengren could confirm that Su Jiang was not simple. "All right, knowing you're from the Lin family is enough." Su Jiang no longer tried to deduce more things at this moment. Instead, he quickly finished the remaining lamb skewers, stood up, clapped his hands, and then pointed at Wu Chengren, telling the boss, "Boss, he's paying for my order." Then, regardless of whether Wu Chengren agreed, he left directly, feeling a secret satisfaction. So this was how Li Kai felt when he made him pay the bill. Wu Chengren stared intently at Su Jiang's retreating back, finished his drink in one gulp, and silently walked to the boss to pay the bill. Then, Wu Chengren pulled his baseball cap lower and silently followed behind Su Jiang. He intended to kill Su Jiang in a less crowded area. If Su Jiang lived, both the Lin family and he would be in great trouble. As time passed, night was deepening. Su Jiang was still wandering outside. Wu Chengren followed behind him, occasionally hiding and observing the surroundings. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, he saw Su Jiang get into a taxi and immediately felt a sense of alarm. If Su Jiang returned to the An family now, he would no longer have a chance. Quickly hailing a car, Wu Chengren swiftly got in and said to the driver, "Follow the car in front. Don't lose it." "Buddy, are you filming a movie? Less talk, here's 200. "All right, buckle up." The driver floored the accelerator, closely following Su Jiang's car. Wu Chengren watched the direction the car was heading and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't towards the An family. Then he frowned again, because Su Jiang's car was getting farther and farther from the city center, seemingly heading towards the outskirts. What exactly does he want to do? Wu Chengren thought to himself. What was Su Jiang's purpose in going to the outskirts at this hour? However, this also suited his intentions. The outskirts were quiet and deserted at night, providing a good opportunity for him to act. Soon, Su Jiang got out of the car by the roadside, holding his phone and seemingly texting someone. Then, within Wu Chengren's sight, Su Jiang leisurely walked into a dense forest. Wu Chengren's heart rejoiced. He quickly got out of the car, quietly pulled a dagger from his waist, and followed behind Su Jiang. He rarely used a gun to kill because he preferred the feeling of a blade piercing flesh. That sensation couldn't be matched by bullets. As the visibility grew darker, Wu Chengren's figure gradually blended with the surrounding environment. He meticulously adjusted his steps, each one carefully calculated to ensure he maintained the same pace as Su Jiang, striving to suppress the sound of his footsteps to avoid making any extra noise that might alert Su Jiang. The distance between them imperceptibly continued to shrink. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. This distance was enough for him to launch a fatal blow. Now, Wu Chengren shouted in his heart, gripping the dagger tightly, and swung it towards Su Jiang's neck with lightning speed. The dagger, made even darker by the night, was like a black lightning bolt streaking across the silent night sky. As a seasoned assassin, Wu Chengren's movements were swift and steady. The dagger's trajectory was almost silent, leaving no room for defense. But unexpectedly, just as Wu Chengren launched his attack, Su Jiang, who had been facing away from him, subtly curved his lips into a slight smile. Immediately after, Su Jiang leaned forward and squatted down at an absurd speed and angle, skillfully dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, the long-unheard system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a mission. Please use a cold weapon to defeat the opponent. Completing the mission will earn rewards. Failure will result in punishment. 45. Why do you have a sniper? A long-lost system task appeared, and Su Jiang's mouth twitched. At this moment, you still come out to cause me trouble. However, this did not affect Su Jiang's plan. After dodging Wu Chengren's knife, Su Jiang quickly rolled forward a few times, putting distance between himself and Wu Chengren. Hey, you finally made your move. My legs are sore from all this running around. Su Jiang stood up, dusted off the dirt clinging to his clothes, and then looked at Wu Chengren with a teasing expression. After his meticulously planned strike missed, Wu Chengren's heart instantly grew cold by half. Seeing the triumphant smile on Su Jiang's face, he became even more uneasy. He suddenly remembered that Lin Hui had told him to be careful of Su Jiang. Only now did he understand why Lin Hui would say such a seemingly unnecessary thing back then. You discovered I was following you a long time ago? Wu Chengren's face was grim. At this point, there was no turning back. Even if he knew it was a trap, he could only bite the bullet and jump in, because he had to kill Su Jiang. No, your tracking skills are very good. I didn't detect your presence at all along the way. Su Jiang had been paying attention behind him the whole time, but he hadn't expected to find nothing, which made him wonder if Wu Chengren hadn't followed him. However, I was certain that you would try to kill me today, because your secret absolutely cannot be exposed, right? So, whether you were following me or not isn't important. Just knowing that much was enough to lure you here. Wu Chengren sighed softly upon hearing this. He was indeed not suited for playing mind games. However, he truly couldn't understand what confidence Su Jiang had to dare to lure him here alone so boldly. Then, he saw Su Jiang slowly draw a delicate small knife from his waist. The blade gleamed coldly in the faint moonlight, but Wu Chengren knew at a glance that the small knife was clearly one of those cheap ones sold in supermarkets. A long time ago, Su Jiang had bought such a small knife and carried it with him to guard against various unexpected situations. You want to use that toy-like knife to deal with me? Wu Chengren felt a bit amused and also a bit angry. He felt he was being underestimated and added, I'm not trash like Scar, and I won't be careless with you again. Su Jiang didn't speak, and the playful smile on his face was replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He knew that Wu Chengren's skills were definitely not simple, otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered a system task. However, the biggest difference between him and Wu Chengren was that he had a backup plan, a margin for error, while Wu Chengren did not. In the dark night, Su Jiang leaped up, agilely brandishing the small knife as he charged towards Wu Chengren. The small knife in his hand, under his control, seemed to come alive, sometimes darting like lightning, sometimes winding like a gentle stream. Master! Wu Chengren was slightly surprised, continuously dodging Su Jiang's attacks, and then quickly counterattacking. The dagger and the small knife continuously clashed, producing crisp metallic sounds. Although Wu Chengren's dagger was fierce, it was repeatedly neutralized by Su Jiang's seemingly casual moves. Wu Chengren was already sweating a little. He didn't understand where Su Jiang had acquired such skills. Moreover, even though they were both in the dark, Su Jiang seemed unaffected by the lack of visibility. Every strike was incredibly precise, aimed directly at vital points. As time passed, Wu Chengren's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He found that he couldn't fully grasp Su Jiang's rhythm, and every time he tried to counterattack, the other party cleverly evaded him. More importantly, wasn't Su Jiang getting tired? Even with excellent stamina, such high-intensity combat would eventually lead to a period of fatigue, but Su Jiang not only showed no signs of it, he didn't even shed a single drop of sweat. He kept up a relentless assault, giving Wu Chengren no chance to catch his breath. How is this possible? Wu Chengren found it hard to believe that he was being suppressed by Su Jiang. Was this really how a college student should be? Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiang was also gritting his teeth and enduring. Although the presence of an extraordinary body allowed him to fight for longer and see more clearly than Wu Chengren. But this was his first true battle, after all, and he lacked some experience. Several of Wu Chengren's fatal attacks were dodged by the narrowest of margins. Finally, he found a slight opening in Wu Chengren's defense and decisively swung his knife, stabbing his arm. Ugh! The pain from his arm made Wu Chengren grunt. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw that Su Jiang had already put distance between them, standing a short distance away, panting heavily. System, hurry up and make a judgment. I've won, right? Su Jiang was almost at his limit. If he continued fighting, although he could still win, he would have to pay some price, and he didn't want to get injured. A moment later, the system's prompt finally sounded. Ding! System judgment complete. Congratulations, host, on defeating your opponent and completing the task. You have received a random reward. Random reward drawing. Congratulations, host, you have received an intermediate skill, psychological analysis. Instantly, a large amount of knowledge flooded his mind, but Su Jiang was too lazy to bother with it. He simply waved his hand, directly throwing the knife aside, and then gently raised one hand, extending 3 fingers. Wu Chengren's eyes lit up, thinking that Su Jiang was exhausted to his limit and had given up struggling. At this moment, he no longer cared about how it felt. Wu Chengren decisively pulled out his pistol, released the safety, aimed the gun at Su Jiang, and showed a cruel smile on his face. The cold weapon engagement was over. Now it was time for firearms. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Wu Chengren slowly approached Su Jiang, keeping the gun pointed at him. He still had many questions for Su Jiang, especially about the An family. He expected to get a lot of information from Su Jiang. However, Wu Chengren noticed that there was no fear in Su Jiang's eyes at all. Instead, they were full of playfulness, as the 3 fingers dropped one by one. I once told Lin Hui that I hate being pointed at with a gun. Wu Chengren's eyes were cold, ignoring Su Jiang's words. Now Su Jiang's life was completely in his hands. If he wanted to, he could pull the trigger and take his life. Just then, Su Jiang's last finger finally slowly dropped. Bang! Ugh! A deafening gunshot rang out, and Wu Chengren's gun-holding hand was instantly pierced by a bullet. The pistol fell to the ground, blood splattering. Wu Chengren clutched his pierced hand, looking around in astonishment, then turned his head to Su Jiang and roared in anger. You arranged a sniper? Otherwise, Su Jiang found it a bit amusing. Do you think I'm crazy enough to lure you here alone for a solo fight? If it weren't for this damn system task, would I even need to fight you to the death? I would have just shot you. Wu Chengren gritted his teeth tightly. He knew there was absolutely no chance left. With Su Jiang's skills, he definitely wouldn't let himself be taken hostage. And just from that one shot, Wu Chengren was certain that the hidden sniper was a master. With Su Jiang in the open and a sniper in the shadows, he had no room to resist. Damn it! Wu Chengren glared at Su Jiang, 1,000 expletives running through his mind. You're not playing fair. It was a cold weapon engagement. Why do you have a sniper? And when the hell did you arrange a sniper? 46. Su Jiang plans to blow up the factory. A few hours ago, Su Jiang called in Mingjia after leaving the An family. And Mingjia was in a fit of rage, and seeing that Su Jiang still dared to call him, he immediately snapped. Hello? You're quite something, aren't you? Openly hugging my sister right outside my house. What? Calling to brag now? Su Jiang was startled. How did An Mingjia know about this? But that wasn't the main point. Su Jiang immediately told An Mingjia about Wu Chengren, and the latter quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. You're saying someone is watching An Rou and might make a move at any time? An Mingjia's tone was flat, but Su Jiang could feel that An Mingjia had already harbored murderous intent. That's right. Since I don't know his background, I want to borrow some people from you. Su Jiang finally stated the purpose of his call. He always pursued absolute certainty in his actions. However, and Mingjie didn't answer immediately. Instead, after a long silence, he said in a low voice, "Most of the family members are being watched right now. I can't spare anyone to help you, except for one person." "Who?" "Li Kai. I went to great lengths to get him out from under the Feng family's surveillance, but it's only for today. Out near the Jiangdu amusement park." "Yes, how did you know?" And Mingjie was surprised. Li Kai had gone secretly, even evading the Feng family. How did Su Jiang know? Then Su Jiang explained what happened at the amusement park, and Mingjie suddenly understood. He then added, "There's a Feng family weapon factory over there. I sent him to check out the situation, and he's still there now." "All right, then I'll contact him." Su Jiang finished speaking and directly hung up on Mingjie. Since he was asking Li Kai for help, there was no need to waste more words with Mingjie. "You remember, you must make sure that person—" "Hello? Hello? Su Jiang, you bastard." And Mingjie was furious. He hadn't even finished speaking, and Su Jiang had already hung up on him? Forget it. With Li Kai there, nothing serious should happen. He had originally intended to tell Su Jiang to spare that person's life, as he still had a use for him, but never mind. Then Su Jiang called Li Kai, and the two discussed the matter, deciding to lure Wu Chengren to the outskirts to make their move. Especially when he heard that Li Kai had a sniper rifle, Su Jiang's eyes lit up, full of confidence. "Don't worry, old Li. I'm good at luring people. I guarantee I'll hook that person and bring him steadily to the outskirts." After saying this, Su Jiang went to find Wu Chengren, leading to the scene unfolding now. When getting out of the car, Su Jiang specifically sent a message to Li Kai. Absolutely no shooting without his finger-dropping signal. Time returns to the present. Su Jiang stood in front of Wu Chengren and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, knocking Wu Chengren to the ground, then continued to kick his body repeatedly. "I told you. I hate being pointed at with a gun." A kick landed on his back. "And you're still pretending to be from the Feng family? Why don't you say you're from the Wang family?" Another kick landed on his chest. "With your IQ, Lin Hui actually dares to use you as a trump card, bah." After delivering the last kick, Su Jiang spat at Wu Chengren. At this moment, Wu Chengren was curled up on the ground, completely powerless to resist. Not far away, Li Kai gradually emerged from the dense forest, holding a black sniper rifle, a somewhat speechless expression on his face. Su Jiang's triumphant appearance made him seem like some kind of major villain to anyone who didn't know better. Looking at the unconscious Wu Chengren, Li Kai walked over, glanced at him, and said indifferently, "From the Lin family? How did you know?" An unfamiliar face. The Feng family is unlikely to hide someone like this. Lin Hui, however, would do something like this. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. No wonder this person couldn't be exposed and had to kill me. "So, if you're exposed, everyone can guess you're from the Lin family?" At this moment, Wu Chengren had already passed out. Li Kai pulled a short knife from his waist, ready to end his life directly. Hey, wait." Su Jiang quickly stopped him. He still had a use for Wu Chengren. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang with confusion. He didn't understand why Su Jiang wanted to keep this person, and then said, "You won't get anything out of him through interrogation. Don't expect to get information about the Lin family from his mouth." He thought Su Jiang wanted to extract some information, so he clarified to Su Jiang beforehand that people from these families would absolutely never betray their families. Because once they betray their family, they would not only be hunted down, but their reputation in the entire underworld would be ruined, like a rat crossing the street, everyone wanting to beat it. Who said anything about interrogation? Su Jiang looked helpless. It seemed Li Kai had some brains, but not much. Since he had decided to deal with the Feng family within a week, all of Su Jiang's current actions had to cause maximum damage to the Feng family. So, with an expression that said, "Since you're so stupid, I'll explain it to you," Su Jiang said to Li Kai. "Old Li, look, you came here to investigate the Feng family's weapon factory, right?" "Yes, that's right." "Then this person," Su Jiang pointed at Wu Chengren and added, "He's from the Lin family, right?" So what?" Su Jiang sighed. How could he still not understand? "You tell me, if we destroy the Feng family's weapon factory and then throw this person over there, what do you think the Feng family will think? Wouldn't the Feng family think that Lin Hui took the opportunity to kick them while they were down? Wanting to team up with the An family to collapse the Feng family? After all, if the Feng family falls, Lin Hui will also benefit. Li Kai was stunned. Su Jiang's words exploded in his mind like thunder, and he looked at Su Jiang in disbelief. Damn it, you kid are truly ruthless. To be able to come up with such a brilliant plan, Li Kai felt in that instant that Su Jiang was truly cut out for the underworld. But the problem is, how do just the two of us destroy the weapon factory? Li Kai asked, confused. This was no small problem. The factory is guarded outside, so we can't even get close, let alone get inside. Su Jiang smiled faintly. Who said we have to go inside? Old Li, you brought a lot of stuff with you this time, didn't you? Yes, basically everything I could bring. It's in the amusement park staff dormitory. Do you have explosives? Yes, but very little, not enough to blow up the entire factory. Having some is enough. Li Kai's eye twitched uncontrollably. What exactly did Su Jiang want to do? Want to blow up the factory? But the amount of explosives wasn't enough, and besides, how would they get the explosives inside? Su Jiang, don't mess around. If you cause trouble, it'll be hard to clean up. Li Kai felt that Su Jiang might be losing his mind. If Su Jiang could really blow up the factory, he, Li Kai, would immediately acknowledge Su Jiang as his big brother. Su Jiang, without effort, pulled out his belt, skillfully tied up Wu Chengran, and effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder, then looked at Li Kai with a slight smile. Don't worry, old Li. You just need to give me the explosives, and for the rest, you just wait and watch the show. 47. Rats carrying explosives? Half an hour later, outside the Feng family's weapon factory, Su Jiang and Li Kai, each carrying a backpack, were hidden in the woods. Behind them, Wu Chengran lay on the ground, bound hand and foot, peacefully unconscious. I must be crazy to do something so ridiculous with you. Li Kai held binoculars, observing every move of the guards outside the factory, and said to Su Jiang, what do you plan to do now? If you ask me, we should go back and discuss it with An Mingjie first. After a long pause, Li Kai heard no response from Su Jiang. He turned his head and found that Su Jiang was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, that kid wouldn't have just charged straight into the factory, would he? Li Kai's heart immediately panicked. If Su Jiang got into trouble, he wouldn't be able to explain it to An Mingjie and An Rou. Just as he was about to go forward and check the situation, there was a sudden movement nearby. Li Kai looked warily and saw Su Jiang leisurely walking out of the dense forest. Seeing Su Jiang safe and sound, Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, what were you doing just now? At the same time, he felt a bit embarrassed that such a large person had disappeared from beside him without him noticing at all. He didn't know why, but he felt that Su Jiang was completely different from when they had fought in the bar before. Li Kai didn't know what was different, but his intuition told him that he definitely couldn't beat Su Jiang now. Don't be nervous. I just want to find some help, Su Jiang said casually, then took out a bento box from his backpack and began to eat slowly. Don't tell me, your staff's employee meals are pretty good. There's braised pork. Li Kai's mouth twitched. What time is it, and you're still eating? You want to find help. Who did you find? When are they coming? And at this hour, is there still anyone who can come and help us? Li Kai asked curiously. He truly couldn't understand Su Jiang's every move now. Don't worry, we just need to wait. Su Jiang was eating when he suddenly thought of something and asked Li Kai. By the way, are you not eating your portion? No. All right, I'll give it to my little helper later as a reward. Li Kai was speechless. He was on the verge of collapse. But there was nothing he could do. Since Su Jiang told him to wait, then he would wait. Anyway, sitting for a while wouldn't make him lose a piece of meat. The two of them waited like that until about 10 minutes later. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm back. Suddenly, a squeaking sound rang out, and Su Jiang's spirits lifted. He stood up. A small mouse darted out from the dense forest, quickly ran to Su Jiang, and kept squeaking at him. There are 36 people inside, right? Did you see those super long load-bearing pillars in the 4 directions? You can move them in, right? You can ask your little companions to help move them? That's great. What? There's also black powder inside. Could it be gunpowder? Li Kai's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a light bulb. Good heavens, what the hell am I seeing? Su Jiang, talking to a mouse. I've been drugged, right? Tell me I've been drugged. No, it must be Su Jiang who's been drugged. Li Kai's face turned serious. He stepped forward, tightly grasped Su Jiang's hand, and said earnestly, Su Jiang, let's go to the hospital. No matter what, we can't give up on treatment. Su Jiang, you're the one who's sick. Su Jiang said irritably. Give me the explosives. Seeing Li Kai unresponsive, Su Jiang directly took Li Kai's backpack, pulled out the explosives from inside, and placed them in front of the small mouse. You can't carry so much. Call your little companions over. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All right. Then, under Li Kai's astonished gaze, countless mice continuously swarmed from all directions, orderly distributing the explosives bit by bit. All right, go. Be careful not to be discovered, and place these explosives on those load-bearing pillars. After Su Jiang gave his instructions, the mice immediately sprang into action, carrying the explosives on their backs and running towards the factory without hesitation. Be very careful, all right? Come back after placing the explosives. Don't get hurt. Before they left, Su Jiang also thoughtfully reminded the mice. After doing all this, Su Jiang turned his head and saw Li Kai looking utterly despairing, head bowed, tapping something on his phone screen. What are you doing, old Li? Registering for the hospital. You're right. I think I might be sick. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He thought for a moment and said, Actually, I was born with a special ability. I can talk and communicate with small animals. Low-level skill, animal communication. Su Jiang admitted that when he cursed this skill before, his voice was a little too loud. Now it seems like a divine skill. Although this explanation seemed absurd, besides this, Li Kai couldn't think of any other explanation. Otherwise, either he or Su Jiang had a mental problem. With a gentle sigh, Li Kai put away his phone and looked at Su Jiang, asking, I remember you used to be very unwilling to get involved in our family disputes. But why do you seem so eager to bring down the Feng family now? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's mind conjured An Rou's shy face on the Ferris wheel. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he softly said, People always change, don't they? Li Kai nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing, but waited with Su Jiang for the mice to return. It was quite absurd. Two grown men, in the middle of the night, in the suburbs, waiting for a group of mice to transport explosives. Li Kai felt that his life had begun to turn fantastical. Half an hour later, the mouse army finally returned. Su Jiang thoughtfully took out Li Kai's lunchbox to reward them. Eat slowly. There's a bit little. Everyone share it. Okay. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thank you. These little mice were quite polite. Then, Su Jiang stood up and said to Li Kai, Now, explosives have been placed near the load-bearing pillars inside the factory. As long as one of them is detonated, the others will inevitably explode. At that time, once the factory's load-bearing pillars collapse, the entire factory will collapse. We'll then throw this person from the Lin family in there, and then make a run for it. Li Kai nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, then asked, So how do we detonate it? Su Jiang smiled confidently, extended his hand, and pointed to a window on the factory. See that? From that window, we'll directly use a sniper rifle to detonate one of the explosives. Li Kai immediately pulled out his binoculars and looked towards the window Su Jiang was pointing at. Then his mouth twitched. What the hell do you take me for? At this distance, and having to penetrate the window and accurately hit the explosive, who the hell can do that? If you can't do it, then I'll do it. Su Jiang said this casually, directly picked up the sniper rifle from the side, effortlessly leaped onto a tree branch, rested the sniper rifle on his shoulder, looked through the scope at the explosive, and softly said, I forgot to mention, I also have a special ability. Every shot with a sniper rifle is a bullseye. As his voice fell, in Li Kai's stunned expression, Su Jiang gently pulled the trigger. Bang! 48. Brother Kai, help me take the blame. Oh, that's how it is. After all, if he can communicate with rats, then hitting the bullseye with a sniper rifle is normal. Normal my ass. Li Kai watched Su Jiang jump onto the tree trunk, barely even aiming seriously before directly pulling the trigger, his heart screaming wildly. Does he really think he can hit the bullseye every time? Li Kai considered himself a master with a sniper rifle, but he admitted he couldn't shoot through a window and hit explosives with a single shot. If Su Jiang fired this shot, the two of them would definitely be exposed. Li Kai was just about to tell Su Jiang to retreat quickly. Boom! A deafening explosion came from behind them, freezing Li Kai in place. In no way. He mechanically turned his head. The factory, which had been perfectly intact just moments before, was now engulfed in a sea of flames, with constant rumbling sounds erupting from within. Good luck. Looks like there's a lot of gunpowder left in the factory, which increased the power a bit. Jiang stood on the tree, gazing at the distant blaze, nodding with satisfaction. The plan was very successful. He lightly dropped from the tree and handed the sniper rifle to Li Kai, who didn't take it, but just stared blankly. It actually blew up. No, wait, how could it blow up? Li Kai's heart was a mix of emotions. Right now, he only had 2 words in his mind. Ridiculous. What are you standing around for? Jiang shoved the sniper rifle into his arms, then pointed at Wu Chengren and added, "Quickly, take this guy over there while it's chaotic." What's with the dawdling? Jiang was a bit displeased. It wasn't convenient for him to show himself right now, so this kind of thing naturally had to be handled by Li Kai. Huh? Oh, Li Kai reacted. What he said now was secondary. In any case, the factory had already been blown up. All he had to do next was throw Wu Chengren over to take the blame. Immediately, Li Kai hoisted the bound Wu Chengren onto his back and walked towards the blaze. With his skills, it wouldn't be difficult to throw someone in amidst the chaos. Jiang watched Li Kai's retreating back, clapped his hands, and let out a soft breath, feeling a long-lost sense of exhaustion. He had done a big job tonight. The past few days had been too peaceful, making him a bit unaccustomed to it. Looking at the sea of fire before him, Jiang nodded slightly. This was the ridiculous life he should be living. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. It was already 2 in the morning, and he had many messages on his phone. Holy shit. Jiang was startled. An Rou, that little girl, had sent him over a dozen messages, and he hadn't even replied to any of them. An Rou, Jiang, are you home yet? An Rou, let me know when you get home, okay? An Rou, Jiang, what are you doing? An Rou, Jiang, reply to this young lady's message right now. An Rou, Jiang, you haven't replied to my messages for 2 hours. You're dead. You're absolutely dead. An Rou, you absolutely better not let me see you tomorrow. An Rou, you didn't get into trouble, did you? An Rou, call me when you see this message. I'm worried about you. Seeing the first few messages, Jiang's heart sank by half. He had been so focused on blowing up the factory that he hadn't even realized An Rou had sent him so many messages. Especially with the last message, Jiang could imagine An Rou lying in bed, looking worriedly at her phone, and his heart tightened involuntarily. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang still dialed An Rou's number. Although it was very late, he still wanted to let her know he was safe. Who knew? An Rou answered the phone just 2 seconds after it started ringing. Jiang, are you okay? Why are you calling me only now? An Rou was clearly not asleep, and her tone revealed a hint of concern, warming Jiang's heart. I'm fine. I ran into Brother Li Kai on the way, and he insisted on dragging me to eat barbecue and drink. Wouldn't let me leave, so I only just saw your messages. Jiang didn't hesitate to pull Li Kai out to take the blame. Are you home now? Almost there. Probably in half an hour. Oh, all right. Then don't drink with Brother Li Kai next time. He's a drunk. If he tries to drag you to drink again, you just say I forbid it. Okay, Jiang chuckled and agreed, his voice incredibly gentle. Sorry for making you worry. Next time, I'll definitely reply to your messages earlier. Who was worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. An Rou, now knowing Jiang was fine, started acting tsundere again. I was just bored tonight and asked you. Yes. So you're not bored now, right? This young lady is going to sleep. Okay, good night. I'll come find you tomorrow. Good night. Then, An Rou quickly hung up the phone. Jiang put down his phone, a smile playing on his lips. It was his first time being worried about like this, and it felt quite special. At this moment, Li Kai also successfully completed his scapegoat mission and quietly slipped back, his face unable to hide his excitement. He knew that this operation would create an excellent opportunity for the An family, and might even draw Lin Hui into the situation. And the person who accomplished all of this was just the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him. Who could have imagined it? Jiang felt a little uncomfortable under Li Kai's gaze. He cleared his throat lightly, then said somewhat awkwardly, Brother Li Kai, I need your help with something. Li Kai smiled upon hearing this. Tell me what it is, I'll do my best. Then, Su Jiang recounted in detail how he had just called An Rou and pulled Li Kai out to take the blame. As Li Kai listened to Su Jiang's words, the expression on his face gradually froze, until finally, the smile on his lips completely vanished. That's how it is. So if An Rou comes looking for trouble, I'll have to trouble Brother Li Kai to cover for me. Don't you dare call me Brother Li Kai. You're my big brother. Li Kai angrily tilted his head and pointed at Su Jiang's nose. He had figured it out. This guy, Su Jiang, called him Brother Li Kai when he needed something, but called him Old Li when he didn't. The crucial thing was, if he took this blame, An Rou would definitely hold it against him, and he'd have a hard time for a while after that. No, I can't take this blame for you, and don't call me big brother. I really can't handle An Rou. Are you sure you won't help? It's not that I won't help, I really can't. Then I'll tell An Rou that you took me to blow up the factory in the middle of the night. You motherfucker. Li Kai was shocked. How could a person be so shameless? And I took you to blow up the factory? Wasn't this whole thing planned by you, Su Jiang, from beginning to end? Su Jiang curled his lips, looking at Li Kai with ill intent. Old Li, do you think if you tell An Rou that I did this, An Rou would believe you? I'm giving you face by calling you Brother Li Kai. Throwing the blame is a notification, not a discussion. If you don't agree, I'll go tell An Rou on you in a minute. For you messing with my grilled cold noodles back then, for you scaring me with a toy gun. Su, I'm keeping track of everything. 49. We blew up the factory. It's true that I came out to drink and have barbecue, and it's also true that I was with you in the middle of the night. So, I don't even need to discuss it with you. I can just tell An Rou directly. Who do you think An Rou will believe then? Su Jiang looked at Li Kai with a smile, a slight curve on his lips. You won't help me? Do I even need your help? Li Kai was stunned upon hearing this. If Su Jiang really twisted the truth to An Rou, he truly wouldn't be able to explain himself. If the blame was just about drinking and having barbecue until midnight with Su Jiang, then at most An Rou would get a little revenge. But if it turned into him bringing Su Jiang to blow up a factory in the middle of the night, then that would be a huge problem. Given An Rou's current relationship with Su Jiang, he was very likely to be thoroughly noted down in An Rou's little book of grudges. The key was, he had no choice. Whatever Su Jiang said, he had to take the blame for it. Looking at Su Jiang's punchable expression, Li Kai's good mood instantly vanished, feeling as awful as if he had eaten excrement. Why did An Rou have to fall for such a scoundrel? There was no way around it. When under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Li Kai forced a smile and said with difficulty, It's no big deal. I'll take the fall for you. Take the fall for what? Drinking or blowing up a factory? Just kidding. We only drank tonight. What kind of factory would we blow up? Hearing Li Kai say this, Su Jiang finally showed a satisfied smile. As expected of An Mingjia's top general, he was indeed sensible. You're going places, Old Li. All right, send me back. It was already the middle of the night, and Su Jiang needed to go to sleep. Can't you just take a taxi back yourself? What? You want to take me to blow up a factory? The car is over there. I'll take you. Li Kai felt incredibly aggrieved at this moment. Being bullied by An Rou in the past was one thing. He could even say it was her doting on him. Now, being bullied by Su Jiang under An Rou's name. And the key was that he had genuinely helped the An family a great deal, so he couldn't do anything to him. Sigh, being human is so hard. Before returning, Li Kai destroyed everything except the sniper rifle on the spot, leaving no trace. Inside the car, Li Kai drove while curiously glancing at Su Jiang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looking boredly out the window. Who exactly taught you your sniping skills? Li Kai was genuinely curious. The shots Su Jiang made from the tree, let alone himself, even among all the snipers Li Kai had ever seen, very few could make that shot. They were all top-tier existences in the military. Moreover, Su Jiang at the time had only rested the rifle on his shoulder and fired directly without much aiming, as if certain that the shot would hit the target. Seeing that Li Kai indeed asked this question, Su Jiang casually said, Didn't I tell you? Special ability. Stop it. Talking to rats, I don't understand, but this definitely isn't some special ability. I learned it when I was traveling with my father in Hawaii. Are you saying I haven't watched Conan? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He wished he hadn't taken that shot back then. Sighing softly, Su Jiang said earnestly, "Old Li, does it matter where I learned these skills? As long as An Rou is here, I can never be an enemy of the An family. Isn't that enough?" Li Kai was stunned upon hearing this, then chuckled. He didn't press further. After all, everyone has their secrets, and as long as Su Jiang was on the An family's side, there was indeed no need to ask. "Can you teach me your special ability? I want to learn too." "You mean sniping?" "Sure, I can teach you when I have time. And the ability to talk to rats, I want to learn that too." That one I really can't teach. Unless you also have a system, and just happen to encounter thugs robbing students on your way to school one day, and then go up to act heroically, then maybe there's a slight chance you could draw that skill. Hearing Su Jiang say this, Li Kai didn't insist. Being able to learn Su Jiang's sniping skills was good enough. The ability to talk to rats was too outrageous. Even if Su Jiang dared to teach it, he might not actually dare to learn it, fearing that one day someone would see him talking to rats and call to have him sent to a mental hospital. Soon after, Li Kai dropped Su Jiang off at the community entrance. After Su Jiang got out of the car, he floored the accelerator and drove straight back to the An family. "Why are you driving so fast?" Su Jiang watched Li Kai speed away, shook his head, and returned to his small dwelling. The first thing he did was take a shower. After fighting with Wu Chengren for a while, he was dirty and covered in mud. It was a wonder that someone with a slight mysophobia could endure it for so long. Lying on the bed, Su Jiang sent a message to An Rou, telling her he was home, then plugged his phone into the charger and tossed it aside, pulling the covers over himself and falling into a deep sleep. On the other side, Li Kai quickly returned to the An family, only to find that An Mingjia was not there. He figured An Mingjia was out on an operation. Without thinking much, Li Kai called An Mingjia directly. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. An Mingjia's slightly tired voice came from the other end. "What's wrong? Did you and Su Jiang go smoothly? We blew up the Feng family's factory." Upon hearing this, An Mingjia instantly became alert. He pulled the phone away from his ear and checked the time. 3 a.m. Was he dreaming already? "I just told you to go check things out, and you're telling me you blew up the factory directly? And wasn't Su Jiang supposed to go with you to deal with the assassins? How the hell did it turn into blowing up a factory?" "Li Kai, are you joking with me?" "No, it was all that kid Su Jiang. He's really outrageous." Then, Li Kai quickly told An Mingjia everything Su Jiang had done in the suburbs, including how he helped Su Jiang take the blame. After a long silence, An Mingjia's deep sigh came from the other end of the phone. "Are you saying Su Jiang defeated the Lin family's assassin with a small knife bought from a supermarket?" "That's right, I was pretty shocked too. I didn't expect that kid's combat skills to be so fierce. And then, he also brought you, and had rats help him move explosives, secretly transporting them inside the factory?" "Yes, I was dumbfounded at the time. This guy can actually talk to rats." Finally, he jumped onto a tree trunk, used sniping skills that even you can't match, detonated the explosives, and blew up the entire factory? "Yes, I'm sure that shot was definitely master level." And Mingjia rubbed his forehead while listening to Li Kai's answers. He truly felt like he might need to rest. Or perhaps Li Kai needed to rest. "Li Kai, don't tell anyone about this besides me." "Don't worry, I know. We need to keep Su Jiang's identity a secret." "No, I'm afraid you'll be sent to a mental hospital." And Mingjia said this indifferently, then expressionlessly hung up the phone. He then walked to the sink, scooped up some cold water, and washed his face. Although Li Kai's words were outrageous, he believed them. Because Su Jiang was inherently outrageous, it wasn't strange for him to do outrageous things. What was urgent now was how to maximize the outcome of this factory explosion. At this moment, An Mingjia's mind was constantly planning. Su Jiang's actions today undoubtedly indicated that he was entering the game. Since Su Jiang is willing to step in, perhaps we can speed up the process. And Mingjia looked up, muttering to the mirror. "Taking this opportunity to call that old man back should allow us to wipe out the Feng family in one fell swoop." With that, An Mingjia quickly took out his phone, looked at the familiar phone number, and without caring what time it was, called directly. The plan needed to change. 50. Unexpected changes, the Wei family in Beijing. "What did you say?" "The factory in the suburbs was blown up." At the Feng family residence, Feng Qingye was furious upon hearing the news, and his subordinates trembled before him. Who did it? And Mingjie, where did he get the information? And where did he get the manpower? Feng Qingye frowned in thought, unable to comprehend it. If An Mingjie truly did it, how did he manage it? Feng Qingye had arranged for people to keep an eye on An family's core members and most of their personnel. Any slight movement would be reported to him. Li Kai was an oversight, and Mingjie deliberately made a big move to attract most of Feng Qingye's attention, which allowed Li Kai to seize the opportunity and escape surveillance. But could Li Kai alone blow up such a large factory? That's nonsense. If Li Kai really had that ability, the An family would have taken off long ago. Patriarch, when we rushed to the factory, it was already too late. Many brothers died on the spot, and many more were seriously injured and are now in the hospital. A subordinate's face could not hide his grief. It was too cruel. Such a factory, blown up just like that, completely disregarding martial ethics. Little did he know that Su Jiang didn't care that much. Anyway, the people who died were underworld figures, and they were working in a weapon factory. Could there be any good people among them? Blowing them all up was considered purifying the air. We also found this person at the scene. With that, several people carried a stretcher to Feng Qingye. The person lying on the stretcher was Wu Qingrun, who had been thrown onto the scene by Li Kai. He has multiple burns on his body and is currently in a coma. We investigated based on his face and found. Found what? Feng Qingye's voice was low. Seeing his subordinate hesitate, a premonition of ill omen immediately rose in his heart. The Feng family member trembled under Feng Qingye's gaze, and with a forced smile, he said, "This person's name is Wu Qingrun. 10 years ago, he was the top assassin of the Dragon Head family, the Liu family. Later, it seems he was taken under Lin Hui's command." He didn't continue the rest of his words, because he believed the message was already clear. Wu Qingrun is Lin Hui's man, and Lin Hui's man appeared near the factory. Feng Qingye quickly understood that Lin Hui was trying to take advantage of the chaos. No, or rather, Lin Hui had already allied with An Mingjie, wanting to eliminate the Feng family first, and then they would compete for supremacy? That's right. This way, An Mingjie's crazy behavior makes perfect sense. Feng Qingye suddenly realized, then clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. The Lin family and the An family have joined forces to kick us out before the Wang family moves in, so they won't be affected in any way. What a great scheme. On the surface, they fight each other every day, but I didn't expect them to collude in secret. A sense of powerlessness immediately arose in his heart. If the An family really allied with the Lin family, then his hope of winning was extremely slim. Feng Qingye scanned the surrounding Feng family members, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Could it be that my Feng family is about to perish? Below, the Feng family members, seeing Feng Qingye speak such words, all lowered their heads, their expressions dejected. Even the patriarch had despaired. What else could they do? "Oh, it seems I've come at a bad time today." Suddenly, a slightly teasing voice echoed in the silent hall, and everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to it. They saw a young man, smiling, slowly walking into the Feng family residence. Behind him followed a woman holding a firearm, her beautiful face still bearing faint bloodstains, her beast-like eyes sweeping over the Feng family members. Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards outside? Protect the patriarch." In an instant, everyone became highly alert, pulling out their weapons and standing ready for battle. "Don't be so nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm here to discuss cooperation." The man looked at Feng Qingye with a smile, completely ignoring the Feng family members pointing their guns at him. "Patriarch Feng, let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Tian, and I'm from the capital." Wei Tian was polite, then suddenly remembered something and added, "You should know all the forces in the capital, right? What the surname Wei represents in the capital." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingye's eyes widened. When he heard Capital Wei family, he immediately shouted without hesitation, "All of you put down your guns. Quick!" The Feng family members didn't know why Feng Qingye was so panicked, but it was clear that they probably couldn't afford to offend this man named Wei Tian. So, everyone obediently put down their guns. Feng Qingye pushed aside the people blocking him, walked forward with heavy steps, and stared intently at Wei Tian. As the patriarch of a family, Feng Qingye naturally had some understanding of the major forces located in the center of Huagua, which is the capital. The capital Wei family was undoubtedly the dominant family. Their overall strength was even above that of the Dragonhead families. Not only could they not afford to offend them, but even the Wang family of the Gray Zone could not afford to offend them. Patriarch Feng is indeed a smart man. This makes talking much easier. Wei Tian saw the tension of the Feng family members. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He casually walked to the sofa, sat down elegantly, as if he had returned to his own home. Fresh fruits were placed on the table. He reached out and picked one up, taking a gentle bite, juice overflowing. The woman with the gun silently stood behind Wei Tian, her gaze like a knife, disdainfully sweeping over every member of the Feng family, as if looking at a group of ants. Feng Qingye looked directly at Wei Tian, a hint of wariness in his voice. I wonder, young Master Wei, what brings you all the way from the capital to my Feng family? I just said, I'm here to cooperate with you. A glint flashed in Feng Qingye's eyes, and he asked, how do we cooperate? Wei Tian chuckled, a hint of cunning in his smile. I don't need to say much about the Feng family's current situation. I can help you overcome your current crisis. But of course, I also have my conditions. As expected, Feng Qingye's heart sank. He had long anticipated that Wei Tian would not help him for no reason. He took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Then, what are young Master Wei's conditions? Wei Tian stood up, walked in front of Feng Qingye, leaned slightly, and said in a low voice, when the Feng family becomes the Dragonhead family of Jiangdu City, you will need to hand over the family's token to me, and from then on, the Feng family must swear eternal loyalty to the Wei family. Feng Qingye's face instantly became solemn. Handing over the family token meant handing over the entire family's life and death, to be at the mercy of others. What? Patriarch Feng is unwilling. Wei Tian saw the hesitation on Feng Qingye's face and added, based on the situation I currently have, your Feng family has no chance of winning and will definitely be defeated by the An family. At that time, will your persistence still have any meaning? What I need is just your loyalty. In the future, when the Wei family strives to become the ruling family, I will need your efforts. Normally, I will not restrict you, nor will I use you as cannon fodder. Hearing Wei Tian say this, Feng Qingye's expression softened considerably. What he worried about most was being used as cannon fodder by the Wei family. After Wei Tian finished speaking, he returned to the sofa and quietly looked at Feng Qingye, waiting for his answer. For a moment, the Feng family was silent, with only the sound of Wei Tian eating an apple. Many Feng family members cast their gaze towards Feng Qingye. His choice would determine the fate of the entire Feng family. 51. 3 major lists. Feng Qingye's expression fluctuated, his heart in a fierce struggle. If he agreed, the Feng family would be completely controlled by the Wei family. If he didn't agree, then he would fight the An family to the end, and the outcome would most likely be death. After a long while, Feng Qingye exhaled and asked Wei Tian, why me, and not the An family or the Lin family? If the Wei family needs someone to fight for them, the An family and the Lin family are clearly more suitable. Wei Tian scoffed when he heard this. Of course, the An family and the Lin family are naturally more suitable than you. But why did they produce a Lin Hui and an An Mingjie? Wei Tian's expression was somewhat grim, and he continued, I have to admit, if those two were around in the earliest days of a family's rise, the current dominant families would probably have been replaced by now. Immediately, Wei Tian picked up 2 apples from the table and placed them in front of Feng Qingye one by one. One is an ambitious overlord, and the other is a brilliant strategist. With these 2 people existing, to be honest, I'm not confident I can subdue them, and they definitely wouldn't be willing to be subdued by me. Therefore, the Feng family, at this moment, is the easiest for me to control, and I'm not worried at all that you will cause me trouble, because your Feng family doesn't have that ability yet. Wei Tian's words were completely unreserved, openly belittling the Feng family, causing the Feng family members to be angry but dare not speak. But Feng Qingye couldn't refute it, because it was indeed the truth. Under his leadership, facing the An family at their doorstep and the Lin family secretly eyeing them like a tiger, the Feng family was indeed on the verge of desperation. Although Feng Qingye was old, he still possessed the necessary judgment after all these years. He knew what choice would be most beneficial to the Feng family. Thus, The old man with graying hair sighed deeply, bowed profoundly to Wei Tian, and lowered his proud head. The Feng family is willing to pledge allegiance to young Master Wei Tian. Feng Qingye said Wei Tian, not the Wei family. Wei Tian understood his meaning and burst into laughter, sighing with emotion. If you were 10 years younger, I might actually classify you within Mingjie and them. Feng Qingye lowered his head, remaining silent. Seeing this, the Feng family members behind him knew that their patriarch had made his choice, and all they had to do was follow. Everyone imitated Feng Qingye, bowing their heads to Wei Tian. We swear to be loyal to young Master Wei Tian until death. From now on, for these people, Feng Qingye's orders would no longer be supreme. Wei Tian's words would carry more weight than Feng Qingye's. Ha! Wei Tian didn't expect the Feng family to be so sensible, which greatly surprised him. Patriarch Feng, please rise quickly. We are now like one family. Wei Tian feigned helping Feng Qingye up, then turned back to the armed woman and said, Rose, why haven't you put your gun away? What kind of family points guns at each other? The woman named Rose silently put away her gun, clearly obedient to Wei Tian's words. Feng Qingye's heart was filled with bitterness, and he asked in a deep voice, I wonder what young Master Wei's plan is. How will you help us eliminate the infamily? Wei Tian immediately said, I can't personally get involved in this matter. I have many opponents in the capital as well. Nor can I mobilize the Wei family's people to come over, so I can only send you a portion of my private troops to catch them off guard during the decisive battle. Feng Qingye felt some dissatisfaction upon hearing that there was only this much help, but he didn't show it on his face, instead saying, Young Master Wei, you might not know, but the Lin family and the An family should have already joined forces. I'm afraid. Feng Qingye's meaning was clear. Your forces are not enough. Oh, I didn't expect that. They can join forces. Wei Tian was a little surprised. The information he had indicated that the An family and the Lin family should be in a life-and-death struggle. Rubbing his chin, Wei Tian pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll lend Rose to you. Wei Tian pointed at Rose and said to Feng Qingye, With her, it's foolproof. Feng Qingye was startled, a look of confusion appearing on his face, and he quickly asked, This Miss Rose is 15th on the mercenary ranking, Blood Gun Rose. Wei Tian's tone was light, and he even raised an eyebrow at Feng Qingye. However, this short sentence exploded in Feng Qingye's ears like a thunderclap. The three great rankings, the mercenary ranking, the assassin ranking, and the legendary black and white ranking, whose traces had been completely erased and were known only to a handful of people. Only those who truly understood the three great rankings knew how valuable they truly were. Everyone who could make it onto the mercenary ranking was a top-tier existence in various mercenary groups, and their hiring prices were astronomical figures. And according to Feng Qingye's understanding, those ranked in the top 30 on the mercenary ranking had countless lives on their hands, and their own strength defied common sense. At this thought, Feng Qingye looked at Rose with some apprehension, feeling fortunate that he hadn't provoked this woman earlier. He had no doubt that Rose possessed the strength to take on the entire Feng family alone. Don't talk about strength in numbers or having the advantage. It's useless. In this era, many scientists were researching genetic technology, intending to break through the physical limits of humans. Although no specific research results had been publicly disclosed, such things were already being traded in many places, especially among large mercenary groups. In short, with Rose's help, the Feng family's chances of winning were undoubtedly greatly increased. At the same time, Feng Qingye was also somewhat surprised that Wei Tian could make someone on the mercenary ranking willingly follow him. This way it's foolproof, right? With Rose's ability, plus the Feng family's foundation, don't tell me you still can't take down the An family and the Lin family. Wei Tian smiled and leaned close to Feng Qingye's ear, whispering, Don't forget, what I want is a Feng family that becomes a leading family. If you can't do it, then the Feng family has no reason to exist. Rose, let's go. With that, Wei Tian left with Rose. As he left, Wei Tian also told Feng Qingye to contact him when needed, and Rose would naturally come to help. Young Master Wei, take care. Feng Qingye's gaze was solemn as he watched Wei Tian's departing back, sighing softly. Serving a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. He also didn't know whether this choice was right or wrong for the Feng family. Meanwhile, in a certain residential area in Jiangdu City, Jiang stood blankly in front of the wash basin, toothbrush in his mouth, completely frozen in place, as if he had been fixed. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, his face full of anger, and he shouted loudly, "Damn system, what the hell did you say?" 52. Jiang wants to do something big. Damn system, say that again. What were the penalties for failing those previous missions? Mission failure penalty. Disable all skills obtained by the host. The duration of the disablement is related to the host's mission completion rate. I won't die. No, only novice missions and special grade missions will threaten the host's life safety. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Jiang laughed in anger. This morning, he suddenly thought of asking the system what the penalties for failing those previous missions were. He originally thought it would be deducting lifespan or continuing to erase him. But you're telling me that's it? I was so worried every time I did a mission before. Jiang gritted his teeth, feeling that he had been played by the system. However, there was another very important reason. The penalty for the novice mission had scared Jiang, so he subconsciously assumed the system's penalties would be very severe. He thought the system was holding back something harsh, but it turned out he had overreacted. Stupid system, even if I didn't ask, couldn't you have told me proactively? Putting aside the facts, isn't the system at fault? Don't be angry, don't be angry. No need to get angry over such a small matter. Jiang resumed his usual smile, then casually tossed the toothbrush he had just crushed with force into the trash can. With his mood ruined by the system, Jiang couldn't be bothered to eat breakfast, so he simply lay at home and ordered takeout. After eating, he would happily go find An Rou. Huh, there's actually grilled cold noodles for sale at this hour? Jiang's expression brightened. He hadn't expected to be able to eat grilled cold noodles for breakfast and ordered without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, Jiang sent a message in a certain takeout group chat. Jiang, at Ryder, can you bring me a bottle of drink? Ryder, I'm swamped. No time to bring you one. No time. Jiang, you get one too. Ryder, brother, what are you drinking? A slight curve appeared at the corner of Jiang's mouth. I still prefer your arrogant look from before. After asking the rider to bring a bottle of happy water, Jiang calculated the time and realized he could still play a game. Original. Oh no, wrong click. Jiang moved his mouse. League launched. Half an hour later. Trash game. Only a dog would play it again. Jiang angrily shut down his computer. He regretted not clicking the wrong game earlier. Recently, cheaters have become increasingly rampant, making it impossible for a skilled player like him to get kills. Bang bang bang. Hello, takeout. Opening the door, the takeout delivery man smiled and handed the grilled cold noodles and happy water to Jiang. Brother, here are your grilled cold noodles and drink. Remember to give a 5-star review. All right. Jiang took the takeout and immediately gave the delivery man a 5-star review. After all, everyone has it tough, and it was an easy thing to do. After happily finishing his grilled cold noodles, Jiang went out and took a taxi directly to the An family. He couldn't just muddle through life anymore. He had big things to do and couldn't continue being so lackadaisical all the time. Since he had decided to participate in this family dispute, he had to show the proper spirit. 20 minutes later, in a blue taxi outside the An family. No, driver, you're charging me 50 for such a short distance. Jiang's eyes widened. Were taxis really this brazen now? Wasn't this openly robbing him? Little brother, that's the price now. Last night, someone went to the suburbs and didn't even bat an eye when they paid 200. The driver's expression was calm. He saw Jiang was a student and wanted to fleece him. Yesterday, some idiot gave him 200 to follow his car, so 50 for you isn't too much, is it? Jiang looked deeply at the driver, then expressionlessly took out his phone and transferred 50 yuan. After getting out of the car and waiting for the driver to leave, Jiang pulled out his phone, his eyes fixed on the direction the taxi had gone. Hello, is this the Traffic and Transportation Management Bureau? Yes, I want to report a taxi for overcharging. He charged me 500 for a 20-minute ride. The license plate number is... Okay, no need to thank me. To rectify the unhealthy trends in Jiangdu, this is what I should do. Then, Jiang hung up the phone as if nothing had happened and walked into the An family. Strangely, Su Jiang felt that many and family members were secretly looking at him along the way. Hey, that's him, the one who hugged the young miss last night. What hug? That picture, I could tell it was fake at a glance. It's definitely photoshopped. Stop deceiving yourselves, brothers. If it were fake, would the leader have been so angry yesterday? It's real. Who do you think pursued whom between them? I'll bet all my assets that the young miss confessed first. Bet. I'm all in. The family members were whispering, but Su Jiang had the extraordinary body skill, so his hearing was much better than ordinary people's, and he heard every word. His mouth twitched continuously. Su Jiang truly didn't know what kind of mental state these family members were in. They've already declared war. Shouldn't you be on high alert, with a tense atmosphere? And you're still gossiping about your own people, and even secretly taking photos? Send me a copy of the photo later. And that brother who bet all his assets, you're definitely going to lose. Su Jiang complained all the way, passing through the family courtyard and entering the house. In the living room, only Mingjie and Li Kai were sitting on the sofa, seemingly discussing something. Hearing footsteps, Li Kai looked up. Seeing that it was Su Jiang, his expression immediately soured. Damn it, to take the blame for this kid, he had been subjected to An Rou's passive-aggressive remarks all day today, almost being yelled at by her. You're here. And Mingjie turned around and greeted Su Jiang with a smile. Su Jiang nodded, found a random seat, and poured himself a cup of tea. Feeling a moment of realization, Su Jiang felt that he was a little too natural in the family, truly feeling like he was in his own home. An Rou is still in her room. Should I call her down? No, let's talk about business first. Su Jiang shook his head. He was here to do big things. Oh, tell me. And Mingjie became interested upon hearing this. Su Jiang would actually talk about serious matters? Who knew? The next second, Su Jiang's words almost gave Mingjie a heart attack. I want to crush the Feng family within a week and end this battle. Li Kai spat out a mouthful of tea directly onto the floor, turning his head to look at Su Jiang in shock. What did I just hear? No, what did this kid just say? Su Jiang ignored Li Kai, staring intently at Mingjie and saying, How about it? Is there a way? A week is a bit tight. Many things won't have time to be arranged. Just tell me what you need me to do. I want to get involved, to do big things. Then perhaps there really is a way. Give me a moment to think. Li Kai was utterly bewildered, looking at Su Jiang, then at Mingjie. He felt like he hadn't woken up yet. No, buddies. Are you really discussing this? Ending the Feng family within a week, such an outrageous thing. Are you really planning to do it? 53. Su Psychiatrist Jiang. In the living room, Mingjie was deep in thought. After a moment, he said, We don't have many options if we want to defeat the Feng family in a short amount of time. The most direct way is to confront them head-on. However, given our current situation, if we go to war directly, not only will it be difficult to achieve a quick victory, but the family will also suffer heavy losses, and many of our brothers might lose their lives. Su Jiang, sitting opposite him, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Is there any other way? And Mingjie was silent for a while, then slowly uttered a few words. Yes, but it's very difficult. That is to get the Huagua Supervisory Bureau involved. Huagua Supervisory Bureau. Su Jiang looked puzzled and asked, What kind of department is that? I don't think I've heard of it. At this moment, Li Kai, who was sitting nearby, began to explain. The Huagua Supervisory Bureau is a department specially established by the Huagua government to maintain social stability and prevent the excessive expansion of major families' influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Their power is immense, and their responsibility is to supervise and restrain the various major family forces, ensuring they do not act recklessly and endanger the lives of ordinary people. Because Huagua needs these major family forces to exist, yet it also worries that disputes among these families will affect the normal lives of ordinary people, it specifically established such a department to restrain the various major families. That's right, a branch of the Supervisory Bureau is established in Jiangdu. And Mingjie nodded and added, If the Supervisory Bureau gets involved, those unspeakable dealings that the Feng family does behind the scenes will surely be uncovered. At that time, we can cooperate with the Supervisory Bureau to directly suppress the Feng family. Su Jiang's eyes lit up when he heard this. not expecting such a good department to exist. This was like, two people were about to fight, and then I just went and reported you to the police, uncle. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go directly to the supervisory bureau. However, and Mingjie and Li Kai both gave a wry smile when they heard this. It's not as simple as you think. And Mingjie sighed softly and explained, although the supervisory bureau is powerful, their threshold for intervention is also very high. Unless it involves major affairs, they will not easily interfere in family disputes. They won't care about conflicts between small families like ours, who aren't even considered dragonhead families. Moreover, over the years, the supervisory bureau has intervened less and less. It is said that there have been some internal problems, but I'm not clear on the specifics. Because people from major family forces are absolutely forbidden from working in the supervisory bureau. This is the bottom line. Whoever touches it dies. So, this second method has almost no chance of success. Su Jiang also frowned and said, then can't we collect some criminal evidence of the Feng family and report them to the supervisory bureau? It's useless. And Mingjie gently shook his head. Not to mention how much manpower and time it would take to collect that evidence. The key is that no one in the supervisory bureau is willing to increase their workload right now. The original intention of the supervisory bureau's establishment has long since changed with the passage of time. Now, the people inside are all slacking off as much as possible, and if they can't slack off, they create conditions to slack off. Especially in the branch offices of small cities like ours, this situation is even more severe. Damn it, eating the imperial salary but not doing real work, huh? Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and the good impression he had just developed for the supervisory bureau instantly vanished. And in recent years, the supervisory bureau has also been recruiting various external personnel from society, such as scribes, psychologists, and martial arts coaches, all sorts of miscellaneous people. Now their internal staff is also complex, with all kinds of people, but the scrutiny of family forces remains strict. People from both the underworld and legitimate families are absolutely not allowed to enter the supervisory bureau. Li Kai recounted the detailed situation he knew, and at the same time, he was somewhat dissatisfied because the supervisory bureau's approach, over time, could very likely completely lose its administrative functions. For families like their own family, who are diligent and have not done much bad, this is naturally an undesirable situation. Su Jiang nodded as he listened, and suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes. Wait, Oldly, what did you just say? The supervisory bureau also recruits psychologists. Yes, in this day and age, who doesn't have some psychological issues? Li Kai said as a matter of course. He didn't understand why Su Jiang brought that up. Su Jiang's mind was racing. He had thought of a brilliant plan. Immediately, he looked at An Mingjie and quickly said, what if I could enter the supervisory bureau? Everyone's slacking off, right? Fine. I'll go in and slack. Oh no, go in and rectify this unhealthy trend. And Mingjie frowned and pondered slightly. Your identity is not a problem. The current supervisory bureau won't block you based on your identity. But the key is, how will you get in? As far as I know, the martial arts coach positions in the supervisory bureau are very few, and there are definitely none left now, and other positions certainly have relevant professional assessments. I can go in as a psychologist. Su Jiang directly interrupted An Mingjie, his eyes burning. An Mingjie. Li Kai. Both of them widened their eyes, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. Do you even hear what you're saying? You, Su Jiang, a psychologist? The person with the most psychological problems here is probably you, right? Li Kai didn't even know how Su Jiang dared to say such a thing. You, a guy who talks to rats, want to be a psychologist? Who's going to treat whom? Su Jiang dismissed their questioning gazes with disdain. What do you guys know? I'm a person with a system. I still didn't know how to use that psychological analysis skill before, but now it's directly coming in handy. He wasn't Su Jiang anymore. He was Su, the psychologist, Jiang. Don't worry, I've studied psychology online. I guarantee I can pass the recruitment assessment. Su Jiang was full of confidence, but An Mingjie and Li Kai didn't dare to believe him. Especially Li Kai. His eye twitched wildly when he heard what Su Jiang said. You learned it online again? You kid. You learn a lot of random stuff online. And Mingjie rubbed his forehead. He also didn't understand where the hell Su Jiang got so many strange skills. But thinking about it, This guy can even talk to rats, so what's wrong with knowing a little psychology? And Mingjie quickly cleared his thoughts and analyzed. The psychologist position is quite vacant, but even if you get in, you'll only be an external staff member. How will you get the supervisory bureau to help us? By yourself, it's too difficult to move the entire supervisory bureau, and we also can't give you any help. Su Jiang smiled indifferently when he heard this. He already had a plan in mind. Don't worry, I have a way. It's just rectifying a lazy, unhealthy trend, isn't it? Easy as pie. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang's smile and suddenly had an ominous premonition. The last time he saw Su Jiang smile so confidently was yesterday. And then, the Feng family's factory was blown up. The supervisory bureau should be fine, right? 54. Is society so competitive now? Since you've made up your mind, then I'll start considering the plan in detail. Although Mingjie found the matter a bit outrageous, when it came to Su Jiang, he inexplicably felt that it might actually work out. After all, Su Jiang himself was quite outrageous. Li Kai took out his computer, constantly tapping on the keyboard, searching for information, and said to Su Jiang, I just checked. The Supervisory Bureau's recruitment for psychologists is still open, and you can go for an interview anytime. That's great. I'm in a hurry, so I'll go for the interview in a bit. But, what? They require a minimum of a master's degree. I remember you're only a freshman, right? And do you have a psychological counselor's certificate? Su Jiang fell silent. Damn, is society so competitive now? If it keeps going like this, will he even be able to find a job after he graduates? Never mind, he has a system. And Mingjie saw Su Jiang's predicament, pondered for a moment, and said, we can help you with the degree and certificates. They'll be about 80% genuine. As long as you truly have professional psychological knowledge, the Supervisory Bureau won't deliberately investigate those things. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked up at Mingjie, his mouth slightly agape. At this moment, he truly realized how much power a large family possessed. A master's degree just like that? What surprised Su Jiang even more was that Mingjie directly pulled out his phone and made a call right in front of them. I need your help with something. A master's degree and the relevant certificates needed for a psychologist. It must be guaranteed that no problems can be seen, and it can withstand investigation to the greatest extent. I'll send you the information later. How long will it take? Okay, thanks for the trouble. Then, Mingjie hung up the phone and smiled at Su Jiang. This afternoon, these documents will be delivered to you. Awesome. Su Jiang couldn't think of any other words to describe it. To be honest, Su Jiang was a little tempted now to join the An family. This was just too good. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, faint footsteps came from above. The few of them looked up and saw An Rou coming downstairs, holding White Cat in her arms. Oh, Su Jiang, you're here. An Rou's eyes lit up when she saw Su Jiang sitting on the sofa. After coming downstairs, An Rou quickly ran to Su Jiang and asked with concern, how much did you drink yesterday? You came home so late. Brother Li Kai, too. Next time if you're going to drink, don't drag Su Jiang along. How can you have the nerve to drink with a student? As she spoke, the little girl specifically glared at Li Kai, huffing, still expressing her dissatisfaction. Li Kai's face immediately changed, as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something foul. He truly had no words to speak. Yes, he was no good, taking him to drink until midnight. You don't even know that this well-behaved, exemplary student in your eyes, yesterday, damn it, took him to blow up a factory. And Mingjie also looked at Li Kai with some amusement. He rarely saw Li Kai like this, and he knew the inside story, so he could somewhat understand Li Kai's feelings. Oh, it's fine. You can't blame Brother Li Kai for this. Actually, we didn't drink much yesterday, and Brother Li Kai even thoughtfully took a taxi to send me back, didn't he? Right, Brother Li Kai? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow at Li Kai. How did that saying go? Only the person who wronged you knows how wronged you feel at this moment. Yes, didn't drink much. Li Kai gritted his teeth. He really didn't understand where he had offended Su Jiang that he had to be so devious. Couldn't he let someone else take the blame? He could even let Mingjie take the blame, since An Rou wouldn't dare to trouble Mingjie. However, An Rou didn't buy it. She still didn't give Li Kai a good look, but her face changed completely when she faced Su Jiang. That smile, honestly, Li Kai hadn't seen it many times in his life. Have you eaten? An Rou lowered her head, a little timid. She had slept late yesterday and overslept this morning, so she hadn't eaten anything yet. And Mingjie naturally saw his sister's thoughts, so he said, An Rou, why don't you take Su Jiang to the family dining hall to eat? And take him around to explore a bit, so he doesn't just come to the An family and only know how to burrow into this place. Then, and Mingjie smiled at Su Jiang, you're free anyway. I'll call you when the things arrive this afternoon. Su Jiang nodded, even though he had just eaten grilled cold noodles. But he gets hungry quickly, doesn't he? Moreover, he also really wanted to explore the An family. He had been here several times, and each time he just went straight into the house to find someone, never really getting to look around properly. Immediately, under the gaze of An Mingjie and Li Kai, An Rou took Su Jiang to eat. As for White Cat, An Rou simply let it out to play. The An family was very large, with a big courtyard, so White Cat could roam around freely. And An Rou had specifically told the An family that this was her cat, so everyone was quite fond of this White Cat. What do you think of Su Jiang? After the two left, An Mingjie casually asked Li Kai this question. Li Kai's face also became serious. He pondered for a moment and said, To be honest, I really can't see through him. He's truly too outrageous. Not only is he proficient in combat skills, but he also has terrifying sniping abilities, and what's even more outrageous is that he can talk to rats. Now he says he understands psychology, and he's only a university student. Is it really possible for so many skills to appear in one university student? Li Kai blurted out his thoughts. He also wanted to know what An Mingjie truly thought of Su Jiang. Was it really okay for such a person to be with An Rou? An Mingjie heard this, remained silent, and quietly drank his tea. After a long while, An Mingjie seemed to have made a decision. He looked up and stared at Li Kai, his eyes incredibly serious. Possible. As long as he is Su Jiang, it's normal. As long as he is Su Jiang, whatever he does is reasonable. Do you understand? Li Kai was stunned. He understood An Mingjie's meaning. Su Jiang was absolutely fine, and absolutely no one could see any problems with him. An Mingjie was truly determined to protect Su Jiang, and Li Kai couldn't help but admire An Mingjie's courage. Despite not having known Su Jiang for long, he dared to bet so much on him. If Su Jiang truly had problems, the entire An family would suffer a devastating blow. I trust my judgment, and I also trust An Rou's judgment. An Mingjie's tone was very firm. He knew what he was doing now, and a large part of why he was doing it was because of An Rou. An Rou liked Su Jiang, and he was willing to trust Su Jiang. Therefore, he wouldn't ask too many questions about the incredible abilities Su Jiang displayed. He was even a little excited. Because the stronger Su Jiang's abilities, the better he could protect An Rou's safety, which was undoubtedly beneficial to the An family. Li Kai knew that since An Mingjie had made up his mind, he wouldn't easily change it, and Li Kai also had a good impression of Su Jiang. Except that he was a bit of a jerk. The two exchanged a smile, tacitly no longer discussing Su Jiang, but instead discussing other matters. Meanwhile, Su Jiang was already drenched in sweat. 55. Miss Love Support Club. In the An family courtyard, An Rou, wearing pink slippers, and Su Jiang, with his hands in his pockets, walked side by side towards the An family dining hall. There were many An family members nearby who wanted to get closer for gossip, but An Rou glared at them with her little eyes, and they immediately moved away from the two. Su Jiang looked at those An family members with a hint of amusement. Were they really that afraid of An Rou? Su Jiang, what were you just talking about with my brother in them? An Rou suddenly asked. Nothing, just casual chat. Don't brush me off. I'm not stupid. An Rou interrupted Su Jiang, raised her head, and looked at him seriously, seemingly a little angry. You and my brother have avoided me several times when talking, and Brother Li Kai was there too. Although I don't know what you were talking about, it must be something very dangerous, which is why you didn't want me to hear it. And how you confronted Lin Hui at the restaurant earlier, it couldn't have been just a simple small conflict. Su Jiang, I'm not that naive. I know you and my brother are doing this for my own good, but I'm truly worried about both of you. As An Rou spoke, her eyes were already slightly red, and her tone carried a hint of resentment. Looking at An Rou like this, Su Jiang didn't know what to do. A drop of sweat ran down his forehead. He truly had never dealt with a situation like this. Clearly, his and An Mingjie's actions had made An Rou realize something was amiss. but this little girl had kept it bottled up until now, suggesting she had prepared herself mentally. Moreover, last night, An Rou must have also felt that something was off, as the excuses he and Li Kai made had quite a few flaws. However, just as Su Jiang was deliberating, An Rou lowered her head, and despite the gazes of the family members in the distance, she directly threw herself into Su Jiang's arms and wrapped her arms around him. I really don't want to be protected by you like this forever. I am a member of the family, and I also have responsibilities. I just want to do my best to face things together with you. I won't cause you trouble. When you tell me to run, I will run. Things you don't want me to do, I won't do. I won't participate in those dangerous things, but at least let me be informed, okay? I don't want to be kept in the dark by you all the time, and then worry about you both by myself. An Rou buried her small head tightly against Su Jiang's chest, softly speaking her true feelings. Su Jiang slowly raised his hand, placed it on An Rou's head, gently stroked her hair, and his eyes held a hint of heartache. Yes, he and An Mingjie only thought about protecting An Rou, not letting her get involved in these matters, but they had never considered An Rou's own feelings. Having always been protected and pampered by her family, yet never having contributed anything to the family, An Rou had always felt very guilty. At this moment, Su Jiang made a decision. Okay, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Su Jiang's voice was gentle. He no longer wanted to keep An Rou in the dark. Whether because of their relationship or because An Rou was a member of the family, An Rou should have the right to know. What? An Mingjie doesn't agree? Just beat him up, then. Really? An Rou raised her small head, her eyes red, looking at Su Jiang, afraid he would go back on his word. Really? Su Jiang paused, then added, if your brother doesn't agree, I'll handle it. Upon hearing this, An Rou's face immediately broke into a smile. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Su Jiang on the cheek. Thank you, Su Jiang. Her face slightly flushed, she whispered in Su Jiang's ear. I'm truly glad to have met you. I'm also very glad that you were the one I chose to confess to back then. Su Jiang thought silently as he gently held An Rou. Click, click, click. The sound of cameras clicking kept ringing out around them. The two immediately became alert and scanned their surroundings. Who the hell is taking candid photos at a time like this? A group of gossip-loving and family members instantly put away their phones, turned their heads, looked at the sky, and whistled. Plop. One member's phone slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground, its flash still on. Who the hell turned on my flashlight? Seriously, don't do that next time. The family member picked up his phone with an unchanging expression and quickly fled the scene, muttering, How strange. How did this flashlight turn on by itself? And Rou's face instantly turned red to her earlobes. She had been so engrossed in talking to Su Jiang that she forgot this was the family, with a bunch of fun-loving people standing around. In her embarrassment and anger, she shouted at those people, Delete them all. Miss, we really didn't take any. They adamantly denied taking photos. Are you kidding? It was rare to see An Rou like this, and she even actively kissed Su Jiang. They would rather die than delete such photos. These were photos destined to become family heirlooms, passed down through generations. At once, to avoid being caught by An Rou, they quickly retreated from the scene, still whispering to each other as they left. Hey, buddy, I didn't get a good angle just now. Send me one. Venmo me 50. I'll send it to you. Damn it, you motherfucker. I also got the photo of Miss kissing him. 50 transferred to you. Send it quickly. I transferred it too. Send me a copy. Let's create a group. Create a group. 50 for entry. Thus, without An Rou's knowledge, a group called Mrs. Postromance Fan Club was unknowingly established, and the group was full of fun-loving and family members. Let's go, aren't you hungry? Su Jiang saw An Rou still wanting to go make them delete the photos and quickly pulled her back. Are you kidding? How could he let An Rou destroy such precious photos? He'd go ask those brothers for the photos later. Especially the one of An Rou kissing his cheek. No matter how much it cost, he would buy it. It must be treasured. Humph. An Rou was pulled by Su Jiang and let out a soft humph, looking back with some reluctance. Although it wasn't the first time she had been secretly photographed, she still felt very ashamed. I'll let them off this time. I'll have my brother teach them a lesson later. An Rou said this bitterly, then continued walking with Su Jiang, and they soon reached the dining hall. Miss, you're here. Walking towards them was a middle-aged man in a suit, whom Su Jiang found somewhat familiar. Young Master Su, long time no see. The middle-aged man greeted Su Jiang, then introduced himself. I am the An family's butler. You can call me Steward Su. We met once when you first came to the An family. I remember now. You were the one who made me a cup of tea, right? As Steward Su said that, Su Jiang immediately recalled that when he first came to the An family to see in Mingjia, it was this Steward Su who had made tea for him and his companions. Steward Su smiled and nodded, looking very amiable. Don't call me Young Master Su, and don't use you, the formal you. Just call me Xiao Jiang is fine. Su Jiang quickly said. He still wasn't used to the title Young Master Su, let alone being addressed with the formal you. Steward Su smiled and nodded. He always respected others' wishes. Uncle Su has been with our family for a very long time. He established the An family with my father back then. We all respect him greatly. An Rou introduced him to Su Jiang, then put her hands behind her back and said to Steward Su with a cheerful smile, Uncle Su, we're here to eat in the dining hall. All right, follow me. Steward Su led them into the dining hall with a doting smile on his face. 56. An Rou beats up and Mingjia. Under Steward Su's arrangements, Su Jiang and An Rou immediately began to eat the delicious food. Do the people of your An family eat this kind of meal every day? Yes, everyone does, and my brother is no exception. Su Jiang looked at the food in front of him with some surprise. It was almost all meat, and the portions were especially large, with unlimited refills. Thinking of the terrible food in the school cafeteria, Su Jiang only wanted to say one thing, shit. A serving of braised chicken in the school cost 20, which was like robbery. The key was that there wasn't much meat in the braised chicken. Wasn't it purely braised potatoes? Su Jiang decided that he must report the school cafeteria later. No. When he got into the supervisory bureau, he wouldn't investigate the Feng family first. He would investigate the school cafeteria. If the director of the supervisory bureau knew that Su Jiang planned to bring the entire supervisory bureau to investigate the cafeteria, he would probably kill Su Jiang. An Rou, however, ate very little. Steward Su knew her taste and specially arranged some vegetables for her, instead of the large portions of meat and fish that Su Jiang had. Just like that, the two ate and chatted, and Su Jiang told An Rou everything she wanted to know without holding anything back. Of course, he insisted that Li Kai was the one who took him to blow up the factory. He was innocent. You should stay away from Brother Li Kai in the future. Don't let him lead you astray, really. An Rou said with some dissatisfaction. Blowing up a factory sounded very dangerous. Brother Li Kai actually took Su Jiang to do such a thing. He was getting more and more out of line. Seeing this, Su Jiang said nothing, only secretly apologized to Li Kai. Kai-gu, I'm really sorry. The grilled cold noodles and scaring me with the toy gun. Let's call it even. I was forced to, and I hope you can understand me. Su Jiang felt a little guilty towards Li Kai in his heart, but not much. So, you're going to interview for that supervisory bureau later, and the position is still a psychologist? An Rou looked at Su Jiang in confusion. When did you study psychology? Everyone is a student. Why do you know everything? Yes, once your brother gives me the documents this afternoon, I'll go for the interview. So urgent. Suddenly, An Rou thought of something and looked up, staring at Su Jiang, asking, You said to wait a week. Could it be that you just want to help our family solve the Feng family problem within a week? Hiss. Su Jiang gasped, looking at An Rou in astonishment, and shouted, I don't care who you are. Get off An Rou. An Rou isn't that smart. Bang. An Rou's face was expressionless. Under the table, a slender leg forcefully stepped on Su Jiang's foot. Say that again. I was wrong. Humph. An Rou snorted coldly. Su Jiang was getting bolder and bolder. Now he even dared to call her stupid to her face. Don't change the subject, is it, or isn't it? Su Jiang sighed softly and nodded disappointedly. On the first day of doing something big, he was discovered by An Rou. He had planned to give her a surprise when he confessed. An Rou just looked at Su Jiang, appearing a bit displeased on the surface, but feeling happy in her heart. Then, I'll go with you. These words made Su Jiang look up, meeting An Rou's bright eyes, which held a hint of seriousness. No matter what you want to do, I'll be with you. After everything is resolved, I'll listen to your confession. Although there's little I can do, at least I can be by your side and offer you some help. An Rou's tone was incredibly firm. Since she already knew Su Jiang's plan, she wouldn't sit idly by. This wasn't her personality. She didn't want Su Jiang to unilaterally sacrifice for her. Su Jiang looked at An Rou blankly, feeling incredibly warm in his heart, and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Okay, then we'll face it together. Whoever runs is a puppy. You're the puppy. I'm certainly not running. An Rou scolded him with a flushed face, and at this moment, both of them couldn't help but laugh. A relationship where neither abandons the other is undoubtedly a win-win. An hour later, the two returned indoors and told An Mingjie everything. Surprisingly, An Mingjie was not surprised by An Rou's desire to participate in the action. He seemed to have anticipated this day's arrival. Brother, you agreed? An Rou was a bit confused. She had originally thought she would have to argue with her brother, but she didn't expect An Mingjie to agree so readily. Of course, why not? An Mingjie said as a matter of course. Although you are my An Mingjie's sister, you are also An Rou, aren't you? You just want to do what you want to do, so why wouldn't I agree? As long as it's a decision you've made after careful consideration, what reason do I have not to agree? An Mingjie found it somewhat amusing, shaking his head at An Rou, seemingly mocking his foolish little sister. I've been restricting you since you were little. I'm your brother. How could I not understand your thoughts? I just wanted to see when you would finally muster the courage to ask me. Now it seems Su Jiang has indeed changed you a lot. Su Jiang touched his nose, and Mingjie's reaction also surprised him. An Rou stood frozen, stuttering. So you mean, if I had just asked, you would have agreed for me to contribute to the family? Of course. At this moment, An Rou felt like a clown. She puffed out her cheeks and looked at An Mingjie with dissatisfaction. Then what were all those grievances I suffered before? Those feelings of guilt towards the family, that helplessness of standing by and doing nothing. She had always thought that An Mingjie would absolutely not let her participate in family matters, but she didn't expect that An Mingjie had been watching her like a joke all along. Bastard brother. The more An Rou thought about it, the angrier she got. She picked up a nearby pillow and threw it at An Mingjie. Su Jiang quickly dodged to the side to avoid accidental injury, and at the same time, quickly took out his phone and captured this precious moment. TSK, An Rou beating up An Mingjie. This scene is quite rare. An Mingjie reacted quickly and reached out to catch the pillow, but the next second An Rou pounced on him, swinging her small fists, frantically punching An Mingjie. An Mingjie didn't expect his sister to be so angry and quickly covered his head with the pillow. I'll let you make fun of me. I'll let you lie to me. I'll let you be called An Mingjie. Bang, bang, bang. An Rou punched him repeatedly, getting more and more excited with each hit. So this is what it feels like to beat up your brother. It's a bit exhilarating. Hey, you girl, lighten up, no manners. An Mingjie complained while taking the beating. If you're going to hit me, what reason are you looking for? Should I be beaten just for being called An Mingjie? Isn't that the name Mom and Dad gave me? If you're going to beat someone, you should go beat Mom and Dad. Old and hump. At this moment, Li Kai came in with a pile of documents and witnessed An Rou beating up An Mingjie firsthand. Holy crap, An Rou is so brave now. Seeing Su Jiang grinning and frantically taking photos nearby, Li Kai immediately realized that whether An Rou was brave or not was no longer important at this moment. There was something more important to do. Click, click, click. Pulling out his phone, Li Kai also started taking photos. This might be the only time in his life he would see such a scene. Must preserve it. 57. I finally got you here. A few minutes later, Li Kai, Su Jiang, and An Rou stood obediently in a row before An Mingjie. Especially An Rou, the little girl was cowering, head bowed, not daring to meet An Mingjie's eyes, completely lacking her previous arrogance. An Rou's heart was now filled with apprehension. It's over. She had gotten angry for a moment and actually hit her older brother. But actually, I didn't use too much force, right? And it was older brother who was in the wrong first, right? However, speaking of which, that feeling just now, An Rou still wanted to experience it again. Although her head was bowed, An Rou still secretly rubbed her small fists, feeling a little eager to try again. An Mingjie folded his arms, looking at the three, feeling quite helpless. Leaving An Rou aside, it was Su Jiang and Li Kai, especially Li Kai, who had actually started to learn bad habits. You too, delete the photos for me. An Mingjie's face was dark. When did the family's family rules become like this? Taking candid photos everywhere and uploading them to the family group chat. And Mingjia had taken the opportunity to check just now. Fortunately, Li Kai hadn't sent them to the group, so things hadn't reached an irreversible point. What photos? And gee, what are you talking about? Li Kai and Su Jiang were incredibly in sync at this moment, both looking bewildered, as if it wasn't them who had been grinning and taking photos just now. Seeing Mingjia frown, seemingly about to get angry, Su Jiang quickly turned to Li Kai and said, "Hey, Kai Gu, what you're holding in your hand is the document for me, right? Right? Look at my memory, I forgot to give it to you. Well, without further ado, I'm going to the interview now. I'll strive to enter the supervisory bureau as soon as possible and contribute to the family. Su Jiang, you're too kind. It's such a long journey, Kai Gu will drive you. Let's go, let's go." The two chatted as they quickly fled outside. If they stayed any longer, their phones would probably be confiscated. Su Jiang, I'm going too. And Rou saw these two guys actually abandon her and run, and she immediately became anxious. What about the promise to share joys and sorrows? Su Jiang and Li Kai were startled. You absolutely cannot come. If you come, who will Mingjia vent his anger on? And Rou, what we're going to do this time is very dangerous. You just stay home and wait for us to come back, okay? Su Jiang immediately stopped and Rou, pushed her back, left that sentence, and quickly escaped with Li Kai. And Rou? Su Jiang, you big scoundrel. Didn't we just agree not to abandon each other? A man's words are a deceiving ghost. And Rou was not reconciled and still wanted to run out. And Rou, and Mingjia called softly, and in Rou's small foot that had stepped out immediately froze in place. It's over. Su Jiang and Li Kai are going to do something important. You stay here. Let's have a good talk, you and I, as siblings. And Mingjia looked at An Rou with a smile, nodding his head towards the study. Go inside and get paper and a pen to write a self-criticism. You'll write until they come back. Older brother, I really didn't mean it just now. 3, 2. Don't count, I'll go get it now. And Rou had a headache. She was most afraid of Mingjia starting to count like this at the drop of a hat. She had been scared into a stress response by him since childhood. Just like that, and Rou angrily sprawled on the table writing her self-criticism, while Mingjia leisurely sat by the side drinking tea. If Mingjia had paid close attention at that moment, he would have discovered something. That is, the content of An Rou's self-criticism was entirely about scolding Su Jiang and Li Kai. It also interspersed scolding Mingjia. And Rou even got more excited as she wrote, becoming addicted to scolding. On the other side, Li Kai was driving, taking Su Jiang on the way to the supervisory bureau. The two were not discussing what to do once they arrived at the supervisory bureau, but rather, "Old Li, how many photos did you take just now? I arrived late, so I only took a dozen or so. Your hand speed is good. I only took about 20. We'll send them to each other later. I'll be able to hold this photo over Mingjia for a lifetime. Your ambition is too small. I'll hold it over him for 2 lifetimes. Both of them smiled, not remembering at all that they were going to the supervisory bureau to do something important. A while later, Su Jiang finally saw the legendary supervisory bureau. This supervisory bureau is located directly opposite the public security bureau. Yes, after all, they can barely be considered part of the same system, and it's convenient for the supervisory bureau to retrieve data and such. Li Kai said as if it were obvious. Otherwise, where did you think the supervisory bureau would be located? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Logically speaking, such an entity should either be high-end and grand, or in a secret place unnoticed by others. As it turned out, it was openly located directly opposite the Public Security Bureau, and it was just the size of a normal office building, nothing special. The key point was, the sign for the Supervisory Bureau at the entrance was almost rotten. You couldn't even read what it said anymore. Is no one managing this? Su Jiang's eyes twitched. Even before entering, he already felt a deep sense of neglect. Here, this is your academic degree certificate. This is your psychological counselor certificate. Li Kai stuffed the pile of documents into Su Jiang's hand and said, I'll wait for you here. Just go in and do a normal interview. Remember, a normal interview. He seemed uneasy and cautioned again. Don't cause any trouble. This is the Supervisory Bureau, not a factory in the suburbs. Su Jiang looked at the documents in his hand and nodded absent-mindedly. Don't worry, I'm an excellent citizen. How could I cause trouble? I'm just here for a simple interview. He felt that Li Kai had a prejudice against him. Did he look like such an unreliable person? Let's go. Su Jiang got out of the car and headed straight for the supervisory bureau. Li Kai watched Su Jiang's back, lit a cigarette, and chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking he might be making a mountain out of a molehill. It was just an interview, and he was actually worried. Creak. Su Jiang pushed open the door. At the front desk, a bespectacled young man heard the sound and immediately stood up from his seat, looking at Su Jiang. Hello, can I help you? Well, I'm here to apply for a position as a psychologist. Su Jiang looked at the rather scholarly young man and asked, This is the supervisory bureau, right? That's right, this is the supervisory bureau. As soon as the young man heard that Su Jiang was here to interview for a psychologist position, he immediately walked excitedly to Su Jiang, extended his hand, and shook Su Jiang's hand. Hello, my name is Yang Ming. The front desk person had a temporary emergency today, so I'm filling in. We've been waiting and waiting, and finally you're here. Yang Ming was very excited, holding Su Jiang's hand tightly. Huh? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. This wasn't what I imagined. What do you mean by that? You don't know. Before you, 3 psychologists couldn't take it anymore and resigned. We haven't had any psychological treatment for 2 whole months. Su Jiang tilted his head, a large question mark appearing above it. Huh. 58. It must be rectified. I'm sick. I can't work. I need to see a psychologist. My work performance has plummeted. If the psychologist doesn't come soon, I'm going to take leave. I'm depressed. I'm going home. This shift is over for today. Holy crap, old Wong. You're leaving early again. Then I'm going too. I'm depressed too. I have multiple personalities. Where is this? Why am I working? Yang Ming led Su Jiang all the way into the supervisory bureau, and along the way, Su Jiang looked shocked. You call this slacking off? Slacking off at least means occasionally doing some work. At least it's just considered an unprofessional attitude. But now, at 1 in the afternoon, you're all going home? And the excuse is depression? Your smile is practically radiating to the Milky Way, and you're depressed? These are pure bloodsuckers, aren't they? No amount of public funds is enough for you to drain. I think you've seen the situation. Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed. After all, he was also a part of the supervisory bureau, and seeing this scene when someone came for an interview made him feel a bit awkward. This situation has been going on for 2 months. After someone started it, they've been using mental illness as an excuse. It's either leaving early or being late, not working during office hours, always slacking off, and even worse, some just take leave and don't come in, like the front desk today. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses and said apologetically, Since then, all the external psychologists we've hired have been driven away by them. Until now, you're the only one who came for an interview. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He estimated that Li Kai and An Mingjia probably couldn't have foreseen that the internal situation of the supervisory bureau had deteriorated to this extent. So, this group of people not only does this every day, but also receives high salaries and various benefits? We are trying our best to improve the situation, but we've really done all we can. Yang Ming was a bit helpless. Now, besides him, there were only a few people left who could come to work on time every day and work diligently. Seeing that Su Jiang was still young, he couldn't bear to let such a little white rabbit enter their wolf's den, so he said, It's still not too late to back out now. After all, the previous psychologist couldn't handle the pressure and resigned. When Su Jiang heard this, he really wanted to leave. How could this be rectified? Unless all these people were eradicated and replaced with a new batch. But that would only be a temporary solution. However, after a slight deliberation, Su Jiang looked into Yang Ming's eyes and said decisively, No, I want to stay. A hint of determination flashed in Su Jiang's eyes. He had to stay. He was envious. Why could they live such comfortable lives? Why did he have to fight tooth and nail outside? He couldn't tolerate these brats living off public funds and not having to do anything. They all had to get moving for him. At this moment, Su Jiang's will was incredibly firm. Before, he had only planned to see if the supervisory bureau path was viable. If not, he would find another path. Now it was different. He had to take this path. He had to make these slacking brats go out and work. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel balanced. Yang Ming, however, didn't know what Su Jiang was thinking. He just felt a bit moved, as if he had met a kindred spirit. He didn't expect that Su Jiang, like himself, was also an ambitious person. Good, then come with me later. If your identity is verified, you can officially start work today. With that, Yang Ming turned his head again and said to the employees who were preparing to leave, "Everyone quiet down. Let me introduce you. This is the new psychologist, Su Jiang. He should be starting work soon. Everyone, please welcome him." Clap, clap, clap. In the vast space, only Yang Ming's applause echoed. Everyone else stood frozen, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. What? A psychologist really came? Then my illness is going to be cured? No, my illness cannot be cured. It can never be cured in this lifetime. Immediately, countless eyes fixed on Su Jiang. Everyone was already thinking about how to get rid of Su Jiang. Yang Ming, who had been awkwardly clapping alone, couldn't continue and said to Su Jiang with some embarrassment, "Come with me, we'll go through the onboarding process." "Okay." Su Jiang nodded, smiling indifferently. Before leaving, he didn't forget to greet everyone in a friendly manner, appearing very amiable. "Just wait, you brats. If I don't get you all in line, then Su won't be called Su." After Su Jiang left, everyone immediately gathered together, as if facing a formidable enemy. "Brothers, what should we do? I haven't had enough of this life yet. He looks young. Should we use our old methods?" "Yes, just insist we're sick. He has no proof that we're not. This time, let's be gentler. Don't scare him. Just get him to leave." "All right." Immediately, everyone had agreed on a plan. They were already well-versed in this operation and could execute it with ease. On the other side, Su Jiang followed Yang Ming to a room. Yang Ming took his documents and verified them on the computer. "Don't your leaders manage this situation?" "Leaders? Oh, you mean our director Jiang?" Yang Ming answered Su Jiang while typing on the keyboard. "Actually, the current situation is also related to Director Jiang. The directors of our Jiangdu branch are all appointed by the General Bureau. Ever since Director Jiang arrived, he has completely ignored whatever we do, and even if we make mistakes, he won't punish us. Director Jiang just locks himself in his office every day, undisturbed. Every day at closing time, he comes out of his office, never failing." Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this. That made sense. Without supervision and punishment from above, who would work diligently? "Oh, right." Yang Ming remembered something and said to Su Jiang, "After Director Jiang arrived, every new employee has to go to him and answer one of his questions. Everyone is asked the same question. You'll know it later. But his question doesn't affect your onboarding. So when you go to see Director Jiang later, you can be completely at ease and don't need to be afraid." Su Jiang frowned and said, "What's the point of him doing that? Is he just simply asking a question, or does he just want to see what the new employees look like?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ming paused his typing, recalling his own onboarding experience, and chuckled softly. Who knows? No one understands the meaning behind the Director Zhang's actions. Perhaps he truly wants to know the answer to that question. After speaking, Yang Ming handed the documents back to Su Jiang, then took out a contract from a drawer and handed it to Su Jiang. "Your identity and documents are fine. This is the contract. The monthly salary is 8,000 after tax, and the 6 insurances and 2 funds are paid normally. Do you see any issues?" Su Jiang's hand, which took the contract, paused, and his jealousy towards the people outside deepened. "Damn it, even my external hire benefits are this good. How much must those brats be eating? Rectify must rectify." 59. Exposed right after joining the company. "No problem." Su Jiang looked at the contract and signed it directly. He couldn't understand it anyway, but such a large supervisory bureau wouldn't trick him with the contract. "All right, then we're colleagues from now on." Yang Ming saw Su Jiang sign the contract, stood up, and shook hands with Su Jiang amicably, then said, "Let's go see Director Jiang now. I'll take you to his office." So soon. Su Jiang was startled, not expecting to meet Director Jiang as soon as he arrived. It was truly beyond his expectations. "Don't be nervous. It's just to answer a small question. It's nothing." Yang Ming thought Su Jiang was nervous, so he comforted him while leading him upstairs. Su Jiang followed behind him, constantly observing his surroundings, secretly memorizing the structure of the entire building. "We're here." Yang Ming stopped at the door. Su Jiang looked up and saw 5 characters written on a plaque above the door. Director's office. Simple and clear. Knock, knock, knock. Director Jiang, a new person has joined. I've brought him. Yang Ming knocked on the door, but there was no reply from inside, so the two waited outside. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Yang Ming only knocked once, then stood there expressionlessly. Su Jiang began to wonder if anyone was even inside. Just as he was about to speak, a deep voice came from inside the room. Let him in. Yes. Upon receiving the reply, Yang Ming motioned for Su Jiang to open the door and enter. Creak. Su Jiang pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered, Su Jiang frowned. The room was filled with the smell of smoke and was somewhat dim. Only a small gap in the window was open, letting in a sliver of light. A burly man with a full beard was sitting quietly on the sofa, smoking with one hand and holding a stack of documents in the other, examining them carefully. Under the effect of the light, half of his face was in the sun, while the other half was in shadow. Sit down. Su Jiang heard this and sat down on the sofa opposite him without ceremony, taking the initiative to speak. Hello, Director Jiang. I'm the newly hired psychologist today. My name is Su Jiang. Director Jiang's interruption made Su Jiang freeze. How did he know his name? Immediately after, Director Jiang's voice was low and unhurried as he said, Su Jiang, in August of this year, he was admitted to the mathematics department of Jiangdu University as the top scorer in the college entrance examination and was accepted as a closed-door disciple by the head of the mathematics department, Jiang Yu. His parents run a well-earning restaurant in their hometown. Su Jiang's eyes widened, and his expression became extremely serious. How could the other party have his information? And why were they investigating him? However, the next second, Director Jiang's words made Su Jiang break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. On October 16th, you confessed your feelings to An Rou, the eldest young lady of the An family, in class. You were kidnapped that same night. Later, for some unknown reason, you began to associate closely with the An family. On the 17th, at the An family's little slumber night bar, you not only crippled Dao Ba of the Lin family, but also fired a gun to intimidate Lin Hui. Last night, along with Li Kai of the An family, you blew up the Feng family's weapon factory in the western suburbs of Jiangdu and framed the Lin family. Director Jiang finished speaking unhurriedly, then put down the documents in his hand, leaned slightly forward, and stared at Su Jiang with deep eyes. What brings a person like you to my supervisory bureau? On the sofa, Su Jiang had completely lost his previous playful demeanor. He only now realized that he had underestimated the situation. And Mingjie was also careless. They had all underestimated the supervisory bureau. No, it should be that they underestimated the director of the supervisory bureau, the scruffy middle-aged man currently sitting opposite him. The moment he stepped into the supervisory bureau, all of his information had probably been delivered to Director Jiang's hands immediately. Damn you, Li Kai. You didn't tell me there was such a terrifying person in the supervisory bureau. Su Jiang took a deep breath. At this point, any lie would be useless and would surely be seen through by the man in front of him. So he confessed directly. I want the supervisory bureau to intervene and help the An family. Why? With the help of the supervisory bureau, we will save a lot of time and reduce losses. Why should we help you? That's the responsibility of the supervisory bureau, isn't it? Director Jiang chuckled softly when he heard this. He took a puff of his cigarette and said indifferently, the responsibility of the supervisory bureau is indeed to control disputes, prevent them from affecting ordinary people, and punish those families who resort to unscrupulous means for expansion. It used to be like that, but now. Director Jiang's face showed mockery, a hint of disdain. You saw it when you came in. This is the current situation within the supervisory bureau. Do you think they still remember the responsibilities you mentioned? Do you think they will fight to the death with those big families for the sake of your so-called responsibility? Su Jiang fell silent upon hearing this. He also realized that he had thought too simply. Go back, young man. Given that the An family has been well-behaved all these years, I won't keep you. After Director Jiang finished speaking, he leaned back again, his entire body merging into the shadows. Su Jiang remained seated, not leaving, because with his psychological analysis skills, even though Director Jiang hit it well, he could sense it. That was, Director Jiang was very displeased with the current state of the supervisory bureau. Knowing this, There was a chance. Director Jiang, what if I have a way to change the current situation of the supervisory bureau? Is there any meaning? It's treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. It's futile in the end. But doing something is always better than doing nothing, isn't it? Then tell me, what do you plan to do? Su Jiang pondered for a moment, then articulated his ideas. Throughout this process, Director Jiang remained silent. After Su Jiang finished speaking, Director Jiang chuckled softly and said, "Your idea is quite bold. If that's truly the case, it might be worth a try." Hearing this, Su Jiang knew his chance had come. Director Jiang was beginning to waver. "So, does that mean you agree?" "No, I don't agree." Su Jiang was startled and quickly said, "Why? This is clearly a very good method. Although it's a bit risky and the cost is somewhat high, it can indeed change the current situation of the Supervisory Bureau in a short time, can it?" Director Jiang gently shook his head, extinguished his cigarette, and lit another one for himself, looking at Su Jiang and saying, "Even if you succeed, what then? If you succeed, then the atmosphere of the Supervisory Bureau will change from now on. It will begin to return to normal, and then they will begin to realize their responsibilities and start doing the work they should have been doing. Then they help you and the An family deal with the Feng family. After the An family wins, which family do you want us to help you deal with next? The Lin family? Or the newly relocated Wang family?" Su Jiang's expression was uncertain. He didn't understand what Director Jiang truly wanted to say. "Go back, Su Jiang. If you don't know what I truly want, you will never be able to persuade me." Director Jiang once again dismissed him. 60. About the world's disputes. Su Jiang stood up. He knew he couldn't persuade Director Jiang now. He couldn't see through this person. Even with his skill in psychological analysis, he couldn't discern what Director Jiang truly wanted. As he was leaving, Su Jiang suddenly thought of something, so he stopped by the door, turned his head, and looked at Director Jiang. "Director Jiang, I heard Yang Ming say that you ask everyone who joins the Supervisory Bureau the same question." "That's right." Hearing this, Su Jiang walked back, his gaze fixed on Director Jiang. "I'd like to hear what kind of question it is." What kind of question would such a figure ask over and over again without tiring? Su Jiang felt this might be his breakthrough. Director Jiang remained silent for a long time, put the cigarette in his mouth, took a puff, closed his eyes, and said faintly, "The question is simple. If one day you had the power to stop all conflicts in this world, what would you do?" Hearing this question, a sharp glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes. He seemed to understand what Director Jiang wanted to pursue. "What kind of answer can you give me to this question?" Su Jiang stood still. He didn't answer quickly, but asked himself the question again in his heart. "If I really had that ability, facing the conflicts of the world, what would I do?" Su Jiang might have known what answer Director Jiang wanted to hear, but he didn't want to say it because he didn't want to deceive on such a matter. So he said, "If that day truly came, I would live as usual, eat, sleep, and go to school during the day, and take walks and look at the moon with the person I like at night. Life would continue as it should." Hearing this answer, Director Jiang opened his eyes. "Why? Perhaps I have the power to stop the world's conflicts, but I cannot eradicate human greed and selfishness. But with great power comes great responsibility. It's fine for you to use that phrase to constrain yourself, but don't use it to morally blackmail me." Su Jiang was expressionless. He now knew that Director Jiang perhaps wished for a world without conflict. But that was impossible. If a barren field is left uncultivated, once cultivated, people will fight over it. No one wishes for conflict in the world, but no one can avoid it. Because of human nature, and because of interests. Director Jiang took a deep breath. He didn't argue with Su Jiang, but closed his eyes again. "You may leave." This time, Su Jiang didn't hesitate, but walked out directly without saying anything further. He also knew that the path with the Supervisory Bureau might be closed because the relationship between him and Director Jiang was no longer a simple matter of interests. Instead, it was a conflict of ideals. Director Jiang believed that the world's conflicts could be stopped and that capable people needed to contribute. But Su Jiang believed that as long as human selfishness and greed existed, the world's conflicts would never cease. Neither Su Jiang nor Director Jiang could agree with the other's perspective. Yang Ming had waited for a long time outside. Seeing Su Jiang come out, he quickly asked, "Why did you stay so long?" "Director, sorry, I resigned." Su Jiang was not in a good mood at the moment. After saying this, he went downstairs without looking back, preparing to leave the supervisory bureau. Yang Ming was completely stunned. He didn't understand what had happened. He only knew that the Su doctor he had secured was about to leave. He couldn't bother to understand the situation at the moment. Yang Ming quickly ran to stop Su Jiang. Su doctor, let's talk this over properly. Don't be impulsive. Why did you resign? What? I don't want to work anymore. Is that not allowed? How can you be like this? You just signed the contract. If you resign now, you'll have to pay compensation. Upon hearing about compensation, Su Jiang froze, then paused and said, then I won't resign. Yang Ming smiled, relieved that he had managed to persuade him. I'm off work. Su Jiang finished speaking and continued downstairs. When he reached the bottom, he found a group of people peeking from the staircase, eavesdropping on his conversation with Yang Ming. Hey, Su doctor, our rules don't allow leaving early. Yang Ming chased him downstairs, while also glaring at the confused crowd. What time was it? And they were still eavesdropping. Su Jiang ignored those people and turned his head, telling Yang Ming as a matter of course. What do you mean by leaving early? I'm in a bad mood, depressed. I'm going back to adjust. Is there a problem? Then, he asked the group of freeloaders again. Do you think there's a problem? No problem. Everyone answered in unison. Their gaze towards Su Jiang was different now. If they had previously viewed him as an enemy, they now undoubtedly regarded Su Jiang as one of their own. Just look at him. He just joined, and he already understands their unit's culture thoroughly and applies it skillfully. This is talent. This is the Su doctor they need. Although they didn't communicate, they had solidified the same belief. Su Jiang absolutely cannot leave. They need a Su doctor like him. See, they said there's no problem. Su Jiang said to Yang Ming, then pushed open the door without looking back and left the supervisory bureau. Hey, Su doctor. Yang Ming called out unwillingly, but Su Jiang still didn't turn back. He turned his head and glared fiercely at the group of people who had just echoed Su Jiang, his expression one of disappointment. Then, Yang Ming quickly ran back upstairs. He wanted to ask Director Jiang why Su Jiang's attitude changed so quickly after going in for a short while. What did they talk about? Oh, back so soon, Su doctor? Li Kai, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Su Jiang getting into the car and teased him. But soon, he noticed Su Jiang's expression wasn't good and quickly asked what had happened. It's all exposed. The director of the supervisory bureau, his surname is Jiang. Do you know that? Huh? I thought the director of the supervisory bureau's surname was Chun. How long ago was that? About 2 years ago, but the director of the supervisory bureau usually doesn't change. Hearing this, Su Jiang immediately gave Li Kai the middle finger. You're really something, Li Kai. You dare to bring up information from 2 years ago. Anyway, we'll talk about it when we get back. This supervisory bureau matter probably won't work out. So, the two returned to the An family. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw An Rou on the table, weakly writing something, with several sheets of paper piled next to her, covered in dense writing. Hearing their footsteps, An Rou suddenly looked up. Seeing it was Su Jiang and Li Kai, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Wah, you're finally back. The little girl threw her pen and immediately collapsed onto the soft sofa, flexing her wrists. Her hands were almost broken from writing. Seeing this, both of them felt a pang of guilt, as An Rou, to some extent, was being punished on their behalf. You're back. How are things? And Mingjia looked at the two of them, no longer mentioning the photos. It was more important to discuss the main business first. Anyway, those two wouldn't dare to spread them around. If the photos were leaked one day, it would definitely be one of them. At that time, they would just deal with both of them. 61. An Rou is still out putting. That's how it happened. Su Jiang recounted everything that had happened at the supervisory bureau. Li Kai and An Mingjia looked solemn, while An Rou lay to the side, weakly rubbing her wrist, which still hurt. She kept glaring at Su Jiang and Li Kai, as if she wanted to devour them. But she also knew that they were discussing serious matters now, and it wasn't the time for bickering, so she just glared at them. Su Jiang, Li Kai, you two inhuman bastards, leaving me here alone to write a self-criticism. Your grandma isn't done with you. Director Jiang? As far as I know, the supervisory bureau doesn't have a director by that name. And Mingjia stroked his chin and quickly assessed. There are two possibilities. First, he was only recently transferred here, so we don't know, which is normal, because news from the Supervisory Bureau is very difficult to obtain. Second, he came to Jiangdu to take up his post a long time ago, but has been controlling the information and hasn't revealed himself. From your description to me, given his methods, it's highly likely to be the second type. Such a person is very difficult to deal with, because no one can guess what he truly wants to do. And Mingjie frowned. Clearly the situation had also exceeded his expectations. This suddenly appearing Director Jiang was completely outside his plans, and he worried that this Director Jiang might disrupt some of his plans. Although the possibility was small, what if? For the An family, and Mingjie had to thoroughly consider every possible event and corresponding countermeasure. Let's leave this matter for now. I'll think about it more carefully. After An Mingjie finished speaking, he walked directly into the study. Whenever he needed to use his brain extensively, he would shut himself in the study, in an absolutely quiet environment, and play chess against himself. Phew. After speaking, Su Jiang also let out a sigh of relief. Before he could finish exhaling, a cushion flew towards him. Damn, an assassin. Su Jiang agilely caught the cushion. Then he looked up to meet An Rou's furious gaze. You too. Shouldn't you explain yourselves now? An Rou gritted her teeth. Do you know how I spent these past few hours? Su Jiang and Li Kai immediately became alert, exchanging glances, both understanding the meaning in the other's eyes. We're doomed. We forgot about this little madam. Ahem. Well, I suddenly remembered that my car seems to be parked over the line. I'll go move it. Seeing the situation was bad, Li Kai immediately found an excuse to escape. Su Jiang also wanted to run, but An Rou pounced, directly pinning him down, holding him firmly so he could only watch Li Kai slip away. You damn old Li. You're in family's courtyard. What parking lines are you talking about? Su Jiang cursed Li Kai's ancestors 18 generations back in his heart, wanting to beat him up. But now, he was pinned down by An Rou, and An Rou was already flexing her hands. Su Jiang realized the danger and forced out a smile. Well, I didn't mean to. Hiss. An Rou ground her small silver teeth, and without waiting for Su Jiang to explain, she directly bit his shoulder. Holy crap, An Rou, are you a dog? Ow, 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 ow. Su Jiang kept crying out in pain. An Rou bit for a long time before letting go. Even through his clothes, Su Jiang was certain there were deep teeth marks on his shoulder. Who did you just say was a dog? An Rou's face showed displeasure, and she bared her teeth, as if she would bite again if Su Jiang's answer didn't satisfy her. I'm a dog. Humph. An Rou snorted coldly, stood up, and sat to the side, throwing the paper and pen she had just been writing with to Su Jiang. Write a self-criticism. Keep writing until my brother comes out. Huh. Su Jiang looked bewildered, taking the paper and pen, and seeing the unfinished sentence An Rou had just been writing on it. And Mingjie, Li Kai, Su Jiang are big idiots. The last character was clearly only half-written. Su Jiang looked up carefully again and saw that it was all insults directed at the three of them. Looking at the other densely written pages, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Is this little girl so resentful? Has she been cursing them this whole time? Ahem. How about we go out to eat something and take a walk? Su Jiang asked tentatively. He hated writing self-criticisms the most. Old Jiang's self-criticisms were all written for him by Wang Xiang. No, you must write it. An Rou puffed out her cheeks. She felt unbalanced. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. If you're going to be like that, then I won't be polite. Immediately, he gathered all the self-criticisms An Rou had written, tidied them up, and said, An Rou, you wouldn't want your brother to know the content of your self-criticism, would you? Old Li and I don't care, but if An Mingjie finds out that you're ostensibly writing a self-criticism, but actually cursing him to his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Never mind. I'd better honestly write a self-criticism. But I'm not like some people who write such vulgar words. Su Jiang's tone was sarcastic at this moment. He said he would write a self-criticism, but he didn't even pick up a pen, just kept tidying those few pages. You're threatening me. An Rou's eyes widened. She couldn't believe Su Jiang dared to threaten her. What threat? Isn't this the truth? Su Jiang said strangely. Did you not write these words? I wrote them, but... Then that's that. Su Jiang stood up, holding the self-criticism, and was about to walk towards the study. TSK, I suddenly forgot to tell An Ji something. Wait, 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 wait. An Rou panicked, quickly ran up to grab Su Jiang, and said timidly, I suddenly remembered. I'm hungry. Let's go out to eat and take a walk. If An Mingjie found out about this, she would be punished again. Su Jiang's heart immediately bloomed with joy. Then he pretended to be surprised and said, Why are you pulling me? I really have something to tell Ji. Then put down the self-criticism I wrote. No need. I'll just take it inside to write. And Rou's face instantly turned bright red. She was so angry. Su Jiang was doing this on purpose. Su Jiang felt incredibly smug in his heart. That's for biting me just now. Today, I'll teach you, young miss, a lesson, and let you know what goes around comes around means. And Rou gently bit her lower lip. Suddenly, a hint of slyness flashed in her eyes. And Rou lightly stood on her tiptoes and, caught off guard, hooked her arms around Su Jiang's neck and kissed his cheek. I know I was wrong, okay? Let's go eat. I'm so hungry. And Rou blinked her eyes, looking pitiful, and used her ultimate move, the art of acting spoiled. Su Jiang felt the soft touch on his cheek and froze. Damn, a miscalculation. He forgot An Rou had this self-taught ultimate move. Okay, let's go eat, please. And Rou shook Su Jiang's hand, blinked her big eyes, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. And Rou hadn't stopped her attack, and Rou was still outputting. Looking at An Rou's adorable appearance, Su Jiang's heartbeat uncharacteristically sped up. So, after holding on for 2 agonizing seconds, he sighed and said, All right, then, let's go eat. Su Jiang, defeated. 62. Su Jiang wants to blow up the inspection bureau? The self-criticism letter was destroyed by An Rou immediately. The little girl unhesitatingly used An Mingjie's lighter to burn the letter right in front of Su Jiang. In the hot pot restaurant, Su Jiang sat in his seat, recalling the scene of An Rou burning the self-criticism letter with her back to him. He felt as if he saw a long black tail behind An Rou and 2 black ears growing on her head. She looked exactly like a little devil. Why are you looking at me like that? An Rou asked, puzzled, as she ate the tripe. She felt that the way Su Jiang had just looked at her was a bit off. No, nothing. Su Jiang chuckled, not daring to say that he thought she looked like a little devil. If he made An Rou angry, he would have to find a way to coax her again. The self-criticism letter had already been burned, so Su Jiang didn't dare to provoke An Rou now. Humph. An Rou snorted lightly, ignoring Su Jiang, and continued to bury her head in her food. Turning her grief and indignation into appetite, she ate an unusually large amount today. Meanwhile, at the supervisory bureau, in the director's office. Director Jiang, we finally got a psychologist. Why did you send him away? Yang Ming sat opposite Director Jiang, looking helpless. Director Jiang didn't speak, but instead threw a stack of documents to Yang Ming. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Su Jiang's information. If Su Jiang saw this document, he would know that Director Jiang had only read a portion of it at the time. This thick stack of documents completely recorded all of Su Jiang's activities from birth until now. Even his sleeping in class, daily eating habits, and so on, were meticulously recorded. This was the supervisory bureau's method. Is this Su Jiang? Yang Ming looked at the documents with a look of surprise and uncertainty. He couldn't imagine that the ambitious young man who seemed like a kindred spirit to him this morning could be related to the An family. Director Jiang then spoke in a deep voice. Look carefully at his activities over the past half-month. Yang Ming heard this and continued to read the documents, becoming more and more shocked as he read. He blew up the Feng family's factory last night. Is he really just a university student? Yang Ming also discovered that all of Su Jiang's abnormal behaviors had only started in the last half-month, and before that, he was indeed just an ordinary student. Yang Ming immediately thought of a possibility and said to Director Jiang, Could it be that he is from the capital? Director Jiang shook his head, smoking a cigarette, and did not answer Yang Ming. After a long while, he asked in a low voice, Yang Ming, do you still remember the question I asked you the day you met me? I remember. You asked me what I would do if I had the ability to prevent conflict. Do you still remember how you answered? Of course, I said that if such a day came, I would unhesitatingly stop those wars and conflicts and bring true peace to this world. This is also why I follow you. Director Jiang nodded slightly upon hearing this, letting out a long sigh. Yes, true world peace. His tone was filled with endless sorrow. But today, that kid told me that as long as human greed and selfishness exist, true world peace is impossible. No one cultivates barren land, but once cultivated, people fight over it. Today, I was actually taught a lesson. Director Jiang gave a self-deprecating laugh. He had worked hard for over a decade for the world in his heart. In the end, it all came to nothing, and he was even sent to this small Jiangdu city to be the director of a small branch office. I could tell that he knew what answer I wanted to hear. But he still gave his own answer, because from the bottom of his heart, he didn't agree with my philosophy. He's not the first, and he will certainly not be the last. Yang Ming, tell me, is my persistence still necessary? Director Jiang asked Yang Ming. Seemingly, his belief had begun to waver. Yang Ming was silent. The biggest reason he followed Director Jiang was that the world Director Jiang had described back then deeply moved him. That prosperous era without conflict, a world of peace. But now, Director Jiang seemed to be wavering. No, it should be said that he had already wavered ever since Director Jiang was exiled to Jiangdu and started to disregard the situation of the Supervisory Bureau. After a long while, Yang Ming looked up, his eyes filled with determination, and he said, Director Jiang, perhaps Su Jiang is right, but even so, is our effort worthless? There must always be a group of people who do something, isn't that right? Perhaps our efforts will be in vain. Perhaps the world we yearn for is just an illusory utopia. But I think, as long as we do it, then it has meaning. If one day, I die on the path of pursuing that illusory world, that will be my end, Yang Ming, and I will feel comforted and proud of it. Director Jiang listened to these words, his expression unchanged, but he silently lit a cigarette and smoked it without a word. You go back first. Yang Ming nodded, knowing that Director Jiang needed to think alone now. Gently closing the door, Yang Ming readjusted his mindset and continued to immerse himself in his work. Inside the room, only Director Jiang remained, sitting quietly, as if two people were confronting each other in his mind. On one side was Su Jiang, on the other was Yang Ming. One pursuing a vague, ethereal utopian world, the other recognizing the cold, cruel reality. Their words constantly echoed in Director Jiang's mind. He just sat there, gazing deeply at the sunset outside the window as night fell. The cigarette butts on the table continuously increased. Director Jiang didn't know how many cigarettes he had smoked, nor how long he had been sitting there. Suddenly, he chuckled softly and spoke in a hoarse, low voice that echoed in the silent room. Really, I was taught 2 lessons today. These young people nowadays are really getting more and more incredible. Then, he picked up his phone, dialed Su Jiang's number from the documents, and called him. The call was quickly answered, and Director Jiang spoke first. It's me. Su Jiang was currently walking by the river with An Rou. Upon receiving the call, he knew who it was as soon as he heard the voice. What's wrong? I agree to your plan. Come to my place in a bit, let's talk. Really? Aren't you afraid that if you do this, everyone in your supervisory bureau will be gone? If they're gone, they're gone. They're all useless anyway. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Su Jiang hung up the phone. Although he was a bit confused and didn't understand why Director Jiang had changed his mind, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Who was it? The one I mentioned this afternoon, Director Jiang. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he squatted down in front of An Rou. Why are you squatting? It's urgent. We need to go back quickly. I can walk faster carrying you. An Rou's face flushed. She suspected Su Jiang was trying to take advantage of her. Humph, if you're lying to me, you're dead. An Rou gently climbed onto his back and threatened him fiercely in his ear. Su Jiang steadily held An Rou's knees with both hands and gently carried her on his back. Her hair lightly brushed Su Jiang's cheek, carrying a faint fragrance, and Su Jiang's heart rate unworthily accelerated again. However, he still walked without changing his expression. After a while, An Rou realized something was wrong. Her eyes instantly turned cold, and she spoke faintly. Su Jiang. Huh? What is it? Aren't you in a hurry? Yes. Then why are you walking slower than an old man on a stroll? An Rou immediately realized she had been tricked. Angrily, she pinched Su Jiang's ear, leaned in, and shouted, Put me down. No, no, no. I'll really walk fast this time, really. Su Jiang, helpless, began to speed up, and soon, they arrived at the An family. and Mingjia was still cooped up in his study. Su Jiang said goodbye to An Rou, then directly called Li Kai to come with him. Old Li, let's go. Let's go. Time to do something big. What are you up to again, kid? The supervisory bureau has some developments. Let's go there. Okay, I'll drive you then. I'm practically your chauffeur now. Su Jiang grinned, then suddenly remembered something and added, oh, right. Old Li, let's bring some explosives. They'll be useful. Li Kai's movements instantly froze. He stood rooted to the spot, mechanically turned his head, and looked at Su Jiang in disbelief. Bring what? Explosives? Where to? The supervisory bureau. You motherfucker. Li Kai directly jumped up, pointing at Su Jiang, too angry to speak. You kid, are you really going to blow up the supervisory bureau? 63. I want Jiangdu City, no more disputes. At night, on a certain street in Jiangdu, a black car was speeding rapidly. Li Kai sat in the driver's seat, looking depressed. He was truly becoming Su Jiang's personal driver. Su Jiang sat on one side, holding a stack of papers, writing furiously with an excited expression on his face. No, you're really not going to blow up the supervisory bureau? Li Kai looked straight ahead, not averting his gaze, and asked. Su Jiang had asked him to get some explosives, and although the quantity wasn't large, it was still very dangerous. This wasn't the suburbs, but within Jiangdu City. If an explosion occurred, it would be difficult to clean up. Relax, how could I, a distinguished excellent citizen of Jiangdu City, run off to blow up the supervisory bureau in the middle of the night? That's good then. I was really afraid you'd get a hot head. I'll blow it up tomorrow during the day. Screech. Upon hearing this, Li Kai instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the tires screeched loudly. Su Jiang's body lurched forward. Fortunately, he was wearing a seatbelt, and there were no other cars on the street at the moment. Otherwise, it would definitely have been improper driving, leading to tears for loved ones. What are you doing? Su Jiang turned his head, looking at Li Kai in dissatisfaction. How could his driving skills be getting worse and worse? What am I doing? What the hell do you want to do? Li Kai was agitated, grabbing Su Jiang by the collar and yelling. Blowing up the supervisory bureau during the day? Are you crazy, Su Jiang? Do you have any idea how much trouble this will bring to you and to the family? And directly opposite the supervisory bureau is the Public Security Bureau. You're going to do demolition work right in front of the Public Security Bureau. You're truly becoming more and more lawless. Li Kai scolded him relentlessly. He didn't know when Su Jiang's behavior had become even more gangster than actual gangsters. At least those in the underworld wouldn't do something like blowing up the supervisory bureau. Li Kai sometimes wondered who had led this kid astray. No, perhaps this kid was born to do bad things. Su Jiang kept his lips tightly sealed, afraid of Li Kai's spit flying into his mouth. After Li Kai finished scolding, he reached out, wiped his face, and said through gritted teeth, Old Li, can't you just let me finish what I'm saying? Then speak. What? Is there some hidden reason for this? You drive first, I'll tell you on the way. No, if you don't tell me, I absolutely cannot take you there. Otherwise, the supervisory bureau will be in danger. Su Jiang had no choice but to explain the plan he had discussed with Director Jiang to Li Kai again. That's how it is. So I plan to blow up the supervisory bureau tomorrow. Even the director of the supervisory bureau has agreed to this. So what are you worrying about? Li Kai listened, utterly bewildered, feeling as if he were dreaming. You're not really lying to me, are you? If you don't believe me, go ask that guy named Jiang later. Now, drive your car properly. Su Jiang said irritably. Did he look like such a lawless person? He felt that Li Kai misunderstood him too much. If it were in Mingjia, he wouldn't even ask what he was going to do. He'd probably even worry if he had brought enough explosives. And so, Li Kai continued driving, and the two soon arrived at the supervisory bureau. At this moment, the entire building of the supervisory bureau was dark, like a haunted house. Clearly, everyone had already left work, so currently, there should only be Director Jiang inside the supervisory bureau. Su Jiang led Li Kai through the main entrance of the supervisory bureau, and following the route from his memory, they quickly found Director Jiang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Soon, Director Jiang's voice came from inside the room, and Su Jiang pushed the door open in response. Director Jiang was still sitting in the same spot, smoking. Su Jiang even suspected that Director Jiang hadn't moved since he left. Didn't he need to use the restroom? Su Jiang and Li Kai entered the room. Director Jiang glanced at the bag Li Kai was carrying, then looked deeply at Li Kai and chuckled softly. You're quite eager. I'm a person who pursues efficiency, and it just so happens that there's no one else here right now. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he turned to Li Kai and said, Old Li, go set up the explosives and detonators. Remember, place them in a more concealed spot and use a small amount. The effect I want is just deterrence, not actually blowing up this building. If it really gets blown up, our director Jiang will get angry. Upon hearing this, Li Kai cautiously glanced at Director Jiang, then nodded gently, and carrying the bag of explosives, walked out of the room. As soon as he exited, Li Kai let out a long sigh of relief, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead, and he muttered softly. Too terrifying. Just now, Director Jiang had merely stared at him, and he felt an endless pressure rush over him, so much that he didn't dare to breathe. It was as if he had been targeted by a wild beast. Li Kai was certain that Director Jiang was absolutely not simple, and he definitely had many lives on his hands. I can't imagine Su Jiang being able to converse with that kind of monster without batting an eye. Li Kai complained softly for a bit, then began to wander through the entire building, getting to work. As he set up the explosives, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Why was he listening to Su Jiang? Not only was he his driver, but he also had to be his assistant, making him feel like Su Jiang's subordinate. He forgot when it started, but unconsciously, he had gradually begun to trust Su Jiang, just like he trusted in Mingjia. On the other side, Su Jiang and Director Jiang sat as they had when they met during the day. Su Jiang's eyes flickered with curiosity. He leaned slightly forward, looking directly at the man in front of him, and asked, How did you change your mind so quickly? Have you recognized reality? No, quite the opposite. Director Jiang gently shook his head, extinguishing the burnt-out cigarette in his hand in the ashtray. Under Su Jiang's gaze, he stood up from his chair for the first time. He walked to the window, gently pushed it open, closed his eyes, and felt the evening breeze blowing towards him. A moment later, Director Jiang took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze held a hint of determination. I've finally thought it through now. Some things, even if the outcome is meaningless, even if there is no outcome, but as long as they are done, they have meaning. He turned around, his gaze burning as he looked at Su Jiang. I agreed to help you because, in my opinion, the An family is not a criminal organization. They are a good partner. And my goal is very simple. To have a world without conflict is too difficult, and I don't know if I can achieve it. But at least, I want to try, and Jiang is my first step. Director Jiang's eyes were sharp, and he no longer had the decadent aura from before. He said, word for word, I want Jiangdu City to have no more criminal organizations. I want Jiangdu City to have no more conflicts. 64. I'll kill you in 3 days. Jiangdu City will be free of disputes. Su Jiang repeated Director Jiang's words softly, a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the stubble-faced man in front of him would be so persistent. What had he experienced to embark on such an unwavering path? Then, Su Jiang curiously asked, since you want Jiangdu City to be free of the underworld, why are you cooperating with the An family? As I just said, the An family, in my eyes, is not part of the underworld. Director Jiang's lips curved into an arc. I have a scale in my heart. So, you must destroy the Feng family and the Lin family? Exactly. This is also the basis of our cooperation. He sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and took a comfortable puff. This time I'm helping you deal with the Feng family, and you, in turn, must help me deal with the Lin family. This is undoubtedly beneficial for the An family, isn't it? Su Jiang didn't answer. He couldn't make decisions on this matter. Attacking the Feng family was partly because of An Rou, and partly because of a system mission. Regarding Director Jiang's request to cooperate in dealing with the Lin family, Su Jiang only wanted to say, what does it have to do with me? Whoever you and An Mingjia want to fight, you can discuss it yourselves. Anyway, I'm only fighting the Feng family. After defeating the Feng family and completing the system mission, you can fight whoever you want. He doesn't care. Just don't involve An Rou. The most urgent task now is to sort out the Supervisory Bureau. Otherwise, any talk of cooperation is nonsense. Given the current situation at the Supervisory Bureau, you want An Mingjia to cooperate with that group of rotten fish and shrimp who are slacking off? If a real fight breaks out and bullets are flying, and he says he's depressed and needs to go home, what will you do? Therefore, solving the current slacking problem within the supervisory bureau is the top priority. No, Director Jiang. Jiang quickly realized he had misspoken and corrected himself, while also glancing at Director Zhang's expression. Fortunately, he didn't notice, or rather, didn't really mind the address, old Jiang. Then I'll proceed as we originally planned and deal with those people in the supervisory bureau? Yes, you don't need to worry about Yang Ming. He doesn't need it. All right, so that means everyone except Yang Ming is freeloading, right? Jiang nodded, then mischievously asked Director Zhang, Director Zhang, what would you do if, in the end, your vast supervisory bureau only had you and Yang Ming left? Director Zhang remained silent, not answering Jiang. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang, it's all done. Brother Li Kai's voice came from outside the door. The explosives and detonators were all installed. Upon hearing this, Jiang stood up, walked forward, and extended a hand to Director Zhang with a grin. Director Zhang looked up, then took a stack of papers from his drawer, covered with densely written names. All the information on everyone in the supervisory bureau is here. Jiang took the list and glanced at it. Fortunately, there weren't too many people. Brother Li Kai should be able to finish it in one night. All right, then I'll be going. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow? What are you coming for tomorrow? To work, of course. I'm the psychologist here, did you forget? Jiang walked to the door and said to Director Zhang with a strange look, I just started today, so I'm now a member of your supervisory bureau. We're family now. Besides, if I come tomorrow, it will also reduce suspicion, won't it? Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's mouth twitched. He always felt that Jiang joining wasn't a good thing for the supervisory bureau. Go, go, go. Waving Jiang away impatiently, Director Zhang was already planning in his mind. He had to find an opportunity to get rid of Jiang later. This kid is too bizarre. Jiang and Brother Li Kai returned to the car. Jiang buckled his seatbelt, turned to Brother Li Kai, and said with a serious expression, Old Li, this mission is extremely difficult and concerns the survival of the An family. I don't trust anyone else but you, so you must assist me in this operation. All of this is for the An family. Brother Li Kai's mouth twitched. Completely ignoring Jiang's PUA nonsense, he gritted his teeth and said, So, what do you want me to do again? Jiang immediately handed Brother Li Kai the list Director Zhang had given him, and at the same time, shoved a stack of papers he had just written in the car. What's this? The list of all supervisory bureau personnel. And this? I just wrote them, intimidation letters. Brother Li Kai's eye twitched as he looked at the stack of papers Jiang handed him. On them, in crooked handwriting, was a sentence. I'll kill you within 3 days. He flipped through a few, and all the contents were largely similar. I'll kill you within 2 days. I'll kill you tonight. I'll blow you up tomorrow morning. I'll kill you. Brother Li Kai looked speechless. You call this an intimidation letter? You'll make a trip tonight and send out all these intimidation letters. Make sure they see them as soon as they open their eyes tomorrow morning. Do you think I'm a master key? How am I supposed to get them into their homes? Folding them into paper airplanes and throwing them through windows works too. Fly your grandma. Brother Li Kai was getting frantic. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in days, and now he had to work overtime. And the workload was huge. He couldn't do it alone. He needed to call for help. Suddenly, he looked at Jiang with an unfriendly gaze and said, What are you doing tonight? Going back to sleep, of course. Jiang said as if it were obvious. I have to work tomorrow. I'm a psychologist at the supervisory bureau now, and being late in the morning will cost me salary. When he said that, Brother Li Kai became displeased. No, you have to help me send out these intimidation letters tonight. Don't be silly, I'm a student. It's not appropriate for me to send these. You still remember you're a student? Otherwise, I have an early class the day after tomorrow. It's the last class of the semester, and the teacher is going to highlight key points. Damn it. Brother Li Kai clutched his head in agony. He found it impossible to communicate with Jiang. This person was just ridiculous. They were discussing blowing up the supervisory bureau, and you're telling me you have to go back to school the day after tomorrow to highlight key points? Can your thinking not be so erratic? Brother Li Kai couldn't stand it anymore. He opened the car door and directly kicked Jiang out. Hey, what are you doing? Click. Brother Li Kai quickly closed and locked the car door, saying viciously, I'm going to send the intimidation letters. You walk back yourself. With that, Brother Li Kai stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving Su Jiang stunned in place. Damn it. Helpless, Su Jiang had no choice but to take a taxi home. But it was late at night, and it was hard to find a taxi, so Su Jiang stood by the road, pulled out his phone, and sent a message to An Rou. Su Jiang. Brother Li Kai left me alone by the side of the road, pitiful. An Rou. How could he do that? Su Jiang. Oh, never mind. I can't blame him, after all. He's busy, I understand. Su Jiang. I'll just take a taxi home. It's so late, I don't even know if I can get one. Su Jiang. You don't have to worry about me. It's a bit cold outside now. I'll message you when I get home. An Rou. Where are you? I'll have Azuo and Ayu drive to you. Su Jiang. Oh, no need. That's too much trouble. Su Jiang. Location. Su Jiang. Then I'll just wait here, obedient. An Rou. Okay, I'll tell them to pick you up quickly. Su Jiang smiled as he finished sending the message, put his phone in his pocket, leaned by the roadside, and lit a cigarette he had just borrowed from Director Jiang. He looked disdainfully in the direction Brother Li Kai had left. Your perspective is too narrow, brother. Behind me is your family's eldest miss. Why would I need to ride in your car? 65. 1, 2, 3 boom operation. The next morning, Su Jiang finished washing up, tidied his mood, and happily left the house. Today was his first day at work, and he couldn't leave a bad impression on his colleagues. Walking out of the residential area, Li Kai's car was parked not far away. Whoa, such dark circles under your eyes. Didn't sleep well last night. As soon as Su Jiang got into the car, he noticed Li Kai's obvious dark circles, clearly indicating that Li Kai hadn't slept at all last night. In fact, he truly hadn't slept. To send out Su Jiang's threatening letters, Li Kai had gathered some people overnight and worked tirelessly all night, barely finishing the distribution to ensure they would see the threatening letters. It's not me saying this, oldly, but you're getting old. You need to pay attention to rest. Click. Li Kai expressionlessly pulled out a pistol, pointed it at Su Jiang's head, pulled back the safety, and said indifferently, Say one more word, and I'll shoot you right now. Whose fault is it that I didn't rest well? And you're actually pretending to care? It's already annoying enough to have to come find you first thing in the morning, and you're still here spouting this hypocritical nonsense. Cough. My bad, bro. Su Jiang quickly chuckled awkwardly, gently pushing Li Kai's gun-holding hand back. A wise man knows when to submit. Humph. Li Kai snorted, put away the gun, and then took out a black earphone from his pocket, tossing it to Su Jiang. Later during the operation, use this to communicate. I can't get into the supervisory bureau, so when the time comes, give me a signal, and I'll press the detonator from outside. Why don't you give me the detonator so I can press it myself? Didn't you say you wanted to reduce your suspicion? Li Kai couldn't hold back and directly burst out cursing. The Public Security Bureau is right across from the Supervisory Bureau. When it explodes, they'll definitely go into search. Where will you hide this detonator? Oh. Su Jiang nodded like a pecking chick. He felt that Li Kai was especially irritable today, easily ignited. It's better not to provoke him. Li Kai floored the accelerator. He just wanted to get to the Supervisory Bureau quickly and then ditch this annoying guy, Su Jiang. On the way, Su Jiang still asked uneasily, Are you sure that amount of explosives won't cause casualties? After all, he himself was also in the Supervisory Bureau. It's fine if others die, but don't blow him up too. Don't worry, the amount of explosives is very small, and I've placed them in an unoccupied storage room. It will only serve as a deterrent. That's good. Oh, right. This is my first time doing something like this. Should we give this operation a name? What do you want to call it? Let's see. Today is October 23rd. Let's call it the 123 Boom Boom operation. Whatever you want. Let's also set a code name for the other party. I see it in movies like that. Li Kai's face was terrifyingly dark. He truly didn't want to say another word to Su Jiang. He swore that after this was over, he would stay far away from Su Jiang and bypass him directly whenever he saw him in the future. Li Kai was truly afraid that if he spent too much time with Su Jiang, his own mind would also become abnormal. A short while later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Supervisory Bureau. Su Jiang stepped out of the car, turned around, and gave Li Kai a reassuring look. But Li Kai didn't look at him. 1 foot, on the accelerator, accelerating, disappearing from Su Jiang's sight. Why are you leaving so fast? Su Jiang was a bit speechless. Was he really that scary? Straightening his clothes, Su Jiang strode into the supervisory bureau. He checked the time, 9:30 a.m. The supervisory bureau's official working hours were 8 a.m. But, so what? Su Jiang didn't lack this bit of salary, and Director Jiang might not even deduct his pay. You're finally here. Yang Ming was sitting at the front desk. Seeing Su Jiang arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly came forward, whispering, Director Jiang told me everything. Whatever you need, I will fully cooperate with you. I've checked all the places where the explosives are placed. No one will be near them. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. It seemed this guy had some connection with old Jiang. He even told Yang Ming such an important matter. Okay, you go about your business first. I'll work for a bit. Okay if you need. Wait, what are you doing? Yang Ming blinked, wondering if he had misheard. Working? What's with that expression? Su Jiang felt a bit strange and said, Didn't I just get hired as a psychologist yesterday? Did you forget so quickly? I didn't forget, but... Yang Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. After all, what Su Jiang said was not wrong, but would a normal person think about going to work at this time? Su Jiang ignored him and walked inside on his own. Sure enough, the first thing Su Jiang saw upon entering was many people gathered together, constantly whispering. And some of them were holding the threatening letters he had written last night. What do you guys think these letters mean? A prank? I don't think so. But who has such great ability to send all these things to us overnight? The key is, I don't understand what this means either. Look, my paper says, and kill you by the way. What does that mean? Could it be that he actually only wants to kill a certain person? Watching these people frown and study the threatening letters he had randomly written, Su Jiang found it a bit amusing. Clap, clap, clap. Su Jiang clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Hello everyone. You might have already seen me yesterday, but please allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Su Jiang. Starting today, I will be serving as everyone's psychologist. I already heard yesterday that everyone's psychological condition is very serious. Therefore, I feel a great responsibility and couldn't sleep, so I decided to start treating everyone this morning. Later, please come to my office one by one for a face-to-face talk with me. I'll be waiting for you. Su Jiang, with a smile on his face, finished speaking and followed Yang Ming to his office. Everyone in the supervisory bureau twitched their mouths after hearing his speech. Great responsibility, couldn't sleep? Then why were you an hour and a half late for work? They themselves wouldn't dare to be late for so long. After all, sometimes if Director Jiang caught them being late, their salary would be deducted. For a moment, everyone started discussing again, even forgetting about the threatening letters. What do you brothers think about this Su Jiang? I think, based on his condition yesterday and today, he's probably just going through the motions. I agree. If he really wanted to do a good job as a psychologist, would he have left early yesterday and been late today? Since that's the case, let's give him some face, go in one by one, and chat with him, right? Okay, let's just consider it saying hello to the new guy. 66. The king of grilled cold noodles and the toy gun handsome guy. Su Jiang followed Yang Ming's instructions and arrived at his office. On the office desk, there was a microphone set up. According to your request, press this button later, and your words can be broadcast throughout the supervisory bureau. And we've processed it, so when we investigate, it won't trace back to this microphone. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses and explained to Su Jiang with a serious expression. Su Jiang curiously fiddled with the microphone and nodded slightly. All right, I understand. Please tell them on your way out that they can come in one by one. Immediately, he sat down on the comfortable chair, let out a long sigh, and raised an eyebrow. This chair is quite comfortable. He'll see if he can move it home later. No. Are you really planning to treat them? They don't have mental illnesses at all. You know that, don't you? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't understand why Su Jiang was bothering with this. Su Jiang heard him, looked at Yang Ming, and sighed deeply. Old Yang, I think there's a big problem with your work attitude. As the supervisory bureau's Su doctor, treating everyone is my duty. What are you doing now? You're making me derelict in my duty. You even falsely accuse colleagues of faking illness. You don't care about them. With that, Su Jiang shook his head heavily, looking sorrowful. Yang Ming, go back. I'm very disappointed in you. Yang Ming stood before him, his face green, his lips trembling from Su Jiang's words. He was furious. He pointed an incredulous finger at himself, staring intently at Su Jiang, and said, I have a problem with my work attitude. From the moment he entered the supervisory bureau until now, this was the first time anyone had told him his work attitude was problematic. Yang Ming kept taking deep breaths, telling himself not to get angry, as anger harms the body. Gritting his teeth, Yang Ming's steps as he turned and walked out of the office were incredibly difficult. Bang! Finally out of Su Jiang's office, Yang Ming slammed the door shut, startling everyone in the supervisory bureau. You go in one by one. Yang Ming said this angrily, then left without hesitation. He needed to calm down. Everyone looked bewildered. What's wrong with Yang Ming? Isn't he usually quite good-tempered? Holy crap, that kid seems to have something. We haven't managed to make Yang Ming angry in so long, but he actually did it. What exactly happened in there just now? I'm curious. I don't understand, but I respect it. Oh, right, who's going in first? At this moment, a rather burly man stood up and smiled at the crowd. I'll go. When everyone saw this person, they all laughed. This person's name was Lu Zhang, one of the first few people in the supervisory bureau to start slacking off. Because of his large build, everyone in the supervisory bureau jokingly called him Big Lu. Big Lu, be careful, don't scare him. Exactly, the last Su doctor was scared away by your fierce look. Tone it down a bit. Lu Zhang waved his hand dismissively. He didn't care that much. If Su Jiang was sensible, he would just stay in the supervisory bureau, and they would mind their own business. If Su Jiang insisted on causing trouble, he wouldn't mind using some methods to scare that white face away. Meanwhile, inside the office, Su Jiang had already put on the headphones given by Li Kai and was attempting to communicate. Static. Can King of Roasted Cold Noodles hear me? Can King of Roasted Cold Noodles hear me? King of Roasted Cold Noodles, please respond if you hear me. Li Kai's clear voice came from the other end of the headphones. Su Jiang frowned, somewhat displeased. Old Li, didn't I just tell you? This is during an operation. Use code names outside. What if someone hears my name? And didn't I set our code names with you in the car? On the other end of the headphones, Li Kai fell into endless silence. Faintly, Su Jiang seemed to hear the sound of something being thrown. After a while, Li Kai's gritted teeth voice came from the headphones again. King of Roasted Cold Noodles, please respond if you receive. Su Jiang finally smiled with satisfaction and said softly, King of Roasted Cold Noodles received. How are your preparations going over there, Toy Gun Lad? Yes, these were the code names Su Jiang had discussed with Li Kai in the car. Su Jiang was King of Roasted Cold Noodles. Li Kai was Toy Gun Lad. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building not far from the supervisory bureau, Li Kai held binoculars, taking deep breaths, muttering to himself. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Anger harms the body. Beside him, glass shards were scattered everywhere, from the glass he had carried with him, which he had smashed in a fit of pique. Then, he silently took out a sniper rifle from the black box behind him, assembled it, set up his position, attached a silencer, and aimed at a window of the supervisory bureau. Everything's ready. I'll wait for your signal to fire a few warning shots, then set off the explosives, right? Yes, just watch my performance then. All right, that's it for now. Maintain communication. Okay, Toy Gun Lad. Li Kai felt so tired. He really didn't want to work with Su Jiang anymore. Click. Su Jiang was about to chat with Li Kai for a bit longer when the office door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately after, a tall, burly man walked in and sat down in front of Su Jiang. Hello, Su Doctor. My name is Lu Zhang. Oh, hello. Su Jiang narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat unfriendly at the big man in front of him. He didn't even know to knock before entering my office? All right, I'll make an example of you today, to warn the others. Then, Su Jiang pulled out a pair of black-framed glasses from somewhere, put them on, exuding a scholarly aura. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that the glasses didn't even have lenses. Lu Zhang, right? Do you have any psychological problems? Doctor, I'm depressed, and have been for a while. When Lu Zhang said this, his mouth was stretched in a smile. He didn't look depressed at all. Su Jiang's face was expressionless. He nodded and said faintly, "Is that so? Do you usually feel quite depressed?" "Yes. I have no motivation to go to work every day. As soon as I sit at my desk, I feel like dying." "So, if you don't go to work, you won't be depressed. Is my understanding correct?" Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly what I mean." Lu Zhang nodded like a pecking chick, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He didn't expect this Su doctor to be quite understanding, grasping their meaning so quickly. However, the next second, Su Zhang's words completely stumped him. "Then your situation is very easy to handle. You can go to the front desk later and find Yang Ming to complete your resignation procedures. Just tell Yang Ming that I sent you. He won't make it difficult for you. From now on, you won't have to go to work, and your depression will be cured." 67. Who fired the shot? "Resign," Lu Zhang repeated, his head a little muddled. "No, Su doctor, how did we get to resignation? According to regulations, you cannot dismiss me, or you will have to pay me." Su Jiang nodded lightly, saying indifferently, "Then I'll pay you. You can talk to Yang Ming about your specific situation. Anyway, that's not my concern. I'm only responsible for curing you. According to what you said, you get depressed when you work, so just don't work." Lu Zhang's face turned red, and he began to get anxious. "No, that's not what I mean." The big man stood up, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. "I mean, I get depressed at work, so just give me a vacation. How many days can a vacation last? Listen to me. Your current situation is very serious. You must resign. You can't delay any longer." "No, I really just need a few days off to get better. I know my own situation." "You know?" Su Zhang's expression changed, and he stood up, shouting at Lu Zhang. "Are you the doctor, or am I the doctor? Do you have a psychological doctor's certificate? Or do you have a master's degree? You, who have nothing, dare to yell at me?" Su Jiang then sat down, pointed outside the door, and said calmly, "Go find Yang Ming yourself and complete the resignation procedures. This is my medical advice as the Supervisory Bureau's psychological doctor for your condition. If you don't follow it, you are resisting treatment, and when you are dismissed, you won't even get compensation." Lu Zhang's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected this white face to be so unyielding. Making him resign was more painful than killing him. For these people to enter the Supervisory Bureau, they had put in so much effort, some even almost paying with their lives, just to be able to sit here. Moreover, the salary and benefits of the Supervisory Bureau also ensured that they could not give up. "Kid, I advise you to think it over again." Lu Zhang's eyes were somewhat unfriendly, and his gaze towards Su Jiang carried a hint of threat. "I see you're still young, so I won't bother with you. Listen carefully, my condition, including the conditions of those who come in later, you must write them down as I say. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll live a life worse than death in the Supervisory Bureau." Lu Zhang leaned into Su Jiang's ear, threatening him like a demonic whisper. He wasn't pretending anymore. He was showing his cards. Today, he was going to let Su Jiang know whose territory this was. Who the hell was the boss of the Supervisory Bureau? Su Jiang's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. Instead, he glanced lightly at the pistol holstered at Lu Zhang's waist. Official personnel of the Supervisory Bureau were allowed to carry a pistol privately. This was a right granted to them by the Supervisory Bureau. "This patient, it seems you are very ill." After Su Jiang calmly uttered these words, before Lu Zhang could react, he swiftly pulled out the pistol from his waist. Click, bang, just like he treated Dao Ba at the bar before, Su Jiang decisively fired a shot at Lu Zhang's thigh. Lu Zhang immediately screamed, falling to the ground, clutching his leg, and yelling continuously. Upon hearing the gunshot, those outside immediately rushed into the office, while Su Jiang had already thrown the gun onto the ground not far away. "Hands up. Don't move." All the Supervisory Bureau personnel were on high alert, pulling out their pistols and aiming at Su Jiang. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could roughly guess the situation in the room. Su Jiang had shot Lu Zhang. "Do you know this is the Supervisory Bureau? How dare you fire a gun here?" "Fire a gun?" Su Jiang looked at them confusedly, bewildered, even with several gun barrels pointed at him. His expression remained calm and composed. "Who fired?" "Me. He snatched my gun and then shot me." Seeing Su Jiang deny it, Lu Zhang, clutching his thigh, quickly spoke up, glaring fiercely at Su Jiang. When the others heard the victim Lu Zhang say this, they knew it couldn't be wrong. It was Su Jiang who had fired the gun. "Oh, I really can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River." Su Jiang sighed deeply and said to Lu Zhang, "Your move is truly brilliant. Just because I asked you to resign, you would go so far as to injure yourself to frame me?" At this moment, Yang Ming also quickly rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing such a situation, he couldn't help but frown. "What's going on?" "Yang Ming, you've come at just the right time. Otherwise, I might have been wrongly accused and died." Su Jiang seemed to have seen a savior and quickly explained to Yang Ming. "It's like this. I made a judgment on the condition of this colleague, Lu Zhang, and determined that his resignation now is the best way to treat his depression. Then I told him to go to you to handle the resignation procedures. Who knew? He immediately turned hostile on me, saying that if I really did that, he would make my life worse than death. Then, he actually pulled out a gun. I thought he was going to kill me, but I didn't expect him to shoot himself in the thigh and then frame me for it." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Supervisory Bureau personnel immediately changed. This, indeed, sounds very much like Lu Zhang's style. Taking a bullet in his own thigh to avoid the risk of being dismissed. If it were them, they would probably do the same. Yang Ming frowned upon hearing this. He always felt that things were not as Su Jiang described. However, the next second, when Yang Ming went to examine Lu Zhang's wound, he frowned deeply and said, "Lu Zhang, how far away was Su Jiang when he fired the gun?" "Huh. No, less than a meter, I guess." Lu Zhang's gasps were exceptionally clear. He clenched his teeth tightly, not understanding why Yang Ming asked that. And when Yang Ming heard Lu Zhang's words, his expression immediately turned cold. Less than a meter, which means there should theoretically be a clear distance between Su Jiang firing the gun and hitting your leg. So why does your wound show a condition that usually only forms when a gun is fired with the barrel pressed tightly against the leg? Upon hearing this, some experienced veterans among the Supervisory Bureau personnel immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. They all stepped forward, observing Lu Zhang's wound, all with tightly furrowed brows. Indeed, as Yang Ming said, this kind of wound can only form when the muzzle is pressed tightly against the leg, with almost no distance. Yes, and the chosen point of impact is extremely precise, ensuring damage while avoiding severe sequelae. This is no accident. The shooter's marksmanship is quite superb. Unless there was careful preparation and calculation beforehand, it would be difficult to hit this position so accurately. Hearing these people's judgments, those few gradually lowered the muzzles of their guns that were originally aimed at Su Jiang. Things had reached this point. It was already very clear. Su Jiang was innocent. He was framed by Lu Zhang. "Lu Zhang, I really didn't expect you to have fallen to this extent." Yang Ming looked at Lu Zhang with extreme disappointment. He had originally thought that everyone just wanted to slack off and lie flat. But now, the nature had changed. He scanned the Supervisory Bureau personnel, including Lu Zhang, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. These people were no longer the same group who, like him, once held ideals and beliefs. 68. Today, I am the boss of the inspectorate. Inside the office, the atmosphere was frozen. Lu Zhang saw that the people from the Supervisory Bureau were starting to believe Su Jiang, and he became anxious. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he shouted, "He's the one who shot. I really didn't wrong him." Right. You can check the fingerprints on that gun. There must be." Lu Zhang's words stopped abruptly halfway through, as he caught sight of Su Jiang's playful gaze. It was as if he was watching a clown perform. He then remembered that Su Jiang seemed to have paused for a moment before throwing the gun away. Could he have been wiping off fingerprints? Moreover, this office had no surveillance, so no one could testify for him. Yang Ming sighed softly, bent down to pick up the handgun, and squatted in front of Lu Zhang, saying earnestly, "Lu Zhang, do you know what kind of consequences you'll face if this gun doesn't have Su Jiang's fingerprints on it, but only yours?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang swallowed with difficulty and turned his head to glance at Su Jiang. Su Jiang's face still held a carefree smile, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. It was as if he was looking forward to Lu Zhang checking the fingerprints. Lu Zhang's heart immediately panicked. He looked around and realized that in the vast supervisory bureau, no one would believe him. Yang Ming didn't believe him, and neither did his comrades. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't believe him, but that they didn't dare to believe him. In their eyes, Su Jiang was just a white-faced doctor. And who was Lu Zhang? A battle-hardened supervisory bureau agent. Although he was slacking off now, it didn't mean he lacked capability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the supervisory bureau. Now you're telling me that white face snatched your gun from you, Lu Zhang, and precisely hit the safest spot on your leg? And what's more, there might not even be Su Jiang's fingerprints on the gun. As soon as everyone saw the hesitation on Lu Zhang's face, they already concluded that this matter was mostly orchestrated by Lu Zhang himself. Lu Zhang, I'm asking you one more time, who fired the gun? Yang Ming stared at Lu Zhang with piercing eyes. It was then that the people from the supervisory bureau were surprised to discover that this seemingly gentle and weak assistant to Director Jiang, usually, could also exude such a sense of oppression. Su Jiang, however, thought it was normal. Yang Ming had been with Director Jiang for so long. It would be strange if he didn't have some oppressive presence. If Yang Ming were replaced by old Jiang, Su Jiang estimated Lu Zhang would collapse on the spot. But it's pretty much a collapse now anyway. Lu Zhang trembled all over, gritting his teeth tightly, his head lowered, his tone filled with unwillingness. The gun was fired by myself. He admitted defeat. Given the current situation, if he continued to make a fuss, and if there really were no Su Jiang's fingerprints on the gun, he couldn't bear the consequences. He dared not gamble. If he lost, not only he, but his family would also be affected. Upon hearing Lu Zhang admit to firing the gun, everyone was in an uproar, and Yang Ming sighed heavily. Someone, carry him to the hospital. If we delay any longer, his leg will be affected. As soon as he finished speaking, several people stepped forward to help Lu Zhang up. Wait. Su Jiang spoke, stopping Lu Zhang, who was about to leave. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Lu Zhang, although we are colleagues, I won't dwell on your actions, but shouldn't you apologize to me? Su Jiang looked at Lu Zhang with a smile, appearing incredibly magnanimous at this moment, and only he knew how aggrieved Lu Zhang felt inside. It was still that saying, the person who wronged you knows better than anyone how wronged you are. But Su Jiang felt no guilt at all. Originally, not knocking was just a small matter, a question of polite attitude. A small lesson would have sufficed. But Lu Zhang, for some reason, chose to threaten Su Jiang with harsh words. Scarface and Wu Chengren had done the same before. Now, he didn't even know if they were still alive. If not, who knew how tall the grass on their graves would be by now? TSK, coincidentally, both of them were Lin Hui's men. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Zhang. Apologize? Lu Zhang could be considered the representative of their group, and now he had committed the disgraceful act of slander. If he were to bow and apologize now, it would mean they had completely yielded to Su Jiang. Lu Zhang turned his head, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang, with a hint of fear. He was genuinely a bit scared because he couldn't see through Su Jiang. This person was too outrageous. But now, no matter what he said, no one would believe him. Since he had already admitted defeat, what harm was there in apologizing again? Although Lu Zhang was impulsive, he also knew that if he hadn't threatened Su Jiang first, the other party probably wouldn't have treated him this way. I apologize, Su Doctor. This time it was I, Lu Zhang, who was confused. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Lu Zhang bowed to Su Jiang, apologizing solemnly. One must admit mistakes and stand firm after being hit. Su Jiang was also a bit surprised at this moment. Lu Zhang didn't seem so unpleasant now. Yang Ming's eyes also flashed with a hint of brightness. The current Lu Zhang finally had a bit of his former self. It's okay. I think there might have been some misunderstanding between us. You go to the hospital first, and we can talk again if we have the chance. Su Jiang magnanimously forgave Lu Zhang, then waved his hand gently at him, watching him leave. All right, let's continue with the treatment. Let's not waste any more time. You all come in one by one. However, this time when you come in, please remember to knock on the door. Everyone looked at Su Jiang with strange expressions. Given this situation, could he still work normally? However, Yang Ming also helped to organize things. An order was quickly restored within the supervisory bureau. The next few individuals, perhaps out of guilt towards Su Jiang, or perhaps feeling disgraced by Lu Zhang's actions, all conceded after a few words of conversation. So doctor, I admit it, I'm not sick. I'll definitely work hard from now on, all right? I will not leave early or be late, and I will contribute my last ounce of strength to the supervisory bureau. Such words made Su Jiang's ears numb. He listened to their assurances while secretly shaking his head internally. He clearly knew that they were only agreeing superficially, and it was hard to say how many days they would actually stick to it. This was also what Director Jiang meant by treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Of course, there were still a few who were stubborn, just like Lu Zhang, insisting they were sick. Under the threat of Su Jiang's resignation tactic, they all obediently softened. Phew. After watching the last colleague from the supervisory bureau leave, Su Jiang slowly exhaled, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had a good understanding of the situation now. It was time to give them a harsh lesson. Lu Zhang's incident was just an appetizer. Next, he was going to let those slacking brats outside know. Today, he was the boss of the supervisory bureau. 69. Everyone in the inspectorate, you are surrounded by me. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Besides talking to Su Jiang one by one, everyone else had done nothing today. They were still hungry and preparing to go eat something together. You guys say this whole thing is messed up, huh? A supervisory bureau agent grumbled with a resentful look. He walked to the door, intending to push open the supervisory bureau's main entrance to go out and eat. With a push, the door wouldn't open. Hey, who locked the door? He turned back and yelled in annoyance. His mood was already bad because of Su Jiang today, and now he encountered this kind of prank. When they heard him yell, several people stepped forward and pushed the door, but it didn't budge. One of them immediately felt a bad premonition. He observed carefully and exclaimed, "The door was locked from the outside. Who did this? I don't have time to play with you guys. Hurry up and open the door." Exactly, everyone's busy eating. However, just as everyone was shouting, a bullet cut through the air and pierced a window of the supervisory bureau. Crack! Window fragments scattered everywhere, and everyone immediately became alert, seeking cover at the first opportunity. Damn! An assassin! Su, there's a sniper. Call the police quickly. Call your grandpa. Aren't we the police? That person paused. Right, the supervisory bureau also belonged to the police, and their ability to handle incidents was even higher than the police. Just as everyone hadn't reacted yet, the supervisory bureau's broadcast suddenly started making a buzzing sound. Hello? Hello? Can everyone hear me? Inside the office, Su Jiang locked the door and spoke into the microphone, pinching his throat. It was a very simple voice-changing method. After learning a little from Li Kai, Su Jiang had already mastered it. Of course, he couldn't change it to a female voice. At the same time, Yang Ming thoughtfully synchronized the surveillance footage to his computer, allowing Su Jiang to know their every move. Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is King of Roasted Cold Noodles, and the person who just shot at you is called Toy Gun Lad. So, if anyone among you is injured by that bullet just now, don't come looking for me for revenge, go find him. As soon as Su Jiang finished speaking, Li Kai's cursing came through his earphone. But Su Jiang ignored it and continued. Everyone, you are now surrounded by me. You can't get out, and it's best not to act rashly, because our toy gun lad is an excellent marksman who can take you down in minutes. The people in the supervisory bureau frowned when they heard the broadcast, especially when they heard the two code names. They wanted to complain, but all closed their mouths. Now was not the time to complain. The supervisory bureau agent who was called Su was the first to recover from the panic. He quietly said to a colleague next to him, "You go quietly to the broadcast room later and see if anyone is there. We'll cover you." After Su finished speaking, he took a small step with his gun. Bang! It was another bullet. Unlike the previous one, this time Li Kai aimed a few centimeters in front of Su's toes. "I told you not to act rashly. Why don't you listen?" Su Jiang chuckled softly. Li Kai naturally couldn't see the situation inside the supervisory bureau from all angles, but Su Jiang could. Just now, Su Jiang saw Su making small movements through the surveillance footage, so Li Kai didn't say a word and directly sent a bullet over. This way, the people in the supervisory bureau no longer dared to act rashly. Li Kai's shot made them realize that the other party was indeed a master sniper. Su took a deep breath. He knew that someone needed to stand out at this moment and negotiate with the other party. So, he slowly put down his gun, looked up at the position of the speaker, and said, "What do you want?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the supervisory bureau wasn't entirely useless. There were still a few who dared to step forward. What do I want? Presumably, everyone present should have received my threatening letter this morning, right? Everyone's expression suddenly changed. That thing was sent by this mysterious king of roasted cold noodles? But a threatening letter? If he hadn't said it, they really wouldn't have realized that thing was a threatening letter. Who writes a threatening letter like that? Then, Su Jiang continued, "Everyone, don't worry. As long as you do as I say, I will definitely not harm anyone." Su's face was grim, and he said in a low voice, "So, what exactly do you want to do?" "What I want you to do is very simple." Su Jiang paused, then said word by word, "I hope that all of you will resign from your positions in the Supervisory Bureau and completely disband the Jiangdu City Supervisory Bureau." Ridiculous. Su spoke without even thinking. Disband the Supervisory Bureau? That was absolutely impossible. Moreover, if these people lost their jobs, what would they eat and drink? For a moment, not only Su, but the rest of the Supervisory Bureau members also became emotional and shouted along, all expressing that they could not withdraw from the Supervisory Bureau. Su Jiang watched them like that, and then directly had Li Kai fire another shot, and everyone immediately quieted down. "I think, perhaps, you all have misunderstood something. My telling you to withdraw from the Supervisory Bureau is a notification, not a discussion with you. And today is just the beginning. The fact that I can send you threatening letters means that your information is completely transparent to me. I can act against you at any time. Even if you're not afraid. What about your families?" As Su Jiang's words fell, the expressions on the faces of the Supervisory Bureau members began to change continuously. Without a doubt, this was a threat, a naked threat. Using the lives of their families to threaten them into withdrawing from the Supervisory Bureau. Everyone immediately fell silent, secretly weighing their options. Some people remained angry. Some had already begun to hesitate. Some gritted their teeth tightly, their eyes filled with unwillingness, and some, I'll withdraw." A somewhat thin man gently raised his hand, ignoring the surprised gazes around him, and said tremblingly, My child was just born. Please don't harm my wife and child. I will do everything you say. I will leave the Supervisory Bureau today and never return." Su Jiang quietly watched the man, glanced at the list on the table, matched it with the photos, and quickly located the man's information. "Very good. Your name is Shiguan, right? Since you've done as I said, I naturally won't lay a hand on your wife and child. Anyone else?" Everyone was incredibly surprised. Su Jiang actually called out Shiguan's name in one go, indicating that he truly had everyone's information. For a time, people constantly raised their hands. "I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw too." Those who withdrew now were invariably those with family ties. Only a very small minority were genuinely afraid of death. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses, silently standing in a corner watching this scene, sighing repeatedly in his heart. Perhaps this was also a good thing. With family ties, the work of the Supervisory Bureau was no longer suitable for them. Since they couldn't have both, withdrawing now was also good. Although he thought this, Yang Ming still felt a bitter taste in his heart. 70. Your inspectorate is too unsafe. As several people continued to withdraw, Su Jiang kept crossing names off the list. "Sorry everyone, I'm also forced to do this." The last person raised his hand, his face full of tangled emotions. He didn't want to be forced to leave so awkwardly either. But they had no choice. Staying meant not only their own lives, but also their families' lives were in danger. And withdrawing meant giving up this hard-won job and the original aspiration they once pursued. In this environment, Su Jiang forced them to make a choice. "Very good. Out of 70 people, 33 have withdrawn." Su Jiang smiled and nodded, his voice playful. "So, the remaining 37 people don't plan to withdraw and want to fight me to the end?" He knew that among the remaining people, many still held on to a luck mentality. However, Su Jiang was already very satisfied that so many people could be cleared out in the first step. Seeing the others remain silent, Su Jiang gently shook his head. It was time for this play to end. "To be honest, I didn't intend to target you all. It's just that the existence of your Supervisory Bureau is a bit of an eyesore. For us big families, even though you no longer participate in our disputes, as long as you exist for one day, you are a variable for us. Jiang deliberately emphasized the words, us big families, as if he was reminding them. Today, I just wanted to see your attitude. If you could withdraw like this, it would save me trouble. But now it seems there are quite a few stubborn people in the Supervisory Bureau. But it doesn't matter, we'll take our time. I can give you all one more day to consider. If tomorrow, all of you are still standing here, please be mentally prepared. Well then, see you tomorrow. Remember, the one who fired the gun was Toy Gun Lad, not me, king of roasted cold noodles. After Jiang finished speaking, he directly turned off the microphone and then said a word to Li Kai on the other end of the headset. Explode. On the other end of the headset, Li Kai heard the word and pressed the detonator without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Supervisory Bureau, a series of roars instantly erupted, and a large amount of smoke and flames quickly spread, startling everyone. Damn it, how dare he? It's the storage room. The explosives were detonated there. Quick, contact the fire department. Put out the fire quickly. Bastards, these people from the big families are truly lawless. For a moment, everyone was a little flustered. They never expected that the other party would dare to carry out demolition inside the Supervisory Bureau. At the same time, they quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The other party was able to carry out demolition inside the Supervisory Bureau. How much power does that take? Have the hands of those big families already reached inside the Supervisory Bureau? Click. He quickly got into the car and closed the door. Jiang said with dissatisfaction, "Why is the car parked so far away? You made me run for so long. Do you know how tiring it is to run while also putting on that panicked expression?" Li Kai's mouth twitched. "I didn't see you tired. I saw you having a blast. There are no surveillance cameras here. Although they won't suspect you, it's still better to be careful." Li Kai explained, then asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "It's none of my business anymore." Jiang blinked, stating matter-of-factly, "I resigned, so the Supervisory Bureau's matters have nothing to do with me now." "Oh, wait, resigning means a pay cut. I'll call it clocking out. The rest of the matters are up to Yang Ming. How many people the Supervisory Bureau can keep depends entirely on his performance." Half an hour later, inside the Supervisory Bureau, everyone was covered in dust and grime, and the entire Supervisory Bureau was in a state of chaos, as if it had gone through a major battle. Too rampant, truly too rampant. Those people from the big families now even dare to bomb the Supervisory Bureau. Aren't they afraid we'll find them out? Simply unheard of. Since the establishment of the Supervisory Bureau, such a thing has never happened. This is a provocation to the Supervisory Bureau. Everyone was agitated, criticizing the big family's malicious behavior. Only a few people remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yang Ming was also covered in dust and grime. He sat on a chair, breathing slightly, and looked around at everyone. Seeing them still endlessly cursing Jiang's actions, Yang Ming suddenly roared, "Enough, all of you!" This shout immediately silenced everyone, and they all involuntarily turned their gaze to Yang Ming. Yang Ming stood up, looking at them with disappointment, and slowly began to speak. "Are you all still not ashamed enough? You've been bullied in your own home, and your family's lives have been threatened. All you can do is curse the other party here. You don't even know who the other party is, you don't investigate. You just say a few dirty words here and express your unwillingness. Is that right? Is this how people from the Supervisory Bureau should be?" Yang Ming's series of rhetorical questions heavily struck their hearts. For a moment, the Supervisory Bureau was utterly silent, with only Yang Ming's voice remaining. 71. Why did you quit? Which Supervisory Bureau branch in Huahua is like ours, letting people defecate on their faces and not daring to fight back? Answer me. Speak up. Weren't you quite talkative just now? Weren't you quite good at cursing? Now you're all *king mute. Yang Ming's face was flushed. Originally, his plan with Jiang was just to put on a show to awaken their fighting spirit. But now, Yang Ming wasn't acting anymore, because he was truly disappointed. He had thought that the people from the Supervisory Bureau might perform poorly, but he hadn't expected it to be several times worse than he had anticipated. 70 people, and with just one sentence from the other side, half of them were scared away. As Yang Ming spoke, he even laughed at himself in anger. "I don't blame you. After all, Everyone has family, and your withdrawal is understandable. But honestly, was the reason you withdrew really just for the safety of your families? Which supervisory bureau agent, who has been employed for over a year, hasn't experienced life or death situations, or hasn't been threatened with their family's lives? You didn't back down then, so why are you backing down now? Saying this, Yang Ming turned his head again, looking at one of the 33 people who had withdrawn, and said, "Brother Jiang, I remember 3 years ago, you dared to block the Lin family's entrance alone, demanding that Lin Hui close all of their underground casinos. At that time, over a dozen guns from the Lin family were pointed at you, and you didn't even frown. Why did you back down now?" Brother Zhang's face was filled with shame after Yang Ming said this, and he lowered his head in silence. This wasn't over. Yang Ming then looked at another person, puzzled, and said, "Old Chun, I still remember what you told me 2 years ago when we were drinking. Do you still remember what you said?" With red eyes and a choked voice, Yang Ming said to Old Chun, "You pointed to the sky and said that as long as you, Chun Shi, lived one more day in Jiangdu City, you would fight against those scumbags from the Underworld families for one more day. Aren't you still alive now? So why did you back down?" Yang Ming could no longer control his emotions, and tears streamed from his eyes. Su felt a little unbearable and said, "Yang Ming, we didn't back down. We just temporarily lowered our heads. Don't worry, I can't speak for others, but I, Su Yuan, will definitely investigate to the end and find that person, no matter which family he belongs to." When Yang Ming heard this, he didn't feel comforted. Instead, he became even more disappointed. Temporarily lower our heads. Ha ha ha. Supervisory Bureau agents bowing to dangerous individuals from big families? Su, don't you think what you said is ridiculous? He looked up and scanned the crowd. He had noticed earlier that many people agreed with Su's words. To play along with the opponent, and then find an opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop. Yang Ming gently shook his head and said lightly, "Have you forgotten what our responsibility is? We are the Supervisory Bureau. Our target for supervision is all the major families, especially the Underworld families. Now you're telling me that we need to temporarily bow to the objects of our supervision? Since when did the Supervisory Bureau need to rely on such methods to deal with them?" Yang Ming's words echoed in the empty space. Among the Supervisory Bureau agents present, some were older than Yang Ming, and some were younger. There were seniors who had joined earlier than Yang Ming, and there were also Yang Ming's juniors. But at this moment, they all lowered their heads. They could not refute what Yang Ming said, because they had indeed backed down. Living a comfortable life for too long, their initial resolve had gradually worn away. Especially after such a long period of slacking off, many people's mindsets had already changed, and they no longer had the passion and enthusiasm they once did. Da-da-da. In the silence, faint footsteps came from upstairs. Yang Ming, with red eyes, looked up and saw Director Jiang slowly walking down from upstairs. This was the first time Director Jiang had come down from upstairs during non-working hours since he arrived here. "Director," Yang Ming murmured, wanting to say something, but Director Jiang extended a hand, signaling him not to speak yet. Director Jiang." The Supervisory Bureau agents also quickly greeted him. Director Jiang merely nodded slightly, walked slowly to Yang Ming, and gently patted Yang Ming's back. He knew that Yang Ming had been greatly affected this time, but his perspective on the issue was also a bit extreme. A person's sharp edge will eventually be dulled by society, because the world seen in youth is incomplete. Director Jiang scanned the crowd, and after a long silence, he spoke in a deep voice. "Do you know why? Ever since I came here, I have never managed you?" Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. "Because from the first day I came here, and the first time I saw you, I never considered you Supervisory Bureau agents. You don't deserve this identity." Director Zhang's tone was calm, yet every word struck hard at everyone's hearts. Everyone felt a bit unconvinced by Director Zhang's words, but then Director Jiang continued. "I have worked in the Beijing Supervisory Bureau, and I have also visited other Supervisory Bureau branches, so I know what kind of people can be called Supervisory Bureau agents. Just a few sniper rifle bullets and an explosion that didn't even result in casualties. And you think the other party is lawless? Unheard of. Then I advise you to get out as soon as possible, The supervisory bureau is not where you should be. He paused, a serious expression flashing across his face. I don't care what you've experienced before, and I don't care why you've become like this. I've only come down to tell you. Anyone who is still standing here at this time tomorrow, prepare to give your heart, because I will no longer stand by idly, but will make you the sharpest sword in Jiangdu City. And those who are not standing here tomorrow will be considered resigned by default, each receiving 50,000 yuan, and your connection with the supervisory bureau ends here. My words are clear. Everyone, please consider carefully. After speaking, Director Jiang ignored them and directly led Yang Ming upstairs, leaving everyone standing in silence. Director, do you think they will stay? Yang Ming had now calmed his emotions and asked with some concern. Although he had said those things just now, he still hoped that more people would stay. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Director Jiang sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette, paused, and said in a low voice, Yang Ming, the path we are taking is very long and very difficult. So, promise me, even if you are the only one left in the end, you must continue. Yang Ming was startled by these words, bit his lower lip, and nodded heavily, his eyes incredibly firm. Yes, I will definitely continue, even if I am the only one. 72. Oscar acting cat. At the same time, the Lin family. Lin Hui paced back and forth in his room, frowning, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Wu Chengren had been out of contact for 2 days, and he estimated that something had most likely happened to him. So now the question was, what happened to Wu Chengren? Who did he fall into the hands of? The Feng family is impossible. They have no reason to act against Wu Chengren. Wu Chengren was sent by me to monitor An Rou. Now that something has happened, the most likely possibility is An Mingjia. Lin Hui immediately deduced that Wu Chengren must have accidentally revealed a flaw and been discovered by An Mingjia. With An Mingjia's intellect, he could most likely deduce that Wu Chengren was sent by himself. So even if Wu Chengren wasn't dead now, he was probably crippled. Damn it, Lin Hui cursed under his breath. With Wu Chengren's incident, all his plans were disrupted. Moreover, he himself was very likely to be targeted by An Mingjia. Scheming against An Rou definitely touched An Mingjia's bottom line, and he would never let it go. Since I've already intervened in their struggle, then this game must be played to the end. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Hui's eyes. He knew doing this would be very risky, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Rather than sitting idly and waiting for An Mingjia to deal with the Feng family, it was better to take the initiative and join forces with Feng Qingyue. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Hui didn't hesitate and directly called Feng Qingyue. Beep. Hello. Old Master Feng, my Lin family plans to join forces with you to fight against the An family. What do you think? Lin Hui had a hint of confidence on his face. He believed Feng Qingyue wouldn't refuse him, because at this moment, his actions were undoubtedly a timely help. However, what Lin Hui didn't expect was that Feng Qingyue actually started cursing directly. Lin Hui, do you think I'm a fool? Still trying to trick me? Still trying to make a fool out of me? I know all about your messy business with An Mingjia. Are you still trying to scheme against me? You just wait. I'll wipe you out along with the An family when the time comes. Beep. The call was hung up, and Lin Hui was utterly bewildered, not knowing why things had turned out this way. Had Feng Qingyue gone crazy? At this moment, he refused help that was like a timely aid, and even provoked him? And he mentioned his business with An Mingjia? What business did he have with An Mingjia? Lin Hui frowned. He knew that there must have been a mistake somewhere, causing Feng Qingyue to misunderstand him. However, he thought for a long time, racking his brain, but still couldn't understand where the mistake was that led to such a result. Damn it, that idiot Feng Qingyue. Lin Hui cursed under his breath. The current situation completely exceeded his expectations. He had to quickly figure out what happened, and to what extent that idiot Feng Qingyue had misunderstood him. He couldn't possibly think that he had allied with An Mingjia, could he? Lin Hui had this thought, then gave a self-deprecating smile. He was being a bit too suspicious. The entire Jiangdu city knows that An Mingjia and I are at a life-or-death stage. No matter how much Feng Qingyue misunderstands, it shouldn't be so absurd as to think that I've allied with the An family, right? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. There was still room for redemption. Hurriedly walking out of the room, he had to change his plans. And at this moment, the An family. Su Jiang was holding his phone, replying to Wang Xiang's message. This guy planned to bring Jimeng over for a meal tomorrow. He probably made progress in his relationship and wanted Su Jiang to help him out. After replying to the message, Su Jiang put his phone in his pocket and looked at Fu Gui with a serious expression, speaking in a deep voice. I'm asking you again, are you sure you're not going back? Meow. No going back. You're just going to stay here? Meow. Yes. The white cat lay comfortably in An Rou's arms. In the past few days at the An family, it had been having a blast. Now let it go back to Su Jiang's doghouse. Impossible. Its quality of life could only go up, not down. An Rou blinked, looking at the man and the cat with some curiosity. They could really talk to each other? So she asked curiously, what did Fu Gui say? It said it really wants to go home. Meow. I didn't. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He grabbed Fu Gui by the scruff of its neck, avoided An Rou, and whispered in a corner. You ungrateful foolish cat. Have you forgotten who took pity on you and brought you home? Meow. Was there such a thing? Damn it. Do you believe I'll smash your cat head? Su Jiang couldn't believe it. This foolish cat was actually so ungrateful. So he put his hand on Fu Gui's back and brushed its fur against the grain a few times. Technique. Reverse fur brushing technique. Fu Gui immediately exploded. Meow. What are you doing? Stop messing around. Come home with me. I still need you. Ever since Fu Gui discovered Wu Chengren, Su Jiang had always had an idea to train this foolish cat into a spy cat. Any information that needed to be investigated would be given to this foolish cat. After all, who would specifically guard against a cat when talking? Unexpectedly, as soon as the white cat heard Su Jiang wanted it to work, it immediately let out a pitiful meow, broke free from Su Jiang's hand, and pounced into An Rou's arms. Meow, meow, meow. You even exploit cats. Meow, meow. You're not human. Meow, meow. You have no heart. Fu Gui cried in An Rou's arms, even shedding a few tears, which made An Rou feel a little distressed, and she quickly gently comforted the white cat. Su Jiang looked at the foolish cat in shock. No, foolish cat. With acting skills like that, why were you a stray cat? You must have won an Oscar in your previous life, right? The tears that I couldn't squeeze out even when working so hard at the supervisory bureau. You just shed them like that? Fu Gui clearly doesn't want to go back. An Rou gently stroked Fu Gui and glared at Su Jiang. What's wrong with letting Fu Gui play here for a few days? Meow. Exactly. Su Jiang's eye twitched, and he glared fiercely at Fu Gui. All right, you foolish cat, just you wait. Noted in the little book. Click. At this moment, the study door opened, and An Mingjie walked out, looking exhausted with two big dark circles under his eyes. Brother, you're finally out. When Su Jiang heard An Rou's words, a big question mark popped into his head. Finally out. Your brother, he hasn't come out since he went in yesterday, has he? Yes, my brother is often like this. I'm used to it. Why would you get used to something like this? Su Jiang immediately looked at An Mingjie with admiration. Bro, do you also have an extraordinary body? Don't you need to use the restroom? The next second, An Mingjie gave Su Jiang the answer. He didn't even pay attention to An Rou, hurriedly drank some water, and then rushed straight to the restroom. After a long while, An Mingjie walked out, looking relaxed. Then, he looked at Su Jiang and quickly said, I heard Li Kai say there's a turning point at the supervisory bureau. How's the situation? Su Jiang shook his head. He wasn't sure either, but from what he observed today, it probably wouldn't be optimistic. And Mingjie saw this and didn't say anything. He originally didn't plan to go through the supervisory bureau route. It would naturally be better with the supervisory bureau's help, but it wouldn't affect anything without it. Immediately after, An Mingjie's expression became serious, and he said to An Rou, call Li Kai and everyone from the An family over. I have something to say. Oh, okay. An Rou nodded, hugged Fu Gui, and went out to call people. Inside the room, only Su Jiang and An Mingjie remained for a while. Su Jiang was a little curious and spoke first. After thinking for so long, do you have any plans? Yes. An Mingjie nodded heavily, then quickly said, we overlooked a very important thing. Since that director Jiang could infiltrate Jiangdu for so long without our knowledge, then how many unknown existences are lurking in Jiangdu that we don't know about? The Feng family's recent movements are very strange. I suspect someone has secretly allied with them. If that's truly the case, then we must proactively start a war before things get out of control. 73. The City of Isolated Islands. The war begins early. War? So soon? Su Jiang frowned. This was much faster than he had anticipated. Yes, we can't delay any longer. Tell me in detail about the situation at the Supervisory Bureau. And Mingjie needed to know the Supervisory Bureau's stance before he could make a decision. So, Su Jiang quickly explained the situation with the Supervisory Bureau. That's how it is. As for how many people the Supervisory Bureau can retain, we'll have to see tomorrow. And Mingjie remained silent while Su Jiang spoke. After Su Jiang finished, he said, "Can you contact Director Jiang now?" "I can. Call him. I'll speak with him." And Mingjie couldn't wait until tomorrow. He needed to talk to Director Jiang now. Su Jiang didn't say much, realizing that if the situation wasn't serious, and Mingjie wouldn't be in such a hurry. He quickly dialed Director Jiang's number and handed the phone to An Mingjie. Beep. "Hello. It's me, An Mingjie." And Mingjie immediately revealed his identity. He was pursuing efficiency now. Director Jiang clearly hadn't expected the person on the other end of the line to be the current head of the An family. But he quickly reacted, saying in a low voice, "What is it? You want to cooperate with our An family, right? This matter hasn't been confirmed yet." "Then confirm it now." And Mingjie interrupted directly. "Are we cooperating or not?" Su Jiang, with his excellent hearing, heard every word of their conversation from the side. He couldn't help but secretly give An Mingjie a thumbs up. It had to be Ji. He wouldn't dare speak to old Jiang like that. On the other end of the phone, Director Jiang was silent for a moment before speaking two words. "Cooperate." Hearing these two words, and Mingjie's lips curved into a smile, and he immediately said, "Since we are cooperating, I need to confirm some information with you now." "What information?" "Has the Feng family, or rather, Feng Qingye, been in contact with anyone special recently?" "Why do you ask?" "Never mind why. Just tell me if they have." Director Jiang was somewhat displeased with An Mingjie's tone, but still said, "Wait a moment." Then, An Mingjie and Su Jiang heard rustling sounds from the other end, indistinct. Meanwhile, Li Kai and An Rou began leading the An family members into the house. Seeing the focused expressions of Su Jiang and An Mingjie, they didn't dare to disturb them and just stood quietly to the side. After a while, Director Jiang's rather solemn voice reached Su Jiang and An Mingjie's ears. Indeed, the Feng family was broken into a few days ago, and several guards were killed. This news was suppressed. If I hadn't specifically investigated, even I wouldn't have known about it. There was some anger in Director Jiang's tone. Such an incident occurred in Jiangdu City, and he was unaware, indicating that the person who suppressed the news was clearly of no small background. And Mingjie and Su Jiang exchanged glances upon hearing this, their hearts sinking. Who was the other party? Can you find out? My people are still investigating, but they might be of significant background. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long. Director Jiang also realized the seriousness of the situation at this moment. This conflict, which should have belonged to the An family and the Feng family, now had dirty claws reaching into it. Soon, Director Jiang received news. "I found out. Damn it. No wonder the news was suppressed. It's someone from the capital's Wei family. The one who broke into the Feng family that day was Wei Tian, the Wei family's second young master." And Mingjie's brows furrowed instantly. Things were worse than he had anticipated. Is it the Wei family, that dominant family from the capital? That's right. Those damned people. Their claws have even reached Jiangdu. From Director Jiang's tone, it seemed he also harbored no small resentment towards the Wei family. "Director Jiang, will the Wei family help the Feng family?" "No, they won't. Your conflict with the Feng family is just a small skirmish to the Wei family. They won't even give it a second glance." Director Jiang paused, then added, "I guess this is entirely Wei Tian's personal initiative. So, only Wei Tian will help the Feng family?" "No, Wei Tian won't make a move himself, but there's a woman by his side whom you need to be careful of." "Who?" "Rose, the blood gun. She's currently ranked 15th on the mercenary list. If Wei Tian truly helps the Feng family, this woman will be your greatest threat." Mercenary list, 15th place. And Mingjie knew what that meant. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling somewhat fortunate. If he hadn't noticed something was wrong in time, if Su Jiang hadn't had this connection with the Supervisory Bureau, The An family would surely have been caught off guard and plunged into despair. At the same time, An Mingjie also blamed himself for being careless and thinking things were too simple. He had been too arrogant, underestimated the Feng family, and overestimated himself, which led to the current situation. But thankfully, now that he knew all this, there was still time. Director Jiang, the situation is critical now. I want to ask for your help, which will also be helping the Supervisory Bureau. Speak. And Mingjie took a deep breath and said, word by word, I want to ask you, as the branch director of the Supervisory Bureau, to personally intervene and allow our An family to open the isolated island battlefield. Not far away, Li Kai's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing the words, isolated island, and he gritted his teeth tightly. Had the situation become this serious? Brother Li Kai, what is the isolated island? An Rou was a bit confused. Why did everyone's faces become solemn when that term was mentioned? Li Kai frowned and said in a low voice, wars between major families are complex contests, and there are many ways to determine victory. One can achieve victory with minimal loss by meticulously planning and gradually annexing the opponent's industries, weakening and even dismantling their economic power. Victory can also be achieved through assassinating key enemy figures. Intelligence warfare, economic sanctions, and psychological tactics are all viable options. And the isolated island is a ruined city located on the isolated island in the East Sea. Its existence is solely as the ultimate battlefield for forces above the level of a leading family to wage war. Once both families enter there, only the family members of the victorious side can walk out alive. The losing side can only be buried forever in that city, fighting to the last person. And there is only one way to duel, a pure test of the family's hard power. And Rou's face immediately filled with worry upon hearing Li Kai's explanation. Were her older brother and the others going to such a cruel place? She hugged Fuguei, looking around at the An family members with some bewilderment. Is everyone going? An Rou's eyes held a hint of fear. She was afraid that these familiar and family members would remain forever in that so-called ruined city. She was even more afraid that her older brother would never return. 74. Stand up, and Mingjie. Su Jiang noticed An Rou's mood. He walked over, gently hugged An Rou, and patted her back, comforting her. It's okay, nothing will happen. An Rou's nose tingled, and she leaned on Su Jiang's shoulder, softly humming in response. Not far away, and Mingjie was still waiting for Director Jiang's reply. And Mingjie, do you know what it means to activate the isolated island battlefield? I know. Given the current situation, this is the best way to handle it. But that's a battlefield only a dragon head family can use. You guys. Director Jiang, I think this rule is not a problem for you, right? Director Jiang remained silent for a long time. Throughout their conversation, An Mingjie maintained absolute calm. Even Director Jiang, during his conversation with An Mingjie, was subtly pressured, allowing An Mingjie to take the initiative. A moment later, Director Jiang sighed deeply and said, when? The sooner the better. It's best if we can set off tomorrow to catch the Feng family off guard. You should know that within Isolated Island, your An family will not receive any help. The Supervisory Bureau cannot assist you on such a battlefield. I know, Director Jiang. The An family will always remember your help up to this point. Good. Director Jiang was about to hang up the phone, then paused and added, An Mingjie, you are a remarkable person. I remember you. Don't die too soon. There are some things I still want to discuss with you in person. And Mingjie heard this. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he replied, Don't worry, Director Jiang. There's still a long way to go. We can talk about many things. Haha. Beep. Director Jiang chuckled and hung up the phone, presumably to arrange matters for the isolated island battlefield. And Mingjie also handed the phone back to Su Jiang, and at the same time, he said earnestly to Su Jiang, Su Jiang, you don't need to come with us this time. Take good care of An Rou and Jiangdu. An Rou stood nearby, her head bowed, feeling downcast and silent. She also wanted to go with An Mingjie, to live and die with the An family. But she couldn't, because she knew that in this situation, she would only be a burden and serve no purpose. Su Jiang took the phone and nodded gently, also not saying much. Immediately, An Mingjie looked around at everyone in the An family and said in a deep voice, I think everyone heard some of the content just now. That's right. Our family is going to activate the isolated island battlefield, and we will fight the Feng family there until only the last drop of blood remains. I never force you. If you are unwilling to go, step forward now." The An family stood in place, their faces solemn. No one took a step forward. At this moment, someone joked, "Young master, and let's not say too much about these things. So many years have passed. When has the An family ever retreated?" "Exactly, young master, and just tell us what you need us to do. We trust you. What's with all the emotional stuff every day? It's not like we're going and never coming back. Young master, and just give the order." And Mingjie heard this and couldn't help but smile. This scene before him was the meaning of his protecting the An family. So, he didn't act coy and said directly, "Logistics personnel, please work hard tonight. Prepare all supplies overnight to ensure we have enough food on isolated island. Also, items like firearms and ammunition, everyone should prepare their own. Take what you are most comfortable with. This time, we're going to hit the Feng family hard. Confirm the list of personnel going to battle. Whether we return or not, be sure to settle your families." And Mingjie kept making arrangements. Su Jiang and An Rou stood aside, like two outsiders. Su Jiang held An Rou's hand tightly. He knew An Rou must be feeling bad at the moment, but there was nothing he could do. This was a family war, and even with his system, he alone couldn't change anything. After a long time, and Mingjie finally finished arranging all the big and small matters. He let out a long sigh and slumped onto the sofa, feeling somewhat exhausted. He hadn't slept all night and then rushed into this kind of situation, feeling mentally and physically drained. "Brother," An Rou felt a little distressed and quickly went forward to help An Mingjie sit upright. And Mingjie waved his hand, indicating that he was fine and that An Rou didn't need to worry. And gee. At this moment, Su Jiang walked up to An Mingjie, his face serious, and said, "If you're short on people, I'll go help you." And Mingjie heard this and forced a smile. "No need. I appreciate your kindness. But if the An family truly loses, your presence won't help. I just hope you can help me take good care of An Rou." Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say, "You misunderstood. I'm not going to help you. I'm helping myself. If your An family is finished, I'll be finished too. So I beg you, don't look like you're going to your death, hey? Cheer up, An Mingjie." Su Jiang's face immediately darkened. No, he had to get old Jiang to keep an eye on things for him. He had just learned that the Supervisory Bureau could always know the situation on the battlefield. If An Mingjie really couldn't hold on, Su Jiang, no matter what, would have to go to support him. Whether it would be useful or not was beside the point. At the very least, he had to fight for his own life, right? "All right, you two go play for a bit. I'm going to get some sleep. I'm too exhausted. My body really can't take it anymore." And Mingjie stood up and waved his hand, walking back to his room alone, where he lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. He had to recover his energy as quickly as possible, because he was the core of the An family, and he could not fall. An Rou looked at her brother's back, her face filled with worry. "Su Jiang, do you think my brother will win?" Su Jiang gently took An Rou's hand and said with certainty, "He will win." He paused, then added, "We will all win. If An Mingjie lost, then Su Jiang would also cease to exist in the world. At that time, only An Rou would be left to live alone, and if such a thing really happened, she would definitely break down. Su Jiang would never let such a thing happen. "Olden, you really need to push yourself." He secretly cheered for An Mingjie in his heart. As long as this older brother could hold on, then he wouldn't have to take risks. An Rou gently bit her lower lip. Suddenly, she let go of Su Jiang's hand, looked into his eyes, and said, "Su Jiang, I want to help. Although I can't go to the battlefield with them, I can at least help with some logistical work tonight." She was unwilling to just watch. Even if her role was insignificant, she wanted to do her best to contribute to the An family. Su Jiang heard this, stroked An Rou's hair, and chuckled. "Then I'll go with you." "Mm." An Rou nodded, and so, the two began to join the An family's logistics preparation work. Su Jiang was responsible for being a porter, while An Rou was responsible for counting supplies. Gradually, the two became more proficient in their respective tasks, occasionally even bickering. "Su Jiang, this is where the food goes. Why are you moving explosives here?" An Rou held a pen, pointing at Su Jiang angrily. "No, it's not labeled. How was I supposed to know it was explosives?" If it's not labeled, why don't you open it and look? Hurry up and move it over there. Yes, 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 I'm moving it now, Jiang said helplessly. Everyone in the An family couldn't help but laugh at this scene and didn't stop the two of them. In fact, they even managed to free up a hand to pull out their phones and record the moment. And so, the preparations for the great battle were in full swing at the An family. 75. All our processes are legal and compliant. It wasn't until the next day, when the sun rose. Jiang and An Rou hadn't slept a wink all night, both busy with logistical work. An Rou was clearly exhausted towards the end, but she still gritted her teeth and stubbornly held on. Phew. The two let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the sofa. Fortunately, the An family had always been well prepared with backup resources, which was why they were able to get all the supplies ready in just one night during such an emergency. Click, and Mingjie walked out of his room. An entire night had allowed him to recover a lot of his energy. Huh, why do you two look like your bodies have been hollowed out? And Mingjie looked curiously at the two lying on the sofa, feeling a bit puzzled. Before Jiang and the others could answer, Li Kai walked in and said to An Mingjie, "Olden, everything is ready." Then, he led An Mingjie outside. In the An family courtyard, several large boxes were piled up. Inside were food, bullets, explosives, and various types of firearms. They had all been organized within a single night. And Mingjie casually opened a few boxes, looked at the resources inside, and nodded slightly. Now, it's up to the supervisory bureau. At the same time, outside the Feng family's gate, Yang Ming, alone, carrying a briefcase, looked expressionlessly at the Feng family guards and directly stated his purpose. "Hello, please let me in. I need to see your family head." "Kid, our family head is someone you can just see whenever you want." Yang Ming didn't waste words, directly pulling out his identification and revealing his identity. A supervisory bureau member. The guard clearly knew what the supervisory bureau represented, and it was obvious that this person in front of him was not someone he could stop. Please wait a moment. I'll make an announcement." Immediately, he quickly made a call, reporting to the person on the other end that a supervisory bureau member was visiting. Soon, he hung up the phone and respectfully made an inviting gesture to Yang Ming. "Please come in. The family head is waiting for you in the reception hall." Yang Ming didn't bother arguing with him, striding forward directly towards the Feng family's reception hall. He had been to the Feng family before, so he naturally knew the location of all the Feng family's buildings and facilities. Stepping into the reception hall, Yang Ming saw Feng Qingye sitting in the main seat, with several core members of the Feng family standing around him. Clearly, they took the supervisory bureau's visit very seriously. Family head Feng. "Hello, my name is Yang Ming. I am a level 2 supervisor from the Jiangdu City Supervisory Bureau." With that, Yang Ming pulled out a badge from his pocket, representing his supervisor identity. Official members of the Supervisory Bureau were divided into 3 levels. Level 3, Investigator. Level 2, Supervisor. Level 1, Chief Inspector. And these 3 levels of Supervisory Bureau members were all under the jurisdiction of the local Supervisory Bureau Director. On a side note, the Jiangdu City Supervisory Bureau was different from other supervisory branches, having only a director and no deputy director. Level 2 Supervisor. Feng Qingye's brows furrowed slightly when he saw Yang Ming's badge, and he had an ominous premonition. Generally, minor matters would not alarm a Level 2 supervisor. Did someone under him cause trouble again? "May I ask, Supervisor Yang, what brings you here today?" Feng Qingye asked tentatively. Click. Yang Ming lowered his head and opened his briefcase, saying, "Family head Feng, I'm here today to inform you of something." As he spoke, he pulled out a document from his briefcase, which he had rushed to prepare overnight. Due to the escalating conflict between the Feng family and the An family, and with both parties refusing the Supervisory Bureau's intervention and mediation, it has developed to an irreconcilable point. Yang Ming began spouting a lot of official rhetoric, and Feng Qingye's expression gradually darkened. Therefore, after deliberation, the Jiangdu City Supervisory Bureau has decided to approve the application submitted by the An family's principal, An Mingjie, to open the isolated island battlefield for both families this afternoon. Absurd. Feng Qingye's eyes widened, and he stood up. At this moment, he no longer cared about Yang Ming's identity. Pointing a finger at Yang Ming, he shouted in disbelief. You, the Supervisory Bureau, are actually colluding with the An family? Yes, he immediately realized that the Supervisory Bureau had joined forces with the An family. Otherwise, the timing for opening the isolated island battlefield wouldn't be so urgent, leaving them no time to prepare. And what about both parties not accepting the Supervisory Bureau's mediation? When did your Supervisory Bureau mediate? Why the hell didn't I know? Feng Qingye's face turned red with anger. He hadn't expected the An family to actually team up with the Supervisory Bureau. He also hadn't expected An Mingjie to be so ruthless as to directly open the isolated island battlefield. That was a battlefield that could only end when all members of one family were dead. The core members of the Feng family beside him also looked grim. This had completely caught them off guard. Facing Feng Qingye's accusations, Yang Ming put away the document and said without changing his expression, "Family head Feng might have misunderstood something. The Supervisory Bureau operates independently and never colludes with any major family. All procedures are legal and compliant. If you're not convinced, you can always go to the capital city supervisory headquarters to file a complaint." Legal and compliant, your ass. Feng Qingye cursed internally. They and the An family weren't even dragonhead families, yet they dared to open the isolated island battlefield. You call this legal and compliant? For the first time, he felt that the people from the Supervisory Bureau were so shameless. Supervisor Yang, even so, isn't this afternoon's timing a bit too tight? Only giving our Feng family a few hours to prepare is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Feng Qingye gritted his teeth. At this point, he could only try his best to salvage the situation and make it as favorable as possible for the Feng family. However, Yang Ming said, "As I said, all arrangements are made according to normal procedures and cannot be changed. If you have any objections, go to the capital city supervisory headquarters to file a complaint." Feng Qingye clenched his fists. Complain? Are you giving me time to complain? This afternoon isn't even enough for me to get to the capital city. Oh, and family head Feng, let me remind you again. This afternoon, we will arrange for your Feng family to take a boat and land on the island from the south. As for the An family, they will land from the north. No combat is allowed before all members of both sides have fully landed on the island. Similarly, after the combat begins, no other members from outside the families are allowed to enter the field. After speaking, Yang Ming added, "All matters concerning the isolated island battlefield have been fully communicated, and you are fully aware. If the Feng family does not arrive this afternoon, it will be considered a surrender, and according to the rules, all properties and resources of the Feng family will be transferred to the An family." Then, he ignored the murderous gazes of the Feng family members, straightened his back, and turned to leave. Just then, an angry roar came out. "The Feng family is not a place for you to act wildly." Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, a figure rushed out, pulled out a pistol, and aimed it at Yang Ming. It was Feng Qingye's son, Feng Haoshuan. From the beginning, he had been sitting in the corner, listening to the conversation between Feng Qingye and Yang Ming, feeling quite displeased. Now, seeing Yang Ming about to leave, and none of the Feng family members present daring to make a move, made him feel even more stifled. They were being bullied by An Mingjie and his collaborators, yet they could only swallow their anger. Feng Haoshuan couldn't do that. "All right, none of you dare to make a move, right? Then I will." "Young Master Feng, stop." Everyone was greatly alarmed. This was a Supervisory Bureau member. If this shot was fired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Ming could die, but he couldn't die so openly in the Feng family. However, it was too late. Feng Haoshuan was already blinded by anger and slowly pulled the trigger. The next second, a gunshot rang out. Bang! 76. Feng Qingye cut off his tail to survive. Era! A gunshot rang out, but it wasn't Yang Ming who fell to the ground screaming. The Feng family member's eyes widened. Before Feng Haoshuan could pull the trigger, someone fired a shot even faster than he did. Everyone's gaze turned towards the person who fired the shot. No, it should be that group of people. Lasu. Yang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. His eyes scanned over everyone, as he softly muttered and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted with a trembling voice, his heart growing more and more excited. 47 people, 47 investigators from the Jiangdu City Supervisory Bureau, stood neatly in front of Yang Ming. That was 10 more than the 37 who remained yesterday. They had returned. Even Lu Jiang was there. Even though his leg was wrapped in bandages, he was still grinning at Yang Ming. Su, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, aimed behind Yang Ming, the barrel of his gun still warm from the bullet, and quipped, "What's wrong, Yang Ming? Don't you recognize us anymore? You kid, you dared to run to the Feng family alone without waiting for us. Do you really think the supervisory bureau is left with just you?" Hearing these words, Yang Ming's eyes immediately reddened, suppressing the excitement in his heart, biting his lip tightly. He had originally thought that after the commotion yesterday, there might not be many people left in the supervisory bureau. But now, a full 47 people stood before him, telling him that he was not alone. At this moment, Yang Ming truly wanted to shout out loud and vent the emotions in his heart. Unlike Yang Ming, the Feng family members' faces were incredibly grim. Things had completely exceeded their expectations. The supervisory bureau's people had all been dispatched, and it just happened to be at this very moment. Lu Jiang limped over to Yang Ming and gently patted his shoulder. Then, his expression turned cold as he glanced at Feng Haoshuan, who was screaming on the ground, and said to Feng Qingye, "Feng family head, this matter today is big. Openly attacking a supervisory bureau member. Do you know what this means?" The Feng family members immediately tensed up, all waiting for Feng Qingye's command. If this matter wasn't handled well, let alone fighting with the An family, they would have to go to the supervisory bureau today. However, Feng Qingye's words startled everyone, and Lu Jiang also frowned. Feng Qingye, with a gloomy face, said indifferently, "I have no intention of offending the supervisory bureau members. Feng Haoshuan has long ceased to be a Feng family member. All his actions have nothing to do with the Feng family." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming clenched his fists. He hadn't expected Feng Qingye to be so ruthless, so decisive, cutting off a limb to save the body. And it wasn't just anyone he cut off, it was his own son. Feng Haoshuan, upon hearing these words, disregarded the pain of his gunshot wound, raised his head, and looked at his father with an expression of disbelief. How he wished that the words he had just heard were an illusion, that there was something wrong with his ears. However, when he met Feng Qingye's cold gaze, he knew that everything was real. "Father, why? Don't call me that. We have long had no relationship whatsoever." Feng Qingye looked at Feng Haoshuan as if he were looking at a complete stranger. Su extinguished his cigarette but stepped forward and said coldly, "Feng family head, aren't you afraid of disheartening the Feng family members by doing this?" The Feng family members present were immediately shaken upon hearing this. Indeed, he could even abandon his own son. "What about them? I know that all along. You've seen Feng Haoshuan's actions, but only because he is my son. You all tolerated him, indulged him. I've always been clear about this in my heart. But today, I just want to say that everyone's tolerance for this unworthy son of mine should come to an end." With that, Feng Qingye, in front of everyone, bowed deeply to the surrounding Feng family members. "The family head is being too serious. You mustn't. We all understand. The family head doesn't need to be like this." Everyone waved their hands repeatedly, and Yang Ming and the others sighed in their hearts at this scene. Feng Qingye, as expected, was an old hand. This bow immediately silenced the gossip and calmed the restless hearts. Su remained expressionless, waiting for Feng Qingye to finish his performance before speaking. "Feng family head, since that's the case, shall we take Feng Haoshuan away?" "Of course, do as you please. According to the Supervisory Bureau's rules, punish him if he deserves punishment, kill him if he deserves death." Feng Qingye paused, then added, "Please don't consider my feelings. As I said, he has no relationship with me or the Feng family anymore." Upon hearing this, Su gave Feng Qingye a deep look, then directed several Supervisory Bureau investigators to come forward and drag Feng Haoshuan away. "No, I'm not going. Father, save me, I'll die. Father, father." Facing Feng Haoshuan's loud cries, Feng Qingye didn't even frown, just watched silently. As Su passed by Yang Ming, he whispered, "It seems this is all we can do today. We'll find another opportunity to help you get revenge next time." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming felt a touch of emotion and nodded slightly. "It's all right, Su. Your presence is enough. Let's go." Su waved his hand, and the supervisory bureau members, under the gaze of the Feng family members, left in a grand procession, with no one daring to stop them. After they left, Feng Qingye looked at Feng Haoshuan's bloodstains on the ground and said indifferently, "Everyone, put down all your current work and go with the logistics personnel to prepare supplies." Furthermore, the An family and the supervisory bureau are conspiring this time, so it's undeniable that the rules will favor the An family. Recall all members who are out. Ensure sufficient firearms and ammunition. Before this afternoon, I want to see these supplies neatly arranged before me. Did you all hear clearly? Clearly, the Feng family members responded with a loud shout, then immediately went to prepare the supplies. Time was tight, and they couldn't afford to delay. Feng Qingye's eyes were gloomy as he returned to the house alone, no longer able to control his emotions. He picked up the teacup on the table and forcefully smashed it on the ground. Still feeling unsatisfied, he smashed several more. Only he knew how unpleasant he felt in his heart at the moment he abandoned Feng Haoshuan. Feng Qingye leaned on the table with both hands, panting heavily. After a long while, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep. Young Master Wei, the situation is urgent. Feng Qingye concisely explained to Wei Tian about the An family and the supervisory bureau joining forces and the matter of the isolated island battlefield. On the other end of the phone, Wei Tian fell silent after listening. Feng Qingye didn't dare to rush him and could only wait. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Qingye heard Wei Tian's light chuckle. I didn't expect An Mingjie to be even more formidable than I thought. Don't worry, Feng family head. I have already sent Rose and my private troops over. They will act at the critical moment. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingye felt much more at ease, then immediately asked, but Miss Rose and your private troops do not belong to the Feng family. Can the supervisory bureau allow them to enter? Wei Tian scoffed upon hearing this, saying indifferently, Feng family head, you should know. Rules, at a certain level, are no longer rigid. Just as the supervisory bureau can team up with the An family to catch you off guard. Within my authority, if I let a few people in, the supervisory bureau wouldn't dare say anything. After speaking, Wei Tian's tone suddenly changed, and his chilling words, one by one, entered Feng Qingye's ears. You just need to help me kill every single An family member. 77. The amulet is unlucky. Give it to Li Kai. It was late afternoon at the Jiangdu city port. Brother. An Rou reluctantly tugged at An Mingjie's sleeve. Around them, An family members were carrying supplies onto the ship prepared by the supervisory bureau. They were about to board the ship, sail into the East Sea, and enter the isolated island battlefield from the north. Because there were supervisory bureau personnel nearby, Jiang did not show his face. He simply sat in a black car not far away, quietly playing with his phone, waiting for An Rou to bid them farewell. As for the supervisory bureau, Jiang had directly requested a long leave. His reason was that yesterday's incident had frightened him, and he would not return to the supervisory bureau until they found the king of roasted cold noodles. Regarding this, Su even called to comfort Jiang, telling him to rest well. This made Jiang feel that the supervisory bureau was quite good. Looking at the crestfallen An Rou, An Mingjie smiled gently, reaching out to pat her head. Don't worry, An Rou, we will win. Exactly, miss. Don't make it sound like we're not coming back. An An family member who was passing by, carrying something, laughed. An Rou glared lightly at the person upon hearing this, then asked An Mingjie again. Brother, how long will you be gone? The isolated island isn't far. It's a day and a night's journey. If all goes smoothly, we'll be back within half a month. What if it doesn't go smoothly? If it doesn't go smoothly, then you'll just have to wait a couple more days, An Mingjie said with an unconcerned smile. An Rou frowned, then suddenly reached into her pocket and pulled out a red amulet, handing it to An Mingjie. What's this? An amulet? I just bought it on the way. It's to protect your life. Don't mess around. This thing is bad luck. Give it to Jiang. In TV dramas, anyone holding an amulet usually ends up getting shot. An Mingjie quickly refused, then paused and added, or give it to Li Kai. That works too. He's been really stressed lately. I don't know why. This refusal immediately made An Rou unhappy. She had spent a long time picking this out especially. Just then, Li Kai walked over, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking nonchalant. Hey, you came at the right time. and Mingjia's eyebrows lifted. He took the amulet from An Rou and shoved it directly into Li Kai's hand. Li Kai, what is this thing? He held it up, examining it, confused. An amulet? Why give it to me? Such an unlucky thing. Which scumbag bought it? An Rou bought it, and Mingjia said with a smile. Li Kai immediately broke into a cold sweat, looking at An Rou, and from her calm gaze, he felt killing intent. And Mingjia, you old bastard. You're setting me up. I was just saying who could be so thoughtful as to even send an amulet. Turns out it's our beautiful Miss An Rou, ha ha ha. Li Kai laughed awkwardly, clutching the amulet tightly, his steps gradually moving away from the siblings. Well, I just remembered my car might be parked crookedly. I'm going to go check again. With that, Li Kai took off running, and Mingjia's mouth twitched. When did you park a car? And isn't Su Jiang sitting in your car right now? Humph. An Rou was so angry her teeth ached. Her good intentions were actually despised by the two of them. She had worried about them, but now it seemed, did they really need her to worry? Whether it was in Mingjia or Li Kai, or other family members. There was no sense of urgency on their faces. Everyone was smiling, as if they were going on a pleasure cruise. Leaderin, you can depart now. A supervisory bureau agent stepped forward and said to An Mingjia. Since An Mingjia was not currently the head of the An family, outsiders referred to him as young master or leaderin. And Mingjia nodded lightly. They had to depart before the Feng family, land on the island first, and seize the initiative. This was also a special privilege granted to them by Director Jiang. Everyone boarded the ship, leaving only An Mingjia behind to bid farewell to An Rou. And Mingjia glanced at An Rou, then at the black car not far away, where Su Jiang was sitting. He suddenly chuckled, leaned close to An Rou's ear, and whispered gently, An Rou, while we're gone, the An family's strength is weak. You should go stay with Su Jiang for now. Huh? An Rou's eyes widened, looking at An Mingjia in disbelief. I'm your sister. You're telling me to go live at another guy's house? Isn't this cohabitation? An Mingjia sighed, saying dejectedly, An Rou, I have no choice. Now both the Feng family and the An family have gone to the isolated island. Within Jiangdu City, only the Lin family poses a threat to us. I'm worried that Lin Hui might take advantage of the situation to you. And Mingjia paused, then added, Sigh, it's all my fault for not being capable, otherwise I wouldn't put you in such a predicament. He looked remorseful, as if regretting his lack of sufficient strength to leave someone behind to protect An Rou. Brother. An Rou bit her lip, her face flushed, and whispered, I didn't say I wouldn't go. So you agree? An Rou's face was red to her ears, and her voice grew softer and softer. Since you've said so, then I have no choice. But don't misunderstand. I'm doing this so that Lin Hui won't take advantage of the situation and use me to threaten you. I definitely didn't agree because of that scoundrel Su Jiang. Yes, and Mingjia nodded repeatedly. I understand everything. This is a hardship for you, isn't it? When I return, I'll pick you up and bring you back to the An family immediately. I absolutely won't let you stay with Su Jiang for another day. With that, without waiting for An Rou's reply, An Mingjia turned and left. The supervisory bureau personnel were already urging him. An Rou, wait for me to come back obediently. The ship left the port, gradually moving farther away. And Mingjia stood by the ship's railing, waving to An Rou. The other An family members did the same, smiling and bidding farewell to An Rou. Miss, don't worry, we will definitely come back. Miss, don't miss us too much. Miss, my phone is on the living room table. It has photos of you and young Master Su. They're all yours. Holy cow, aren't you going to discuss such a big matter with us, buddy? Exactly, that's all our wealth. An Rou was initially a little sad, but watching the sudden commotion among the people on the ship, her sadness instantly vanished. And Mingjia's gaze was deep. Through the window of the black car, he seemed to see Su Jiang sitting inside, waving to them. Then, he reluctantly glanced at An Rou again, silently thinking, An Rou, if things don't go smoothly, brother might not be able to come back. Su Jiang is a trustworthy person, even if he's occasionally a bit outrageous. But, if we truly can't come back, let Su Jiang accompany you on your future path. 78. First day of living together. Su Jiang sat in the car, casually playing a match 3 game. White Cat, Fuguwei, was sprawled beside him, sleeping. In the front row sat An Rou's two bodyguards, Azuo and Ayu, who had also stayed behind this time. Clack! An Rou, her face flushed, opened the car door after saying goodbye to the family members and got inside. Done saying goodbye, huh? Jiang turned his head and saw An Rou, uncharacteristically, sitting quietly in her seat, head bowed and silent. He initially thought the girl was too sad, but when Jiang cautiously leaned in to look, he saw An Rou gently biting her lip, looking utterly mortified, her gaze fixed downwards, not daring to look at Jiang. Jiang. No, why is your face red like a bubble teapot? How did saying goodbye make you shy? That. Do you want to play a match, 3 game? Because he didn't know what was wrong with An Rou, Jiang could only hand over his phone, using the match, 3 game as a tentative probe. An Rou glanced at it, instantly fuming, and stomped hard on Jiang's foot. At a time like this, and you're still playing a match, 3 game. Well, I can't just sit here doing nothing, can I? You. An Rou pointed at Jiang. She didn't know what to say now, so she could only secretly curse An Mingjia in her heart. Bastard brother. If he wanted her to stay at Jiang's place, he should have told Jiang, not her. Now what? How was she supposed to tell Jiang that she was going to live at his house? Suddenly, An Rou saw Fuguwei, who was sleeping beside her, and an idea sparked in her mind. She quickly said, "Don't you want to take Fuguwei home to live?" "Yeah, but didn't you say no?" Jiang asked, puzzled. "I think, well, Fuguwei can go home, but I have to go live at your house too, to make sure you don't bully Fuguwei." Jiang. Azuo and Ayu. Jiang's eyes widened, looking at An Rou with disbelief. "Do you even hear yourself? You live at my house. And Mingjia would kill me." Azuo and Ayu, sitting in the front, exchanged glances and secretly gave An Rou a thumbs up. "It has to be our young miss." Taking the initiative, she actually proposed cohabitation this time. No, I don't think that's appropriate." Jiang waved his hands repeatedly, quickly refusing. "I don't care what you think." An Rou snorted coldly. "It's settled then. We're moving your things over today." "No, it's really not appropriate." Before Jiang could finish speaking, An Rou had already placed her foot on top of his, looking at him with fierce eyes. "What do you want to say?" "I want to say, are you still playing match 3? "No." "Oh." Jiang sheepishly put away his phone and said no more. Forget it. If she wants to stay, she can stay. What could he possibly lose? He now guessed that An Mingjia was most likely behind An Rou's actions. Otherwise, with this girl's shy personality, how could she say such a thing? However, An Mingjia doing this meant he wasn't sure he would definitely return. "Olden, don't mess this up." Jiang secretly prayed in his heart, hoping An Mingjia would pull through. Soon, the two returned to the An family's residence and immediately began moving things. "No, my house is so small. You can't fit all this stuff." Jiang looked at An Rou stuffing large and small bags into the car, his face full of gloom. If all these things were put in, his house's space utilization would instantly go off the charts. An Rou, hearing this, also scratched her head, a little troubled. She wanted to bring all these things. "Just bring the essentials first and leave the rest here. It's not far anyway. You can always come back for them later," Jiang suggested. So, An Rou began to declutter. "Then not this one. This one, yes. Why are you bringing such a big yellow-skinned rat? This is the Pikachu you won for me." "What yellow-skinned rat?" An Rou hugged Pikachu, her tone somewhat displeased. Jiang's face was filled with black lines. After much deliberation, An Rou finally reduced her luggage to a level Jiang could accept. Of course, An Rou insisted on bringing that big yellow-skinned rat, and Jiang had no choice. So, Azuo and Ayu drove the car again into Jiang's neighborhood, helping An Rou move all her luggage into Jiang's home. "Little brother Su, the young miss is in your hands from now on. We've been with the young miss for so long. Please make sure to protect her safety." Before leaving, the two bodyguards shook Jiang's hand, saying this with tears in their eyes. It was unclear if they were crying tears of joy because they were finally free from An Rou's control. Turning around and closing the door, Jiang and An Rou exchanged glances, then quickly looked away. Both felt a bit awkward. The guest room is this way, want to see it?" Jiang spoke first. "Oh." Jiang led An Rou to the guest room. Although no one lived there, Su Jiang usually made sure to clean it, so it was very tidy. Afterward, An Rou refused Su Jiang's help and made the bed by herself, then began to arrange the empty room. Su Jiang sat on the sofa, holding Fuguwei, gripping its two small paws, and casually moving them. Fuguwei's cat face was full of displeasure, but it couldn't resist and could only let itself be manipulated. One person and one cat stayed on the sofa like that, watching An Rou busily go in and out. Su Jiang frowned, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Never mind. If he couldn't remember, it probably wasn't important. 2 hours passed like this, and An Rou finally finished. She changed into more casual clothes and walked out of the room, only to see Su Jiang and Fuguwei, one person and one cat, playing poker on the sofa. Su Jiang's face was solemn as he drew a card from the deck, flipped it over, and slapped it down in front of Fuguwei. Spade K. Tisk, silly cat, you're going to lose this round again. Su Jiang was a bit smug. Meow, not yet. Fuguwei looked stubborn, even though it had lost many times playing higher or lower with Su Jiang in the past 2 hours. But it believed it could turn the tables. It extended a small paw, pulled a card from the deck, and then painstakingly used both paws to flip the card over. Diamond Q, just a little smaller than Su Jiang's card. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, silly cat. Now, you owe me a full 10 favors. Su Jiang showed a triumphant smile. 10 favors would make it much easier to boss this silly cat around in the future. Meow. Again. Fuguwei was still unconvinced, meowing defiantly at Su Jiang, and the two were about to start another round. Bang. Bang. Ah. Meow. Ouch. An Rou gave both of them a direct knuckle rap. You two have been playing for so long, and neither of you thought to come help me? An Rou said angrily. Didn't you say you didn't need help? Su Jiang said, clutching his head. Just because I said no help, you really don't help? Su Jiang was speechless. He could tell An Rou just wanted to hit him. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, and the two of them froze. Who would come to Su Jiang's house at this time? Su Jiang stood up, opened the door with a puzzled expression, and immediately heard a familiar and annoying voice. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you so slow to open the door? Wang Jiang stood outside the door, carrying a large bag of groceries, complaining slightly. And beside him, Jiming also looked at Su Jiang with a slight smile. Excuse us. Su Jiang stood frozen in place. He finally realized what the unimportant thing he had forgotten was. Wang Jiang, that guy, said he was bringing Jiming over for dinner today. 79, An Rou's cooking. Old Su, what are you spacing out for? Let us in. Su Jiang, who is it? Before Wang Jiang could finish his sentence, An Rou walked over in her slippers. However, she stopped halfway, because she also saw Wang Jiang and Jiming. Wang Jiang widened his eyes, looked at An Rou, then at Su Jiang. He looked at An Rou's slippers. Then he looked at Su Jiang's slippers. After a long silence, Wang Jiang raised his head, extended his hand, and gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Then, he turned around, took Jiming, and left, as if he had made some kind of decision. Sorry, old Su. I didn't know you and An Rou had already progressed to this point. We've intruded. No, UF * King come back here. Su Jiang panicked and quickly went forward to grab Wang Jiang, directly pulling him back. After Wang Jiang and Jiming entered the door, Su Jiang quickly closed the door and looked at Wang Jiang seriously. Listen, I can explain. No need to explain, old Su. I get it. I understand everything. No. An Rou, why don't you say something? An Rou? Seeing Wang Jiang's "you can talk, but I'm not listening" expression, Su Jiang had no choice but to ask An Rou for help. But unexpectedly, there was no light in An Rou's eyes at this moment. She stood frozen in place, and Jiming waved her hand in front of her eyes, but she showed no reaction. The first day of cohabitation with Su Jiang. Oh no, not even a day. It was discovered by the two people who should have been the last to find out. An Rou just wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it right now. Half an hour later, Jiming and An Rou were whispering in the room, and Su Jiang finally explained their cohabitation situation clearly to Wang Jiang. Wang Jiang sat on the sofa, his mouth twitching. You're saying that An Rou is staying with you because there's no one at her house these 2 days, and she's afraid you'll bully this white cat? Exactly. She just moved in today. Look, Those big yellow Pikachu were just moved up from downstairs. Su Jiang pointed at the Pikachu on the sofa, which An Rou hadn't had time to take inside yet. Wang Xiang blinked and sighed softly. Old Su, with our relationship, why are you so nervous? Cohabitation is cohabitation. It's not a big deal. Why bother making up such an outrageous reason to lie to me? Su Jiang opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but hesitated. Forget it. He was tired, believe it or not. I don't care what you and An Rou are doing, but I'm here today mainly to announce some good news to you. Wang Xiang chuckled, glanced at An Rou's room, then leaned into Su Jiang's ear and whispered, Jiming and I have officially started dating. After speaking, he looked at Su Jiang triumphantly, but he found that Su Jiang's face was completely unperturbed. So, what does this have to do with you coming to my place for a free meal? How can you say that? You're my best brother. Of course I'd tell you this good news in person immediately. Tell me the truth. All right. Actually, last time at the hot pot restaurant, didn't Jiming say she wanted to treat you to a meal? After speaking, Wang Xiang glared fiercely at Su Jiang. To this day, Jiming still thought Su Jiang paid the bill at the hot pot restaurant last time. So I thought I might as well take this opportunity to just come to your house for dinner. Anyway, I used to come here to freeload meals often. But who knew? You and An Rou, this. Before the two could finish talking, An Rou's room door opened, and the two girls walked out hand in hand like good sisters. An Rou was no longer as embarrassed as before. She had figured it out. She and Su Jiang were innocent. A clear conscience fears no false accusation. So what was there to be afraid of? Su Jiang, Xiang has told you, right? Jiming said with a smile. An Rou is also here today, so the two of us plan to cook personally and let you and Xiang taste our skills. Su Jiang. Wang Xiang. The two brothers immediately became alert, exchanging glances, encrypted communication. Su Jiang, what's going on? You didn't tell me Jiming was cooking? Wang Xiang. How would I know she had this plan? I thought you were cooking. Su Jiang. How's Jiming's cooking? Is it edible? Wang Xiang. Don't have too high hopes. What about An Rou's? Su Jiang. Haha. At this moment, the two brothers did not hesitate, abandoning all past grievances, and chose to join forces. They must stop these two good sisters from entering the kitchen. Su Jiang got up and took the initiative. Well, I think, since this is my home after all, it's not good to let you cook. I'll do it. An Rou directly replied. Su Jiang, do you not trust my cooking? Nonsense, I'd be crazy to trust you. Su Jiang muttered in his heart, but still said, How could I not trust you? I'm just afraid you're not familiar with the kitchen utensils here. It's fine. If it doesn't work out, I'll just ask you then. But if you say another word, it means you don't trust me. Su Jiang sat back on the sofa, spreading his hands to Wang Xiang. Brother, I tried my best. Wang Xiang glared fiercely at Su Jiang. Useless. I have to go. Wang Xiang stood up, launching the second wave of attack. Jiming, I think. Sit down. Jiming spat out two words with a smile. Alrighty. Wang Xiang immediately shut up and sat down obediently. Su Jiang, on the side, widened his eyes, looking at Wang Xiang in disbelief. No way, buddy. You're a zero output. You're in a relationship and your status has become like this? On the balcony, Fugui glanced at the two with his small eyes and yawned. This new human is even more timid than his owner. So, Jiming and An Rou closed the kitchen door and cooked up a storm inside. Meanwhile, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, their eyes vacant, as if awaiting their execution. Are they two really okay? Su Jiang occasionally glanced at the kitchen, worried. They won't blow up my kitchen, will they? Don't worry, old Su. What if they give us a surprise? Don't always think the worst. Wang Xiang comforted him. Facts prove that Su Jiang was indeed overthinking. Although An Rou and Jiming's cooking skills were indeed not great, they wouldn't go as far as blowing up the kitchen. An hour later, the four sat at the dining table. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang stared at the two dishes on the table, falling into endless silence. Because An Rou and Jiming had limited abilities, they realized halfway through that they had indeed overestimated their strength. So in the end, each of them only made one dish. These chicken wings. Su Jiang poked the chicken wings on the plate with his chopsticks. I made them, how are they? An Rou had some excitement in her eyes. These were her unique, creative dishes. Su Jiang's eyelids twitched as he looked at the colorful chicken wings on the plate and said, I'm relatively familiar with these yellowish chicken wings, but these green ones. It's spinach juice, I added spinach juice. Then the purple ones. Dragon fruit. Then these black ones. Burnt. You burnt them, yet you can still be so self-righteous? Then these orange ones. They're Orleans flavor. Su Jiang, it's fine if you don't recognize the others, but you don't recognize this one either? An Rou was a little displeased. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. It was mainly because it was on the same plate as the other contestants, so he really didn't expect it to be so normal. An Rou clapped her hands, looking at Su Jiang with some anticipation. How is it? My chicken wings are creative, right? Yes, creative, so creative it's killing me. Su Jiang felt utterly disheartened. 80. Love to eat or not to eat barbecue restaurant. I thought An Rou was already ridiculous enough, but I didn't expect Jiang to be just as bad. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang watched the dark, unidentifiable object in front of Jiang and swallowed with difficulty. Jiang, what is this you've made? Wang Xiang asked awkwardly. Salt-baked eggs, Jiang said, a little guilty. There was a slight accident while I was making them. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. How big of an accident would it take to turn eggs into that? It's like this, Jiang explained, her face red. I saw online that to make salt-baked eggs, you first spread salt on the bottom, then add peppercorns and star anise, and then bury the eggs. Get to the point. The eggs exploded. Jiang hung her head, too embarrassed to look at the two of them. She had wanted to show off her skills, but she had overestimated herself. Even An Rou's multicolored chicken wings were much better than hers. At least they were edible. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang simultaneously covered their foreheads and sighed. If they had known this, they should have firmly stopped them earlier. How about we just go out to eat? Su Jiang suggested. Right, I just remembered, my maternal uncle recently opened a new barbecue restaurant. How about I take you guys there? Wang Xiang quickly chimed in. If he really ate the dishes made by these two sisters, he felt that diarrhea would be the best-case scenario. An Rou and Jiang, hearing this, didn't insist further, as they now understood their own culinary limitations. However, An Rou insisted that Su Jiang try her chicken wings. Su Jiang had no choice but to pick the Orleans flavor, which looked the safest. How was the taste, you ask? Su Jiang could only say he was glad he chose the Orleans flavor. The taste of the other few contenders was simply unimaginable. However, upholding the excellent tradition of not wasting food, Su Jiang didn't throw away the two dishes. Instead, Fuguwei, extra meal for you tonight. Su Jiang, with a sinister smile, approached Fuguwei with 2 plates of dark cuisine. Meow, what are you doing? Fuguwei's fur instantly bristled, his face filled with fear. His short legs kept backing away, but he was backed up against the balcony, with nowhere left to retreat. Fuguwei, you need to think carefully. These are dishes An Rou made. If you dislike them, An Rou will be sad. Su Jiang's voice was like a devil's whisper. And you just lost 10 demands to me, remember? I believe our little Fuguwei is a trustworthy little cat, right? Watching the desperate expression on Fuguwei's face, Su Jiang felt a surge of satisfaction, as if a great vendetta had been avenged. Let this foolish cat be ungrateful. Everything you do, I've noted down meticulously in my little book. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Fuguwei looked at the 2 plates of dark cuisine before him, his cat face full of internal conflict. To eat or not to eat? That was a question worth pondering. As he left, Su Jiang didn't forget to whisper a reminder to Fuguwei. Remember to eat your dinner clean and be an honest little cat. Click. The door closed, leaving only one sad little cat inside. Meow. I was wrong. Fuguwei was now filled with regret, but it wasn't regret for being ungrateful to Su Jiang. Rather, he regretted that when he played cards with Su Jiang just now, he shouldn't have flipped that queen of diamonds. If he had flipped another card, he might have won. A gambling cat, gambling until he had nothing left. Yes, maternal uncle, I'll bring some friends to your restaurant in a bit. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. What? You happen to be at the restaurant. That's great. I'll introduce Jiang to you. Okay, see you soon. In the ride-sharing car, Wang Xiang sat in the passenger seat, talking on the phone with his maternal uncle. Su Jiang and the other two sat in the back. Ming, hearing that she was about to meet Wang Xiang's maternal uncle, nervously clutched the corner of her clothes. Wang Xiang happened to turn his head. Ming, don't be nervous. My maternal uncle is very gentle. It's just a simple meeting. Ming responded softly, still looking a bit nervous. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting, as if he saw through something. Could it be that Wang Xiang had deliberately planned this to introduce Ming to his family? If that were true, then Wang Xiang's move was terrifyingly brilliant. Soon, everyone got out of the car at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Eat or not barbecue restaurant. Su Jiang's eye twitched as he looked up at the restaurant's name. I came up with the name. How is it? Catchy enough, Wang Xiang said excitedly. Su Jiang and the other two lowered their heads, silent. Your maternal uncle didn't kill you. He truly has a good temper. Before Wang Xiang could speak, a figure appeared at the restaurant entrance and walked towards them. Maternal uncle. Wang Xiang waved excitedly. Su Jiang and the other two looked up. Su Jiang and An Rou instantly froze. The person Wang Xiang called maternal uncle was someone they knew, and even found unbelievable. Wang Xuelin, the representative of the Gray family, the Wang family, who appeared at Fengting restaurant that day. He's actually Wang Xiang's maternal uncle. Su Jiang and An Rou mechanically turned to look at Wang Xiang, their movements surprisingly synchronized. You brat, you said you'd live an ordinary life, but now you suddenly have a powerful background? Wang Xuelin had a smile on his face. The moment he saw Su Jiang and An Rou, he also froze. What the heck? He wasn't familiar with Su Jiang, but he knew An Rou. How did Wang Xiang end up with the An family people? Maternal uncle, this is Ming, my girlfriend. Wang Xiang excitedly pulled Ming's hand and introduced her to Wang Xuelin. And this is my brother, Su Jiang, and the one next to him is An Rou. Then, he turned around and introduced them to Su Jiang and the others. This is my maternal uncle. And maternal uncle, hello. Ming's greeting was a bit shaky, showing she was still nervous. Wang Xuelin quickly reacted. Hello. Ming, right? You're really pretty. It's a shame for our Xiaoyang. Maternal uncle, what are you saying? Wang Xiang was displeased. What did he mean? A shame for himself. He was clearly quite handsome, too, wasn't he? Come, everyone, don't stand at the door. Let's go in and chat. Wang Xuelin smiled and ushered everyone inside, acting like an ordinary barbecue restaurant owner, completely without the imposing presence he had at Fengting restaurant that day. During this time, Wang Xuelin subtly shook his head at Su Jiang and An Rou, signaling them not to speak carelessly. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest sparking in him. What was Wang Xuelin trying to hide? So, while everyone was ordering, Su Jiang found an excuse to meet Wang Xuelin in a corner. When Wang Xuelin saw that it was Su Jiang, he frowned slightly. He hadn't investigated Su Jiang, so he didn't know what kind of relationship Su Jiang had with the An family. But looking at the situation between Wang Xiang and Su Jiang, it seemed their relationship was very good. Uncle Wang, long time no see, huh? Su Jiang said with a smile. Wang Xuelin, hearing this, stared at Su Jiang and sighed softly. Wang Xiang, he doesn't know about the Wang family's affairs. Indeed, Su Jiang's eyes lit up. He had guessed correctly. 81. Disgusting brotherhood. Wang Xiang's parents passed away when he was very young, so I've been the one raising him ever since. Because of certain reasons, the An family was somewhat displeased with him, so I never let him get involved with the family. After he grew up, I sent him to Jiangdu for school. All this time, he thought I was his only relative and didn't know about the An family's existence. Wang Xuelin smoked as he told Su Jiang about Wang Xiang. Su Jiang listened, frowning. He knew about Wang Xiang's parents. Wang Xiang had told him before. The main thing is, you, old man, are just smoking and telling stories by yourself? Where's my cigarette? Don't you know to offer me one too? Su Jiang felt indignant, but then he thought, never mind. If An Rou caught him smoking in this corner with an uncle, she would probably get angry again. So, Wang Xiang knows nothing about the major families? That's right. Wang Xuelin nodded. So I hope your An family doesn't get him involved. It's fine for you to interact normally, but I don't want him to fall into danger. Do you understand? Su Jiang blinked. Why are you telling me this? I'm not part of the An family. Go tell An Mingjia. TSK, I forgot, and Mingjia is probably gnawing on compressed biscuits in some corner of the isolated island right now. Don't worry, Uncle, with my relationship with Wang Jiang, I guarantee he'll live an ordinary, normal life. Su Jiang patted his chest and promised, giving Wang Xuelin an incredibly brilliant smile. Wang Xuelin was about to nod when Su Jiang's tone shifted. But Su Jiang showed his white teeth. Wang Jiang is my good brother after all, and keeping this from him makes me feel very guilty. Wang Xuelin frowned. So, in the future, when we come here for barbecue, can we get it for free? That's it. Wang Xuelin didn't react for a moment. I thought you were going to leverage this to ask me for this and that. In the end, you just want free barbecue? Can't you aim higher? Wang Xuelin was a little regretful now. He felt that Wang Jiang, and even himself, getting involved with this person named Su Jiang was not a good thing. All right, from now on, whenever you bring people, it's on the house. Uncle is generous. Su Jiang clapped his hands, calling him uncle one after another, more affectionately than Wang Jiang. Old Su, what are you doing here? Wang Jiang poked his head over. He had been looking for Su Jiang for a long time. He found Su Jiang and his uncle secretly doing something in this small corner, and he felt something was strange. Wang Xuelin frowned. Had Wang Jiang already grown suspicious? What to do? Su Jiang gave Wang Xuelin a reassuring look, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in Wang Jiang's ear. I'm here helping you speak well of Ji Ming. Why are you interrupting? I was just praising you. Our uncle now has an excellent impression of Ji Ming. Remember to treat me to a meal later. With that, Su Jiang patted Wang Jiang's shoulder and gave him a look. Good brothers, in our hearts. Wang Jiang immediately understood that he had misunderstood Su Jiang and felt guilty. He hadn't expected that. Although Su Jiang didn't seem like a person, he was quite considerate of his brother at critical moments. He nodded heavily and quietly replied, Don't worry, old Su. I'll remember this favor. When I marry Ming Ming, you must sit at the main table. When you find out the truth, just don't kick me out of your wedding hall. Su Jiang thought to himself. The two greeted Wang Xuelin and returned to their seats. Su Jiang leaned his head close to An Rou's ear and quietly recounted his conversation with Wang Xuelin. That's how it is, so from now on, we don't have to pay to eat here. An Rou couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Jiang when she heard the end. Is that the main point? Also, help me remember, Wang Xing owes me a meal, and we'll sit at the main table at the wedding. Why don't you remember it yourself? Judging from your ability to hold grudges, your memory should be better than mine. Thud. Su Jiang was stepped on. Thanks to Wang Jiang's connection, everyone thoroughly enjoyed this barbecue. Wang Xuelin brought out the best quality meat from his barbecue restaurant for them. At the same time, he also expressed his sincere joy and blessings for the love between Wang Jiang and Ji Ming. This naturally made Wang Jiang and Ji Ming overjoyed. To let the four of them relax, Wang Xuelin found an excuse to leave after eating a little with them. As he left, he couldn't help but glance at Su Jiang, who was gorging himself, his eye twitching. If Su Jiang ate like this every day at his restaurant, could he even keep it open? Forget it. If worst comes to worst, he'd put up a sign at the entrance later. Su Jiang and dogs not allowed inside. Old Su, are you going to Jiang Yu's class tomorrow? Wang Jiang asked. What do you think? You're not going to mark key points. I heard the school recently isn't allowing teachers to mark key points anymore. Really? Then what about the exams? What are you afraid of? Only academic underachievers like us are afraid, all right? Wang Jiang looked at Su Jiang with disdain. Do you even need key points marked? Your brain is full of key points. Wang Jiang suddenly remembered something, quickly stood up, and eagerly picked up a slice of beef for Su Jiang, his face full of flattery. Su Gu, when it's time for the exam, can you help me out? I don't ask for much, just enough to pass. He wanted Su Jiang to help him cheat. Su Jiang lowered his gaze, slowly eating the beef Wang Jiang had picked for him, and said indifferently, Lao Wang, you know, I'm not the kind of person to do that kind of thing. I'll buy you the new Yasuo skin. But then again, that kind of thing isn't impossible to do. Su Jiang's tone shifted, and he exchanged a smile with Wang Jiang. Although he didn't lack the money for that skin, the meaning was different. This skin was Wang Jiang's filial offering to him. This kind of psychological pleasure couldn't be bought with any amount of money. Since you've already asked, as your good brother, it wouldn't be right for me not to help you. An Rou and Jiang bit their lower lips, looking at the two of them completing this transaction with disdain. Truly disgusting brotherhood. And later, because of this transaction, Wang Xiang wished he could chop Su Jiang into pieces. Everyone continued eating. Suddenly, Su Jiang noticed An Rou was a bit distracted. "What's wrong?" he asked quietly. "I wonder how my brother and the others are doing now." An Rou was still a little worried. "Don't worry, they've already landed on the island. Everything is going smoothly." "How do you know?" An Rou asked, puzzled. Su Jiang smiled confidently, pulled out his phone, opened the chat messages, and handed it to An Rou. It showed Yang Ming's chat history with him. The latest message was sent not long ago and only had 8 characters. "And family landed on island. Everything smooth." And the previous message was, "Feng family has departed." And Rou's mouth slightly opened, looking at Su Jiang with some surprise. Su Jiang looked smug. "Didn't expect it, huh? Your buddy has connections at the supervisory bureau. I'm their psychologist." However, Su Jiang's smugness lasted less than 2 seconds before his face instantly changed, and he started sweating profusely. And Rou gave him a gentle smile, then quickly scrolled the phone screen. Her slender finger gently tapped to open the photo album. 82. Wealth is the eternal god. It's over. I was careless. Su Jiang's soul nearly fled his body. He swore he had never been so terrified. Anyone could look at his photo album except An Rou. Absolutely not. It would be the death of him. He had originally thought An Rou had forgotten, or rather, given up on the idea of looking at Su Jiang's phone album. He didn't expect that girl had been patiently enduring until now. Su Jiang had probably forgotten that he had just said An Rou held grudges. And now, An Rou's finger had already touched the phone screen. The photo album, like Pandora's box, was about to be opened. An Rou, at this moment, was like a little devil, showing an evil smile at the phone. Su Jiang seemed to see those small black ears popping out from An Rou's head again. He reached out to snatch the phone, but it was too late. The phone automatically opened to the first photo. Then, a cat's head instantly filled the entire phone screen, its cat eyes full of great confusion. Su Jiang. An Rou? Why is it Fugaway? An Rou frowned, then swiped back a few more photos. All of them, without exception, were Fugaway's selfies. Just then, Su Jiang's hand had already touched his own phone, and he quickly rescued it from An Rou's hand. Phew. Oh, Fugaway. Really, taking photos with my phone when I wasn't around. I definitely need to give him a good lecture later. Su Jiang mumbled, while quickly turning off his phone. In his heart, he wished he could hug Fugaway and kiss him twice. Well done, silly cat. Although I don't know why you would use my phone to take pictures. But, your dried fish are secured. You are my eternal god. An Rou's hands were empty, and her mouth puffed out in anger. It was so rare to have such an opportunity. After this, Su Jiang's vigilance would definitely greatly increase, and it would certainly be even harder for her to look at his photo album again. Stinky Fugaway, you just wait. An Rou, at this moment, had completely blamed all her resentment on Fugaway. If it hadn't been for its curiosity, secretly taking pictures with Su Jiang's phone, she would have definitely been able to destroy those embarrassing photos this time. An Rou was unhappy, fiercely eating roasted meat. At the same time, at Su Jiang's house, Fugaway was lying on the balcony, looking distressed, nibbling on the chicken wings An Rou made, bite by bite. Suddenly, it shivered, feeling as if some terrifying presence had set its eyes on it. It cautiously looked around and found nothing unusual. Meow. A delusion? Fugaway let out a soft meow, shook its head, and continued to gnaw on the colorful chicken wings. It had to finish them all before Su Jiang came back, because it was a trustworthy little cat. At the Lin family, Lin Hui was holding a document, his expression fluctuating. And Mingjia, that madman, actually dragged the Feng family into the isolated island battlefield. And what exactly happened at the supervisory bureau for them to team up with the An family? The Feng family also has some unusual movements. Could An Mingjia have discovered something? Lin Hui muttered to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Things had completely spiraled out of his control. Or rather, from the very beginning, he was an outsider. He held his head in his hands, collapsing onto the sofa in some pain. No matter how intelligent he was, his mind was a mess at this moment. What the hell went wrong? Lin Hui was in a fit of impotent rage. It seemed that ever since he sent Wu Chengren out, events had become increasingly absurd. Feng Qingye's suspicion of him, the sudden intervention of the Supervisory Bureau, and in Mingjie's decisive initiation of the war. Everything had changed too quickly. Although plans can't keep up with changes, they shouldn't change this much. Lin Hui was a bit helpless, but since things had come to this, he had to modify his original plan. The thought of it made him speechless. How many times had he changed his plan already? He even wondered if something would happen again tomorrow, forcing him to change it again. Sigh, let me sort out my thoughts first. Lin Hui sighed, closed his eyes, and began to organize his thoughts in his mind. The Feng family and the An family are both currently in the isolated island battlefield. The people from the Supervisory Bureau are also shorthanded because they need to perform their supervisory duties. The Wang family currently has no movement. They are probably also observing. So now, the only one I can mobilize is An Rou. As soon as he thought of this, he opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. Should he make a move on An Rou? Lin Hui hesitated. He wanted to make a move, but he didn't dare. He was afraid An Mingjie had set a trap on An Rou. Even though An Mingjie was currently in the isolated island battlefield, he still didn't dare. Because he had fallen for it once, and the impression was deep, so he was a bit too scared now. I can't make a move, but that doesn't mean others can't. Moreover, this person cannot be from the Lin family, nor can they be associated with the Lin family. Wu Chengren is probably out of the picture, so who else in Jiangdu City can be used now? He lightly tapped the table, constantly pondering. Suddenly, Lin Hui's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He called out towards the door. Wu Yong, here. The man, likely wearing a hood, walked in. He was Lin Hui's capable subordinate, Wu Yong. Feng Haoshuan was taken to the Supervisory Bureau, right? Yes, he is currently being held there. Can you take a few people and rescue him? Wu Yong remained silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, he spoke. 10 people, and I'll bring him out. Lin Hui nodded, waving his hand lightly. Go, and make it clean. Yes. Wu Yong silently left the room to gather his men and rescue Feng Haoshuan. He didn't ask Lin Hui why he wanted to save Feng Haoshuan. He only knew that all of Lin Hui's orders were for the Lin family. After the Lin family was abandoned by that person. In these years, it was Lin Hui alone who managed to bring the Lin family to this point. They would believe Lin Hui's words without hesitation. After Wu Yong left, Lin Hui pinched the bridge of his nose, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Feng Haoshuan. Lin Hui gave a self-deprecating smile, never imagining that one day he would send someone to rescue such a useless person. However, useless is good. Useless people are the easiest to control. Given Feng Haoshuan's relationship with the An family, as long as he rescued him and then enticed him, this fool would definitely not miss the chance to take down An Rou. Even if An Mingjie defeated the Feng family, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory. And by then, with An Rou in his hands, An Mingjie and the An family would definitely not be his opponents. Both the Feng family and the An family could be annihilated without any effort. Then the Lin family's path to becoming a leading family would be unobstructed. Haha, this plan will definitely be foolproof. Lin Hui smiled confidently, extending his hand and lightly clenching it, as if everything had returned to his control. 83, God of Wealth? You can believe it. Eat or not, barbecue restaurant. Su Jiang was almost full. The other 3 had long since finished eating. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched. He felt that Su Jiang's appetite had grown even larger. With him eating like this, could An Rou afford to feed him? An Rou covered her face with her hand, turning her head away, ashamed to be associated with Su Jiang. Wang Xuelin was already considering writing a notice board. Finally, the group waited until Su Jiang was full before leaving the barbecue restaurant. Uncle, we're leaving first. All right, remember to come again next time. Except Su Jiang, Wang Xuelin said with a smile. Wang Xiang and the others stood at the doorway, waving goodbye to Wang Xuelin. Su Jiang and Wang Xuelin exchanged a glance, and both subtly nodded. Wang Xuelin's nod meant, remember your promise, don't let Wang Xiang get involved. Su Jiang's nod meant, the food was great, I'll be back. Apparently, both parties misunderstood each other, but it didn't stop their telepathic nods. After walking for a while, the 4 split into 2 pairs, each going off to their own two-person world. After all, a four-person world was too crowded. All right, let's take a taxi home. Jiang pulled out his phone, ready to hail a cab. An Rou's small eyes darted around, seeing that it wasn't dark yet, and she spoke. Jiang, let's go climb Jiangdu Rainbow Mountain. Huh? Jiang's mouth twitched. Do you know how tall Rainbow Mountain is? Can you even climb it? An Rou pouted. But I heard there's a marriage tree at the top of Rainbow Mountain. So, I want to go pray for my brother's safety. That's a marriage tree. Then just pray for his marriage. He's single anyway. Jiang rubbed his forehead, looking at An Rou with some suspicion. Are you sure you can climb it? Of course, I got a perfect score on my physical education exam back then. An Rou said confidently. So Jiang had no choice but to change the taxi destination to the foot of Rainbow Mountain. About less than an hour later, the foot of Rainbow Mountain was packed with people. Jiang and An Rou stood quietly in place, expressionlessly looking ahead. In front of them stood two familiar figures. Cough. What a coincidence. Are you two also here to climb the mountain? Wang Jiang scratched his head, and Jiming stood beside him, also a bit surprised. They had spontaneously decided to come climb Rainbow Mountain, and never expected Jiang and An Rou to be here too. Jiang stared at Wang Jiang with dead fish eyes. What are you two doing here? What kind of question is that? Of course, we're here to climb the mountain. Not for the marriage tree. Holy crap, how did you know? Wang Jiang glanced at Jiming, then cautiously leaned in and whispered to Jiang. Jiming wants to make a wish and check in at that marriage tree. Jiang nodded. All right, they were all here for that broken marriage tree. I really don't understand why these superstitious things attract so many people, Jiang said helplessly. You can say that again, in this day and age, who still believes in these gods and Buddhists? Wang Jiang echoed. And so, the four began their long climb up the mountain. For the first fifth of the journey, they climbed with relative ease. The first one to give out was Jiming. By the time they reached a third of the way, Wang Jiang was supporting Jiming, and his pace gradually slowed. An Rou was also drenched in sweat at this point, occasionally gasping for breath, indicating her stamina was also nearing its limit. Jiang raised an eyebrow and whispered into An Rou's ear. I heard you have to climb this mountain step by step, or your wish won't come true. An Rou exhaled, giving him a glare. Who told you that? The old man who was coming down just now. I chatted with him for a couple of sentences. Phew, I can't do it. Jiang, carry me. TSK, not going to pray for your brother's marriage anymore. Never mind, let him be single. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Mingjia. So, that's your standing in your sister's heart? With a light chuckle, Jiang squatted in front of An Rou, and An Rou leaned slightly forward, softly falling onto Jiang's back. Jiang charge. An Rou instantly felt no longer tired, happily pointing ahead. Charge your head. There are so many people. What if you bump into someone later? Jiang playfully cursed, holding An Rou's legs with both hands, and walked step by step towards the mountaintop. The people around saw Jiang carrying An Rou without changing his expression or even breathing heavily, and they all gave him a thumbs up, marveling at his youthful physique. Wang Jiang, seeing this from behind, also gritted his teeth. How could his physical fitness be inferior to Jiang's? He immediately squatted down and said domineeringly, Ming, get on. I'll carry you. Jiming didn't stand on ceremony with him and directly climbed onto his back. Wang Jiang exhaled, pushed off with his legs, stood up, and his expression changed. Oh no, he had overestimated himself. His legs trembled slightly, but as a man, even if he had to bite the bullet, he had to carry Jiming to the top of the mountain. Jiang, are you all right? Jiming saw Wang Jiang constantly sweating and said with some concern, Maybe I should just get down and walk. No need. Wang Jiang spoke up, insisting. Don't worry, Ming, I exercise regularly. This little bit of walking is a piece of cake for me. Jiang's ears twitched ahead. Hearing Wang Jiang's words, he silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're tough. Let's see how long you can keep it up. However, to Jiang's surprise, Wang Jiang actually gritted his teeth and carried Jiming all the way to the top of the mountain. In the temple at the summit of Rainbow Mountain, Wang Jiang sat on a chair, constantly gasping for breath, his legs trembling like a butterfly flapping its wings. Su Jiang stood to the side, making a tooting sound. Is the power of love really that great? Su Jiang exclaimed. Wang Xiang, hearing this, gave him a glare. He was too tired to speak now. Su Jiang sat down beside Wang Xiang, his gaze fixed on the large tree not far away. Under the marriage tree, An Rou and Jiang both held a piece of red paper, writing something. They also took out their phones, constantly taking photos. Su Jiang and Wang Xiang both shook their heads slightly, scoffing at such superstitious behavior. The two of them were pure atheists. Mommy, there's a god of wealth temple over there. A child's voice came from behind, and Su Jiang and Wang Xiang's ears twitched. They stood up simultaneously and exchanged glances. God of wealth. Now that's something to believe in. Wang Xiang no longer cared about his shaky legs. He followed Su Jiang's pace, walking towards the god of wealth temple without looking back. Under the marriage tree, An Rou was seriously writing her wish on the paper. Huh, An Rou, you bought 2 wish papers? Jiang only then noticed that An Rou had actually written on 2 pieces of paper. An Rou nodded lightly, blushing. Because I have quite a few wishes. Jiang smiled upon hearing this and didn't press further. An Rou's lips curled into a smile. After finishing, she found an empty branch and hung both wish papers on it. One was praying for An Mingjie and the others to return safely, and the other was written for Su Jiang. She didn't care if this tree only dealt with marriage. She only had these 2 wishes, and it would be great if they could both come true. After the 2 girls hung their wishes, they took a few more photos together, checked in, and then went to look for Su Jiang and Wang Xiang. Huh, that's strange. Where did those 2 run off to? Jiang scratched her head. How could 2 grown men disappear in the blink of an eye? Sister Jiang, there are so many people over there. Should we go take a look? An Rou pointed to the crowd gathered inside the God of Wealth temple, her eyes filled with curiosity. As for Su Jiang and Wang Xiang, how could 2 grown men be kidnapped? Immediately, the 2 walked towards the God of Wealth temple. Pushing through the crowd, An Rou and Jiang saw the 2 incredibly devout figures in the center, and their steps immediately halted. The 2 people in the center of the crowd were none other than Su Jiang and Wang Xiang. Just as they were wondering what was going on, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang's actions made them want to turn around and leave immediately. And Rou's face turned even redder, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Damn Su Jiang, aren't you not superstitious? 84. This is a true believer. Devout, too devout. Unbelievable. How poor must one be to have such a craving for money? Look at the pureness in their eyes, with no other thoughts in their hearts but the God of wealth. Believers, these are true believers. In front of the God of Wealth statue, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang knelt on prayer mats, one on the left and one on the right. They clasped their hands together, raised them above their heads, bowed deeply, and then looked up. An Rou and Jiang thought that was the end of it. But unexpectedly, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang remained kneeling in place, speaking one after another. Almighty God of Wealth, Su Jiang said, please bestow upon us endless wealth. Wang Xiang said, your 2 most devout believers, Su Jiang said. Here, we offer you everything we have, Wang Xiang said. If you can also hear the call from the depths of our hearts, Su Jiang said, then please, give us a response. Let us know that you are with us, Wang Xiang said. Amen, Su Jiang said. Ba, Wang Xiang said. Immediately after, they clasped their hands together, raised them above their heads, and bowed deeply once more. It was as if they were performing some kind of cult ritual. Around them, the entire hall was silent. The few people who had just praised them now tightly shut their mouths, unsure what to say. They felt like every sentence could be ridiculed. But then they also felt that every ridicule would be a waste of breath. In this silent atmosphere, An Rou and Jiang buried their heads deeply, feeling incredibly embarrassed. The 2 of them tightly clenched their small fists, wishing they could go up and grab Su Jiang and Wang Xiang for a good beating. Finally, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang's ritual was complete. They stood up, turning back every 3 steps, reluctantly walking out of the God of Wealth Hall. Old Su, do you think this will really work for us? Trust me, it'll definitely work. No one is more devout than us 2. If the God of Wealth really has money, He'll definitely think of us first. Then I'm relieved. Huh, where are Ji Ming and An Rou? The two looked around and finally spotted An Rou and Ji Ming not far away, walking towards them. Strangely, when An Rou and Ji Ming saw them approaching, they covered their faces and fled as if they had seen a ghost. Who are these two? They don't know them. It has nothing to do with them. They came alone. It's too embarrassing. Strange, why are they running? Su Jiang asked, puzzled. I don't know. Could it be that they made some embarrassing wish and don't dare to face us anymore? Wang Xiang boldly guessed. Possibly. After all, girls care about their image. Su Jiang nodded in agreement. On the way down the mountain, no matter what Su Jiang and Wang Xiang said, An Rou and Ji Ming simply ignored them. They even maintained a distance. This left the two of them bewildered. And so, they walked all the way to the foot of the mountain. Only when the two girls saw that there weren't many people around did they finally agree to talk to these two guys. You too, aren't you not superstitious? An Rou asked angrily. Except for the god of wealth, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang said as if it were obvious. You. An Rou pointed at Su Jiang, her mouth open for a long time, but in the end, she just snorted coldly and gave up. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Getting angry isn't worth it. Ji Ming also gave a wry smile. She hadn't expected Wang Xiang to become so absurd when he was with Su Jiang. Finally, they said their goodbyes. It was late at night, and it was time for everyone to go home. As Su Jiang and An Rou got into the car, Wang Xiang raised an eyebrow at Su Jiang, quietly gave him a thumbs up, his face full of envy. Look at Su Jiang and An Rou. They've already started living together. When will he be able to progress to that stage? Su Jiang, expressionless, returned him a middle finger. By the time the two arrived home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Entering the room and turning on the lights, Su Jiang's first glance fell upon the white cat, Fugui, on the balcony, lying on his back, barely alive. Su Jiang quickly ran over and picked up Fugui. Fugui's eyes twitched. He looked at Su Jiang, extended his small paw, pointed at the empty plate on the table, and whimpered softly. Meow, I finished eating. Meow meow, only 9 requests left. Su Jiang was immediately moved. What a silly cat. You really. I'm going to cry. You clearly saved me. If it weren't for you, An Rou would have seen the photos in my phone's album. And I actually forced you to eat that kind of malicious food. I'm truly not a human. Su Jiang felt incredibly guilty. Su Jiang, what's wrong with Fugui? An Rou asked while struggling to change her slippers. She was wearing boots today, which were a bit difficult to take off. Su Jiang blinked and replied without turning his head. Nothing. Fugui is asleep. Good thing he fell asleep quickly. I was planning to settle accounts with him. An Rou still remembered that if it weren't for Fugui, she would have seen Su Jiang's phone album. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Then, how about I wake him up for you? While An Rou still had some anger, it might as well be vented on the silly cat. Otherwise, there's no telling if it would be vented on him later. What? You ask about my guilt just now. Don't be silly, what's that worth? Anyway, this silly cat won't die. Su Jiang kept this favor in mind. As for when it would be repaid, that was hard to say. An Rou heard Su Jiang say this, stood still, and tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Forget it. I'll let him off the hook this time. An Rou still gave up. It was just a small cat. What could it understand? It was unintentional, so it could be forgiven. That's great, Fugui. You've got a cat's life, Su Jiang said to Fugui, somewhat relieved. Fugui struggled to open his eyes, waving his small paws, wanting to hit Su Jiang. Su Jiang held his paw and whispered, Fugui, you rest well. I'll definitely put in a good word for you. With that, he tossed Fugui into the cat bed, letting him sleep peacefully. Who? Su Jiang let out a long sigh, his hands crossed as he habitually prepared to take off his shirt. Suddenly, he froze, his hands stiff. He forgot. He wasn't living alone anymore. Now that he was living under the same roof as An Rou, he couldn't be as unrestrained at home as before. An Rou blinked when she saw this and said softly, Are you going to take a bath? Why don't you go first? Su Jiang said. Shower gel and everything are in the bathroom. An Rou nodded and silently walked into the room. The climb had made her sweat a lot, and she could barely stand it anymore. A moment later, she emerged with some toiletries, her eyes flickering, her steps hurried. When she reached the bathroom door, she turned to Su Jiang and said, Then, Then I'll go first. You wait a bit. With that, she quickly slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. She was so fast that Jiang didn't even get a clear look. Sitting on the sofa, gently shaking his head, Jiang, having nothing to do, simply pulled out his phone and started playing Candy Crush. He still hadn't cleared that level from the afternoon. Under the cover of night, Jiangdu City was silent. Supervisory Bureau, basement. This was where the Supervisory Bureau held prisoners. Anyone apprehended by Supervisory Bureau agents was detained here, because most of the Supervisory Bureau's forces were currently dispatched to monitor the isolated island battlefield. Therefore, only a small number of people remained to guard these prisoners. But at this moment, the basement door, which should have been sealed, was open. The two agents on duty had fallen in pools of blood, completely lifeless. Wu Yang, leading 10 Lin family members, stood at the door of Feng Haoshuan's cell, his expression extremely grim. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Hui's number. Once connected, he slowly spoke. Leader, Feng Haoshuan, is not at the Supervisory Bureau. We arrived too late. Someone got to Feng Haoshuan before us and rescued him, and Wu Yang swallowed, looking at the several Lin family badges on the ground, and said in a low voice, They also killed people from the Supervisory Bureau and left our family badges. We were tricked. 85. Jiang is out to his bestiality? Half an hour has passed. Jiang still hadn't cleared the match, 3 game. But that wasn't the main point. Fu Guo had already recovered, but An Rou still hadn't finished washing. Nothing went wrong, did it? Jiang glanced at the bathroom. By this time, the frog would almost be boiled alive in warm water, wouldn't it? Cautiously getting up, Jiang tiptoed to the bathroom door. I don't have any other intentions. I'm truly just worried about her. Muttering this to himself, Jiang reached out and knocked on the bathroom door. An Rou was clearly startled by the knocking, and she retorted coquettishly. Jiang, are you sick? Knocking suddenly. I saw you were taking so long to wash. I was afraid something might have happened to you. Something happened to my foot. Don't you know girls need time to shower? How would I know? Jiang rubbed his nose. He hadn't really interacted with girls much before. He returned to the sofa dejectedly, his eyes full of distress. With this kind of washing, the water and electricity bill would surely increase next month. For him, who was already not well off, it was adding insult to injury. No, I'll keep a record and get An Mingjie to reimburse me later. A plan formed in Jiang's mind. He rummaged through the drawer for paper and pen and began to write. Since he entrusted An Rou to me, it's perfectly reasonable for me to ask him for some money, right? Water and electricity bill. Let's make it 2,000. Jiang quickly wrote on the paper. Anyway, An Mingjie had no evidence, so whatever amount he said, An Mingjie would have to pay. If he didn't pay, he wouldn't hand over the person. He would keep An Rou. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang's lips curved into a wild grin. He was going to swindle An Mingjie out of a large sum. An Rou's bed fee. An Rou's daily necessities fee. An Rou's breathing fee. At the end, on the total line, Jiang directly wrote down an exorbitant price of 100,000 yuan. He secretly planned in his mind to find an opportunity for An Rou to put her fingerprint on it. Then what could An Mingjie say? Click. The bathroom door slowly opened, and An Rou's figure appeared at the bathroom entrance. Her wet hair clung tightly to her cheeks and neck, and water droplets dripped continuously onto the floor from her strands. An Rou had already changed into a pink pajama set, and a faint blush remained on her face. Jiang was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, swiftly hiding the An Rou expense list he had just written behind his back. Jiang, I'm done washing you. An Rou's words trailed off. Her eyes filled with suspicion as she glanced behind Jiang. What are you hiding? She quickly stepped forward. Nothing. I was just drawing. Jiang stood up, constantly backing away. Really? An Rou pressed closer, her face disbelieving. Then let me see it. Jiang's demeanor clearly indicated he was up to no good, and the content on the paper must be related to her. An Rou already had experience with this. Jiang was pushed into a corner by An Rou. The distance between them was minimal, their breaths intertwining. His nose twitched slightly, and Jiang could already smell the faint fragrance of shampoo. TSK, she was actually using a certain brand of shampoo. My Facey shampoo was unworthy. But that wasn't the main point. Su Jiang forced a smile. An Rou, sensing Su Jiang was about to escape, decisively reached out and grabbed his arm. An Rou pressed close, blinking her large eyes and saying, "Since it's just a drawing, what can't you show me?" Then, she skillfully shook Su Jiang's arm, whining, "Su Jiang, let me see. What did you draw that makes you so nervous?" "Damn it. This trick again?" Su Jiang took a deep breath. An Rou's gaze and her whining voice made his heart race. He almost surrendered. But Su Jiang quickly realized that this was his own home. It was one thing to be manipulated by An Rou at the An family, but at his own home, could he fall for the same trick twice in the same place? No, absolutely not. Su Jiang suddenly exerted force and lifted An Rou into a bridal carry. An Rou was a bit bewildered. This wasn't what she had expected. Why had her coquettish charm suddenly failed? Being carried by Su Jiang, An Rou was immediately at a loss. And Su Jiang wasn't doing much better. His arms encircled An Rou's back, feeling the delicate softness of her skin, and his heart, uncooperatively, sped up again. "Su Jiang, what are you doing?" Before An Rou could finish speaking, Su Jiang carried her and quickly walked towards the room. Hey, that's my room," An Rou exclaimed. Didn't he know not to casually enter a girl's boudoir? Su Jiang didn't care about any of that now. He kicked open the room door with his foot, then tossed An Rou onto the bed. An Rou fell onto the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her hands crossed over her chest, her face flushed, and her heart racing. She cursed herself silently. She had played with fire. And this was at Su Jiang's house. What if he went wild? The more An Rou thought about it, the shyer she became. Being carried onto the bed by Su Jiang, her mind was now in a chaotic mess. Does he really want it to me? Her face instantly felt hot. While her heart pounded wildly, she was also conflicted. Should she refuse? Although they were both adults, developing so quickly might not be ideal. They hadn't even kissed yet, and that big oaf Su Jiang hadn't even formally confessed to her or confirmed their relationship. Click. As she thought these things, An Rou heard the sound of the door closing and immediately grew even more nervous, closing her eyes and saying, Su Jiang, please don't do anything rash. Can we take it slow? I won't tease you again in the future. Will you let me off this time, please?" After a long while, An Rou heard no response from Su Jiang. Cautiously opening one eye, An Rou was instantly bewildered. In the room, Su Jiang was nowhere to be seen. Only she lay on the bed, performing a solo act. Phew. Outside the room, Su Jiang held the note, patted his chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had endured this time and hadn't been manipulated by An Rou. As expected of me. Su Jiang silently gave himself a thumbs up, calmed his pounding heart, and looked around. He had to quickly find a place to hide the note. Once An Rou realized what happened, he would be in big trouble. Where should I hide it? Su Jiang searched everywhere, but found no particularly suitable spot. There was always a risk of An Rou discovering it. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he looked towards Fu Gui's cat bed. Fu Gui was lying in his bed, sound asleep, when he suddenly shivered, groggily opened his eyes, and saw Su Jiang staring at him with ill intent. "Meow. What do you want to do now?" Hee, little Fu Gui. Su Jiang chuckled sinisterly, approaching Fu Gui's cat bed. "You still owe me 9 favors, right?" Fu Gui's cat face drooped. He glanced at the note in Su Jiang's hand and immediately understood what he meant. So, he sighed and reluctantly moved his body, creating a small, empty space behind him, signaling Su Jiang to put the note in. Meow. Only 8 favors left. Good. Su Jiang smiled. After stuffing the note in, he didn't forget to stroke Fu Gui's head. Fu Gui was expressionless, filled with immense regret. If only he had known, he would have continued wandering. He shouldn't have played that lousy card game with Su Jiang. With the note hidden, Su Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jiang. An Rou burst out of the room in a rage. She was going to settle the score with Su Jiang. An Rou, calm down. Calm down your head. An Rou completely ignored him, pouncing on Su Jiang, baring her small fangs, and biting directly into Su Jiang's shoulder. 86. To go or not to go? The next morning, Su Jiang and An Rou went to school together. The two walked side by side, Su Jiang occasionally rubbing his shoulder, where there was still a row of teeth marks covered by his clothes. Glancing at An Rou beside him, Jiang felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, by the time An Rou finished biting, she had already forgotten about the note. It wasn't a wasted bite. Buzz buzz. His phone vibrated, and Jiang took it out to see a message from Yang Ming. Both sides have engaged, and family has the advantage. TSK, and Mingjia is capable. Jiang's eyebrows raised. It seems I won't need to make a move then. Nearing 8 o'clock, the two walked into the classroom. Perhaps it was a case of near cinnabar, one turns red, and Rou used to arrive at the classroom early. Now, she actually entered the classroom just in time, like Jiang. Jiang Yu was at the podium, preparing for his last lesson of the semester. Seeing Jiang and An Rou walk in side by side, Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Because they arrived late, only the front row seats were left. Jiang didn't care if it was the front row or not. He sat down and immediately fell asleep. Jiang Yu only glanced at Jiang and then ignored him, seemingly accustomed to this student of his. Go ahead and sleep. Who can outsleep you? Ahem. Today is the last lesson. Jiang Yu cleared his throat, scanning the crowd, and said, I know what you're thinking, but starting this year, the school has clearly stipulated that we cannot give students exam highlights. Everyone groaned. However, Jiang Yu changed the subject, opened the courseware on the big screen, and pointed, saying, the chapters highlighted in yellow are not important. Everyone cheered. Jiang woke up with a start. Flashlights continuously flashed in the classroom, like a press conference. The third subsection of Chapter 5, personally, I really like it. The problems at the end of Chapter 7 are very interesting. You can try to do them when you go back. Recently, I found that some students are still not very clear about some knowledge points of Lagrange's mean value theorem. I suggest everyone deepen their understanding privately. Jiang Yu truly lived up to his reputation as an experienced teacher. He never explicitly mentioned the key points, yet every sentence was a key point. An Rou was taking notes beside him, while Jiang blinked, feeling a bit lost. Why did I wake up? Didn't I already know all that advanced math stuff? It can only be said that this is a gene etched into the DNA of university students. When it comes to highlighting key points, they simply cannot sleep. Especially when there's someone next to you diligently taking notes. Can you still sleep? All right, that's all for this class. Class dismissed. Jiang Yu only taught for half an hour, yet he thoroughly covered all the key points and dismissed class directly, without any delay. Woohoo! Everyone cheered, packing their belongings and heading out. At this moment, going back for a nap was simply the happiest thing in life. Jiang, stay behind, Jiang Yu said calmly. Jiang's steps paused, and he turned his head in disbelief. My foot is already halfway out, and you're telling me to stay? Hee. An Rou looked gleeful, walking outside the classroom to wait for Jiang. Sigh. Jiang sighed, walking back reluctantly. Teacher Jiang, do you need me for something? Jiang forced a smile. What do you think? Jiang Yu said exasperatedly. The advanced math competition is in half a month. You better pay attention, kid. After speaking, he glanced at An Rou standing at the doorway and said earnestly, you must remember, it's fine to be in a relationship, but your academic future is equally important, understand? With your mathematical talent, if you work hard, you will definitely achieve something in the field of mathematics in the future. Jiang Yu held Jiang and talked on, constantly using various PUA tactics. Jiang kept his eyes on the ground, wondering if he should take An Rou to eat grilled cold noodles later. All right, I've said my piece. Remember, you must be responsible for your own life. I definitely can't add cilantro to my grilled cold noodles later. Jiang thought to himself. After being dismissed by Jiang Yu, Jiang felt relieved. All the classes for this semester were finally over. Buzz buzz. Just as he was about to take An Rou to eat grilled cold noodles, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Jiang was puzzled, took out his phone, and it was still a message from Yang Ming. And family was attacked by Rose, Li Kai was shot. And family is at a disadvantage. The situation is not optimistic. Jiang's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. What, bro? A few hours ago, didn't you just tell me that in family had the advantage? Even the plot twists in the entertainment industry aren't this fast, are they? What's wrong? And Rose saw Jiang's bad expression, leaned her head over, and also saw the content on his phone. What? Li Kai was shot. An Rou exclaimed, covering her small mouth, her eyes full of worry. If Li Kai was shot, then what about Mingjie? What about the other family members? How much did family lose in this attack? Su Jiang didn't hesitate and called Yang Ming directly. Beep. Hello, Yang Ming, what's the situation now? How much did family lose? Su Jiang, calm down and listen to me first. Yang Ming's voice was much calmer than Su Jiang's, and then he explained the situation on the isolated island battlefield. A few hours ago, family engaged in battle with Feng family. Under Mingjia's command, family gained the upper hand, and their advantage grew larger and larger. However, he changed the subject. Rose, with Wei Tian's people, suddenly joined the battlefield. Even though Mingjia anticipated this step, he still underestimated Rose's strength. At a critical moment, Li Kai took a bullet for Mingjia, and Mingjia immediately ordered the family members to disperse and flee, which minimized the losses. Now, Feng family's people are fully searching for the scattered family members, eliminating them one by one. If Mingjia has no other options, family might. Yang Ming didn't finish, and Su Jiang's mood also became heavy. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiang felt his hand being tightly held. An Rou looked up. She had heard all of their conversation. She knew what Su Jiang wanted to do. Su Jiang had told her before that if the situation wasn't optimistic, he would go to the isolated island battlefield. And Rou's eyes were red, and she looked at Su Jiang, saying word by word, "Don't go." She couldn't accept losing both Su Jiang and Mingjia at the same time. She would break down. Su Jiang was silent and didn't answer An Rou. An Rou held Su Jiang's hand tightly and said again, "Don't go." Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Su Jiang couldn't help but feel distressed, reaching out to wipe away her tears. "Don't worry, I'll be back. With you still here, how could I not come back?" Su Jiang gently patted An Rou's back, comforting her. However, at this moment, Yang Ming's voice came from the phone again, making both of them stunned stand still. "Su Jiang, I also don't recommend you come over. Director Jiang just told me that Lin Hui has already launched an operation to target An Rou. And Feng Haoshuan was also rescued from the supervisory bureau and is still missing. So, if you go to the isolated island battlefield now, An Rou's situation will become dangerous. With the remaining family personnel, they simply cannot contend with Lin Hui." Damn it. Su Jiang frowned. Why at this precise moment? He should have dealt with Lin Hui back then. If he leaves, An Rou is in danger. If he doesn't leave, Mingjia and the family cannot contend with Rose. How to choose. 87. The source of Anjia family tradition. Yang Ming's words left An Rou and Su Jiang frozen in place. Now, it wasn't a question of whether to leave or not. Staying here would still be dangerous. Su Jiang frowned. What should he do now? Should he seek Wang Xuelin's help and the Wang family's protection? Su Jiang shook his head. He wasn't comfortable entrusting An Rou to the Wang family. But he had to go to the isolated island battlefield. Yang Ming, can the supervisory bureau spare anyone to protect An Rou? Su Jiang turned his thoughts to the supervisory bureau. No, Su Jiang. Yang Ming refused without a second thought. First, we don't have enough people here, and second, what do you take the supervisory bureau for? We aren't under your command. Helping you is purely because of Director Zhang's orders. Damn it. Su Jiang cursed under his breath. He didn't know what to do either. Could he only pray that Mingjia would counterkill? Don't be ridiculous. Although Mingjia was brave and resourceful, he wasn't a god. Forget it, I'll contact you later. After hanging up on Yang Ming, Su Jiang hailed a taxi and returned to the family with An Rou. Lin Hui could make his move at any time, so returning to the family now was undoubtedly the safest option, because the family still had some people left, more or less. 2.5 hours later, at the family, Su Jiang paced back and forth in the living room, pondering a solution. In this situation, he could only deal with Lin Hui first, and then go help Mingjia. But how much time would it take to deal with Lin Hui? And could Mingjia hold on? Could the family hold on? I'm sorry. An Rou sat on the sofa, her head bowed, her voice filled with guilt. She felt so useless. She was just a burden, not only dragging down Mingjia, but also Su Jiang, leading to Su Jiang being in a dilemma now. Su Jiang heard her words and looked at An Rou, thinking that she must be feeling the worst right now. After a moment of thought, Jiang smiled, pulled An Rou into his arms, and comforted her. "It's okay, I can handle it." An Rou lay in Jiang's arms, not speaking, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long while, An Rou spoke, calling out, "Jiang. I'm here. I've thought it through." "What?" "I hate it when someone sacrifices for me." "I know. I also hate it when someone gives up for me." An Rou looked up, staring intently at Jiang. "So, go do what you need to do. Don't consider me, and don't change because of me. Whether you go save my brother, or stay to protect me. Even if you leave directly and ignore the An family, I will support you." Jiang was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected An Rou to say such words. Clearly, An Rou was also gradually changing, no longer just the spoiled and willful An Rou from before. Jiang's eyes flickered, a flash of inspiration. Then he chuckled softly and pinched An Rou's face. "Since that's the case, then from now on, you'll listen to everything I say? You won't stop me from saving your brother? I won't stop you. If I just leave the An family and cut ties, you'd agree to that too? I agree. If I ask you to be my girlfriend, you'd agree to that too? I agree." An Rou reacted, but before she could speak, Jiang's lips kissed hers. An Rou's eyes widened. The sudden kiss caught her off guard, and her mind went blank. This was her first kiss. Jiang caressed An Rou's face with one hand and wrapped the other around her back, pulling her tightly against him, their lips pressed together. Both of them closed their eyes at this moment, forgetting to think and not needing to think, just kissing each other back and forth. After a long while, their lips parted. An Rou was breathing slightly, her face flushed, and she looked at Jiang with a mixture of shyness and indignation. This scoundrel actually did something like this while she was sad and upset. Couldn't he have picked a more suitable time? Jiang's lips curved into a smile. This was the best way he could think of to alleviate An Rou's negative emotions. He had no selfish motives at all. He was purely thinking of An Rou. "You just agreed to be my girlfriend, right?" "I didn't," An Rou retorted stubbornly. Jiang kissed her again. He was starting to like this feeling. Soft and tender, like eating jelly. "Are you agreeing or not?" "Jiang, you scoundrel. Are you agreeing or not?" he asked again, and Jiang kissed her once more. An Rou's eyes widened. "Jiang, you scoundrel. I haven't even answered this time." Pounding Jiang's back, An Rou finally managed to break free and immediately said, I agree. "You agree? Then give me a kiss." "Get lost." An Rou was on the verge of collapse. The heavy atmosphere and emotions all dissipated because of Jiang's antics. Creak. Just as the two were embracing tightly, the door was gently pushed open. A figure stepped inside. An Rou was still in Jiang's arms at this moment. Upon seeing that figure, her brain immediately froze. She widened her eyes and gasped, "Dad, huh?" Jiang was startled and immediately turned his head. He saw a disheveled, bearded uncle with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking at him, and An Rou with a stunned expression. The person who arrived was An Rou's father, and Xingqiang. The two sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere immediately fell silent. "An uncle, hello?" Jiang bit the bullet and greeted Xingqiang. He had to be polite, right? "Dad, it's not what you think." An Rou's face was flushed. Although she didn't know why her father had suddenly returned, the most urgent task now was to quickly explain her relationship with Jiang. However, Xingqiang was faster than her, pulling out his phone with lightning speed and pointing it at An Rou and Jiang. Click. After taking the photo, Xingqiang immediately turned back excitedly, talking on the phone as he walked out. "Hello, wife. Holy cow, you won't believe what I just saw when I got home." What that kid Mingjia said was true. An Rou really found a boyfriend. "Of course I took a picture. Wait a moment, I'm sending it to you now." Jiang stood frozen, utterly bewildered. He finally understood why the An family's family style was so unconventional. "So, the rotten tree top made the branches crooked, huh? Dad?" An Rou immediately became anxious, rushing out to grab Xingqiang's clothes. "Don't send it to Mom." "Sorry, too late. I've already sent it." "You," An Rou panted, pointing a finger at Xingqiang. "Don't send it anywhere else besides my mom. What I just sent was our family group chat." And Xingqiang said a little awkwardly, "Huh." And Rou couldn't believe it and quickly pulled out her phone to check. It really was sent to the family group chat, and the photo was perfectly timed. In the picture, An Rou and Su Jiang were pressed tightly together, her face flushed, both looking at the camera with bewildered expressions. And family group chat. And Xingqiang, image. Azuo Ayu, holy cow. Steward Su, holy cow. Other and family members, holy cow. Li Kai, holy cow. Li Kai, weren't you shot? And aren't you on the isolated island? How do you still have a signal? Oh, someone else sent the message using his phone. Then it's fine. And Rou looked at the messages flooding the group, one after another, her fingers trembling with anger. It was definitely too late to recall them now. Those scoundrels must have already saved them. She bit her teeth hard, then let out a sharp scream. You scoundrel, Dad. 88. Don't call me uncle, call me brother. About 10 minutes later, and Xingqiang sat on the sofa, tenderly caressing his phone. It had almost been broken by An Rou just now. Across from him, Su Jiang curiously sized up the family's patriarch. He was quite different from what he had imagined. With messy hair and a long unshaven beard, he looked utterly dispirited. At first glance, Su Jiang even thought he was a homeless person. However, An Xingqiang's actions just now had given Su Jiang a general idea of what kind of person he was. He was, well, quite abstract. Humph, why did you suddenly come back? And Rou sat beside Su Jiang, letting out a cold snort, her face looking very displeased, clearly still fuming. TSK, you brat. How can you talk to your great father like that? And Xingqiang smoothed his messy hair and said, displeased. Before An Rou could speak, and Xingqiang immediately put on a kind and amiable smile and turned to Su Jiang. You must be Su Jiang. Mingjie has mentioned you to me. I finally get to meet you today. And Xingqiang stood up and extended his hand to Su Jiang. Uncle, hello, I'm Su Jiang. Su Jiang also quickly stood up and shook in Xingqiang's hand. Then, Su Jiang found that his hand couldn't be released. Su Jiang looked up in confusion, meeting in Xingqiang's excited eyes. He heard in Xingqiang say, when are you two having children? Dad, what are you talking about? And Rou instantly picked up a throw pillow and threw it at Xingqiang. Thwack. Fortunately, Su Jiang dodged quickly, or he would have taken that pillow for his father-in-law. And Xingqiang was caught off guard by the throw pillow and fell onto the sofa. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he said awkwardly to Su Jiang, cough, cough. Su Jiang, don't mind it. An Rou just has this temper. Please bear with her. This girl, she never liked interacting with boys since she was little. Her mother and I even thought she wasn't interested in the opposite sex, and it bothered us for a long time. Not long ago, Mingjie told me that An Rou found a partner, and we didn't believe it, thinking An Rou's partner was a girl. But now that we know An Rou likes a boy, we can finally relax. And Xingqiang spoke with tears and snot, making it seem as if he had suffered some great grievance. Su Jiang's face was full of black lines as he listened, and he glanced at An Rou. Sure enough, she was on the verge of exploding. So Su Jiang quickly interrupted in Xingqiang and changed the subject, saying, well, uncle, why did you come back this time? Don't even mention it. That brat in Mingjie called me in the middle of the night 2 days ago, telling me to bring some people back, saying he wanted to do something big. And Xingqiang pulled out a cigarette, was about to light it, but was glared at by An Rou, so he sheepishly put it back and continued. But before I even got back, he went straight to the isolated island battlefield. What a mess. As soon as An Rou heard the words isolated island battlefield, she immediately stood up and said, then quickly take people in to save my brother. No. And Xingqiang directly shook his head. Why? An Rou didn't understand. And Xingqiang took a deep breath and pointed to himself, saying, because your great father was banned from entering the isolated island battlefield by all the major families 5 years ago. Huh. Su Jiang and An Rou looked confused. And Xingqiang stretched, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at the ceiling, as if reminiscing about the past. Back then, Uncle Chow and I, you probably forgot old Chow. You were still young then and didn't recognize people. Anyway, back then, I went to help Uncle Chow fight, also at the isolated island battlefield. And then, I accidentally, just so happened, made a tiny little mistake. And Xingqiang stretched out his hand and gestured, indicating it was really a tiny little mistake. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang had a bad premonition. You made that tiny little mistake, and then what? Then, I blew up half of the isolated island battlefield. And Xingqiang said with some melancholy. And then, I was banned from entering the isolated island battlefield. Holy cow! Su Jiang's eyes lit up, looking at An Xingqiang with great admiration. What a formidable person! How careless would one have to be to blow up half an island directly? Su Jiang became interested. He even wanted to pull up a small stool and sit next to An Xingqiang to listen to his heroic deeds from back then. An Xingqiang felt Su Jiang's admiring gaze and immediately looked somewhat pleased, smiling. It's a pity that explosion back then also affected old Chow. He still hasn't forgiven me. He's quite vengeful. Dad. An Rou couldn't hold back, angrily interrupting An Xingqiang's words and glaring at Su Jiang. What time is it? You two are still chatting? The two were startled by An Rou's shout. And Xingqiang said helplessly, even if you're anxious, there's nothing I can do. I can't get in. Then what about my brother? It depends on whether he's lucky or not, but he should be fine. I've prayed for him. You. An Rou was furious. She knew her old man was unreliable, but she didn't expect him to be this unreliable. Su Jiang's eyes flickered, and he quickly said to An Xingqiang, Uncle, I want to discuss something with you. Don't call me uncle. It's too formal. Then what should I call you? If you don't mind, just call me Dad. It's going to happen sooner or later anyway. Bang! Another throw pillow came flying from An Rou. She somehow had so many throw pillows. Su Jiang twitched his mouth, too lazy to bother with the address, and directly said, It's like this. Lin Hui is trying to harm An Rou now, and I plan to go to the isolated island battlefield to help in Mingjia. Lin Hui. And Xingqiang frowned and thought for a moment. Are you talking about Lin Jianbai's insidious son? The one who doesn't look like a good person at first glance? Probably. Su Jiang didn't know who Lin Jianbai was, but since he said insidious, he was probably referring to Lin Hui. Is that kid itching for a beating? Where did he get the guts to lay a hand on my daughter? That's not important. Su Jiang quickly said. What's important is, I want to know. Uncle, can you stop Lin Hui's people? Yes. Do you want him dead or alive? Su Jiang was stunned, wondering if he hadn't made himself clear. I asked if you could stop him, and you're directly sentencing Lin Hui to death? But he had to admit, and Xingqiang's words gave Su Jiang a lot of confidence. Su Jiang took a deep breath and said solemnly, Since that's the case, I'll leave An Rou to you, Uncle. I'll go to the isolated island battlefield to rescue in Mingjia. I can, but can you please not call me Uncle? It makes me sound old. And Xingqiang's face was displeased. If you really don't want to call me Dad, that's fine, call me brother. It makes me seem younger. Bang! And Rou's pillow struck again. This time, however, and Xingqiang dodged it. And Rou clenched her fists, glaring at Su Jiang, who was about to speak but held back. Dare you try calling me that? Want to increase your seniority? Can't tell who's boss, huh? 89. New uses for dirty sap. Da-da-da. On the An family rooftop, a helicopter hovered right in the center. This was the An family's only helicopter, specially brought out for Su Jiang. Beside him, An Rou meticulously checked Su Jiang's equipment, feeling him from top to bottom. Bulletproof vest, pistol, bullets, medical supplies. An Rou had prepared everything meticulously, ensuring Su Jiang wouldn't miss anything. And Xingqiang stood not far away, smoking, and looking at Su Jiang, who was almost wrapped up like a zongzi, shouted loudly. Little Su, if it's really too difficult, then don't bother rescuing him. Maybe that kid Mingjie can save himself. Su Jiang immediately had black lines on his forehead when he heard this. He sometimes really wondered if An Mingjie was picked up by the An family. And Rou didn't even bother with An Xingqiang, and while buttoning Su Jiang's clothes, she said, You must be careful and cautious when you get to the island, understand? If you can't win, hide, understand? When you see wild mushrooms, especially those that look particularly delicious, you absolutely cannot eat them. They're poisonous, understand? Can you only say And Rou sighed helplessly, but at this point, all she could do was trust Su Jiang. At this moment, the pilot gave them a gesture, indicating that they could take off. Well, I'm leaving then. Su Jiang waved to An Rou, about to turn and board the helicopter. An Rou bit her lower lip, then suddenly grabbed Su Jiang's arm. The moment Su Jiang turned his head, she reached out, hooked his neck, and kissed his lips. Click, and Xingqiang took a photo expressionlessly, but An Rou no longer cared. After a long while, their lips parted, and An Rou looked at Su Jiang seriously. I'm already your girlfriend, and I've given you my first kiss. So, you must come back. I'll wait for you right here and won't go anywhere. Su Jiang blinked, then smiled and patted An Rou's head. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll bring your brother and everyone from the An family back. With that, Su Jiang didn't hesitate, turned, and stepped onto the helicopter. Da-da-da. The propellers spun, buzzing, rising higher and higher, then gradually disappearing from An Rou's sight. And Xingqiang walked over to An Rou, looked in the direction the helicopter had departed, and grinned. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of my son-in-law, he is 1/10 of my demeanor from back in the day. An Rou rolled her eyes at him. I remember when you were in college, you couldn't even smoke, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Your old man here didn't even pass high school back then. What kind of college did I go to? Didn't you tell me that you entered Jiangdu University as the top student and were an outstanding graduate? You were still young back then. I was just bragging to tease you. If I didn't say that, how could you take me as a role model and get into Jiangdu University? And Rou's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. At this moment, even with An Rou's good upbringing, she wanted to curse. With a father like this, it was no wonder An Mingjie could remain unfazed and undisturbed by all sorts of abstract things. It turned out he was trained by An Xingqiang from a young age. Then when I was little, you said Mom chased you. Was that also a lie? No, that's true. And Xingqiang extinguished his cigarette butt, changing the subject. But she only chased me for 1 day. After that, I chased her. And Rou clenched her fists. Just how many things had her old man lied to her about? What else have you lied to me about? I forgot. I lied too much. You scoundrel, Dad. And Rou's fist went straight for him. And Xingqiang, seeing the danger, quickly fled. Humph. And Rou snorted, staring at An Xingqiang's retreating back. Good thing you ran fast. She had noted this down in her little book. She'd settle the score later. Then, she turned her head, looked at the sky, and silently prayed for Su Jiang and the others, hoping they could return safely. Ugh. On the helicopter, Su Jiang was frantically throwing up into a black plastic bag. He hadn't expected that he would get airsick. It was ridiculous. He clearly had an extraordinary body, so how could he still get airsick? Little brother Su, are you all right? The pilot asked with some concern. Su Jiang waved his hand, indicating he was fine, then asked, how much longer do we have to fly? About 2.5 more hours. Su Jiang was in despair. Damn it. He should have taken a boat if he had known. As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang became alert. He wouldn't get seasick too, would he? Hard to say, since he hadn't been on a boat before. Su Jiang's face was a little pale as he asked the pilot next to him, how do you usually deal with airsickness? We usually don't get airsick. The pilot replied. All right. Su Jiang was truly dizzy to ask such a question. Suddenly, Su Jiang had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. Brother, do you have a stick? Huh. The pilot was stunned, looked around, and found a thin black rod. Is this okay? Yes. Su Jiang took it, then instructed the pilot. When we're about to arrive, please wake me up. Then, without waiting for the pilot's reply, he gripped the thin rod and aimed it at the back of his head. Under the pilot's shocked gaze, Su Jiang struck down hard, then completely fainted in his seat. Low-level skill, dirty cheap shot. The system probably never imagined someone would use this skill on themselves. 2.5 hours later, the pilot woke Su Jiang up. Amidst the helicopter's turbulence, Su Jiang groggily opened his eyes and looked out the window. The boundless azure ocean appeared in his pupils. And in the center of the ocean, an isolated island stood quietly, appearing exceptionally desolate. Su Jiang could see that the vegetation on the island was dense, leaving only a small portion of exposed beach and rock piles. And within the dense forest, the outline of a city could vaguely be seen, looking dilapidated, clearly eroded by years of warfare. Su Jiang noticed that a large portion of the island's vegetation had clearly grown recently in the past few years, looking like a pile of small saplings compared to the other half. Recalling what An Xingqiang had said earlier, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He figured that half of the small saplings must have grown back after An Rou had bombed the place. Ugh! The urge to vomit returned, and Jiang quickly grabbed the plastic bag to continue throwing up. Stop there. Jiang, while vomiting, pointed downwards at a figure standing on the edge of the isolated island. The pilot followed Jiang's instructions and landed on the edge of the beach. Whoosh! Jiang pulled open the door and stepped out of the helicopter. A figure walked towards him. It was Yang Ming. Jiang, you. Ugh! Before Yang Ming could finish speaking, Jiang ran directly to the sea and vomited wildly. But after vomiting for a long time, nothing came out. He had already thrown up most of it on the helicopter. Yang Ming looked at Jiang's disheveled appearance, his eye twitching. The An family, are they really relying on this guy to turn things around? 90, Nicholas Wonkai. Cough, thanks. Jiang took the tissue Yang Ming handed him and wiped the corner of his mouth. Little brother Su, your bag. The pilot handed Jiang his backpack, then bowed solemnly to him. Little brother Su, please be careful. I'll be taking my leave now. With that, the pilot flew the helicopter back. Yang Ming looked up at the departing helicopter and clicked his tongue. TSK, you're in family's helicopter, is it registered? How would I know? Go ask in Mingjia. I'm not part of the An family. Jiang rummaged through his backpack, pulling something out. Then, to Yang Ming's astonished gaze, Jiang pulled out a brown squirrel from his backpack. Why did you bring a rat? Are your eyes bad? This is a squirrel. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Jiang widened his eyes, arguing seriously. Squirrels live in trees, rats live on the ground. Squirrels have softer fur, are more agile, have smaller appetites. All right. Yang Ming quickly interrupted. So why exactly did you bring it? You wouldn't understand. This little guy is very useful to me. After speaking, Jiang placed the small brown squirrel in his chest pocket and gently patted its head. Right, Wonkai? Squeak. Squeak. Use me for the first battle, and I will win. This squirrel was raised by An Rou and temporarily conscripted by Jiang. It was to be used as a scout or a spy. Of course, the name was also given by An Rou. Nicholas Wonkai. What? You ask why he didn't bring Fugue. That silly cat had white fur and was fed so fat. Jiang was afraid it would be kicked to death by an enemy. What's the situation now? Jiang asked. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. After all this time, you finally remember to talk about business? We only know the general situation. Currently, inside the isolated island, the An family members are scattered and fleeing, while the Feng family side has now integrated with Rose's troops and is searching for the An family people. The situation is like cat and mouse. The Feng family is the cat, and the An family is the mouse. Jiang nodded at the description. It was very vivid. How did Li Kai get shot? Jiang asked again. At that time, the An family and Feng family's battle was in a heated phase, when that woman, Rose, suddenly brought Wei Tian's private troops and stormed into the battlefield. Although An Mingjia was prepared for this and left a group of people to handle this situation, that woman Rose was too fierce. She set up a sniper rifle from a long distance and immediately aimed at An Mingjia. If Li Kai hadn't taken a bullet for An Mingjia, the An family would probably have completely collapsed by now. Rose. Jiang silently repeated the name. He had heard this name too many times. 15th on the mercenary list, she was someone who constantly walked on the edge of life and death. Ding. Host has triggered a hidden mission. Mission content. Please defeat Blood Gun Rose. Completing the hidden mission will grant a hidden reward. Failure has no penalty. Jiang raised an eyebrow as the system prompt, which hadn't appeared in a long time, sounded. He had almost forgotten he had a system. But the mission content, why did it sound like playing a game and defeating a boss? No penalty for failure? Jiang was puzzled. When did the system become so generous? But never mind. If there's a chance to complete this hidden mission, he'll do it. If there's no chance, then he'll create a chance to complete it. It was his first time encountering a hidden mission, and Jiang was quite curious what reward the system would give him. Could he cultivate immortality? He still harbored an obsession with splitting the sky with a single sword. How is Li Kai's injury? Shot in the abdomen, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He won't die. Jiang nodded. As long as he wouldn't die, that was fine. Otherwise, he would be sad. After all, that was his partner, Toy Gun Lad. Su Jiang put on his backpack, took out his pistol, checked it, and found no problems. All right, then I'm going in. I won't thank the Supervisory Bureau for its help. After all, I'm also a member of the Supervisory Bureau. With that, Su Jiang took a step, walking alone into the dense forest. Yang Ming watched Su Jiang's receding figure, adjusted his glasses, and said, strictly speaking, external personnel are not considered members of the Supervisory Bureau. TSK, you still have that kind of discrimination? I just want to remind you, if you really want to become a member of the Supervisory Bureau, don't die. Yang Ming paused, then added, after all, those people's impression of you, the psychologist, is pretty good. Su Jiang's figure gradually faded, and before he was completely obscured by the dense forest, Yang Ming heard Su Jiang's nonchalant voice. Don't worry, even if everyone in the Supervisory Bureau dies, I won't. Jiangdu City, Wang family. Since the Wang family moved into Jiangdu City, they had been extremely low-key in their dealings. Just as they had said before, they did not participate in conflicts, only honestly engaged in business. But today, the Wang family welcomed an uninvited guest. In the Wang family hall, two people sat opposite each other, with only a tea table between them. Wang Boyan, who was now the head of the Wang family, was currently smiling as he poured tea for the person opposite him. May I ask, why has Director Jiang of the Supervisory Bureau graced my humble abode today? The person sitting opposite Wang Boyan was none other than Director Jiang. Director Jiang was expressionless. He picked up the teacup, drank it in one gulp, and said in a low voice, Wang Boyan, I won't waste words with you. I'm here today to say only three things. First, hand over that Feng Haoshuan. Second, regarding the people who entered the Supervisory Bureau that night, if they are alive, I cannot account for it to my subordinates. Third, this is a warning to your Wang family. Director Zheng's eyes were shadowed as he quietly watched Wang Boyan. You know why you were expelled from the gray zone. Don't put on airs. If you want to enter the game, be prepared for eternal damnation. Upon hearing this, Wang Boyan's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Director Zheng, filled with surprise. He had always arranged his affairs flawlessly. How did this Director Zheng of the Supervisory Bureau discover it? And hadn't it been said that there were major problems within the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau, leaving them no time to attend to other matters? Wang Boyan was at a loss for a moment, but he still maintained his polite smile and said, Director Zheng, I don't quite understand what you mean. First, I don't know anyone named Feng Haoshuan. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard that name. Second, regarding the invasion of the Supervisory Bureau, someone must have deliberately framed my Wang family. Director Zheng can rest assured that my Wang family will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide an explanation to the Supervisory Bureau. As for the third, Wang Boyan was all smiles, his tone still gentle, yet carrying an undisguised threat. Director Zheng, some things are better left unknown than known, aren't they? You are just a small branch director. To put it more bluntly, in the eyes of those who truly hold power, you are nothing. Therefore, your warning is useless to me. Wang Boyan extended a finger, pointing upwards. You need to warn those people above. If they accept your warning, then my Wang family will naturally accept it too. After speaking, Wang Boyan picked up the teacup and poured another cup of tea for Director Zheng. Director Zheng's expression did not change at all upon hearing this. He merely sighed softly. No longer drinking tea, Director Zheng stood up and walked out. As he left, he turned back and gave Wang Boyan a deep look. Wang Boyan, I gave you a chance. You're the one who didn't want it. Director Zheng, please take care. I won't see you off, Wang Boyan said with a smile. Director Zheng's figure gradually faded. After he left, a figure emerged from the room behind Wang Boyan. Feng Haoshuan's eyes were filled with endless hatred, his abdomen still bandaged, and he had lost a lot of weight. Wang Boyan glanced at him and said indifferently, Pack your things and leave. Feng Haoshuan quickly said, You won't help me get revenge. Why should I help you? Wang Boyan snorted coldly. I saved you purely to repay an old favor to Feng Qingya. From now on, I and your Feng family are even. With that, Wang Boyan no longer paid attention to Feng Haoshuan and left on his own. Director Zheng's presence was completely beyond his expectation. He had to quickly find out the background of this Director Zheng. Especially that look in Director Zheng's eyes when he left made Wang Boyan feel uneasy. 91. Let's find a tree first, okay? Achoo. Su Jiang wiped his nose, frowning. Who's talking bad about me? Squeak, squeak. Not me. In the pocket on his chest, Wang Kai, fearing Su Jiang wouldn't find someone to blame, immediately cleared himself of suspicion. After all, during the time Fugui spent with the An family, he had mentioned Su Jiang to Wang Kai and told him some stories. He was a little mentally unstable. That's how Fugui described Su Jiang to Wang Kai. Su Jiang held a gun in his hand, his gaze cautiously sweeping through the dense forest. In the current situation, the probability of him encountering Feng family members was much higher than encountering An family members. After all, according to Yang Ming's description, most of the An family members were currently hiding, and those searching everywhere were Feng family members. The most urgent task was to find An Mingjie first and inform him of his arrival. Su Jiang highly respected An Mingjie's intellect and thought An Mingjie might come up with a solution due to his arrival. Swish, swish, swish. Rustling sounds came from ahead, and Su Jiang immediately became alert, activating silent movement mode. He continued walking forward, and a figure appeared in Su Jiang's sight. He saw that person squatting under a large tree, cautiously looking around, seemingly trying to find something on the tree. Su Jiang frowned, and after reaching a certain distance, he raised his gun and aimed it at the person's back. Hands on your head, stand up. The person immediately froze in place, then followed Su Jiang's instructions, putting their hands on their head, and slowly stood up. Whose side are you on? The Feng family, or the An family? This voice, are you young Master Su? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. He knows me? Turn around. The person complied, slowly turning around, and upon seeing Su Jiang's face, he immediately became excited. Young Master Su, it really is you. You are. Su Jiang was a bit face-blind, feeling a sense of familiarity but not recognizing him. I'm Hua Qing, Hua Zi. Hua Qing excitedly said. We met at Little Slumber Night Bar. The time you came to pick up your phone. Upon hearing the name Hua Zi, Su Jiang immediately remembered. When he went to Little Slumber Night Bar, it was this Hua Zi who met him and gave him an old-fashioned phone. Originally, that phone was meant to send messages to the Feng family's hidden contacts at a critical moment, to deliver a fatal blow to the Feng family through economic means. But later, An Mingjie brought the Feng family to the isolated island battlefield, so those hidden contacts naturally became useless. At most, they would just reclaim some of the Feng family's industrial resources. Those hidden contacts, rooted in the Feng family's industries, were all ordinary members, and this time, Feng Qingye only brought core members to avoid any mishaps. Similarly, An Mingjie was the same. For this kind of life-and-death battle, they didn't trust non-core members. Otherwise, no matter how low their presence, a single backstab could make you unforgettable for life. Seeing that it was someone from the An family, Su Jiang put down his gun and asked, "What were you doing here just now?" As soon as he mentioned this, Hua Qing's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Young Master Su, you've come at just the right time. Hurry and see Brother Li Kai. He's almost gone." Huh. 10 minutes later, inside a crude small wooden hut, Su Jiang's eye twitched. This is what you meant by almost gone. Su Jiang pointed at Li Kai, questioning, "What did you feed him?" Li Kai was lying on a small bed woven from grass and wood, his eyes wide, his hands constantly waving in the air. Hee. Dragon. I saw a dragon. Li Kai's smile at this moment was extremely lewd, with saliva even drooling from the corner of his mouth. Hua Qing's gaze darted around, and he said weakly, "Brother Li Kai was shot, so he couldn't move easily, and we lost our food along the way. So, I thought I'd go out and find something for Brother Li Kai to eat." "What did you find?" "Mushrooms." "Are you sure?" "Anyway, it looked like a mushroom." Su Jiang sighed softly. He knew why Li Kai was like this. He was most likely poisoned by mushrooms and experiencing hallucinations. "Young Master Su, what should we do? Brother Li Kai isn't going to die, is he?" "No, it's just mushroom poisoning. It doesn't look serious. He'll be fine after he recovers and throws up a bit." After Su Jiang finished speaking, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and started recording Li Kai. He walked forward, aimed the camera at Li Kai's face, and smiled. "Kai go." Tell me, what did you see?" I saw a golden dragon, doing square dancing." Does that dragon look like An Mingjie?" Don't mention it. It really does. Alright. Su Jiang finished recording the video and smiled contentedly. He could hold this video over Li Kai for a lifetime. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sound rang out, and Su Jiang followed the sound, seeing that Hua Qing was holding a walkie-talkie. Hello, how is it? Has that idiot Li Kai sobered up yet? And Mingjia's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Hua Qing looked at Su Jiang and consciously handed over the walkie-talkie. Sensible, you're going places, brother. Su Jiang gave him an appreciative look, then spoke into the walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? And Mingjia, can you hear me? On the other end of the walkie-talkie, and Mingjia fell into endless silence upon hearing Su Jiang's voice. Su Jiang frowned. Why was there no sound? Hello? Hello? And Mingjia, can you hear me? Su Jiang. Oh, you can hear me now. How the hell are you here? And Mingjia's exclamation startled Su Jiang. Why are you so jumpy? Su Jiang was a little displeased. I heard you guys were at a disadvantage, so I specifically rushed over to help you. Who the hell told you we were at a disadvantage? The supervisory bureau people. They said you guys were completely collapsing and were now being beaten and scurrying around with your heads in your hands. And Mingjia clenched his fists upon hearing this, wanting to curse. Idiot supervisory bureau. Such a brilliant plan of mine. And in your eyes, it's a complete collapse? Indeed, the current situation was entirely caused by Mingjia. The only thing that surprised him was the shot fired by Rose. But Li Kai blocked that shot, so the plan was still under his control. Taking a deep breath, and Mingjia said, Since you're here, what about An Rou? Don't worry, didn't you call Uncle An back? Uncle An? And Xingchong. Tisk, you're calling your father by his full name like that? I usually call him that old undying one. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. This family style of your An family is commendable. Forget it. Since you're here, that's good. Help us search. Search for what? Search for trees. And Mingjia quickly explained to Su Jiang. My father blew up half of the isolated island battlefield back then, but there was still a pile of high-explosive dynamite left over, enough for us to blow up another quarter of the isolated island battlefield. Awesome, but what does that have to do with trees? That old undying one buried the dynamite under a tree on the east side. According to him, he left markings on the tree trunk, so we'll know it when we see it. As Mingjia said this, Su Jiang immediately understood. So, you deliberately scattered the An family members just to find that tree? Exactly. With that dynamite, we can directly find an opportunity to blow up the island and end everything once and for all. No wonder you insisted on coming to the isolated island battlefield. So this was also part of your plan. Not entirely, as I didn't put all my hopes on that batch of dynamite. But since we still have the capacity, we'll look for it first. It'll be even better if we find it. And Mingjia paused, then added, Currently, I've divided the An family into more than a dozen small teams, all with walkie-talkies for communication. Since that idiot Li Kai had an accident, you and Hua Qing will take care of him. Before Li Kai wakes up, you absolutely must not act rashly. It's not time for a full-blown fight yet. We'll look for the tree first, understand? Absolutely do not act rashly. Do you hear me, Su Jiang? Hello? Hello? Su Jiang, answer me, damn it. 92. Life is not easy, Su Jiang sighed. Su Jiang did not reply, directly turned off the walkie-talkie, and handed it to Hua Qing. Find a tree? Are you kidding me? Such a large, isolated island, such a vast forest, and you want to find a single tree? It would be better to just confront the Feng family directly. And Mingjia is also ridiculous. If anyone could find that tree, he would wash his hair upside down on the spot. Yawning, Su Jiang felt like leaving. Since the An family wasn't at a disadvantage, why should he stay here? Just for fun? He might as well go home and cuddle with his girlfriend. Li Kai was still in a hallucination. Su Jiang stopped, glanced at Li Kai, and sighed softly. Forget it, since he was already here. Taking Wang Kai out from his chest, Su Jiang whispered, Go scout around. If you find anyone, come back immediately and inform me. Squeak. Received. Wang Kai ran off. Hua Qing saw this scene and froze in place. He suspected he was hallucinating too. Beast tamer. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. You could say that. But he couldn't command all animals. After all, it was a low-level skill. Their affection for you doesn't mean you can control them. Especially with those ill-tempered large beasts, if you accidentally provoke them, their favorability will instantly be wiped clean. Young Master Su, why don't you take this walkie-talkie? Hua Qing handed over the walkie-talkie. He was a bit afraid that if Mingjie couldn't vent his anger on Su Jiang, he would transfer it to himself. All right, but don't call me Young Master Su. I'm not used to it. Su Jiang took the walkie-talkie and put it in his pocket. Then, should I call you Su Ge? Tisk, you're all unprofessional. How many times have I said it? Use code names during operations. Then what's your code name? Call me King of Roasted Cold Noodles. Huh. Hua Qing was a bit distraught. He always felt that being with Su Jiang changed the whole vibe. Su Jiang took out a compressed biscuit from his pocket, handed it to Hua Qing, and said solemnly, Huazi, you must remember, from this moment on, everything that happens on this isolated island has nothing to do with Su Jiang. Everything you find absurd was done by King of Roasted Cold Noodles. It has absolutely nothing to do with Su Jiang, understand? I got it, Hua Qing said with a biscuit in his mouth. Although he didn't know why, what did it matter? As long as there were biscuits to eat, he was practically starving. How is it? Have you found anything? A man in camouflage uniform was exploring in the dense forest, also holding a walkie-talkie. His name was Shui Zhuang, the captain of Wei Tian's private army and a military veteran. Although his strength was not comparable to Rose's, being recognized by Wei Tian was enough to show that he possessed impressive strength. Reporting, Captain, no discoveries yet. Shui Zhuang nodded and instructed, don't be careless. Although the An family is just a small family, if we capsize in a ditch, young Master Wei Tian's impression of us will definitely decline. Don't worry. Captain, with Rose here, I can't imagine how we could lose. Shui Zhuang chuckled at the words and didn't retort. Indeed, with that woman Rose around, he didn't know what the An family could use to fight. Turning off the walkie-talkie, Shui Zhuang continued to search cautiously, and not far away, Wang Kai was on a tree, taking in everything. It had to be said that Wang Kai, this squirrel, was like returning home when it entered the forest.